Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into second part, what if Harry Potter's life changed after the Dementor attack. Here is short summary. After a Dementor attack nearly destroys Harry's future, Sirius Black takes matters into his own hands, setting in motion events that will change Harry's life forever. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. Fleur Delacour, filled with righteous anger, turned out to be a revelation for Harry. Not only did it make her even more enticing than she already was, as he had previously noted, but it also revealed a whole new facet of his betrothed which he had never known existed. The affection and respect he felt for her deepened because of it. Though he had promised her the day before that he would talk to Dumbledore about Snape's behavior, she apparently harbored enough doubt about his intentions, or more about his tendency to try to deal with everything on his own, as she informed him that Harry arrived in the common room the following morning and was greeted by the sight of Fleur waiting impatiently on a nearby sofa. By her side sat Hermione, who appeared to be slightly in awe of Fleur. His betrothed was obviously still incensed by Snape's actions. Upon seeing him, Fleur rose and greeted him with a perfunctory, "Good morning, Harry," before grasping his hand, beckoning Hermione to accompany them, and essentially frog-marching them out of Gryffindor common room. It had been Hermione who had pointed out, quite correctly, that courtesy, as well as proper procedure, dictated that their first appeal should be made to their head of house, rather than directly to the headmaster. And while Fleur was clearly eager for an accounting from the headmaster as to why this situation had been allowed to persist, she had grudgingly agreed with Hermione's assessment. Therefore, to Professor McGonagall's office they were to go. On the way to their destination, Harry's thoughts led him to his new understanding of several of Fleur's traits, as she admitted to having herself. The first was that Fleur was a rather patient witch, one who would put up with quite a bit before truly becoming angry. However, when that anger was released, it was rarely a mild display, and more often resembled a spectacular pyrotechnic explosion. She was a passionate witch, and for that fact, Harry could only be thankful. Life with her would never be dull. However, he had also learned that Fleur was particularly intolerant of bullies, gossipers, and those who looked for ways to enjoy the misfortune of others. This was due, she freely admitted, to the treatment she had often received as a young Vila attending school, and the prejudice to which she had been subjected all her life. A surefire way to completely bypass her normally long fuse was to expose her to someone behaving in the manner which Snape had done. Her patience generally evaporated quite quickly in such cases. Another thing which he had known for a time, but which had been abundantly displayed only recently, was that Fleur was fiercely protective of anyone she deemed part of her family. It appeared that Harry, and perhaps somewhat surprisingly Hermione, now fitted into that category. Since their return to school, Harry had found that Seamus Finnegan, with whom he had roomed for the entire first 4 years of his schooling, had been quiet and withdrawn where Harry was concerned, though he had been as he ever was with everyone else. A chance remark a few evenings earlier had betrayed the fact that he now believed the Ministry in their smear campaign against Harry, and was suspicious of Harry's complicity in the matter of Cedric's death. Harry, true to form, had been more than willing to let his dorm mate believe whatever he liked, but he had not counted on Fleur's protective streak. The French witch had eyed Seamus with some distaste, before she proceeded to tell him in pointed and sometimes insulting fashion, exactly how stupid she considered him to be in believing the prophet's slander. Her observations had not been brief either. It had finally been Seamus's rather petulant and quick departure which had served to halt her diatribe. In light of her character and sense of right, it was clear that nothing would interfere with her demands for justice for Harry and Neville, and she had vowed to her companions that morning, that if Dumbledore was not prepared to rein the potion's master in, then she would have no choice but to involve her father. And knowing Jean Sebastian and his own tenacity, involving him would likely involve a world of hurt for Snape and would undoubtedly bring Fudge into the situation. It was obvious that the Snape was retained by Dumbledore for some reason other than his less than sterling teaching record, and as such, Fudge would take a perverse delight in making certain that one of Dumbledore's men was ejected from the school, forcefully if possible. And while this would perhaps give Fudge another weapon to use against Dumbledore, the three companions all knew that Jean-Sebastian would consider the quality of education and the protection of his daughter and her betrothed to be his first priority. Strangely enough, Harry found her determination to be infectious, and though a part of him still nagged, telling him that he could handle the potions master himself, the new and growing sense of belonging to a family told him that he could be worrying about more important matters than a petty, greasy bat with a chip on his shoulder. Besides, the thought of Snape getting reprimanded, coupled with the even more delicious notion of Malfoy finally not getting away with whatever he wanted, was far too tempting to pass up. He could almost hear Malfoy's usual response. "When my father hears about this." Unfortunately, or fortunately, depending upon whose opinion was canvassed, McGonagall indicated that she was powerless to do anything regarding Snape. "Unfortunately, Mr. Potter, I believe you will need to speak with the headmaster on this subject," she said with some regret. "I am glad you are receiving such good advice from Miss Delacour and not allowing Severus to get away with his behavior any longer." Fleur's eyes narrowed in what Harry understood to be fury, having seen it several times in the past day. "Professor, are you telling us that you are aware of the abuse Harry has had to put up with from the potions professor?" "Directly aware. No," was the response. "And I will thank you not to insinuate that I would have allowed it had I known. The fact of the matter is that I've always known how Professor Snape felt about Harry. Even had I not been aware of his hatred for James, I could hardly have missed the comments he has made in my hearing over the years. But knowing of his feelings and suspecting him of improper behavior in his classroom are two completely different things. He's always been very circumspect in my presence, not surprising given he knows what my likely reaction would be. But what about his propensity to take away points or assign detentions?" Fleur persisted. "He is very careful about the assignation of detentions, as he knows they are, to a certain extent, scrutinized. As for points, I will only say that not all is as it seems. I can assure you, however, that I would never allow him to influence the point system to the degree that it would adversely impact my, or any other, house." With that, the three friends had to be content, as the deputy headmistress would not be more explicit. She encouraged them to seek out the headmaster immediately and discuss the matter with him. The three, correctly interpreting her words as a dismissal, took her advice. A few moments later, the gargoyle outside the head's office announced them to Dumbledore, who immediately granted them access. They settled into the chairs across the desk from the headmaster, and Harry could not help but notice Dumbledore regarding them curiously. "Welcome, Harry, Miss Granger, Miss Delacour," the man said with aplomb. "I had not expected to see you in my office this early in the term. Nothing has happened with Madame Umbridge, has it?" Harry rolled his eyes. "Only if you consider the fact that she's incompetent, and does not know the material in the slightest. She tried to bait Harry into saying something she could use against him," Hermione chimed in. But Harry kept calm and didn't give her anything. "Very good," Dumbledore said with a nod. "Until we can come up a way to remove her, avoidance is the best policy." "I must admit to being confused, Headmaster," said Fleur. "Since the woman is clearly not qualified to teach the subject, wouldn't it be easy to have her sacked?" "I've tried," said Dumbledore with a sigh. "Unfortunately, the matter is out of my hands. In the past, this law was put into place to ensure the quality of instruction at Hogwarts was maintained in case a candidate could not be found by the headmaster. Generally, however, the appointment would be made by the educational department. If the headmaster did not agree with the appointment, he could bring it up with the minister, and have him arbitrate the situation. The law has never been changed, unfortunately, and it's being abused by Minister Fudge. As he is the one who appointed Madame Umbridge, there is nothing I can do at this point to remove her. We need some ammunition against her before we can make our move." It was convoluted and much of it did not make a whole lot of common sense, but Harry, having known for quite some time that things in the magical world were often nonsensical, pushed the matter from his head. The minister was a problem for another time. "If you are not here about Madame Umbridge, what can I do for you this morning?" "We're here about your other problem, Professor," Fleur said in an even, yet implacable voice. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow at Fleur's tone. "Have you had an issue with a professor, Miss Delacour?" "No, but Harry has. And apparently, it's been going on for some time." The headmaster's gaze shifted to Harry. "Mr. Potter." With as little emotion as possible, Harry related the events of the previous day's potions class, explaining the facts with little embellishment. At the end of his account, Dumbledore sat back in his chair, and directed a stern gaze at Harry. You say this is not the first time Professor Snape has behaved this way. He's always seemed to have had it in for Harry, sir, said Hermione. He seems to have a knack for showing up at the wrong moment so that he can catch Harry doing something he shouldn't, while missing what Malfoy or someone else did to provoke it. In fact, I'd say it's happened a few too many times to be merely coincidence. To the best of your knowledge, has the professor ever given you unfair grades? Harry scratched his head. He had never even considered this aspect of the matter, though from Fleur's expression, she evidently had. I'm not sure I know, sir, he finally responded slowly. I've always known that the professor doesn't like me, but I never thought to question the grades he has given me. And how would I know that a potion he graded as an acceptable should actually have been exceeds expectations? How indeed, was the headmaster's rhetorical reply. He turned his attention to Hermione. And you, Miss Granger, by all accounts you have shown a certain amount of skill in potions class. Have you noticed anything with respect to Harry's grades? Hermione was clearly uncomfortable with the question, but she gamely tried to answer it all the same. I'm not sure either, Headmaster. I think Harry's potions have been graded properly, though Professor Snape has not been as forthcoming with assistance in Harry's case as perhaps he should have been. Dumbledore motioned for her to continue. Well, Hermione said slowly, for example, sometimes when Harry has made a mistake, the professor will vanish his potion. He's not exactly kind about either, usually calling Harry stupid, or saying that he was watching Harry do the steps in the wrong order. Shouldn't he correct Harry if he notices he is doing something wrong, rather than simply giving him a failing grade? With a sigh, Dumbledore nodded his head. Yes, indeed he should, Miss Granger. Have you ever seen Professor Snape behave this way with anyone else? He seems to have a certain amount of dislike for Neville too, but to a certain extent he is hard on all Gryffindors, and favors his own house. I understand that there is a certain amount of bias for one's own house, Headmaster, that is unavoidable. But Snape goes entirely beyond what is acceptable. He has taken points from me for being an insufferable know-it-all, and in Harry's first ever potions lesson, he asked questions which were definitely beyond what a first year should know, and when Harry could not answer, he deducted points. Is there an appeals process for unfair detentions and point losses, sir? Asked Fleur. Dumbledore smiled and responded, there certainly is, in fact, you are now invoking it. Then it should be published a little more clearly, sir, said Hermione somewhat hesitantly. I had no idea it existed. I believe you are correct, Miss Granger. I shall speak with Professor McGonagall on the matter. Regarding Professor Snape, Dumbledore continued, I was certainly aware of his antipathy toward you, Mr. Potter. But while I am well aware of the cause of his disdain, it is not my place to explain the matter any further to you at this time. I assume Sirius has explained it at least in part. At Harry's nod he continued. Very well then. As I was saying, I knew of his issues with you, but as you never approached me about his behavior, I assumed that it did not approach inappropriate levels. You did not know of his behavior towards Harry. Dumbledore smiled. Contrary to popular opinion, Miss Delacour, I neither know everything that occurs in this school, nor do I attempt to know, though I do try to remain informed as the major issues at Hogwarts. There is far too much involved with the running of the school, not to mention my other positions, for me to become some all-knowing being at this school. At some point, I have to rely on information from others, and I trust in my professors to tell me if anything is amiss. Sitting back in his chair, the headmaster appeared to consider something, and when he spoke, it appeared as though he was musing out loud and not truly talking to them. Perhaps that is my greatest failing, the tendency to trust in others when they do not truly deserve it, or perhaps when they are adept at hiding their actions from casual scrutiny. Perhaps taking a more active role will help ameliorate the problem. He was silent for several more moments before he turned his attention back to the students. Thank you for bringing this to me, Harry. You may be assured that I will speak with Professor Snape about this. Thank you, sir, said Harry in response. I beg your pardon, Headmaster, said Fleur, her countenance set in a stony cast, but I'm concerned about the treatment I will receive from Professor Snape, just by my association with Harry. And furthermore, with all due respect, the professor is undermining the education at this school with his behavior, and affecting the futures of many students graduating from this school. I won't go into the mockery he is making of the points system. I don't want to tell you how to do your job, but hasn't he proven unsuitable for his position? Dumbledore gazed placidly at Fleur, and while she was obviously a little uncomfortable with his scrutiny, she held her ground and met his eyes without flinching. You are to be commended for your concern, Miss Delacour. However, I do not believe that the situation is as bad as you seem to think. Turning to Harry and Hermione, Dumbledore asked, how would you rate Professor Snape's knowledge and teaching ability? A little uncomfortable, Harry nevertheless spoke up. He's unpleasant, and sometimes even a foul git, but he's obviously a master potions brewer, sir. And when he actually takes the trouble to explain something, he is able to do so effectively. Miss Granger. I'd say the same as Harry, sir. Very well, said Dumbledore. I have observed the same. I've always known Professor Snape to be a brilliant brewer, and I am aware that his teaching method, though perhaps rough and blunt, and perhaps overly demanding and exacting, is acceptable. The exception to this, of course, is what we have already discussed in some detail. He needs to take a greater interest in correcting his students before they make a mistake if he is in a position to do so. However, he continued with a stern glance at them all, I can assure you that the questions I asked you regarding Professor Snape's behavior were not mere idle conversation. The integrity of the educational process is a responsibility held by both parties, the professor and the student. The professor must teach the subject matter, help the students achieve what they are capable of achieving, and grade their work fairly and properly, while the student must listen to the teacher, give their best effort, and turn in work they have completed to the best of their ability. Clearly, in your case, Harry, Professor Snape has not upheld his end of the equation to the level one expect. His behavior in the classroom, while not proper, has not been egregiously so. However, I assure you that had there been any suspicion of unfair grading, beyond not offering advice before a student fails, I would have been much harsher with the professor than I will otherwise. As headmaster of this school, I must consider the deliberate act of grading assignments improperly as a major violation of the educational process. I believe he needs to be taken to task and instructed in the proper manner to treat the students, but given what you have told me, I do not believe he has crossed that greater line. Am I correct? Harry, with support from Hermione, had to agree, rather reluctantly, that Dumbledore was correct. But Harry could not help but to add, I'm not sure he'll ever be fair toward me. I understand that, Harry, but can you claim a complete lack of bias yourself? We are all colored by our perceptions, and yes, our experiences, and though I will not tell you more of Professor Snape's past, I can tell you that certain events in his past have influenced him. However, it is not a requisite of the position to like all the students, merely to teach them properly and treat them fairly. Since I believe that for the most part he has been upholding the necessity of teaching the subject, though certainly more professionalism, not to mention personal care and attention, is desired, I believe I will focus on his fair treatment of you and demand he make changes. And if he won't? Fleur asked, her tone and manner still somewhat confrontational. If that were to happen, Miss Delacour, then you can be certain that I will take the appropriate steps. With regard to your other points, though, I will tell you that Hogwarts has not experienced a dearth of potions graduates since Professor Snape began teaching here. On the contrary, though many will not scruple to say that they do not like him, very few have complained about his knowledge, or his ability to teach. And as for your concerns about the point system, I assure you I have that well in hand. Harry looked curiously at his headmaster, but no further explanation appeared to be forthcoming. Dumbledore, however, adopted a stern visage when he spoke next. I appreciate you approaching me with your concerns. However, in the future, I expect you to be a little more circumspect and a little less confrontational in the way you make your case. That last was clearly directed more at Fleur, but to Harry's eyes, Fleur appeared to be anything but repentant at the way she had addressed the headmaster. Her next words made that fact abundantly clear. Thank you for listening to us, headmaster, said Fleur. I apologize for the way I spoke, but I do not apologize for the things I said. We truly do appreciate your assistance in this matter and hope that it can be resolved without involving my father, who is, as you know, now Harry's guardian. I'm sure you are aware that my father would be much less circumspect in making his sentiments known. Dumbledore inclined his head in understanding of the meaning of Fleur's words. I understand, and I thank you for bringing this to my attention. I will take it up with Professor Snape personally. And with that, the discussion ended. And though Harry would perhaps have preferred to see Snape pitched out of Hogwarts on his ear, he could not fault Dumbledore for his words and opinions on the subject. As long as Snape was off his back, he would be content. Leaving the office, the three friends made their way toward the Great Hall for breakfast, in silence for the most part. There was much to consider. As it turned out, it was the next day after dinner before Albus called the potions master into his office to have the discussion he knew that Severus would not take well. In preparation for the confrontation, he had investigated the incident from the previous day's potions class, not because he doubted the young Gryffindor's claims, but because he wanted to confirm exactly what had occurred from various sources, should Severus ask. Unfortunately, he knew exactly how the conversation would progress. Severus would respond with a derogatory comment about Harry's arrogance, while instantly blowing off whatever he was accused of. It was the man's modus operandi, after all. It was a simple matter, to be truthful. Though he was the headmaster, he had always tried to make himself available to the student body, to be approachable, as it were. A few subtle comments to get the right students thinking about the subject about which he wished to learn more, and a little passive legilimency later, he had all the facts he required. He had even managed to snare a couple of Slytherin fifth years in his net, a fact which he could hold in reserve should Severus prove obstinate, not that Albus expected him to be anything else. It was a good thing passive legilimency was not illegal, frowned on, but not precisely illegal. It was not something Albus practiced much, though he was very skilled at it, but it was a good way to quickly get to the bottom of things when he either could not, or did not wish to draw the attention of a formal investigation. Luckily, it only revealed active and surface thoughts. To obtain memories, one would have to invoke active legilimency with the incantation, and Albus was not certain he could withstand the things he would find in an adolescent's mind. Memories of his own adolescence were more than enough for him. Investigation was not the only activity in which he had been engaged, however. Most of the previous evening he had spent soul-searching, asking himself over and over again if he had made the right choice. Did the benefits of having Severus in the castle and close by outweigh the obvious drawbacks? The man himself was more than a little unpleasant, and even Albus, who fancied he possessed an unusually large well of patience, found Severus to be difficult to tolerate. He was always in a foul mood, his personal hygiene was suspect, he could hold a grudge with an almost unparalleled ferocity for years at a time, and his worldviews were at odds with everything Albus cherished. And in particular, the man was such a headache to regulate and control, that Albus had several times wondered whether having him here was truly worth the benefits, both real and potential. In fact, had Albus not had been absolutely certain that Severus was working for the light, his behavior alone would cause Albus to seriously suspect the man was still in fact a Death Eater, and still loyal to his erstwhile master. He had decided long ago that when the Dark Lord returned, and Albus knew he would return, having Severus as a supposedly loyal Death Eater, yet positioned in Hogwarts, would be an invaluable asset. The Dark Lord could then be convinced that Severus had remained faithful to the pureblood cause and used his position to spy on the light. Thus far events had proven that theory. Whatever else the man was, his powers of persuasion were not lacking, as he had immediately convinced the Dark Lord that his loyalty was unchanged, and had been admitted into the ranks of Voldemort's Death Eaters once again without question. And his worth as a spy had once again been proven invaluable, as several pieces of priceless information had been gained, not to mention tragedies prevented. The trick, of course, was in making use of the information, without alerting Voldemort to the fact that his circle had been compromised. And yet, for all that benefit he brought to his position, one could not ignore the fact that Albus had unleashed the man on the student population knowingly and willingly. And contrary to what he had said earlier to Harry and his friends, Albus was well aware of the fact that though those who graduated with a potions newt were extremely well educated in the subject, for Severus truly was a gifted teacher when he took the trouble, there were many who could not stomach the thought of spending 2 additional newt years after the 5 they were already forced to put up with him. It had certainly impacted their society, as fewer potions newts graduates meant that certain doors had been closed all to those students who may have pursued their newts if Severus were not the Hogwarts potions professor. And those who did pursue their newt studies through self-study, obviously did so at a slower pace, and likely gained their newts with a less precise knowledge of the subject than they would have, had they been taught in a classroom with a true master of the profession. As for Severus's insistence that he would only accept students who scored an outstanding on their potions, Albus snorted at the thought. The man certainly had a certain arrogant conceit, to attempt to thumb his nose at international standards, which declared that anyone with a passing grade in an OWL subject was eligible to continue to Newt-level studies. Though Severus blustered and snarled about it, the fact of the matter was that Albus had always made the true standards known, and saw to it that Severus accepted those who achieved those standards, whether he liked it or not. Albus was well aware of the fact that he was taking much onto himself with the decision to keep Severus in his position. Some might say that the damage he was doing far outweighed the benefits to Severus's position as an inner circle member of Voldemort's retinue. In all fairness, Albus could not help but agree, especially when he had to deal with situations such as Harry's. The thing which always stopped him from cutting all ties with Severus and sending him on his way, however, was the vital role Severus played. Voldemort was a very real threat, and in order to defeat him, Albus knew that every weapon in his arsenal must be employed to its greatest effect. Otherwise, if the unthinkable were to happen and Voldemort should win, it could usher in a dark age the likes of which had never before existed, and which could last for centuries to come, possibly even spreading to all four corners of the world. In the light of such fears, concerns about the number of potions Newt graduates seemed an almost insignificant consideration. When the time finally came and Severus sat across the desk from him, Albus considered the man before him. He was a petty, immature bully, but his greatest failing when it came to Harry Potter was the inability to separate the boy from the boy's father. Severus likely knew why he was here already. There had been no other overt incidents in any of his classes to Albus's knowledge. His face was already set in his customary sneer, and Albus knew there would be a certain level of acrimony in the coming discussion. With Harry as the subject, it could not proceed in any other manner. "I suspect you know why I have called you in my office today, Severus," Albus began without any preamble. With Severus, it was always best to be blunt and straightforward. "The Potter brat has complained again, no doubt," drawled the potions master with a sniff of disdain. This was exactly the kind of attitude which called Severus's usefulness into question, and Albus was determined to nip it in the bud. Again, Albus queried gently, "Are you suggesting Mr. Potter has complained before?" A roll of the eyes met Albus's question. "Incessantly, I would imagine. The boy is as arrogant and spoiled as his father was." Albus shook his head. "And that is where you were wrong, Severus. Mr. Potter has never before complained about your behavior, though I think that there are likely many instances in the past where he should have. Then I suppose you have taken the brat's side and I am here to be reprimanded." "Indeed you are, but I will remind you that I am not stupid, Severus. I am well aware of what occurred in your potions class 2 days ago, and his account has been corroborated by several students of both houses." "Who did you speak to in Slytherin?" he demanded, instantly incensed that one of his own house members would betray him for a mere Gryffindor. It was Severus's second failing, an overwhelming loyalty to his own house, coupled with an almost pathological hatred for anything in red and gold. "You know I have ways to find out the truth, Severus. I am well aware that Mr. Malfoy cast the first hex. Mr. Potter protected himself, and then responded in kind. I will also point out that Mr. Potter's object lesson was rather mild, a mere stinging hex. Snape affected a nonchalant ignorance. If that is so, headmaster, then I was not aware of it. I saw Potter hex my house member, and I responded with the appropriate punishments. Do not insult my intelligence, Severus," Albus snapped, his anger building in the face of Potions Master's continuing belligerence. "I strongly suspect you were waiting outside the potions classroom for something to happen, as it usually seems to between those two, especially the way you let Mr. Malfoy get away with whatever he wishes. Regardless, a little investigation, which was no less than what I did, by the way, would have revealed the true events. You have once again let your arrogance and your hatred for that boy color your judgment." Snape leaned back in his seat in an indolent and insolent manner. "I assure you, headmaster, that Potter is well able to get himself into trouble without any manipulations on my part. He is exactly like his rule-breaking, arrogant father." Albus sat back in his seat, removed his glasses and massaged his nose in frustration. Severus truly was blind if he could not see what everyone who met Harry, and had known his parents, could plainly see. It was frustrating, and though Albus knew he had to make the attempt, he knew that Severus would refuse to see reason. "It truly makes me wonder, Severus," he said at length, "how such an intelligent man can be so blind about something which is plain to everyone else. You must get past this. You cannot continue to take out your festering resentment of James out on his son." "Perhaps I simply see much more clearly than everyone else," Severus growled. "Not when you insist on comparing Harry with James. The fact of the matter is that Harry is nothing like James was. He doesn't have the arrogance, which even you must admit James grew out of as he aged, nor does he have James's devil-may-care attitude. In fact, I believe if you examined the matter closely, you would see that Harry is much more like his mother than his father, other than his rather striking physical resemblance to his father." "Oh yes," drawled Snape with a roll of the eyes. "Potter is much like his mother. Lily excelled at every subject and was the most intelligent which I have ever met. Her son barely scrapes by with acceptable grades and has none of the flair for potions which his mother had. I believe Mr. Potter has some extenuating circumstances which have affected his performance over the years. I believe you will be surprised to see his improvement across the board this year, Severus." "I would not be merely surprised," said Snape rather flippantly. "Astonished does not even begin to cover what I would feel should the whelp actually develop some intelligence to go with his arrogance." By now Albus's anger, always slow in developing, was beginning to build in the back of his mind. This was exactly why he wished he did not have to keep this man on staff and protect him against his own actions. He was so inflexible, so unwilling to learn or admit that he may have been wrong. Though holding his temper was beginning to be more difficult as the conversation went on, Albus bit back a caustic retort and forced himself to deal with the former Death Eater in a rational manner. "That will be quite enough, Severus," he reprimanded. "I will not have you saying anything else about Harry, or any other student. In fact, if it were not Harry we were speaking of, you would have lost your position long ago." Curiosity written on his face, Severus raised an eyebrow. "I'm sorry, Albus. Of what are you speaking?" "Oh come now, Severus, you are not blind, nor are you stupid. Mr. Potter has had to learn to rely on himself. It is a consequence of his neglectful upbringing by his aunt and uncle. Any other student would have complained to his guardian or his parents the first time you behaved in the manner you behaved toward Mr. Potter on a daily basis. The first time would have been a formal reprimand, placed permanently in your file. The second could very well have resulted in your dismissal. Furthermore," Albus continued, interrupting whatever Severus was about to say, "you should know that the free ride you have enjoyed with Mr. Potter has come to an end. Surely you know that Monsieur Delacour has taken over Mr. Potter's guardianship. Trust me when I tell you that Jean Sebastian is not a man with whom you should trifle. So, you wish me to favor the little whelp like everyone else in this institution does." Albus glared at Severus, forcing him to look down after an intense staring match. This discussion, far more intense than any they had had before, regarding Harry, was long overdue. It was time for Severus to understand that this behavior and continual belittling of the young man would no longer be tolerated. "I do not know how you think that Mr. Potter receives special treatment, but I assure you that he receives only his due as a student. I expect the same from you. As for his guardian, Mr. Potter and Miss Delacour have informed me that they have not informed Jean Sebastian of what happened in your potions class, nor do they plan to do so. However, they have both made it clear that repeated incidents of unfair behavior would result in their bringing her father into the situation, and I would not blame them, nor would I stand in their way if they felt such a step was necessary. I need not explain to you just how damaging that would be to your continued tenure here. Once I am not able to protect you, your only recourse would be to rejoin Voldemort. You know what would happen then." A grimace was Snape's only response. Albus took it as a sign that he had finally managed to reach through to the man, if only to frighten him into behaving as he ought. He did not for a second believe that Severus truly believed anything Albus had just told him about Harry. If he acted properly, that was sufficient. There was nothing Albus could do to alter his beliefs. As he had told the children the day before, it was not necessary for a professor to like his students, only that he treat them properly. At this point, Albus would take any progress he could get. "It appears I have no choice, headmaster," the man finally said, his reply equal parts sulky and nonchalant. "Indeed, you do not," Albus agreed. I would hope that you would agree to behave with professionalism and decorum because it is the right thing to do, but at this point, I will take nothing more than your agreement due to your lack of other options." A sneer was his response, but Severus also nodded his head. "And let me be rightly understood, Severus," said Albus with more than a hint of steel in his voice, "that if I suspected you of intentionally grading Mr. Potter's work improperly, this would not be a reprimand, it would be an exit interview. But that is not something with which I need to concern myself, am I correct?" Severus did not respond, he merely nodded tightly. He did not even allow his customary sneer to adorn his features. "Good. I trust that your fair and unbiased judgment will continue, and that the educational process will be protected. The only thing I must insist upon in the matter of your teaching style is that you be more proactive in assisting your charges, no more vanishing potions and berating students after they have made a mistake." Again Severus agreed, though not without a certain level of anger. "Now, as for the particulars of the altercation," Albus continued, noting the potions master's even darker expression at the mention of the incident, "as I have said, I have reviewed the incident with several of the students who were there. In particular, I found that not only did Mr. Malfoy and his friends incite the confrontation with their taunting, but that he also cast the first hex. As such, I am hereby reversing Mr. Potter's points deduction and detention, and reassigning them both to Mr. Malfoy. You may inform young Draco that he will serve his detention with Mr. Filch tomorrow evening." Though Snape appeared like he wished to protest, he wisely kept his own counsel. Albus shook his head slightly and focused a glare on the potions master. "Severus, I know you do not like this, but it is a reality. In particular, I would like to see you work with Mr. Malfoy. Until now the boy has been allowed to get away with the worst behavior. He must be brought to see the fact that certain behaviors have consequences, or he will turn out exactly as his father has. In addition, I must see your own behavior improve, not only to Mr. Potter, but to all who are not members of your house. I do not wish to have to do it, but I will review every punishment and reward you give out if I have to." The potions master appeared a little green, but Albus just inwardly smirked. Over the years, Severus had thought that his point changes were relatively easy to slip through the cracks, while detentions received a little more scrutiny. He thus removed points with impunity, though generally the detentions he assigned were more deserved. What Severus did not realize, however, was that Albus already did review every point modification the man made, regardless of who was the recipient. A record was created of every punishment and reward handed out by every professor, head student and prefect, though only the headmaster and deputy had access to those records. That was why a professor was required to state the point action, or detention, and the reason for the action. Albus spent some time every evening going through those records, and would then reverse those unnecessary or blatant deductions, leaving the man ignorant of the fact that his teeth had been pulled. It had proved necessary, otherwise, Severus would have single-handedly made the House Cup a mockery, ensuring his Slytherins won the House Cup year after year, and by a handy margin. Not that Albus would ever let him know he had done this, it would no doubt incense Severus in the extreme. The man was already difficult enough to deal with, without adding that humiliation on top of everything else. Albus had not even told McGonagall that he was doing this, though he suspected that she already knew. "I hope that this discussion has been clear, Severus," Albus continued after a moment of watching the man chew the issues over in his own mind. "I would hate to have it repeated, especially if Mr. Potter's guardian were to be brought into the fray." Severus nodded curtly, and pulled himself to his feet. "I will attempt to modify my behavior, headmaster. Now, if you will excuse me, I believe it is time to retire." Without another word, Severus turned on his heel and stormed from the room, his cloak billowing in behind him. Sighing, Albus reached over to his candy dish and popped a drop into his mouth, savoring the tart, yet sweet, candy. In truth, he had no faith whatsoever that Severus would change in any meaningful way. Oh, he would undoubtedly curb his natural unpleasantness for the time being, but Albus knew that he was simply incapable of modifying his cherished beliefs. He would change his behavior for a short time, but eventually his hatreds and grudges would force their way back to the surface, and he would yet again be every bit as insufferable, his changes completely forgotten. Albus had seen it before. He was not certain just how many more times Snape could survive the cycle. The rest of the week passed in an uneventful manner. Fleur's potions class with Professor Snape was spectacular in the complete lack of anything resembling the man's expected behavior. In fact, had Fleur not already known of the reasons for his changed attitude, she would have been surprised, and then suspicious that her friends had misled her with their stories of Snape's lessons. As it was, other than the one time when she had asked a question, not due to a lack of knowledge, but rather to her curiosity about his reaction, Snape had completely avoided her and all but ignored her very existence. The fact that the man absolutely exuded bad temper, regardless of his tight rein on his own emotions, left Fleur glad of the fact. She wanted to have no more personal contact with him than the lessons absolutely required. Defense class was the next major event of the week, and though she had already heard stories from her friends about Umbridge's inability to understand the subject, let alone teach it, the woman's behavior was something she had not expected. It appeared that number one on Umbridge's hit list was indeed none other than Harry Potter. Although she was unpleasant at times to certain members of the student body, as was expected, considering she was a well-known bigot, Harry had been the only one she had openly baited, as far as they were able to determine. Fleur had entered the classroom expecting to be the recipient of the woman's displeasure, by the simple fact of her Vila heritage. However, other than a slight tightening of the eyes and a disdainful sniff when the woman had first seen her, she had acted much as Snape had, and completely ignored Fleur altogether. After a certain amount of thought, Fleur had determined that either Dumbledore had warned Umbridge against any kind of overtly improper behavior, or the woman had decided that Fleur was unnecessary to whatever plans she had up her sleeve. The chilling part of that thought was that Harry was undoubtedly a major part of her plans, and Fleur could not be in class with him. What was entirely evident from almost the first moment Umbridge had had the students open their books, was the fact that defense this year was a pointless exercise. As Harry and Hermione had already said, Umbridge taught them nothing, understood what actually was in the book imprecisely, and had no intention of allowing them to use their wands at any point during the year. It was a sticky situation, as Fleur, though she was certainly competent in defense, was no prodigy like Harry was, and she was certain she would have a difficult time passing her newt without first practicing the spells which would be on the examination. And it was obvious she would not obtain that in Umbridge's class. Defense was an afternoon class, and once it let out, Fleur headed straight back to the common room in the company of the other 7th-year Gryffindors. Since the 5th years were free that afternoon, Fleur found the group of them lounging in the common room. True to form, Hermione had her textbook and parchment spread out on the table, her face intense with concentration on her work. With her sat Harry and Neville on either side of her, both working gamely away on their own homework, while Ron looked bored on the opposite side of the table. Fleur shook her head. Ron was a good and staunch friend for the most part, but his aversion to homework was almost legendary. Fleur was surprised Hermione had been able to get him as far as she had on homework which was not due until the next week. Once again feeling the frustration of the defense class, Fleur flopped down on a nearby sofa and groaned. Harry smirked. Have fun in defense. Oh yes, Fleur said with a glare. Umbridge is so intelligent and knowledgeable, and she has our interests at heart. I just know that I'll learn. She paused dramatically, absolutely nothing that I'll need to know to pass my defense newt. A smattering of laughter was heard, Fleur's voice having gone from innocent worship to frigid disdain as she completed her declaration. Harry directed a look of wide-eyed astonishment at Fleur's declaration. But Fleur, Professor Umbridge said that we'd get enough theoretical knowledge in her class that we'd have no problem with our tests. Harry's breathy imitation of Umbridge's voice brought out an even louder burst of laughter from those close enough to hear the exchange. Ah, but not everyone can be Harry Potter. All right, enough of that already. Harry groused, alternately glaring at Fleur and Ron. I think I owe you for that comment, Ron. Ron's responding grin was all insolence. But Fleur's right, Hermione interjected. How are we supposed to pass our owl with Umbridge teaching us nothing, and not even allowing us to use our wands? Even Harry I think would admit to needing at least a time or two to practice the spells we will be quizzed on. We'll do the same as we do every year, said Harry with a shrug. The same we did in first year with the stuttering idiot, or the second year with the fraud, need I go on? But this is different, Harry, Hermione complained, her voice taking on an almost whining quality. We have owls this year and those test scores will affect our future schooling. Is this how it always is? Fleur asked teasingly. Smattered chuckles were heard throughout the rest of the room, and several of the students shared an amused glance. Well, for starters there was Professor Quirrell in first year, Harry began. He not only stuttered so badly that you could not understand him, but also had Voldemort hitching a ride on the back of his head. Yeah, then there was the fraud. Gilderoy, the only spell I can cast is an Obliviate Lockhart, chimed in Ron. The moron couldn't cast anything properly, and then to cap the year, he tried to office and take credit for killing the basilisk for his latest work of fiction. And how about the disguised Death Eater from last year? Added Neville. Although I will admit that Crouch was actually a decent teacher, at least he knew his stuff. That's nothing, one of the twins spoke up. Yeah, in our first year, our defense professor didn't even last until Halloween, said the other. Angelina rolled her eyes. And her replacement didn't make it past the end of the year himself. There you have it, Fleur, said Harry. Defense has always been a problem, like the headmaster said. Only once in my time at Hogwarts has the professor been competent and on our side. Then how have you managed up until now? Fleur demanded. We've had to fend for ourselves, was Harry's simple reply. We used the textbooks, when they weren't Lockhart's fiction, anyway, and practiced on our own. But that's not going to happen this year, contradicted Hermione. Not with Umbridge watching us like a hawk. Perhaps there is a way around it. Fleur suggested. We learned some things from Auror Moody this summer. Is there a way for us to get some more books and practice on our own? Hermione chewed on her lower lip, deep in thought. We'd have to make sure it doesn't get back to Umbridge. Would Dumbledore support us? Asked Ron. Hermione shook her head. It would be best if we didn't involve the headmaster. If it got back to Umbridge that he had helped us, it may give her a reason to see him removed from the school. It was a quandary, but there had to be some solution which they had not come up with yet. If they needed to fend for themselves, then that was what they would have to do. Still, without a teacher, it would be very difficult. Surely something would come up to improve the situation. At least, Fleur hoped something would present itself. It would be a long year with Umbridge at the helm otherwise. The rest of the week passed in relative quiet for the circle of friends. Harry went to the second potions class of the week, wondering if the treatment Fleur had received from Snape was due to the headmaster coming down on him, or if she had merely been granted a reprieve. Happily, it appeared to be the former, as, other than a few glares, Snape largely left Harry alone. In fact, he said very little to any of the Gryffindors outside of his normal instruction. This, of course, pleased the entire Gryffindor contingent, though perhaps Neville and Harry wore the largest grins. Fleur and Harry received a letter from her father on Friday, asking how their first week of schooling went, though when they read between the lines, they could both see he was asking about certain professors in particular. Fleur responded positively for the most part, in that, though the woman had tried to bait Harry into a detention, nothing of note had happened, as he had kept his temper in check, and Snape was by that time a non-issue. In Jean Sebastian's letter, however, his frustration with the fact that Fudge was doing nothing about Voldemort's return was readily apparent. The group had been watching the Prophet closely enough to know that the minister persisted in denying the Dark Lord's return, flatly refusing to hear anyone who tried to tell him otherwise. As a result, Auror recruitment and training continued to proceed at the same inadequate levels, and the ministry forces were significantly lagging behind the Death Eaters, who were, without a doubt, not neglecting their own training and recruiting efforts. Though he was not explicit, Fleur was led to suspect that her father had been in more or less continual contact with Dumbledore about the situation, but that his own position as ambassador did not leave him any room to pressure Fudge, much though he would have wished he could. Of note in the school, Umbridge had been seen speaking with to some of the more rabid extremist Slytherins, of whom it was not surprising that Malfoy took center stage. After discussing it at some length, the group could only assume she was intent upon ingratiating herself to them, and promising rewards for information and their cooperation. Thus far nothing had come of this cozying up, but Harry in particular was worried that whatever reason the Toad had to curry favor with the Slytherins, it appeared to be preparatory for whatever she had planned for the future. An interesting side note, however, was the fact that though many would have expected Snape to agree with Umbridge in principle, the reality appeared to be the complete opposite. He in fact appeared to avoid her as though she carried a rather virulent disease, conversing with her in short, clipped language when discourse was unavoidable. Harry, Fleur and Ron had their first official practice with the Quidditch team that weekend, and though Fleur was not actually a starter, she found that she enjoyed the practice, and more importantly, the camaraderie of the team. Though she certainly did not possess the skills or the familiarity with her teammates that Katie, Angelina, and Alicia had with each other, Angelina was still able to comment that either she or Ginny would make admirable substitutions, should they be necessary. The Quidditch team was supremely confident for the upcoming Quidditch Cup. On parchment, none of the other teams appeared to stack up. And of course, Ron continued in his attempts to get closer to Hermione, oblivious to the fact that she was not responding the way a young woman who was willing to be courted would be expected to respond. Or perhaps it was more likely that he was so set upon winning her that he was almost willingly obtuse to the fact that she simply was not interested. Hermione did not want to make a scene, nor did she wish to hurt him, but she felt he was ultimately going to force her to do so. It was a sticky business, and she was not certain how Ron would respond, not well, if she knew him at all. At potions class the next Monday, Harry made certain to continue to keep his head down, do his potions work, and avoid drawing the professor's ire. And though he was feeling a little more confident in his brewing abilities, partially from his generally greater confidence those days, and partially from the better atmosphere in the class, he was not so confident that the professor would let up on him. Besides, he knew that Snape was so set against him that regardless of whatever had passed between professor and headmaster, avoidance was still the best policy. On that day, however, though Snape generally stayed away from him, Harry would often look up and find the potions professor's baleful glare fixated on him, accompanied by the man's customary sneer. It was truly annoying to the young man, but though he would have preferred to have called the greasy bat out for it, the warnings about not giving his enemies anything to hold over him still filled his mind, and he declined to incite a confrontation. Unfortunately, Snape was not of the same mind. The class was ending and the students were packing their things and beginning to file out when the hated man's voice rang out. "Potter, stay after class. I have something to discuss with you." Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione, who whispered that she, Neville, and Ron would wait outside for him, before indicating his assent to the professor. He sat down at his desk, watching the other students leave, ignoring the almost gleeful derision on Malfoy's face. Once they were gone, he sat at his desk, waiting for Snape to begin. The man seemed disinclined to begin, he simply stared at Harry, showing his dislike and contempt. Harry said nothing. Harry was not uncomfortable, he refused to be uncomfortable, but he would not start anything with the professor and give him the excuse to hand out the punishments he so relished. At length Snape stood and approached Harry's desk. "So, you found it necessary to complain to the headmaster about me?" "I did. And now I suppose you wish special treatment in my class, the same as you receive in any other class." Harry only refrained from rolling his eyes by the slimmest of margins. "I do not, sir. I expect to be treated the same as any other student." "Your arrogance knows no bounds, Potter. How can it be arrogance to expect to be treated the same as anyone else?" Snape said nothing. He merely continued to glare at Harry, his hatred and contempt still plain for all to see. The two emotions were ones which Harry felt he could return quite cheerfully, and in equal measure. "I have done nothing to earn your hatred, Professor," Harry continued, still careful to refrain from giving this man any ammunition to use against him. "All I ever did was to show up on my first day of classes. You appeared then to already dislike me before you even knew me. Why? You are too much like your father," Snape spat. "He was a blight upon this school, always running wild with those friends of his, always strutting around the school like he owned it." "Sounds like a certain blonde ponce I know," was Harry's sarcastic reply. "Do not interrupt me. We were speaking of your father and no one else." "Oh really?" This time Harry was not able to keep the scorn out of his voice. "I thought we were talking about me. I asked you why you hated me from the beginning, and you talk about my father's arrogance and how I mirrored him, but you did not even take the time to get to know me before you made that judgment." Snape's eyes narrowed, and though Harry knew he had scored a significant point, he knew there was no way the professor would acknowledge it. He said nothing, however, which allowed Harry to continue. "I'm afraid I cannot know how much like my father I am. You see, he's dead." Harry barked. Though the admission that his parents were not with him had always been painful, Harry forced himself to be blunt with his recalcitrant professor. "I was too young to know my father when he died. So you see, Professor, any resemblance between my father and me is a result of genetics and chance, nothing more. Believe me, Potter, you are just like your arrogant father. Rising to his feet, Harry fixed a glare on the man. Professor, may I speak bluntly? A raised eyebrow met his question. Are you not doing so now? After a fashion. However, I'd like to be able to speak my mind as you are so obviously doing. No detentions, no point deductions, just you and me clearing the air. Seeming to be intrigued, Snape peered at him contemplatively. Very well then. Everything said in this room is completely off the record until further notice, or until you leave the room. Now, I believe you have something to say. Yes, sir, Harry said with a tight nod. It may come as no surprise to you, but I hate you as much as you obviously hate me. But where I am forced to show you respect as a professor, which you have in no way earned, I might add, you feel free to belittle me, and behave as though I am something disgusting you wiped from your shoes. You are a vile, bitter, and contemptuous man, with very few redeeming qualities, and your abilities as a potions master in no way compensate for your utter failure as a professor. Your behavior is atrocious, and in the Muggle world you would have lost your position years ago. You have disliked me because of something which happened between you and my father before I was even born, and you have never once attempted to look past my resemblance to my father and to see the person I am, rather than what you thought I would be. What you continue to fail to understand is that I don't know who my father was as a person, and as such, I can hardly emulate him, whether I want or not. He may have been an arrogant git like you say. He may have acted like he owned the school and everything in it. In fact, he may have acted like the very world owed him everything on a silver platter. I wouldn't know. I can tell you that he could hardly be worse than that little pureblood idiot you are so intent upon protecting. So it seems to me that on top of everything else, you are a hypocrite as well as a bully. The point of this discussion is that I've had to put up with every bit of abuse that you thought you could get away with, ever since I came to this school. I will not continue to do so. One way or another, your treatment of me will cease, or I will do everything in my power to see you lose your precious position, and I expect that an entire generation of Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, and Ravenclaw students will laud my name after you are booted from this school in disgrace. Silence reigned in the room after Harry's rant, and though he would have liked to break it, Harry had had his say, and he would wait to see what Snape said in response. It appeared that his outburst had done no overt damage. It was not like it was possible to further damage their relationship. In fact, the professor's demeanor had softened slightly, and he now looked at Harry with a speculative eye. I suppose there is no disputing your courage, Snape finally said. I would imagine that is why the hat placed me in Gryffindor, was Harry's dry reply. He was not going to touch on the fact that he had specifically requested that the hat not place him in Slytherin. He had no idea how Snape would respond to that piece of information. Perhaps dancing with joy that the hat had not placed him in Slytherin was just as likely a reaction as anything else. Quite, Snape responded. After peering at Harry for a few more moments, Snape appeared to come to a resolution. Very well then, Potter. As long as you keep your nose clean in class and do your work with a certain level of competence, I shall leave you alone. Will that do? What about Malfoy? Harry asked. What about him? Was the dark reply. Come on, Professor, you are not blind. Malfoy is a thorn in my side whenever he gets the chance. He taunts me and my friends, tries to get us in detention, and attempts to sabotage our potions whenever he thinks he can get away with it. Considering the fact that you are teaching this class, he thinks he can get away with it with whenever he likes. I can keep my head down and do my best in class, but I guarantee that if Malfoy tries something, my response will not be to his liking. I will not allow that little prick to attack any of my friends any longer. You are lucky that this all off the record, or you would have lost some of Miss Granger's hard-earned points. Which is why I asked, was Harry's response. You don't think I'd be so blunt unless I was certain it was off the record, do you? I'm not that stupid. Snape snorted. Though I hate to say it, it's very Slytherin of you, Potter. I will deal with Mr. Malfoy. Very well, Professor. Nodding his head, Harry picked up his backpack and sauntered from the room. The fact that Snape's eyes continued to bore into his back as he left did not escape him. What was that all about? Hermione asked when he joined his friends. Nothing much, Harry said with a wink. Just clearing the air a little with the professor. Did you punch his lights out? Asked Ron with a grin. Hermione rolled her eyes. Perhaps you should do that, Ronald, if you want to have detention for the rest of your time at Hogwarts. It might actually be worth it, said Neville. At least it would be satisfying. The group laughed as they started down the hall. I agree with Neville, said Harry. But no, I didn't punch him. Like I said, we cleared the air a little. Hopefully, we'll have less trouble with Snape from now on. By the time the fifth years had reached the defense classroom later that afternoon, Harry had related the story of his discussion with Snape to all of his friends. Fleur in particular seemed to be extremely pleased by the turn of events. But though word that something had occurred between Harry and the potions professor had spread through the school very quickly, Harry asked those who were aware of the exact nature of the confrontation to keep it quiet. He did not want Snape to get the idea that he was spreading their private dealings to all and sundry. His new truce with the potions professor was too new and fragile, he sensed, to take it lightly. Malfoy, however, appeared perplexed. He had obviously suspected that something was up when Harry had been told to stay behind, but seeing Harry laughing with his friends rather than seething at his treatment was clearly not what he had expected. As they were leaving the hall, Harry caught a look of discontent upon the face of his nemesis, which darkened even further when Harry flipped him a jaunty salute. At that moment, it occurred to Harry that he had still not heard what Malfoy's reaction had been to learning he had been assigned Harry's detention. That outcome could not be fueling any good temper for the Malfoy scion. Harry supposed that Snape had told the blonde Ponce to accept the detention and keep his mouth closed, though Harry was surprised that Malfoy had listened, if such had been the case. Though one of his Monday classes appeared to have changed for the better, the other dreaded class, which ironically would have been his favorite in previous years, regardless of the headmaster's inability to provide a proper professor, would prove that it still had the capacity to infuriate him. Defense that day was much the same as it had been the previous week. Umbridge still demanded they put their wands away as soon as the students entered the class, and she once again lectured directly from the text. In truth, had the subject matter still not held some interest for Harry, regardless of the less than stellar textbook, he would have been in danger of considering defense to be almost the equal of history for its ability to numb his mind into sheer insensibility. What changed, however, was the fact that for the most part, Umbridge completely ignored him, even when he wanted to say something, which was very infrequent. It was nearing the end of class when Harry raised his hand to speak, and was ignored, for the third time, as Umbridge called on Hannah Abbott to answer a question she had posed. Harry raised an eyebrow at Hermione, who returned his gesture with a smirk of her own. Looks like someone has a new tactic, Harry whispered. It would seem to be so, Hermione responded. Their short tête-à-tête, however, served to draw the professor's attention. She peered at him with her patently false and irritating silly smile, and asked him in her high voice, "Did you have something to say, Mr. Potter? Did I not instruct the class to raise your hands when you have something to say? Perhaps you would like to share with the class what you and Miss Granger were speaking of." Grimacing, Harry responded, "I was merely pointing out that I haven't been able to answer a question yet this class, Professor." "Well, Mr. Potter, if I had known you were so eager to participate in class, I would have called upon you sooner." "Thank you, Professor. It is good to know that I am a valued member." Umbridge peered at him suspiciously, before she broke out into her sickly sweet smile once again. "Indeed, Mr. Potter. However, there is still the matter of your speaking out of turn, and I'm afraid that you and Miss Granger will have to serve a detention. It seems I must prove my point that I wish to have discipline in this class." Very much wishing he could respond to the woman, Harry nevertheless calmed himself and kept quiet. It was no doubt part of the woman's plan to attack him, and though he was not certain if this was a detention which the headmaster would overturn, he thought that at the very least it would be a good idea to inform him of what had happened. "Very good, Mr. Potter, it appears you can control your trouble-making nature if you so choose. Perhaps we shall be able to make a proper wizard out of you yet." Even that failed to raise a response from Harry. The woman's opinion meant less than that of a flobberworm to him, after all. Umbridge appeared to have a slight air of disappointment to her manner at being unable to obtain a rise out of him. However, her sudden change thereafter to studied nonchalance made him instantly suspicious. "You shall serve detention," she trailed off while tapping her wand on her chin in what Harry was convinced was a false show of considering the situation. Her face suddenly lit up with glee. "Yes, your detention shall be served on Thursday, immediately before dinner." She all but sneered at Harry. As I will be away from Hogwarts that day on Wizengamot business, you shall serve your detention with Professor Snape, and I will be certain to ensure he has something suitable for you both to do. But that's the day of Sirius's trial. Harry blurted out, immediately guessing the thrust of the woman's actions. I've received permission to attend with Professor Dumbledore. Now, Mr. Potter, soothed Umbridge. We can't have students who are scheduled for detention leave the school on an obviously unnecessary field trip. It's not fair to the other students. It's not fair for you to assign a detention on a day which means so much to me, Harry snapped in response. Perhaps one day is not enough for you, cooed Umbridge. You and Miss Granger will serve your Thursday detention with Professor Snape, and then you will serve Friday, Saturday, and Sunday with me. Harry saw red, and was almost ready to tear into the woman, but Hermione's presence by his side, coupled with the hand she laid on his shoulder, reminded him of the need to keep his cool. He looked away from Umbridge, while allowing an emotionless mask to descend over his face, and he ignored the woman for the rest of the class. She did not call on him either, though she did glance smugly in his direction several times before the bell rang. At the end of the class, Harry slammed his textbook in his bag, and stalked from the room, barely aware of his friends attempting to catch him as he strode through the halls of Hogwarts. Harry, will you hold up a moment? Hermione shouted. He almost caused Hermione to run into him, he pulled up so abruptly. Where are you going? She demanded once she had regained her balance. Dumbledore, was Harry's short reply. What she did was not fair, I'm not going to let her get away with it. Turning to look at Neville and Ron, who had hurried to catch up, Harry motioned them away. Go ahead with Hermione to the Great Hall, I'll be there when I finish speaking with the headmaster. Ron and Neville nodded, but Hermione dug in her heels. No way, Harry. You'll need someone to back you up, I'm coming too. The fact that Harry felt he did not exactly require help with the headmaster gave way to the idea of the comfort he knew Hermione's presence would bring. He nodded briefly to her before turning and marching off down the hallway which led toward the headmaster's office. Once they had gained admission to the office, they entered, earning a raised eyebrow from the elderly headmaster. I take it something else has happened? He inquired mildly. Is this to be a regular occurrence, Harry? I hope not, sir, Harry responded with a tight grin. Dumbledore peered at Harry for several moments. I did some checking earlier, and other than your rumored discussion with Professor Snape, nothing of significance happened in your potions class. Can I therefore assume that your current problem is nothing to do with potions? Yes, sir, said Harry. There was a bit of an incident in defense, and Umbridge assigned me an unfair detention that I'd like you to review. Nodding, Dumbledore said, very well, please proceed. Being careful not to omit anything, yet give the headmaster a detailed explanation of what exactly happened, Harry related the story of the confrontation with the defense professor. It took only a few moments for the entire tale to be related, after which Dumbledore sat back in his chair and regarded the teens thoughtfully. Unfortunately, Harry, there is nothing I can do about the original detention. It is the professor's prerogative as to how they run their class, and how they enforce discipline. But, sir, Hermione exclaimed, that's completely unfair and beyond the type of punishment which should be assessed for whispering in class. I don't disagree with you, Miss Granger, said Dumbledore. However, technically, she has the right to assess a detention. But that doesn't mean we can't modify the terms of that detention. Feeling some relief that by Dumbledore's implication, he would not have to miss Sirius's trial, Harry asked, you said the first detention. Can you do something about the other one? That is a different matter, said Dumbledore firmly. Though perhaps your protests could be construed as backtalk if one were to so choose, I believe the stress of the situation led to your responding as you did. As such, we shall call Professor Umbridge in to hear her explanation, after which I will make my final decision. After all, I am certain it is in our best interests that you not serve a detention with the professor for now. Wouldn't you agree? Agreeing with a grin, Harry watched as the headmaster approached his flow connection, and threw a handful of flow powder into it, calling for the defense professor's office. After a moment, the fiery visage of Professor Umbridge, looking even more ridiculous than usual, appeared in the flames. Ah, Professor Umbridge, said Dumbledore in greeting. Will you please step into my office for a moment? A moment later, the headmaster had retreated from the fireplace to allow the defense professor to step through. She immediately noticed the students sitting facing the desk and donned her simpering mask, though Harry would clearly see that she was not happy at all to see them. "Yes, headmaster. Is there a problem?" she simpered. "I'm afraid there is, Professor," replied Dumbledore while returning to his chair. "Mr. Potter here has come to me to appeal a detention which you assigned to him in defense class, and in the course of my investigation, I have called you here to hear your reasons for assigning this detention." Umbridge's eyes narrowed. "I was not aware that I had to justify my decisions to fifth-year students." "You do not to the students, of course," responded the headmaster. "However, in the case where a student invokes the appeals process, you must account for your actions to me. Mr. Potter has given me his account of what occurred in your defense class, and now I must hear your reasons before I render a judgment." The familiar sweet smile once again appeared on her face. "Of course, headmaster. Very well, I assigned a detention for speaking out in class. I have been trying to instill discipline in my class and these two students were speaking out of turn." "Yes. Mr. Potter has admitted to whispering in class." "Then why are we having this discussion?" "Because you subsequently assigned another 3 days when Mr. Potter protested, not to mention you specifically assigned the original detention on the day you knew Harry would be absent from the school to attend his godfather's trial." "I assure you I did no such thing, headmaster, and I resent these two students," the word was almost sneered, implicating otherwise. "And I assure you, Professor, that I am well able to make the connection myself without Mr. Potter or Miss Granger's assistance," rejoined the headmaster. "Have you anything further to add?" "Not at all, headmaster. I saw a violation of my classroom rules and I reacted accordingly. As for Mr. Potter's subsequent detentions, I will not tolerate any cheek in my class." "Very well then," replied Dumbledore. "Obviously, though I believe your punishment for whispering in class is excessive, I will agree that it is your right to assign the level of punishment you deem fit. However, demanding Mr. Potter attend a detention on the day his godfather is to be tried and thereby preventing his attendance is unreasonably cruel. Therefore, Mr. Potter and Miss Granger will instead serve their detentions this evening with their head of house and not Professor Snape." It was easy to tell Umbridge was not happy with the headmaster's decision, but she merely smiled before saying, "Very well, headmaster. However, as I am available tonight, Mr. Potter and Miss Granger may serve their detentions with me." "I have already made my decision, Professor Umbridge," Dumbledore snapped in response. "You will abide by it. As for the matter of Mr. Potter's subsequent detentions," he stated when the defense professor would have interjected, "there is no basis in fact for those detentions to be assigned, particularly in light of the fact that the subject being discussed was one which is highly emotional to Mr. Potter. Those detentions are hereby reversed. This is one of the reasons I was sent here," Umbridge hissed. "Your continual and blatant favoritism toward Mr. Potter and his friends must cease immediately, headmaster. Or perhaps I should speak with the minister about your blatant bias," she continued with an attempt at nonchalance. Dumbledore's eyes appeared to flare briefly, but he made no response to Umbridge. He, instead, turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter, Miss Granger, I think we have dealt with the matter about which you inquired. Is there anything else you would like to say at this time?" "No, sir," Harry replied after glancing at Hermione. It appeared that whatever was to be said in the subsequent conversation between the headmaster and defense professor was not meant for their ears to hear. "Very well then, you may leave. Please report to Professor McGonagall at 7 this evening for your detention. I will ensure she knows you are coming." Agreeing to this, the two teens stood and retreated from the room. When they had made their way down to the hallway beyond the Gargoyle Guardian, Harry turned to Hermione with a grin. "Looks like someone's in trouble," he said in a sing-song voice. "Harry," Hermione scolded, though a matching grin was etched upon her face. "That's the kind of attitude that saw us in the office in the first place." Harry shook his head. "It looks like she really wants me in detention. We'll have to be very careful." Hermione agreed and together they headed in the direction of the Great Hall. As soon as the door closed behind the two students, Albus allowed the mask of congeniality slip from his face. He fixed a stern glare at the defense professor, allowing every bit of his distaste for the woman to show in his expression. "Madam Umbridge, must I remind you that I am the headmaster of this institution?" "A headmaster who has perhaps passed his prime," said Umbridge in response. Her accompanying sneer would have made Snape himself proud. "And you will refer to me as Professor Umbridge, headmaster." Albus snorted with some disdain. In public, perhaps, when I have no other choice. In private, however, I will not refer to you with an honorific which you have not earned. Though her nostrils flared in anger, Albus watched her as she struggled to come up with a response. His rejoinder was the truth, after all, and there was little she could do to refute the fact. Let us not obfuscate, madam, Albus continued after allowing her to stew for a moment. You are not in this school to improve the quality of education or the atmosphere, or whatever other platitudes you are attempting to push on the student body or the public at large. You are here precisely to attempt to marginalize Harry and discredit me, all because of your narrow views of the world, and the minister's short-sighted fear that I will attempt to replace him. You should remind Minister Fudge that I could have had the minister's post had I wanted it when Minister Bagnold retired. I did not want it then, and do not want it now, as I already have more than enough on my plate. However, I am and will remain the headmaster of this school, and as such, I am responsible not only for its running, but also for matters such as the adjudicating of appeals. My judgment stands as I have already said. In the future, if you feel you must make an object lesson due to such a minor breach of your classroom rules, I suggest that you deduct points from the offenders. For an infraction such as Mr. Potter and Miss Granger brought before me today, a detention is much too severe. Though it was obvious Umbridge was furious, she merely nodded tightly. Very well, headmaster, but I shall warn you that if you continue to blatantly protect troublemakers such as Mr. Potter, you may very well find yourself removed from your position. And I will warn you, that continued attempts to attack Mr. Potter, or any other student at this institution, will result in your removal, Madam Umbridge. Given the fact that your very competence in the subject you teach is suspect, you do not even hold a newt in defense, I doubt anyone other than your precious minister would protest such a move. Do I make myself clear? Quite, snapped Umbridge. Without any further words or even a glance, she returned to her own office via the flow, leaving Albus to his thoughts. The necessity of having the woman at Hogwarts was galling, but at that moment, he knew he had no choice but to accept her presence. Regardless of his words to her, he knew he needed an airtight reason to remove her from the school, allowing him to replace her with a professor of his own choice. He had someone in mind, but the timing was not correct at the moment, not that he would have hesitated had he possessed a valid reason for her removal at present. Thinking about the matter for several moments, Albus worried about the situation. He certainly did not need Jean Sebastian's intervention in the matter, which would certainly come about if Umbridge could not be reined in. Perhaps at some point it would be prudent to allow Harry to have a detention with the woman, carefully controlled of course, to discover exactly what she wanted with him. He was not certain at present what the woman intended, but he would not put it past her to go too far, then maybe he would have his ammunition to have her removed. After a few more moments of thought, Albus let out a weary sigh and rose from his chair. Popping a drop in his mouth, he exited his office and made his way toward the Great Hall, his mind working the problem over and over as he walked. Having made their way to dinner, Hermione sat down across the table from Harry, her mind chewing over the problem which defense had presented that year. This year's class was turning out to be far worse than it had been in any previous year, which was saying a lot, considering the comedy of errors defense had been for almost the entirety of her schooling career. How would they possibly pass their owls this year with Umbridge at the helm? Unfortunately, no answers came, regardless of her will to discover some sort of way to alleviate the problem. A part of her wanted to suggest anew that they try to have some competent adult join them on weekends to give them some tutoring, but having witnessed Umbridge's teaching thus far, and her ministry-driven insistence that the students not be allowed to practice dangerous and unnecessary spellcasting, she knew that the idea of tutoring would not go over well. And Dumbledore appeared to believe that directly opposing the woman at the moment time was not prudent, so unfortunately, whatever they attempted would have to be done in secret. Pushing the thoughts away for contemplation at some other time, Hermione focused on what her friends were saying, only to find out that her thoughts were similar to the topic of conversation. Evidently Harry had told Fleur of the confrontation in defense, and the subsequent meeting in the headmaster's office, for she appeared quite distressed. "What are we going to do about Umbridge?" Hermione heard Fleur ask. "I've got newts this year, and it's going to be difficult to pass the practical if we aren't able to practice the spells in advance." "And we have owls," said Hermione, chewing her lip in agitation. "That doesn't even account for Voldemort's return," added Ron. At this rate, we won't even know enough to defend ourselves. We did learn some things from Moody this summer, Neville disagreed. Yeah, but we haven't been able to practice much of it, retorted Ron. Neville held out his hands in supplication before returning his attention to his meal. We all know the problem, Ron, said Hermione. We just need to find a solution. Hello everyone, a dreamy voice interrupted. Hermione looked up and saw Luna standing behind Harry, smiling absent-mindedly. Harry turned and, smiling at Luna, he scooted a little closer to Fleur. Would you like to join us, Luna? He asked. Smiling, Luna sat down beside him, and greeted the entire group. Thanks, Harry. It's a little disconcerting being the only non-Gryffindor in our group. But the Ravenclaws don't really like me very much, I'd much prefer to eat with you. Then the Ravenclaws are stupid, Luna, Neville replied seriously from her other side. You're welcome to join us at any time. A general murmur of agreement made its way through the group. Though perhaps a student sitting at any table other than their own was not something which happened often, it was not disallowed. They all truly liked Luna and considered her a friend, so everyone was glad to have her join them. Besides, the Nargles told me you were speaking of a particular problem. It was difficult, but Hermione just managed to avoid rolling her eyes. She liked Luna, she truly did, but sometimes the girl's whimsical nature and preoccupation with her creatures was enough to drive Hermione nutty. This was a serious issue they were discussing, after all. We're just trying to figure out what to do about defense, said Harry. We've got important tests at the end of the year that we won't pass if we can't practice. That and we need to practice more fighting like Professor Moody said, Neville chimed in. Why don't you start a defense club? Asked Luna, while filling her plate with food. Hermione looked at Luna blankly. A defense club? Yes, replied Luna. Anyone can start up a club with permission. In this case, I think you'd probably prefer to keep the club secret from all the staff, and I wouldn't blame you for that. It would provide us with the opportunity to the spells we need to know and learn how to better protect ourselves at the same time. Umbridge wouldn't like it, said Harry, voicing the obvious problem. Who says she has to know? Asked Fleur. If we only invite certain people, she would never even have to know that it exists. That's got possibilities, said Hermione, beginning to become excited about the idea. We could get Harry to lead it. The general agreement at Hermione's statement did not, unfortunately, include the beneficiary of her largesse. Harry blinked in surprise, and then regarded Hermione with some befuddlement. Why me? You're the best at defense, Harry, Hermione said, deciding that a simple reply was likely to go much farther with her friend. You always get a spell after the first few tries, and you always help others get it after, which shows a certain flair for teaching. Harry still looked skeptical. I'm not so sure about that, Hermione. Besides, if we could form a club, I think it would be best to get someone in a higher year to run it, they have more experience than I do. Don't look at me, Fleur protested, noting where Harry had attempted to deflect the suggestion. I can hold my own in defense, but Hermione's right. No one can match you, either in sheer power or understanding. Harry's noncommittal shrug indicated an end to the discussion, and though Hermione would have liked to press the issue further, she sensed from Harry's demeanor that now was not the time. He was very stubborn, and this issue appeared to be one in which he would dig in his heels. They would need to discuss it further at a later date. For now, the two Gryffindors were due for detention, so they finished their dinner and bade farewell to their companions, making their way toward the Transfiguration Professor's office. The very next day was Hermione's birthday, and as Fleur's birthday was also coming up a few days later, they had decided to make a joint celebration of it, even inviting Luna to join them in the Gryffindor common room for the celebration. Though she knew Harry would never forget her birthday, he never had in their previous 4 years at Hogwarts. The fact that the rest of her friends also pitched in to make her birthday a special occasion touched her deeply. She was certain Fleur felt the same way, if her brilliant smiles and warm words toward Harry were any indication. They sat in a corner of the common room, drinking butterbeer, which the twins had somehow managed to procure, while eating snacks and birthday cake, provided by the ever-excitable Dobby. She had received presents from most of those with whom she was close, but none were as personal as the ones she had received Harry and Fleur. Harry had thoughtfully purchased her a set of personalized etching tools for her runes class, knowing how much she enjoyed the class. Each tool was exquisitely handcrafted and the entire set was stored in a fine lacquered case of dark cherry wood, with her name surrounded in delicate electrum filigree emblazoned along the lower right corner of the case. Harry jokingly told her that it was also in thanks for assisting him with his understanding of runes, something for which she was surprised to note he had some aptitude. As for Fleur, her new friend had purchased her a fine French charm bracelet with several charms. In particular, there was a stylized heart charm which had the inscription, Toujours amis, etched upon its surface. It was a thoughtful gift indeed, which prompted Hermione's teary thank you, in which she captured the French witch in a fierce embrace. As for Fleur, she also received gifts, though perhaps not as many as Hermione had, due, no doubt, to the fact that she had only been known in Gryffindor since the beginning of the year. Still, all their friends had procured presents for Fleur, though the finest by far was the finely crafted white gold locket in the shape of a stylized heart Harry had given her. And Hermione herself responded to Fleur's gift by purchasing her new friend a pair of designer jeans she had seen Fleur looking at one day while they had been shopping. Fleur had truly begun to become a good friend, and the two were becoming very close. Hermione was also thankful to Fleur for not pushing her to accept the arrangement she had proposed on the last day of summer holidays. Instead, she seemed willing to allow Hermione to consider it on her own, while always being available to talk if she wished it. It was truly the best birthday Hermione had ever had, and she stayed up quite late with all of her friends, talking and laughing, and for once, she allowed all thoughts of homework and classes to slip away in favor of simply having fun with her friends. It did not hurt, of course, that she had already finished everything due for that week. As night wore on, more of her friends announced their intentions to retire, eventually leaving Hermione alone with Harry, Fleur, and Ron. Something about the way Ron had acted all evening, he had been quieter than normal, while watching her intently, suggested to Hermione that tonight would finally be the night he got off the fence and made whatever intentions he had toward her known. Hermione did not wish to hurt Ron, that was the last thing she wanted to do. But this continual doomed effort to get her to notice him was wearing on her, and she welcomed the opportunity to set the record straight. Apparently Fleur had noticed the same thing. She glanced at Hermione and winked when the two boys were speaking together and she was certain they were not watching. She then stood and pulled Harry to his feet with her. "I think it's time to go to bed," she suggested. Harry smiled and nodded, turning to Ron. "Coming, Ron. That's, well, what I mean to say is, Ron stammered incoherently, almost setting Fleur and Hermione to giggling. "I have something to ask Hermione," the redhead finally finished, his cheeks turning pink with embarrassment. Finally, that seemed to percolate its way through Harry's eternal obliviousness. He slyly grinned at Ron. "Oh, okay. If I don't see you before I go to sleep, have a good night." Ron mumbled his agreement, while Harry and Fleur headed off together, parting at the stairs to head up to their respective dormitories. Alone with Ron, Hermione waited patiently for several minutes for Ron to finally get up the courage to make his move. However, Ron just fidgeted and eyed her in what he probably thought was a surreptitious manner. "Yes, Ron," Hermione prompted gently. "You had something you wanted to ask me." Yeah, was Ron's reply. "You know, we've been friends for a few years now, and I really like you, Hermione. And I kind of thought, what better day to ask the girl you like to be your girlfriend, what better day than on her birthday?" He finished in a rush. "That's sweet, Ron," said Hermione. And it was, she had not thought he had it in him. But regardless of how much of a gentleman he was trying to be, Hermione would not be swayed. "Yeah," he said with a grin. "I figured it would be a good idea, though the bee." He stopped abruptly and his cheeks slightly pinked. Hermione had no idea what he was about to say, it almost sounded like he had had some advice from some other source. Regardless, it did not matter, if someone was encouraging him, then they were not seeing the true situation. "So, now that you're my girlfriend, can I key you or something?" That brought Hermione up short. "Hold on, Ron," she cried. He looked at her puzzled, no doubt wondering what he had done wrong. "I'm sorry, Ron," she continued more gently, "but I'm afraid I have to say no." "What?" a befuddled Ron asked, appearing shell-shocked. "I'm sorry, Ron," Hermione repeated. "I understand your feelings, but mine aren't the same. I see you as a close brother, but nothing more. Though his mouth moved soundlessly for a few moments, Hermione could see a hint of redness working its way up Ron's neck and ears, a sure sign that he was working up a head of steam. "A brother?" Ron demanded. "I've been acting like as much of gentleman as I can, trying to learn what you like, how to make you happy, putting myself on the line here, and this is how you treat me." Hermione sighed. She could have predicted this was how Ron would respond. "Ron," she said very gently, "I'm sorry, but I can't return your feelings." Ron's jaw worked as he tried to control his anger, but when he finally spoke, his words did not make a lot of sense. "It won't happen, you know." He was almost forcing the words out through his teeth, he was so visibly upset. Nonplussed, Hermione tilted her head to one side. "I'm sorry. Harry is already taken, Hermione, but it seems like you still have designs on him. You may as well give up your fantasy, he has no way to get out of his betrothal, so he'll never date you." "You think I'm holding out for Harry?" Hermione slowly repeated. "It's obvious," was Ron's offhand reply. "I've seen you watching him, you know. You and I can be really good together, Hermione, and you have no chance with Harry. I think you should go out with me." Hermione forbore to mention that she knew about the possibility of a multiple marriage, not to mention the fact that Fleur was already trying to get her to enter into her own relationship with Harry. It would only make Ron even angrier and less willing to accept her rejection. "Oh Ron, the reason I don't want to date you is not because of Harry," Hermione said firmly. "I am well aware of the marriage contract, and I know that Harry is tied to it. I am not hoping that Harry will date me when he already has Fleur. Harry is too honorable to cheat on her like that, and I wouldn't do that to Fleur, either. Then why won't you go out with me? I'm as good as Harry." His voice had taken on a slightly whining quality as he tried to wheedle her into a relationship. "I told you, Ron, I don't think we are compatible. And you shouldn't compare yourself with Harry, it makes it very clear that you still have some jealousy issues with him. I was not comparing you and Harry, and neither should you. I am not jealous of Harry," Ron denied vehemently, his voice becoming rather loud. "Ron, just listen to me," Hermione pleaded, leaning closer to him and lowering her voice. "I think that a lot of your behavior around Harry, especially since the Triwizard, has been because of your jealousy. You shouldn't feel jealous of him, he doesn't want his fame, or anything that comes with it, you know. You just have to bring up the tournament again, don't you?" said Ron. "I already said I was wrong, what more do you want?" "I don't want anything, Ron," was Hermione's simple reply. "I was not the one who was hurt when you called Harry a liar. You may think that it's water under the bridge, but I can tell you that Harry still doesn't trust you fully like he used to. You never really discussed the situation or apologized to him, and I think that you should so you can both finally put it behind you." But, Harry told me just to forget it," Ron said hotly. "But that's just Harry, Ron," Hermione rejoined. "You know how he is. Despite what he said, though, he was still hurt by it, and you owe him an apology." Ron's eyes narrowed. "You've been talking with Harry about this stuff behind my back." "No, Ron," Hermione responded firmly. "I know how Harry feels, but he has never told me." "You're changing the subject. I think it's more proper to say that I've changed the subject, but I think you needed to hear this," said Hermione, injecting as much firmness into her voice as she could. "Regardless, my feelings for any of my friends are my private concern, and are not up for discussion." "Ron," she repeated, kindly, "I am sorry to disappoint you, but I have no romantic feelings for you. We are so different, we would make a really poor match. Please get over this so we can stay friends." But Ron was not about to let it go without a final word. "What do you mean we are a poor match?" he demanded. "Think about it, Ron," said an exasperated Hermione. "We argue and bicker all the time, we have little in common, and we don't like to do the same things. But everyone says the arguing makes us sound like an old married couple." Hermione shook her head. "They don't know what they are talking about. Real successful marriages are built on love and mutual respect, not on arguing. Do you see your parents arguing all the time like we do?" "Mom and Dad argue," was Ron's defensive reply. "Of course they do. All couples have times when they don't agree. But their arguing doesn't define their relationship. Our relationship is not the close, affectionate one that couples should share, and if we argue this badly now, it would just get worse after we start dating. We would eventually split up, and that might even ruin our friendship. At his look of incomprehension, Hermione threw her hands up in the air. Really, Ron, can you imagine us married to one another? What would you do if you came home one day and I wanted to discuss the latest arithmetic formula I was working on? And you know how little I think of Quidditch. Do you really want a wife who could care less about your favorite sport? A contemplative look appeared on Ron's face. For the first time, he appeared to be thinking about Hermione's words, rather than only about what he wanted. It was a start, Hermione decided. Anyway, thank you for asking, Ron, but I don't think it's a good idea. I hope we can stay friends. With that, Hermione bid her friend good night and headed toward the stairs and the dormitories. She hated hurting him, but knew it was for the best. She stepped onto the stairs and made her way up to the fifth-year girls' dormitories, and was surprised to see Fleur sitting on the landing, watching her approach, an expression of sympathy etched on her face. He asked. She queried quietly. Hermione nodded, feeling tears begin to run down her face. "Ah, Mon Ami," Fleur said, while drawing Hermione into a hug. "It is hard, but you have done the right thing. He is a good friend, no?" "Usually," said Hermione while dabbing at her eyes. "He can be a little flaky at times, but at the end of the day you always know he'll be there. Then if he is a true friend, he will accept your decision and allow your friendship to remain intact. If he is not..." Fleur's final thought remained unvoiced, but Hermione knew what she was about to say in any case. It did not make it any easier to hear, but Hermione knew the older witch was correct. "Thank you, Fleur, but I think I'd like to go to bed now." "Sleep well," Fleur said, keying her softly on both cheeks before she departed to her own dormitory. As Hermione entered her own room, she reflected that the day had generally been a good one. And regardless of the way it had ended, she had faith that Ron would come to his senses and get over his disappointment. It might take some time, but he would eventually get there. "Hey, Hermione," Harry said as he plopped down beside her on their favorite sofa in the common room. It was still fairly early and the room was still mostly deserted. Fleur and their other friends had yet to make an appearance. "Hi Harry," Hermione said with a smile, before she turned back to her book. Harry smiled at her, noting to himself that seeing Hermione without a book in her hands was the same as a unicorn without a horn. He studied her surreptitiously, wondering if he should say something to her. Contrary to popular belief, Harry was not truly unobservant, he merely did not always interpret the evidence before him in a correct manner. This defect was especially exacerbated in the case of anything of a family or interpersonal nature, mostly due to his upbringing with the Dursleys. The Dursleys were not an overly demonstrative family, other than their sickening, and rather contrived, Harry felt, displays of affection for Dudley. Harry had rarely been able to discern anything in their actions which even displayed the barest of affection for each other, never mind anyone else. As such, growing up in such an environment and doing his best to avoid their notice, and consequently any unpleasantness, Harry was not precisely equipped to be an expert on relationships and the common signs most people unconsciously showed which betrayed their true emotions. The past few weeks, though, Ron's display had been so blatant that Harry could not imagine that a blind man would have been unable to see through it. Harry would have noticed even if Ron had not approached him to ask his feelings about Hermione. And given the words which had been exchanged the evening before, and the way that Fleur had practically dragged him away from his two closest friends, it appeared that Ron had finally worked up the courage to ask Hermione out. In truth, Harry was of two minds about the development. They were his closest friends, and he wanted them to be happy. However, with all the fighting they did, he was not sure that they would work as a couple, and did not wish to become caught between them as had so often happened in the past. Of paramount importance, however, was the fact that Harry could not stand to see Hermione hurt. "Something on your mind, Harry?" Broken out of his reverie, Harry noted Hermione's knowing smile. Obviously he had not been as subtle as he had thought. Hermione was too observant for her own good. "I was just wondering if I should be congratulating you this morning." Hermione's brow furrowed in confusion. "For what, Harry?" "You know," he trailed off, making vague hand gestures. "You and Ron." At that Hermione burst out laughing, causing Harry some confusion in turn. "What? Oh, Harry, I think you may have mistaken a few things." By now Harry was completely perplexed. Had he truly misunderstood the situation that badly? "Ron didn't ask you out." "He did, but I told him I don't see him like that," was Hermione's response. I mean, can you imagine us as a couple? I'd be hexing him before the end of the honeymoon. Grinning, Harry wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Personally, I would have guessed before the end of the reception, but I'll bow to your superior knowledge. And I'll have you know that I may be a little more observant than you think. Ron's actions the past few weeks haven't exactly been subtle. No, they haven't, Hermione agreed. But if you're so observant, I would have thought you would have seen how little encouragement I gave him. Thinking about it for a moment, Harry understood what Hermione was telling him. I may not have noticed as you say, but I was trying not to step on Ron's toes, in my own defense. I also wasn't convinced you would be good together, but I thought that you might actually give him a chance. I can't, was Hermione's prim response. You know how he can be. If I had agreed, he would almost have considered me to be his property. If I so much as talked with another boy, he would get jealous, and when it came time to break up with him, which would happen, sooner rather than later, it would have been almost impossible to get him to let go. It's better this way. Harry held his hands out in surrender. I understand, Hermione. Obviously you've given this a lot of thought. You do know that he'll be put out, at least for the time being. A sigh met his declaration. I know that, Harry, but it's best to get this out of the way now so we can continue to be friends. She was quietly contemplative for several moments, and Harry, sensing that she had more to say and was trying to interpret her own feelings, allowed her to think. He had never been in such a situation before, it could not be an easy one. I didn't want to hurt him, she finally confided in a soft voice. He is my friend, regardless of how he has acted at times. I tried to let him down easily and explained to him how poorly suited we were. I'm sure I had him thinking at the end, but I'm well aware that he will need to work it all through in his own mind before he will begin to accept it. You did the right thing, said Harry. Hermione raised an eyebrow at him. Is this coming from Harry Potter, the new student of the human heart? No, he responded, not being drawn into her playful words. It's just Harry Potter, who has an appreciation for his friend and understands that she knows what she wants. At his statement, a shadow passed across Hermione's face, and she blushed and ducked her head in apparent embarrassment. Harry was dumbfounded. He had only said the truth, had he not? She had rejected Ron's advances because she was certain they would not work. Was she second-guessing her decision? It was better for him to ignore it, he decided. If she wished to confide in him the reason for her sudden reaction, he had no doubt she would. Until then, he would give her enough space to work it out for herself. True to Harry's prediction, Ron was distant that day, and for several more to come. He was not precisely petulant. He seemed, rather, to be unusually pensive and thoughtful, and though he peered at Hermione at times and appeared to be decidedly unhappy, Harry had the distinct impression that he was much more reflective than resentful. Harry was simply glad that he was not required to referee again between them, as he had thought would have been the result of such an event. Fleur, however, appeared to be a constant comfort for Hermione, and given his betrothed's actions the previous night, he suspected that Fleur was not only well aware of what had occurred between Ron and Hermione, but that she had actively been giving counsel to Hermione. Harry hoped that Ron never realized that, as Harry suspected that Fleur's advice had not been in Ron's favor. That would not likely endear her to the redhead, regardless of how starry-eyed he still sometimes became due to the effects of her allure. They sat companionably, the earlier solemn subject of conversation now forgotten in favor of lighter topics, until Fleur had joined them in the common room. When they made their way down to the Great Hall, they found a rather unwelcome surprise waiting for them outside their destination, something unexpected which caused them to stop and take notice. Attached to the wall at the side of the entrance to the Great Hall were several large wooden cases, locked with large, old-fashioned padlocks. The cases each had a glass door set into their casings, showing yellowed parchments inside. The trio looked at one another and approached the boxes, looking inside the one closest to the door. It read in big, block script. Proclamation. Educational Decree No. 1. For their own safety, all students enrolled at Hogwarts shall not be allowed to cast dangerous hexes and curses. Any student found in contravention of this decree shall be expelled. What is an educational decree? Asked Fleur after some moments. I don't know, was Hermione's response. I've never seen or heard of anything like this. A quick investigation showed that the other cases held similar educational decrees, though none were as serious as the first. In fact, most of the others were somewhat silly, ranging from the allowed amount of paper and quills to be carried in one's bag, to the required quantity of socks to be owned by each student, to the prohibition of any unapproved sweets, though just exactly what constituted unapproved was not stated. The trio exchanged another glance before they entered the great hall and sat about halfway down the length of the table. They ate their breakfast, discussing what they had seen in a quiet manner. In time, all the members of the group had joined them at their table. None of them had missed the proclamations on their way in. It was the work of but a moment to come to the consensus agreement that the decrees must be the work of Umbridge, and likely constituted the beginnings of her attempt to enforce the Ministry's authority over the school. As Hermione said, she has really not done much of anything yet, other than refuse to teach us anything, and somehow I doubt that that is what Fudge had in mind when he sent her here. Sage nods met her declaration, but Harry frowned. But what is she up to? A few stupid declarations will hardly allow her to discredit Dumbledore. It was of course a question which no one could answer. For Umbridge to truly take control of the school, if that was her objective, then she would need to do away with Dumbledore in some manner, and no one here could see how she could possibly accomplish such a feat. Harry's trial had backfired seriously on the minister, and Dumbledore's popularity, not to mention Harry's, had not suffered the serious hit that Fudge no doubt intended. She would have to prove him somehow unsuited for the position, or directly in violation of school charter or ministry law, a task which appeared difficult to pull off, given Dumbledore's years of service and his record which, by any standard, was exemplary. It was not like she could just challenge him to a duel. No one with their head on straight could possibly consider a frumpy, dumpy little woman with an obsessive fondness for pink to be the equal of the famed defeater of Grindelwald. They went to their classes after breakfast with no further inclination as to what Umbridge could be trying to accomplish, but possessed of a determination to watch her very carefully. As the day wore on, Harry found that his mind could not stay focused on such mundane thoughts, as another more important event was looming on the horizon. The next day was to be Sirius's trial, and for the remainder of the day, Harry became more and more distracted. Not so distracted, however, that he did not notice his friends' reactions. Fleur and Hermione were, if anything, even more affectionate and understanding than they would normally be, while most of his other friends, excluding Ron, of course, who was largely keeping to himself, just murmured their support and allowed him his thoughts. Harry was grateful for their forbearance and understanding. His distraction became even worse the following morning. As the trial was not scheduled to begin until 2 hours after noon, they still had to attend their morning classes. Unfortunately, that morning was Potions, and Harry, not wishing to bring Snape down on him for any reason, forced himself to at least pay a modicum of attention. Luckily, there was no brewing that day. Mondays were generally reserved for brewing, while Thursday was Snape's theory and preparation day, so Harry did not have to try to create a working brew, which he knew would have failed spectacularly, given the circumstances. And Snape, perhaps understanding Harry's anxiety, or perhaps still remembering his recent set-down, largely left Harry to himself. One event which surprised most of the students present occurred as the class was ending. Apparently the difference in Harry's normal routine was noticed from an unwelcome quarter, one who had no problem heckling Harry over it. "Hey Scarface," the annoying tones of Draco Malfoy's voice rang out over the room while the students were packing up. "What's the matter? Your doxy won't put out for you." Harry spun around, the need to regulate his emotions instantly forgotten. He was ready to slam Malfoy's teeth down his throat when another voice interrupted him. "That will be enough, Mr. Malfoy." The entire class stopped what they were doing and turned to stare at the potions master. Was Snape actually defending Harry Potter? No less astonished was the cause of the disturbance himself. The boy's eyes were wide open and his mouth appeared about ready to hit the floor. "Professor." Snape's eyebrow rose, neatly cutting whatever the Malfoy scion was about to say. "Was I unclear? You will not use unacceptable language while you are in my classroom." Several emotions seemed to pass over Malfoy's face all at once, not the least of which included shock, embarrassment and rage. Finally he turned his attention away from the professor who had just set him down for perhaps the first time, and threw his books into his pack far more forcefully than was required. "Crabbe, Goyle, let's get out of here," he snapped as he stalked from the room, forcing the two goons to hurry to catch him. Harry turned toward Professor Snape, his face carefully neutral, and nodded to the man when he saw the other returning his gaze. Snape's only response was a tight nod of his own, before he turned and strode into his office, cloak billowing behind him. "I never thought I'd see the day," Ron blurted. Agreeing with him wholeheartedly, Harry accompanied his friends from the room and toward the Great Hall for lunch, while thinking about Snape's words to Malfoy. Obviously, the bat was still on what passed for his best behavior, otherwise he would simply have sat back and watched the confrontation with glee. It did not escape Harry's attention, however, that Snape had only reprimanded Malfoy for his language, and not for the sentiments he expressed. Clearly the changes in the man only went so far. An hour later, the three friends said goodbye to everyone else and made their way toward Dumbledore's office, where they would flow to the Ministry. At first, Dumbledore had been disinclined to allow Hermione's attendance. Fleur was allowed because her father was involved and she was Harry's betrothed, but Hermione was no relation to Harry or to Sirius. However, the headmaster was persuaded to relent when Harry correctly pointed out that she had been an integral part of Sirius's rescue at the end of third year, and thus, was connected to him in an important way. They arrived in the office, returning Dumbledore's affable greeting, and moment and a quick flow trip later, they were all making their way through the Ministry building toward the courtrooms on the 10th level. It was different, Harry reflected, to see courtroom number 10 from the vantage point of the gallery. The last time he had been in that room, he had been front and center and had not had much time to survey the surroundings. However, one thing he could detect was a much different atmosphere than he remembered from 2 months earlier. For one thing, the air of implacability which Fudge had injected into Harry's trial had been replaced by curiosity. Sirius Black had been a rather large figure in magical England for some time, after all. He was the rumored betrayer of the Potters, and by extension the boy who lived, who had then escaped not only from Azkaban, but from Hogwarts when he was due to be Ki-Ed, and then had his innocence summarily declared at Harry's trial. The interest level in this trial was incredibly high. They had only been seated for a moment when Jean Sebastian entered the room. Spying them, he stepped forward and engulfed his daughter in a hug, and then slapped Harry's back and nodded at Hermione. "You all are looking eager today," he said with a grin. Harry could not help the bashful feeling which swept over him, causing Jean Sebastian to laugh. "Do not worry, Harry. Sirius will walk from this courtroom today a free man. I've already seen him questioned under Veritaserum, as you recall. I know he's innocent, even if I hadn't already known." Harry rolled his eyes at his new protector, but Jean Sebastian simply smirked and left them to join Dumbledore on the floor of the courtroom. "He's right, Harry," Hermione said softly from his side. "There's nothing to worry about." From his other side, Fleur reached out and grasped his hand. "Veritaserum cannot be beaten, Harry." Gratefully, Harry nodded his appreciation for their support. But that did not help him from feeling nervous. Of course not. In a small anteroom off the main courtroom, Sirius Black waited, and though he was not aware of the fact, he was every bit as nervous as his godson. Sirius knew he was innocent. He had clung to that truth with an almost fanatical fervency since he had come to his senses at the beginning of those horrible years in Azkaban. The thought of his innocence, along with the protection his animagus form afforded him, had kept him sane all those years. Of course, Moony and Prongs would have claimed otherwise when it came to the subject of his sanity. Smiling, Sirius thought of his friends, and how they had planned to storm the world and make it a better place. Their unique backgrounds, James with his status as the heir of an old and respected house, Sirius as the rebellious scion of a historically dark house, and Remus who had been ostracized his entire life for a condition which was not his fault, gave them, or so they felt, the necessary insight into the evils of their society. Things must change or their world was in danger of becoming an anachronism and collapsing in on itself. Even though many years had passed since James's death and the acute ache of his passing had dulled with the passage of time, Sirius could still feel an empty hole where James's presence had once been, and he knew Moony felt the same. In some respects, Harry had begun to fill that hole, though Sirius knew he would never fully be able to do so. Harry was different from James, and would therefore occupy a different location in Sirius's heart than James had. But perhaps all their dreams were not dead. Harry was a bright and exceptional person, and perhaps with his help, not to mention the assistance of his fame and influence, which was not inconsiderable, they could still realize their dreams. Harry, Sirius was certain, had not yet begun to think of what would happen after Voldemort was defeated, All of his thoughts and energy were bent toward that one goal, not to mention the need to survive the coming difficulties. Sirius, based on the thoughts and plans he had had with his friends, wanted to change their society, and was certain that once he shared his thoughts, Harry would agree. This did not even mention the enthusiasm the little Muggle-born girl he always hung out with would bring. She would, no doubt, see even more clearly that the wizarding world needed to change if they were to survive and do away with the conditions which contributed to the rise of several previous Dark Lords. One thing Sirius knew beyond all others, however, was that James and Lily were still looking down on their son. And he knew their greatest wish was that regardless of his mistakes, specifically that of chasing after Pettigrew when he should have concerned himself with Harry, that Sirius finally take his role of Harry's defender, with Moony occupying a large role in the young man's life as well. And that was what Sirius was determined to do. After he was declared a free man, of course. Turning his attention to the matter at hand, Sirius thought of the upcoming trial. Trials in the magical world were not the same as the descriptions of those in the Muggle world he had heard from Lily. They were both more efficient and more effective than those the Muggles held, due to their ability to use magic to determine the truth. This was a trial in front of the entire Wizengamot, and though Sirius would have an advocate, Jean-Sebastian had agreed to take the role as they had decided Dumbledore would be of more use running the trial as chief warlock. It would not be the advocate's responsibility to prove his client's innocence. If the case was important or sensational enough, which his was in spades, on both accounts, the release of Veritaserum would be authorized and the person on trial would be compelled magically to either convict or acquit himself. Unfortunately, what was not admissible was Sirius's conviction that Peter was the actual betrayer of Lily and James. A person could only speak what they believed to be the truth, which was why Veritaserum could not be used in testimony against anyone else. In other words, Sirius was not Peter, and as he was not Peter, he could not know Peter's thoughts, feelings or motivations, and therefore only Peter could convict himself under the influence of Veritaserum. Now, the fact that Sirius had been present when Lily cast the Fidelius and saw her make Pettigrew the secret keeper would be damning, as would the subsequent events that led to the Potters' deaths. However, since Sirius had immediately left James and Lily and had not returned until after their deaths, he could not say for certain that the secret keeper had not been changed once again. After all, they had used one piece of misdirection, who was to say James and Lily had not done it once again. His testimony was, however, enough evidence that a warrant would be issued for the arrest of the traitorous rat. Someday, he would be made to pay for his crimes against James and Lily. In Sirius's mind, this was marauder justice. Betrayal would be met with the harshest penalty possible. The door opened and into the room stepped an Auror, one whom he would have known well, if he had been free instead of in Azkaban. "Sirius, it's time," Nymphadora Tonks said, her hair flickering to a solemn black from the platinum blonde she had originally sported. "Hello, Dora," he responded. She stared at him hard, no doubt wondering if this new nickname he had come up with for her was intended to tease. "What, would you prefer that I call you Nymphy?" Sirius asked with a chuckle. "Certainly not," Tonks snapped, sending Sirius into even greater peals of laughter. "Then you'll have to put up with it. It's certainly a lot better than you ridiculously insisting that everyone call you by your last name." The newly christened Dora's expression became even darker. But she said nothing, only motioning him to the door. Sirius stood and walked towards the door, stopping when he had reached his cousin. "Thanks, Dora," he said. "I'm looking forward to getting to know you better." She cocked her head to one side. "My mother always had good things to say about you, Sirius. She never believed that you were guilty." Sirius smiled. "I always said Andy was the best of her sisters." "Thank you." Turning, Sirius walked out through the hallway and into the courtroom, holding his head high, while Dora and another Auror flanked him on either side. Feeling the eyes of everyone in the chamber bearing down on him, Sirius, calling up a hint of the old marauder spirit, directed a saucy wave at the minister, before smiling at Harry and the two girls by his godson's side. The smile was returned somewhat nervously by the young man, but with real hope shining in his eyes. Sirius vowed right there to be worthy of his godson's hope. The minister was clearly not amused. He sat there, leaning back in his seat, gazing petulantly at the display Sirius was making. The minister truly had no political skin in the game when it came to Sirius's imprisonment. He had not been the minister when Sirius had been imprisoned, and thus could not be held responsible, unless one counted the negligence which had kept anyone in any position of power from reviewing his case, and Fudge was not the only one guilty of that oversight. It appeared that the minister's displeasure stemmed more from his connection to Harry Potter. Anything which benefited Harry was anathema in his eyes. Approaching the center of the room where Jean Sebastian waited, Sirius instantly noticed the chair with its restraints, which he remembered from his own time as an Auror, was missing, and a straight-backed wooden chair had replaced it. He raised his eyebrow at Jean Sebastian in question. "I would not allow Harry to sit in that demeaning chair, do you think I would allow you to do so?" he queried good-naturedly. "I'm surprised Fudge allowed it." Jean Sebastian snorted with some disdain. In this instance he did not have much of a choice or any real reason to argue. "Your absence has left you less than informed, but this trial is almost being considered a formality. Madame Bones felt there was no need for restraints, as you were turning yourself in for trial." "I always knew I liked her," said Sirius, with a smile for the Bones matron. She returned it, before returning to her conversation with Dumbledore. As Sirius took his seat in the chair, the courtroom quieted and the attention moved to the chief warlock who was now standing to begin the proceedings. "Ladies, gentlemen of the Wizengamot, I believe we are ready to begin. I call this trial for Sirius Black in session." He peered down at Sirius with a slight smile on his face. "Thank you for giving yourself up to the judgment of this court." "Of course, Chief Warlock," replied Sirius. "I am very interested in having my name cleared, and resuming my place in this society." "Very well. We shall begin." Dumbledore motioned toward Madame Bones. "Director, if you will." Madame Bones rose to her feet and took her place before the lectern. "Sirius Orion Black, you are called today before Wizengamot of Great Britain to answer to the charges brought against you. Those charges include the betrayal of James Potter, Lily Potter and Harry Potter to he who must not be named and thereby causing the deaths of Lily and James. You have also been charged with the killing of Peter Pettigrew and the murder of 13 Muggles during your confrontation with the aforementioned Peter Pettigrew. How do you plead?" "Innocent of all charges, Madam Director," said Sirius. "Mr. Black," she responded, peering down at him severely through her monocle, "you understand that the release of Veritaserum has been authorized, and that you will be magically compelled to prove your innocence." "I do." Sirius's eyes became a little misty for a moment as he remembered his fallen friend. "James Potter was my closest friend growing up, and by my 7th year, Lily was like a sister. I would have turned a killing curse on myself before I hurt either of them." Madame Bones's scrutiny continued for several seconds before she motioned the nearby Aurors. "Very well then. Auror Dawlish, if you will administer the Veritaserum please." It was a quirk of Veritaserum, or perhaps it was so designed, but it was known that the counter-agent could not be taken before the truth agent. If taken in the wrong order, Veritaserum and the counter-agent would form a highly toxic poison, from which a person could only be saved if the attention of a highly skilled healer or a Bazoar was available immediately. That was why a defendant was not tested first for the counter-agent, the effects were well known. Tilting his head back, Sirius allowed the Auror to place the requisite 3 drops on his tongue. He felt the haze of the Veritaserum take effect immediately. He was still in command of his faculties and was completely aware, but any falsehood he might have harbored disappeared from his mind. He could not even think up a lie, which was why the truth agent was so powerful. It did not affect the speech of the recipient, rather it affected their very mind. Will, and being, and no known potion or force of will was able to defeat it. He focused on Madame Bones as she peered at him. After a moment, she appeared to be satisfied that the potion had taken effect. "Please state your name." "Sirius Orion Black." "Very well, Mr. Black. Did you, on the night of October 31, 1981, betray James, Lily and Harry Potter to you know who with the intent of causing their deaths?" "No." Sirius wanted to say more, but the power of the truth serum was forcing him to reply only to the question asked. "Were you secret keeper to their location?" "No." "Why were you thought to be their secret keeper?" "James and I thought that I was the obvious choice," Sirius responded, happy to finally be able to tell his story. "We let it be known that I was to be the secret keeper, but we switched at the last moment to Peter Pettigrew." "Why did you do this?" "Misdirection. You know who would concentrate on finding me, while Peter would be able to go into hiding. No one would ever suspect James of entrusting his safety to Peter, as he was not known to be the most competent or courageous of wizards. Were you actually present during the casting of the charm? I was. And what of the charges of killing Peter Pettigrew? Did you kill him? No. Then how was he able to make it seem that you had? What happened during your confrontation? When I cornered Peter, he was holding his wand behind his back. He yelled at me, accusing me of betraying James and Lily, and cast a blasting curse which tore through a pipe and caused an explosion which killed the Muggles. Then he cut off his own finger to make it appear like the rest of his body had been consumed in the blast and dissipated. Why didn't you tell this to the Aurors who apprehended you? I was disoriented by the explosion, and by the time I came to my senses, I was already inside my cell at Azkaban. Madame Bones regarded him for a long moment before she continued. And what of your escape from Azkaban? Why did you escape? And if you were able to escape, why did you wait so long? I became desperate when learned that Peter Pettigrew was close to Harry. It was that desperation which drove me to attempt it. How did learn of this? Madame Bones interrupted. During the minister's annual tour of Azkaban, he left me with a copy of his Daily Prophet. I saw a picture of Peter Pettigrew with the Weasleys, and knowing he would be at Hogwarts this year, I knew I had to get close to Harry to protect him. I seem to remember that edition, said Madame Bones with a frown. The picture of the Weasley family was on the front cover, yet it would have been obvious that a man believed to be dead for over a decade could not have openly appeared in the picture. Yet you claim you saw him. Yes. Please explain. Peter Pettigrew is a rat animagus. I saw him in the picture perched on Ronald Weasley's shoulder. The directors nodded thoughtfully. Are you saying that Peter Pettigrew lived as a rat with the Weasley family since his apparent demise? I have no knowledge of how and when he came to be living with the Weasleys. However, I am positive it was him. How can you be certain? Madame Bones pressed. I have seen the rat in his animagus form many times, Madame Bones, Sirius responded, a hint of dryness entering his voice regardless of the truth agent. Besides that, he was also missing a toe on his left forepaw, which is the hand which Peter cut his finger off. I also saw him at Hogwarts in his human form. So you went to Hogwarts to protect Harry? Yes, but also to capture or kill the rat if I could. Let's return to your escape. How did you manage it? I changed into my animagus form and squeezed through the bars of my cell. Her eyebrows rose. You are an animagus as well. Yes. And what is your form? A black grim. That's not ironic at all, Madame Bones responded in a dry manner. A grim with the name Sirius Black, that's something one could hardly have planned had you even attempted to do so. Do you not agree? Yes, Sirius said. My friends certainly teased me often enough for it. What did you do then? I evaded the Dementors, which wasn't difficult, as they practically ignored me as a dog, then I swam ashore. Is that how you continued to evade the Dementors who were sent to apprehend you? It is. Halting her questioning there, Madame Bones peered about the room, before stopping at Dumbledore. Chief Warlock, I believe that I have no further questions to ask Mr. Black at this time, though I would ask that he meet with me at a later date, as I would like to ask him some further questions, which perhaps should not be made public. In addition, I would recommend that we begin the search for the whereabouts of Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore rose and signaled to Dawlish, who immediately administered the counter-agent. Immediately, Sirius felt the compulsion to tell the truth. Wayne, I trust the information I provided was what you were looking for? He asked cheekily. A murmur of laughter swept over the assembled members, and Dumbledore's eyes twinkled madly. I believe so, Mr. Black. Dumbledore's gaze then swept over the courtroom. Is there anyone who wishes to say anything further before we take a vote? Though Dumbledore addressed the entire room, he directed his gaze at Fudge who, although he appeared to be less than pleased with the proceedings, made no comment. Clearly there was to be no outburst from the minister regarding the matter. In that case, I move that in light of Mr. Black's testimony under the influence of Veritaserum, that the charges against him be dropped. I believe the evidence is convincing enough to issue a vote in favor of a proclamation by general acclamation. Does anyone object? Sirius grinned at the Chief Warlock. A proclamation by general acclamation was considered to be superior to a unanimous vote, as the evidence was deemed so airtight that a vote was not required. No one would ever question his exoneration, and the ministry reparations would likely be substantially higher based on this development. When no one spoke, Dumbledore banged his gavel against the desk. So proclaimed. Sirius Black, we find you not guilty of all charges against you. A whoop of joy sounded from Harry's direction, and Dumbledore allowed himself an indulgent smile at the young man. I will not keep you much longer, as I understand there will be quite a celebration occurring tonight. However, there is one other matter to discuss. Through the course of today's testimony, we have learned that you have broken the law in at least one instance. For failing to register yourself as an animagus, the penalty is normally a stay in Azkaban. In light of the fact that you have already spent a considerable amount of time there, I believe we can rule that your sentence has already been served. However, the court will give you 60 days to present yourself at the ministry and register yourself, or other action may be taken against you. Do you understand? I do. As for any reparations in the matter of your unjust imprisonment, perhaps we should confront that matter at another time. Do you agree? Sirius smirked and looked at the minister, who appeared as though he had swallowed something rather unpleasant. I believe that is acceptable to me, Chief Warlock. Please inform me of the appropriate time, and I will meet with you and the minister. And Madam Bones, he continued, turning his attention to the Director of Law Enforcement, I would be more than happy to meet with you at any time convenient. Please tell me and we can set up a time. Madam Bones nodded, while Dumbledore peered about the room. Does anyone in the august body have anything else to add at this time? Again, after a moment of silence, Dumbledore banged his gavel and dismissed the assembled. Standing up from his chair, a beaming Sirius caught his godson in a hug, as Harry ran to him the moment the gavel sounded. Hey there, pup. Didn't you have any faith in me? In you, yes, Harry replied. He cast a significant look at Fudge. Not in him. Even he is bound by the laws. He may try to circumvent them, but in the end the procedure in this case was clear, and there was nothing he could do to derail it without looking bad himself. I'm just happy it's over, said Harry. So am I, pup. So am I. They reconvened at the ambassador's manor shortly after Sirius was pronounced free, and were treated to a celebratory dinner cooked up by the Delacour house elves. The atmosphere was jubilant, and the company was able to relax now that the specter of the manhunt for Sirius had been removed. Among the subjects discussed that night were the events of the early school year, which was of particular interest to both Sirius and the Delacours. And though they were both displeased at the antics of Madame Umbridge, and to a lesser extent Professor Snape, they were also pleased with the way the students had handled the matters thus far and the support the headmaster had given them. Sirius in particular was interested in the report of Harry's confrontation with Snape, and the manner in which Snape had reprimanded Draco that very morning. He warned them to watch out for the greasy git. He did not think the man's behavior would continue, nor did he think that the man had changed to any degree. The fact that all appeared to be well thus far did not stop the adults from cautioning the teens once again and reminding them that they were available at any time, should either professor become a serious problem. The decision was also made that Sirius would return to France to continue his treatment and rehabilitation for the years of malnutrition and mental distress he had suffered during his time in Azkaban. Harry in particular was unhappy that Sirius would not be nearby, but as Jean-Sebastian pointed out, Harry would have to return to school and Sirius would not be able to be nearby anyway. Sirius promised that he would see them at Christmas, and expressed his hope that he would be able to return to England by the time the new year rolled around. He also told Harry he hoped to be able to take up his guardianship as soon as possible, and begin to fulfill the responsibility which James and Lily had entrusted to him. Needless to say, that suggestion was accepted enthusiastically by Harry. The evening was a balm to them all, and laughter and high spirits rang out throughout the manor. However, as all good things must end, their time that evening came to a close when the headmaster collected them for the return to Hogwarts. After saying their goodbyes, they returned to the school via the flow. It had been a good day, one of the best, in Harry's opinion. At Hogwarts, Ron Weasley was not in as festive a mood as his friends were at the ambassador's manor. If Ron were to be honest with himself, what he was feeling at that particular moment was petulance. Hermione, the girl he had been dreaming about for most of the previous year, and had finally gathered the courage to ask out, had rejected him out of hand. Sure, his ego was bruised, but even more, he felt heartsick. Why did she not like him back? Hermione had denied it, but Ron was not so blind that he did not see more of her feelings than she thought. And what Ron was certain he saw, was that Hermione still harbored feelings for Harry. He was sure of it, and the fact of the matter was that he was more than a little jealous of his best friend. Harry Potter, boy who lived, defeater of Voldemort and all-around famous bloke, had the affections of the one girl Ron Weasley wanted to like him. It was also unfair, especially since Harry could not do anything about it, being betrothed to Fleur Delacour. A small part of Ron's mind niggled at him, telling him that that was not precisely true. Harry was able to have more than one wife, after all, and though Hermione was a Muggle-born, and therefore needed to tread carefully in the matter, he would not be surprised if her love for Harry was enough to help her overcome her socially induced distaste for a multiple marriage enough to agree to become a second wife. How did Harry get all the luck anyway? A beautiful bird like Fleur already sewn up and a wonderful girl like Hermione infatuated with him. But even as Ron's jealousy spiked, he felt ashamed of himself. Harry was not the kind of guy to lord what he had over everyone else. In fact, he was quite the opposite. He never wanted his fame, it had been thrust upon him. And if Hermione was truly in love with Harry, then Harry was a guy who truly deserved a girl like her, much as it pained Ron to admit it. The more he thought about it, the more Ron was convinced that there was nothing he could do about the situation. To make a big fuss over Hermione's rejection not only meant risking her friendship, but risking Harry's as well. He was certain Harry would not tolerate anyone hurting Hermione, best friend or no. And the last thing Ron wanted was a repeat of last year. And who knew? Maybe Hermione was only infatuated with Harry. Maybe she would grow out of it. She was still only 16, after all. How many people actually found a true love at such a tender age? The thought rang hollow for Ron the instant it entered his mind. Hermione was very mature and well beyond her years in many ways, not the least of which was her intelligence and her emotional maturity. Though her feelings still may turn out to be nothing more than teenage infatuation, Ron felt it was something more. It had always been something more. They had been a trio since that Halloween night during first year, but in truth, Ron had always known subconsciously that he orbited around the two of them, rather than the three orbiting around each other. It had always been Harry and Hermione, and it likely would have only been Harry and Hermione, had the betrothal contract with Fleur not interfered. No, the sooner he accepted the reality of the situation, the better, as it would allow him to get things back to normal. Having come to the decision, Ron was rather proud of his own emotional maturity. It was certainly better than he had behaved the previous year. Besides, Hermione's last words to him about their suitability for each other still echoed in his head. Was she correct? It was something he would have to think about in greater detail when the time came, but for now her rejection was still a little too raw. There would be time enough for that later. Thoughts of the events of the previous year once more put Ron into a pensive mood. Hermione was right, though Harry had immediately forgiven him. They had never actually discussed what had happened, and he could now see it had affected their relationship. And though he knew it would be uncomfortable, he knew he had to speak with Harry about it and apologize for his behavior. Nothing else would do. Having come to a determination, Ron felt lighter than he had in months. He would wait until the appropriate time, but he would have a conversation with Harry. Harry deserved it as his closest friend. Taking note once again of his surroundings, Ron saw that the common room appeared pretty empty. The hour was getting late, and though he had thought to wait up for Harry's return, he now felt that maybe he had better head to bed. He would once again rejoin the group tomorrow. He was about to push himself up from the sofa, when Fred and George sat down on either side of him, their faces lit up with their usual laughing grins. Ron peered suspiciously back and forth at the two jokesters. Usually when they acted in this manner, they had something up their sleeves which would inevitably turn out to be embarrassing, and sometimes painful. "Good evening, Ron," said one. "How are you this fine evening?" said the other. Ron glared at his brothers. "What do you want? Hey, is that any way to speak to your favorite brothers? It's almost as though he doesn't trust us, Forge." Where do you think he came by that attitude?" "Please, I was just about to go to bed," Ron complained, knowing that if he allowed it, they could keep up their banter almost indefinitely. "Far be it for us to deny you your beauty sleep, Ronnie. But you've appeared to be a little down and distant the past couple of days. We thought we'd see if there was anything we could do to help." "I'm fine," Ron answered gruffly. "Nothing wrong with me that a little sleep won't cure." Unfortunately, the two pranksters did not take the hint. "I would have thought you'd be on top of the world, Ron," said Gred, going by the fact that he had already called the other Forge. In truth, it generally did not matter which twin was which. as they generally answered to each other's names, and almost seemed to know what the other was thinking. "Why? Well, you've been using the book we gave you, right?" replied Forge. "By now you should have the delectable Miss Granger eating out of the palm of your hand." Ron snorted with derision. "Yeah, well your stupid book didn't work." Gred's eyes widened at the admission. "You already asked her out." "Yeah, and she turned me down flat," Ron grumped, still upset at the turn of events. The twins shared a glance, and began smirking at one another, instantly putting Ron on his guard. If they had tricked him with that book. "Hey, what's going on? Why are you two grinning like that?" "Nothing in particular." "Nope, nothing at all." "Yeah, and I'm Merlin." "Come on, guys, spill." Once again the twins glanced at each other in that uncanny manner which suggested they were sharing a conversation without words. By now Ron was beginning to become a little cross, but the twins appeared to notice it and attempted to placate him. "We really have to hand it to you, Ron," said Gred with a smirk. "We didn't really think you had it in you. We thought you'd dilly-dally about for months before finally getting the courage to ask her out. You really surprised us." "Didn't see the point in waiting around," Ron said with a shrug. "No, I suppose not. In true Gryffindor fashion you charged ahead, regardless of the fact that you had virtually no chance whatsoever. You almost remind us of your favorite team, the Cannons. They do the same thing, charging out to certain defeat game after game. True Gryffindors, the whole lot of them, though perhaps not the brightest specimens of our house. I suspect that they may have a little too much Hufflepuff in them too. Not to mention a complete lack of anything resembling skill. But that's probably a prerequisite for admission to the Canon fraternity." The first twin nodded sagely at his counterpart's words, but for once Ron ignored the insult against his favorite team. What do you mean no chance?" he managed to stammer. Forge peered at him like he had the intelligence of a particularly stupid flobberworm. "You didn't really think you had a chance with Hermione, did you?" Ron sputtered with indignation. "Why wouldn't I?" "Because you are so different from each other," Gred interjected. "You fight, argue and complain about each other, there's no way a relationship between you two would last. Hermione would be hexing you before you ever got around to saying your vows." With narrowed eyes, Ron glared at his brothers. "If you thought I didn't have a chance, why did you give me that stupid book? Did you want me to embarrass myself? I'm positively wounded that you would think that of us, Ronnie," declared Gred with a hand placed theatrically over his heart. "What have we ever done to cause you to think such a thing?" said Forge. When Ron glared at them even further, they sighed almost as one. "Well, I guess we have kind of made you suspect our intentions in the past. But we assure you we did not do it to embarrass you this time." "Then why did you do it?" "To give you the courage to get it out of your system," said Gred. "Otherwise you may have moped around with your puppy dog eyes, and your longing looks for months and months before finally mustering the courage to be shot down. This way, we've helped you gain some confidence, and helped you get this painful episode out of the way much sooner than you would have otherwise. Not to mention the fact that the book has given you an idea of how to act around girls which you can use the next time. Though we would recommend you learn to behave that way naturally, rather than just to impress the girls. Seems to me you owe us thanks for our assistance." Ron did not know whether to be outraged, or to laugh uproariously at their irreverent behavior. They had set him up, giving him the book and giving him hope, all the while expecting him to fail. He wanted to be angry, desperately wanted to let loose on them, but somehow, found that he could not find the will within him to do so. There was never a dull moment when the twins were around, and Ron reflected that he should have been suspicious at their apparent largesse. Desperation, it seemed, had made him careless. "I think the next time I see you, I'll give that book back to you, right between the eyes, if I can manage it." "In that case, aim for Fred, it was his idea," said Forge. "Hey, I distinctly remember it being your idea, George," said Gred. Ron, however, just shooed them away. "All right then, you two have had your fun. Now off with you." "Very well," they said, standing. "We had better go and collect our winnings now." They turned to walk away, but had only made it a couple of steps before Ron's mouth caught up with his brain. "Winnings? Yes. Some of our housemates had the stupidity to bet us that Hermione would get together with you. Knowing you both better, we took that bet, and are about to make a tidy profit." Flashing identical grins, the twins turned and sauntered away, supposedly to collect their aforementioned winnings. Ron was once again left in the unenviable position of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. In the end though, he did neither. He was too weary and wished the day to end too much for that. He rose from the sofa and trudged up the stairs, swearing once again to never accept anything from the twins, be it their assistance, or any of their other double-edged gifts. The results of their assistance were almost guaranteed to be immensely devastating to his pride. The days after the trial of Sirius Black were good ones for Harry Potter and his group. Though perhaps he was essentially the same person as he had always been, others were heard to comment on the fact that Harry seemed to have an extra spring in his step, not to mention the smile which was always hovering, ready to appear on his face at a moment's notice. Not even the presence and the watchful disdain of the resident defense against the dark arts professor was able to bring him down from his emotional high. The next morning's Daily Prophet headline, hailing the trial and subsequent acquittal of the head of the family Black, and last to bear the name, induced as large a grin as any of his friends had ever seen, though perhaps the acclamation was not universal. To most of the rest of the student body, it was supposed, it was a matter of relatively little consequence, though Draco Malfoy's disgust was evident. He had been in line to become the head of the House of Black, had Sirius been convicted and executed, and his displeasure that the heir to the Black estate was alive and well, and innocent of all charges, turned his mood as bad as Harry's was good. For the forces of the light, Sirius's exoneration was important, though possible only through a certain set of curious circumstances. When Sirius had run away as a young man, his mother had promptly disowned him from the family, blasting him from the family tapestry in her disgust and rage. However, his father had never made the banishment official, and as head of house, only he had the power to do so. Whether this was because Orion disagreed with his wife in this matter or because he had decided that having a blood traitor as an heir was better than one of the cadet lines inheriting, Sirius never knew. Suffice to say that upon his escape from Azkaban, Sirius was astonished to find that he was still a member of the family, and more importantly, its head. One would perhaps think that his time in Azkaban would have negated his rights as head of house, but as Sirius had never actually been convicted of a crime, and had never been banished by his father, the magic which governed such issues had always recognized him as the official head of house once his father and brother had passed away, regardless of the perceptions of society at large. A more important consideration was the fact that his exoneration kept the Black fortune, which, despite centuries of decline, was still sizable, out of the hands of Voldemort's forces, and specifically, from Draco Malfoy. Privately, Sirius informed Harry that he had already completed the necessary steps to make Harry his heir, so Draco would never have inherited in any case. However, as his will could have been challenged on a number of fronts, being free and recognized as the head of his house was the best outcome for all. Of course, Harry's position as heir was pending upon Sirius never having a child. A son would inherit if Sirius was ever fortunate enough to have one. Sirius's exoneration also allowed him to assume his family's hereditary seat in the Wizengamot, and to hold the proxy vote for House Potter. In the past, though the Potter vote had always been cast by those aligned with the light, the Black vote had been held by those who had held similar beliefs to those espoused by Orion Black, and though one might scoff at the effect of having one vote defect to an opposing stance, the power and influence of a new and secure Black head was not to be underestimated, especially when that vote had been traditionally dark. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, as the new head of Black, Sirius was able to run the politics of his house, and to specifically determine the status of any present members of his house. Bellatrix Lestrange and Narcissa Malfoy, in particular, would find themselves under close scrutiny, as Sirius had instructed the goblins to investigate the marriage contracts under which the two women had been married. If there had been any breach of contract, Sirius was well within his rights to declare the contracts null and void, and demand any bride prices attached to the contracts returned. This would not affect their marriages, as such, regardless of whether the contracts had actually been breached. The marriages had taken place, but at the very least it could deprive Voldemort's forces of some of their liquid assets. Since the family's history was dark, Sirius was uncertain as to whether the goblins would actually find anything, but he felt it was a reasonable move to make in light of the potential benefits. The reactions of the rest of the school to Sirius's exoneration were in general as expected. Most of the students were indifferent as, though the older years remembered the stories of Sirius Black and his actions during Harry's third year, he was still largely an unknown quantity. The headmaster was openly relieved at the outcome, and the teachers who had known Sirius were happy that he had finally received the justice he deserved, especially Minerva McGonagall, who had always had a soft spot in her heart for Sirius and his fellow Marauders. As for Severus Snape, whose rivalry with James Potter and Sirius Black had been legendary, he gave the report one of his trademark sneers, and then proceeded to ignore its very existence. The most curious, perhaps, was Dolores Umbridge. The woman had said absolutely nothing during Sirius's trial, though Harry would have expected her to be vocal in condemning him. Her silence seemed to indicate that Fudge had deemed the situation a lost cause and had ordered her to keep her peace, for Harry doubted privately that the woman was intelligent enough to come to such a determination on her own. But once the report was circulated amongst the Hogwarts population, Dolores was even more obvious in her attention toward Harry Potter. On several occasions, Harry could almost have sworn that the professor was attempting to bore holes through him with her eyes, though why the freedom of Sirius Black should make her even more disposed to hate him than before, he had no idea whatsoever. Whatever the woman's plans had been when she entered the school, she had not progressed very far on them. Thus far, other than the contrived attempt to assign him detention on the day of the trial, things had been fairly calm in her class, and it was now widely acknowledged to be almost as boring as history. And other than the one educational decree which was a concern, the rest of them, including two more which had appeared since the first ones had been posted, were almost nonsensical, not to mention completely useless to what they suspected was her cause. If she was trying to infiltrate the school and force changes due to the supposed uncontrolled nature of the students, she was sadly failing. Thus far, she had had relatively little about which to complain, especially if she was attempting to prove the Hogwarts was out of control, and the headmaster out of touch. Life at the school continued apace. Classes were attended, homework assigned and completed, or ignored, as the case may be, and Harry found himself becoming even closer to his two female friends than he had been before, if that was even possible. His closeness to Hermione was a given. They had been by each other's side since they had arrived at Hogwarts, after all. However, now that Fleur had become part of the dynamic, and Hermione and Fleur had drawn so close, Ron's distance from the entire group for several days caused a gentle shift in their friendships. It now seemed that Harry, Fleur, and Hermione had almost become the new de facto golden trio as, other than for classes, they could almost always be seen in one another's company. And though Ron was able to see this as well as any other, he was quick to realize that to a certain extent it was his own fault due to his actions the previous year. His distance from Hermione in particular, which, despite his determination to accept the situation, persisted for several days, further cemented the new trio's status. The one thing in which there appeared to be little change was the status of Harry's relationship with Fleur, or at least it would have to a casual observer. In truth, they were becoming closer and more comfortable with each other all the time. Up to that point it had not translated into a more physical sort of affection, but they were both determined that that particular facet of their relationship did not need to be rushed. It was not like they did not have time for that in the future. There were two things specifically of note during those few days. The first was that Malfoy was making much less of a pain of himself, particularly in potions class, but overall as well. He had not taken Snape's set down well, and Dean had gleefully reported seeing the Ponce storming down to the Ollery soon after the incident in potions with a letter in his hand, presumably to whine to the senior Ponce about his mistreatment in Snape's class. Whether there was ever any response was not known, but the fact that Malfoy was much less obtrusive was undeniable. The other matter of some note was the furthering of the concept of a defense club to help offset the uselessness of Umbridge's class. Fleur and Hermione had discussed Luna's suggestion at length, and both of them agreed that it was exactly what they needed to help pass their year-end tests. Furthermore, Fleur agreed with Hermione's idea of having Harry lead the group. Not only was he the best at defense, Fleur had pointed out, but running a club such as this was also a good way to further improve Harry's confidence in himself. The problem was convincing Harry to agree with their way of thinking. Harry was stubborn, Hermione knew this from years of friendship, and Fleur had seen it several times, even in the short time of their betrothal. And though Harry had no problem helping others, and actually possessed a healthy dose of what Hermione coined his saving people thing, in this instance he did not feel that he was up to the task of running a club on top of his other activities. Why this was so, the two young women could not precisely say. It may have been a consequence of his new determination to excel at his school work, or it may have been simply because he still lacked confidence. Whatever the reason, he was digging in his heels, and no matter how many times they discussed it, he would deflect any discussion of leading it himself, though he would certainly add his own opinions to exactly how it would be structured, what should be taught, or anything else of any merit. Hermione and Fleur were not about to give up, though. Harry was the perfect person to lead it, whether he knew it or not, and they were determined to help him see that fact. Monday morning found the trio in the Great Hall with their other friends, all concentrating on their breakfast. As it was a Monday, none of them were precisely energetic. Mondays had a tendency to have that effect on a person. The conversation was sporadic and desultory, and the entire hall was rather quiet. This quiet and contemplative mood was interrupted when dozens of owls swooped into the Great Hall to deliver the morning mail. Fleur was watching the spectacle in a rather bored fashion. She had exchanged letters with her parents late the previous week and was not expecting anything, when she noticed a slow and somewhat clumsy owl gliding unsteadily down through the throngs of the other post owls. The clumsy creature was aiming directly, or as close as it could, for their spot along the table. It hit the table several seats down and spun out of control, knocking over several glasses of pumpkin juice and upsetting a plate of bacon, before it stopped a short distance down the table from where Fleur sat with Harry and Hermione. The creature then picked itself up with whatever dignity it still possessed and shuffled toward them, stopping directly in front of Hermione. From further down the table Fleur heard a gasp. "Isn't that Errol?" she heard Ginny Weasley ask. By now the attention of the entire in the area was fixed upon the owl, or perhaps more correctly, on the angry red envelope the owl was even now offering to Hermione. Hermione gingerly reached out and accepted the red envelope, after which the owl, showing that although it was clumsy and old, it was decidedly not stupid, awkwardly flapped its wings and began hightailing it from the hall, inasmuch as it was physically capable. Fleur gazed at her friend with some trepidation. It was clear that Hermione had most certainly not expected a letter, let alone a howler, and especially not one which was carried by an owl the Weasley family all seemed to recognize. A quick glance at Harry showed his surprise, though Fleur did notice an undercurrent of suspicion and a hint of anger beginning to color his features. With a shaky hand, Hermione ran her thumb through the flap of the envelope, which was beginning to smolder, and very tentatively, she pulled letter out of the envelope, immediately snatching her hand away when confetti exploded from the howler, and it began to scream. "Hermione Granger, what do you think you are doing, young lady? I simply could not believe it when I heard that a young girl like you would reject my son. Who do you think you are anyway? Are you that much of a gold digger that you would reject Ronnie and set your sights on a young man who is already taken? I am utterly ashamed of you, young lady, after all Ronnie has done for you, being your friend all these years, and standing behind you and supporting you. This is the way you treat him. If this is the way you are going to ACT, you are no longer welcome in my home until you come to your senses. You are a disgrace." With that final accusation, the howler burst into flame and was consumed, leaving a stunned Hermione with tears already leaking from the corners of her eyes. Without a word to anyone, she stood and fled the hall to the already growing chorus of jeers from the Slytherin table. Fleur glanced at Harry and, seeing him begin to rise, she put her hand on his arm to restrain him. "I'll go find her," she told him. Harry appeared as though he wanted to protest, but after a moment he gave her a tight nod. As Fleur rose to go, she cast a glance at the assembled Weasleys and was unsurprised to see them all sporting the same looks of astonished befuddlement, though Ron also had a hint of embarrassment and even guilt in his visage. Shaking her head, Fleur grabbed both her and Hermione's packs, and made for the door. She exited to the entrance hall to find that Harry had followed her. In his hands was the map his father and friends had made, which he was studying intently. "She's in an unused classroom on the first floor," he bit out through clenched teeth. Looking over his shoulder, Fleur noted the location on the map, while inwardly thinking about Harry's protectiveness towards Hermione. How her betrothed could not be fully aware of his feelings for the young witch was beyond Fleur's comprehension. However, that was a subject for later thought. For now, her friend needed her. "I'll comfort her," said Fleur. Harry smiled at her and reached out to squeeze her hand, and key her cheek. "Thanks, Fleur. I'll join you as soon as I figure out what's going on." Nodding, Fleur slung the two backpacks over her shoulder and set out, noting Harry's determined gait as he returned to the Great Hall. Clearly, certain students were about to be called to account for the events of the morning. Ron watched as Harry and Fleur followed Hermione from the hallway, his mind spinning at what had just happened. When he had written his mother, it had been in order to release some of his frustration and ease the pressure he felt on his heart. It was widely known exactly how Molly Weasley doted on her children, and for Ron her mothering normally caused him no end of annoyance, as she could be positively stifling at times. However, she also had a way of listening to her children and supporting them regardless of the situation, which at times, like this, he had thought, was immensely comforting. Attacking his friend, however, was not exactly the type of comfort Ron had in mind. "Ron," Ginny hissed. "What did you tell Mum?" "I sure didn't tell her to send Hermione a howler," Ron whispered back in his own defense. "Our siblings appear to be up to something, George." Ron turned and saw the twins regarding both himself and Ginny with looks of suspicion etched upon their faces. "They do, Fred, and if I'm not mistaken, it has something to do with the lovely Miss Granger, who has just run from the room in tears." For once, the twins appeared to be completely serious. No hint of their usual playfulness and sense of fun was evident in the suspicious glares they were directing at their two youngest siblings. And if that was not unnerving, the other members of their group, Neville and Luna, who almost always sat at the Gryffindor table recently, not to mention the Gryffindor Quidditch team members, all had frowns upon their faces as they regarded the two youngest Weasleys. "Well, Ronnie, Gin, what is going on here?" Ron glanced around with some apprehension, noticing the sea of eyes fixed on their little conference. Fred, George, can we have this discussion elsewhere?" The twins exchanged a look and a glance around the hall where, it appeared, an undue amount of attention was fixed upon their little conference. "I suppose that makes sense," replied George at length. "No sense in airing our family's dirty laundry in a room full of gossiping teenagers," Fred agreed. The four stood and made their way from the table, Ron assiduously avoiding Malfoy's smirk, and perversely wishing he could knock it off the Poncy-Git's face. He followed his brothers and sister from the great hall where they were confronted by an extremely angry-looking Harry. "Give us 5 minutes, then come and find us," said George, preempting whatever Harry was about to say. "We want to talk to our brother and sister first," added Fred. Harry eyed them with no lessening of his anger, before nodding and entering the great hall. Meanwhile Ron and his sister followed the twins to an unoccupied anteroom, where the two pranksters immediately turned on their siblings. "Well, you two, what's going on here?" "Don't look at me," cried Ginny defensively. "Ron's the letter king, not me." George's responding glare seemed to indicate he thought Ginny had all the intelligence of a mountain troll. "Are you not our sister?" he asked rhetorically. And more to the point, Fred continued, "Aren't you the one who has mooned about, making puppy dog eyes at Harry ever since he became friends with Ron? Come on, Ginny, if you have anything to do with this, tell us so we can save our friendship with Harry." "I had nothing to do with it," Ginny insisted. "Yes, I like Harry, but I've not said one thing to Mum about Harry or Hermione since we came to school." "And have you given up on Harry yet?" prompted George. "No," was her decisive reply. "Why should I? You both know as well as I that he is able to have more than one wife. I'm not going to give up when there's still hope." "Ginny, you don't have a chance," said Fred bluntly. "He's engaged to Fleur, and unless I miss my guess, if anyone has the inside track on becoming the second Mrs. Potter, that person most certainly appears to be Hermione." "But Harry said he wasn't interested in Hermione," Ron exclaimed. "Ron, you really are a thick git," said Fred with some disgust. "He may think he has no intentions toward her, but even you, the perpetually blind, has seen that the world revolves around her in his eyes. Isn't that why you actually developed a backbone and went after her yourself?" "Harry's getting more comfortable with Fleur all the time," George added. "But it's always been Hermione. Be quiet for a moment, we'll deal with you after we deal with our younger sister." Through all of this, Ginny gaped at her brothers. "Hermione is interested in Harry. She told me she wasn't." Fred shook his head with some disgust. "It appears like Ron is not the only one who can't see 2 feet in front of his face. It's like the blind leading the blind. We've got our youngest sister who watches Harry like a hawk and practically undresses him with her eyes," George said, ticking one finger, "and she can't even see how into each other Harry and Hermione are. Then we've got Harry and Hermione themselves who can't see how into each other they are," continued Fred, ticking another finger. The surprising part is that our resident thicko here, George jerked a thumb at Ron, has taken his head out of his ass and noticed enough to try to make a move on Hermione before Harry stakes his claim. And even then he believes Harrikins when he says he's not into Hermione. Ron bristled at the insult but remained silent. And George is right, Ginny, said Fred. I would have expected you to see how important Hermione is to Harry a long time ago, given how much attention you pay to him. Look, Ginny, we know you've always had a crush on Harry, but you need to let it go. Even if he does take another wife, there is no guarantee he will choose you. I know, said Ginny. I've already had this conversation with Hermione. She told me to just be Harry's friend, and that's what I'm trying to do. Well, that's certainly an improvement on your squeak and run tactics from before, was Fred's dry response. Ginny's gaze darkened, but George spoke before she could go off on his twin. You aren't going to be all angry at Hermione now because you know this, are you? Of course not, Ginny snapped. Her stance and stony expression screamed her defiance. But I won't give up hope. I won't complain to Mom, or bother Harry, but I'm going to try to get to know him better. Hopefully, he'll come to love me as much as I love him. There was a moment's silence after Ginny's statement, and though Ron did not say anything, he knew that whatever feelings Ginny had for Harry, they must be deeper than the infatuation he felt for Hermione. A small niggling part of him still thought Ginny was not seeing or even attracted to the real Harry, but he was not about to get in her way. She had to make her own decisions, he was having difficulty enough dealing with his own. Ginny, I'd advise you to give it up, but it's your choice. As long as you don't go antagonizing our friends, that is. Ginny nodded, and though there were tears in her eyes, her expression held a determined and almost implacable obstinacy. It was clear that regardless of what the brothers said to her, she was not ready to give up. Therefore, Ron soon found himself directly in the crosshairs of his older brothers once again. Well, Ron, do you want to tell us something? Ron shuffled his feet awkwardly, not really wanting to talk about it. The twins already had far too much blackmail knowledge about his feelings for Hermione, and he was reluctant to discuss it further. He tried mumbling a response, hoping that it would mollify them, but the twins were having nothing of it. I'm sorry, Ron, I can't hear you. Perhaps you should speak up. All right, Ron exclaimed. I wrote to Mum and told her that I asked Hermione out and that she had said no. And, Fred prompted. And nothing, said Ron. That's all I told her. I was hoping she'd help me feel better, you guys know how supportive she can be. I certainly can't expect that from you gits now, can I? So you didn't complain to Mum and ask her to stick up for you against Big Bad Hermione? Ron glared at Fred. No. I figured she'd write me back, not attack Hermione. Look, guys, Ron continued, I was hurt when Hermione wouldn't go out with me, I won't deny that. But I respect her decision and I'd never want Mum to embarrass her in front of the whole school. Or embarrass me, for that matter. At that moment the door opened and Harry walked in, looking at them all with a grimness seldom seen. Ron had to do a double take, he had never seen Harry so focused, and rarely had he seen his best friend looking so upset. It appeared the confidence he had obtained from the influence of the Delacours was being unleashed, and a new Harry, complete with the leadership skills and the implacable will to achieve his goals, not to mention his will to protect his friends, was emerging. Ron found himself feeling a little intimidated. Stepping into the room, Harry surveyed his friends and wondered just exactly what was going on. The howler he had just heard insulting his closest friend reminded him of the crap Hermione had had to put up with the previous year. She would not have to do the same this year, not if Harry had anything to say about it. What he was not certain of, was Ron's role in this fiasco. He knew that Ron was upset by Hermione's rejection, his behavior during that past few days had made that plain for anyone who knew him to see. Ron was difficult sometimes. He could be petulant and jealous without a doubt, and his past had shown him to have a certain vindictive streak as well. Harry thought he would not behave in such a spiteful manner simply because Hermione had refused to go out with him, but he was not completely certain. If Ron had caused Hermione's embarrassment, it would be some time before Harry was able to forgive him. Well, what's going on, guys? Harry asked without preamble. The Weasley children all shuffled from side to side, and none of them would meet his eyes. Harry folded his arms and leaned back against the door frame, waiting for one of them to speak up. Maybe you should tell him, Ron, one of the twins said. Ron scowled, but he visibly gathered himself, and turned to face Harry. I asked Hermione out, but she told me no. Becoming a little impatient, Harry gave Ron the hurry-up motion with his hand. And, well, apparently Mum didn't take it very well. Ron, what exactly did you tell your mother? Harry asked. Just that Hermione told me she wouldn't go out with me and that I wasn't happy with it, I swear. I'm not happy about it, you know that, Harry. But I didn't expect Mum to do this. I'd never want Mum to go after Hermione like that. Hermione is my friend. It was more than likely nothing more than the truth, thought Harry. Ron was not a very good liar. Harry figured he could usually spot when Ron was trying to cover something up. The thing Harry was not certain of was why Mrs. Weasley would react this way. He was well aware of the fact that she wanted him for a son-in-law, but was she really that set on having Hermione as a daughter as well? No, it was likely not that, exactly. It was more likely that she was being protective of her son, though a certain amount of resentment for the way Harry had suddenly been tied to Fleur had likely bled over into the situation. So, what do we do now? Queried Harry. His friends all looked at one another as though they had not considered what they should do to fix the problem. I guess we need to speak with Mum, said one of the twins. Not that I'm looking forward to that, grumbled the other. Come on now, Fred, where's your sense of adventure? My sense of adventure is completely subservient to my sense of preservation, was Fred's response. Especially where Mum is concerned. Harry smirked. Leave it to the twins to take a tense situation and release a little of the stress with just a few words. Don't worry, Harry, Ron assured him. We'll talk to Mum and get her all sorted out. Thanks, guys, Harry responded. But while he appreciated their willingness to tackle the problem, he wanted to make certain his friends understood his opinion on the matter. I just want you all to know that I consider you family. You've all been very good to me, and I really do appreciate it. And I include your mother in that statement. She's always welcomed me to the Burrow, and she and your father have always been there for me when I needed to feel like I had a family. But, Harry emphasized, I will not continue to consider her a part of my family if she continues to attack my friends. She can be angry with Hermione for not going out with you, Ron, that is her choice. But she cannot react in such a public manner. I will not allow her to continue to embarrass my friend in front of the entire school. After she believed the articles about Hermione last year, I set her straight. I would have thought she would know Hermione better by now. We know, Harry, George responded. Harry looked at them curiously, and he smiled a little apologetically at Ginny. Sorry for bringing this up, Ginny, I know it's hard for you. But as part of this related to her disappointment over my betrothal to Fleur. The siblings all looked at one another yet again while Ginny blushed, giving Harry all the answer he felt he needed. It was confirmed by Fred, however. We're not sure, but it may be. Shaking his head, Harry fixed them all with a stern glare. Well, your mum can't do anything about that. And besides, it's not Hermione's fault, so I'd appreciate it if your mum didn't attack her. He glanced at Ginny and smiled, which she returned somewhat hesitantly. I'm sorry if this is all difficult for you, Ginny. I don't mean to hurt your feelings. Ginny gamely smiled at him and murmured that she was fine, which was heartening. Maybe she was starting to outgrow this infatuation. She was behaving a little more familiarly around him, rather than the almost silent shyness he had always seen from her in the past. He liked the change in her. It was much better having another friend, rather than someone who would not even speak when he entered a room. Look guys, Harry stressed, I can handle your mum's disappointment over what has happened. But she has to get used to it because she cannot change it. I really don't want to have to break ties with the first mother figure I've ever had. The message he had just imparted did not seem to have escaped any of his friends. Molly Weasley had been the first woman he had ever met who had any of the criteria he would expect in a mother. Petunia Dursley certainly could not be accused of being motherly, not even to her own son, regardless of her sickening displays. However, Harry now had another woman who he looked up to, and to be completely blunt, Apolline Delacour was far less overbearing and nosy than Molly Weasley. Apolline would eventually become his mother-in-law, and her personality made her much easier to approach than the Weasley matron. Harry still liked and appreciated Molly, but he would not continue to associate with her if she persisted in her attacks. The redhead siblings readily agreed with his sentiments, and after a few more moments of discussion, Harry exited the room, consulting the map as he left. He had a hurting friend to find and comfort. For the rest of the day, Harry, Hermione, and Fleur were a little cold to all the Weasley siblings, though in truth Hermione did not hold a grudge against her friends. They could not control the actions of their mother, after all. That did not change the hurt she felt, nor what her friends felt on her behalf. She was able to be gracious when, one by one, the Weasley children approached her to apologize for their mother's behavior. But even so, she could not help but be aloof from them, regardless of their best efforts. The humiliation she felt from receiving such an accusing howler was still too acute for her to forget it so easily. The one who held back, though, and watched them from a distance was Ron. She knew Ron would not have maliciously encouraged his mother to attack her. Harry's account of his conversation with the Weasley siblings forced her to agree with that assessment, not that she would have thought him complicit in the event anyway. Still, it was disappointing and hurtful that Ron's mother would have thought she was capable of such gasping behavior, and she was not eager to see the woman again anytime soon. And given the distance between her and Ron, the distance Ron had already created due to his own disappointment, Hermione was not exactly surprised when Ron did not approach her during the day like his siblings had. Perhaps Ron was making some progress, but in Hermione's eyes he still had some growing to do. The one thing which struck Hermione that day was Harry's attitude and actions. He positively doted on Hermione throughout that entire day. He was gentle and caring, and very solicitous for her feelings, and Hermione found herself enjoying the attention. And she knew that Fleur had not missed it at all. In fact, the French witch had smirked at Harry's behavior any time she thought the two of them were not looking, though Hermione did catch her at it a couple of times. And when Hermione confronted Fleur about it, the Veela simply smiled and asked if she still doubted the depth of Harry's feelings for her now. After classes were finished, and Monday was their heaviest day of classes, a very relieved Hermione dropped her books off in her dorm, happy that she was finally done for the day. She had been the subject of attention from all quarters that day, and though no one had actually said anything to her, even Malfoy had been cowed to a certain extent by Harry's glares, she thought. Still it had been a trying day, and one she was happy was over. Now all she had to do was make it through dinner, and she could relax with her friends and work on her homework. She made her way down to the common room, and was surprised to see Ron pacing the floor not 10 feet from the foot of the stairs. She paused for a moment, and then resolutely stepped into the room, causing Ron to stop his pacing and look at her with a certain measure of nervousness. Hermione, can I talk to you for a moment?" Ron stammered. "Of course, Ronald. What can I do for you?" She noticed Ron's slight flinch at the moniker, Ronald. He knew as well as anyone that she only called him that when he was in trouble, before he glanced about the room and motioned her to a nearby corner which was unoccupied. Once they had moved there, he sighed and ran his hand through his hair in agitation, before he turned to face her with determination. "Hermione, I wanted to apologize for my mother." "Thank you, Ron, but I'm certain it wasn't your fault," Hermione replied. Right. Though perhaps she should have had more faith in her friend, a part of Hermione still could not help but wonder if Ron had had something to do with his mother's actions. His own actions the previous year toward Harry, not to mention what he had done over the broom incident in third year, made her hesitant. "I did write my mother a letter, but I was disappointed, you know. I do like you and I did want to go out with you, and I told my mother that. I do have feelings for you, Hermione, but I respect your feelings as well, and would never want to see you hurt and embarrassed the way you were this morning." "Thank you, Ron," Hermione said, patting his hand. "Thanks for saying this. I know it wasn't easy. However, I don't hold you responsible for your mother's actions." A relieved smile stole over Ron's face, and he pulled Hermione into an enthusiastic but clumsy hug. This was more like the Ron she knew, uncomfortable speaking of his feelings, and awkward in his actions, and more endearing than the Ron attempting to be a suave ladies' man. She was grateful to see his reappearance. "I also want you to know that I respect your feelings too, Ron," Hermione replied when Ron had finally pulled back. "I don't have the kind of feelings for you that you want, but I'd never hurt you over them either. I just really would like you to be a little more consistent in your friendships to both Harry and me. I really want to return to the way we used to be when we were younger, before all these feelings and hormones started getting in the way. I'm working on it, okay? said Ron with a cheeky grin. Hermione could not help but laugh at his antics. He waggled his eyebrows at her and bowed in an exaggerated manner. "Shall we go to dinner now, milady?" he asked. Giggling, Hermione grasped his proffered arm and joined their friends who, unnoticed, had gathered behind them, all ready to head out of the portrait hole and go for dinner. As they walked toward the hall, Hermione could not help but reflect yet again on the day, and on her close friend. Ron had always been somewhat immature, but if there was a silver lining to his mother's regrettable actions, it seemed as though it was giving him a push to finally grow up a little. It was definitely a start. Albus had been in the great hall that morning when Miss Granger opened her howler. Even so, he was somewhat surprised to receive a visit from the Weasley twins later that afternoon, asking for permission for a rather odd request. They wanted to flow the burrow and talk to their mother about the howler. He had been considering doing something about the situation himself. The pressures on Harry, particularly with Umbridge in the castle spreading her vitriol, were such that Albus did not wish for his favorite student to have even more stress than was already the case. And certainly not from one he considered family. Molly Weasley was a good woman, and a staunch supporter of the light, having brought her children up with the same set of beliefs and strong desire to do the right thing as she and Arthur already possessed. For that, he could only be grateful. The Weasley family was amongst the strongest opponents of Voldemort and his forces, and their assistance and support were invaluable. But this obsession of Molly's to run her children's lives and her insistence that Ginny would be a perfect match for Harry was not helpful in the slightest. And Albus knew that her frustration over the situation regarding the now enacted marriage contract was behind this, far more than any disappointment she felt over the young Muggleborn rejecting the advances of her youngest son. Albus had to chuckle. He was not so old that he did not remember his own attempts as a youth. He had been just as awkward and lacking in confidence as any young person, but if he had to guess, he thought young Ronald would have put him to shame, as socially awkward as the lad was known to be at times. He was quick to accept their request. It was best to resolve the matter in as timely a fashion as possible, after all. And it was far better that the reprimand come from her own family than from him. Albus did not wish to embarrass her, after all. As Albus was to be briefly absent from the school that Monday evening, he requested the siblings' presence in his office on Tuesday. Once they had all gathered together, he grasped a handful of flow powder, and called the burrow. He received the requisite permission and motioned for the children to precede him, stepping through once they had all left. He arrived in the living room of the burrow, where Molly and Arthur awaited them, noting that the Weasley parents' faces were etched with concern. No doubt they suspected that their children had done something to warrant a visit from the headmaster. How ironic that exactly the opposite was the case. "Albus, are the children all right?" Molly fretted the moment he had entered the room. "They are fine, Molly, but they do have something important to discuss with you," responded Albus. "I will stay only to give support, but I will allow the children to tell you the problem." By this time, the children had greeted their parents with hugs all around, and then made their way to the various pieces of furniture which was set about the room. Young Ronald was the one to break the ice, and Albus was unsurprised that his words were a trifle blunt. "Mum, why did you attack Hermione that way?" Molly appeared taken aback at her son's forthrightness, but it was only a moment before she collected herself. "Ron, I'll ask you not to speak to me in that manner," she admonished. "I did not attack Miss Granger, I merely tried to point out to her that she was making a mistake." "Making a mistake?" asked George. "That's rich, Mum," said Fred. "I thought it was a person's choice who they wanted to date." When Molly was about to respond, Arthur, with a look of confusion, interjected, "What are you talking about? What happened?" "I asked Hermione to be my girlfriend, Dad," said Ron with a hint of embarrassment. Arthur smiled widely. "Good for you, son. She's a wonderful girl." Ron's expression was stoic. "She refused me, Dad. She told me she doesn't have anything but brotherly feelings for me." Clearly Arthur did not know what to say. "It's okay, I was a little upset, but I respect her feelings." "That's good, son," Arthur said with a hint of pride. "We cannot force our feelings on others, no matter how much we want them to be returned." "It sounds like you handled it properly." Arthur glanced at Molly, who was now blushing faintly, clearly suspecting what her children wished to discuss. "Then what is the problem, Ron?" "Mum sent Hermione a howler," Ginny stated. She called Hermione a gold digger and insinuated that she was a tramp trying to go after Harry when he's already taken. She embarrassed Hermione in front of the whole school. And embarrassed me as well, Ron added. Hermione's more important than me here, but what Mum said made me look like a little whiner, going to his mother for protection. I expect I'll have the Slytherins on me as much in the next little while as Hermione. Oh, Molly, Arthur said with some resignation and a shake of his head. It wasn't like that, Molly protested. The girl doesn't know what is best for her, and I was just trying to help her come to a better decision. On the contrary, Molly, Albus spoke up, feeling the need for a little backup for the children's claims. I was there when Miss Granger received your howler. It was rude, overbearing and completely uncalled for. You should not have sent her that. You are not her mother, after all. The woman had probably not been set down in this manner since she was a schoolgirl at Hogwarts, Albus reflected. Certainly he had never spoken to her in such a manner since he had gently reprimanded her for some mild misbehavior during her 6th year. Clearly she was not used to it. She said nothing, however, though her nervous glances at everyone in the room made her appear as though she was feeling slightly besieged. Mum, I want to know why you are trying to drive away our friends, said Ginny with a cold implacability. Molly was surprised at Ginny's accusation, but her eyes immediately narrowed. Ginny, I will not have you speak to me in this manner. It's true, Mum, said Ron, supporting his sister. You know what Harry told us. He told us that he considers us a family, but he won't if you keep attacking Hermione. Molly threw her hands up in the air with some exasperation. I was not attacking the girl, and I resent the implication that I was. Ron sent me a letter which clearly told me he was heartbroken, and I was trying to support him by pointing out that Hermione should think about it a little more before she dismissed him out of hand. Mum, no one is accusing you of being intentionally hateful, said Fred. But the letter you sent to Hermione was not a gentle remonstrance. Hermione was crying as she left the hall, Mum, added George. She was embarrassed about it, and I don't think I need to tell you how the Slytherins reacted. Well, perhaps I may have been a little forceful in voicing my opinions, said Molly, now having the grace to appear embarrassed. I wouldn't exactly call it a little forceful, Mum, said Ron. But I'd really like to know why you're so set on a match between me and Hermione. I mean, I know you want Ginny and Harry, Ron trailed off, looking a trifle embarrassed himself. Albus was interested himself. The fact that Molly wanted Harry and Ginny together was about the worst-kept secret in existence, but Albus had never given much thought to the other two members of the trio, and whether Molly had any ambitions in that quarter. Though she did not answer at once, Molly threw a few surreptitious looks at her youngest son, leading Albus to believe that her reasons revolved around him. When she finally did break her silence, his suspicions were confirmed. I don't want you to feel badly, Ron, but sometimes you have a tendency to be a little unmotivated. Hermione is a driven girl, and I think she would be perfect to help you achieve your potential. Oh Mum, Ron said with some exasperation. I know what I'm like sometimes, and I'm trying to get better. To be honest, Harry's new attitude has been a great help, and I think I'm making progress. But even I know that that is nothing to base a long-term relationship on. I like Hermione, and I'd love for her to like me back, but if we're really that different, then it's really for the best this way. Good job, Ronnie, said George with a slap on his brother's back. There's some hope for you yet. Ron backed that statement up when he very maturely crossed his eyes and stuck his tongue out at his brother, causing laughter around the room. Even Molly appeared to feel somewhat better as the tension eased out of the room. She was not a bad woman, Albus told himself, she was just somewhat of a meddling one, and she sometimes had a tendency to believe that she knew best. Painful as it was a trait she shared with Albus, if he was completely honest with himself. Once the laughter died down, Arthur spoke up, seemingly deciding it was time for him to take control of the situation. You have to let it go, Molly. Hermione is a bright and mature girl. She can decide for herself what she wants, and there is nothing you can do to change her mind. Very well, said Molly. I will leave the children alone. I'm not happy with the situation, but it is what it is. It is that indeed, said Albus kindly. I thank you, Molly. I know this is not easy, but it is necessary. We all need to be focused on what is important here, and Harry does not need to be distracted by such matters. Molly nodded her head in agreement, and then announced that her children needed to get back to school. Once again hugs were exchanged all around, along with the Weasley matriarch imparting some final few pieces of advice for her children, while telling them that she was proud of them. That was where Molly was at her best, Albus reflected. Supporting, teaching, and loving her family was where her true qualities lay. Albus had no doubt that Arthur would continue to work with her and help her to find the proper outlet for her frustrations. As for the children, Albus was very impressed with the maturity they had shown on this evening. The Weasleys had always been staunch supporters of the light, as he had already reflected upon. The young generation was shaping up to be just as important and steadfast as their parents. Unfortunately, no one could maintain an emotional high for long, and in the case of one Harry Potter, the likelihood of doing so was practically non-existent. As he had reflected before, his life was not a simple one, nor was it a calm, placid cruise along idle currents. No, his life was more like a trip down a set of raging rapids, or sailing into the teeth of a monster hurricane. Regardless of whether one's life was that of Harry Potter, or of someone more normal, reality must set in, and the day-to-day life once more dominate one's focus. For Harry, it was not one thing which brought him down from his previous high, it was a number of things all put together, and the fall was not a slow decline as might be expected, rather it was a quick and sudden drop. It started, of course, with the howler from Molly Weasley attacking his best friend. The fact that the Weasley matron had not offered even the barest of apologies did not impress Harry in the slightest, nor did it appease Hermione. The account of her discussion with her children was welcome to the extent that Harry knew she would not repeat her actions in the matter of the howler. However, Harry also knew that she would expect them to simply forget the matter and ignore it, without the proper process of contrition and apology. Doubtless, the next time she saw them she would behave as though everything was as it always was, an attempt to smother them in her affection and warm, possessive hugs, as was her wont. She might consider the matter closed, but to Harry and Hermione, as long as the apology was unspoken, Molly Weasley would be forgiven, but the episode would not be forgotten. For several days after the event, Harry found himself responding to the Weasley siblings with a little more coldness than he had ever before. In fact, both Hermione and Fleur were the same way. It was not fair, Harry knew, as the children were really not to blame for the actions of their mother, but perhaps it was understandable. Either way, the Weasleys accepted it for what it was, and allowed the trio some time to come to terms with the event by allowing them the space they required. It did not take long, and soon the friends were once again as close as they had ever been. The one thing which the howler did for Harry was to force him to think about the female adult figures in his life and to put them into some perspective. He now understood that his initial reaction to Molly Weasley as a mother figure was a simple product of the fact that he had never had such a person in his life before. Aunt Petunia could certainly never be considered to be motherly, and outside of Mrs. Figg, whom he considered to be more of a batty old grandmother than anything else, he had not really had any contact with any other adult women, other than Professor McGonagall, who also did not fit the mother mold. He quickly came to the conclusion that Mrs. Weasley, for all her good points, was not what he considered a mother to be either. At least, she was not what he considered his mother to be. If he had had an image of his mother throughout his formative years, Harry would have said that he had always hoped that she was loving and kind, willing to support him in anything, and quietly help him improve his faults as a mother should. Harry was well aware that his image of his mother was skewed, and represented a level of perfection which was not attainable by anyone. And all he had heard from others led him to believe that Lily Evans had been a strong woman, with a stubborn mindset, and a tendency toward somewhat of a volatile temper. However, Harry was certain she would have provided him a loving and positive environment in which to grow, had she lived long enough to do so. Of course, such thoughts engendered a renewed sense of loss, but Harry was well used to it by that time. So, if Molly Weasley was not a mother figure, what role did she fill in his life? The more Harry thought about it, the more he decided that she filled the role of a meddling aunt, one who was forever poking her nose into the lives of her nieces and nephews, while smothering them with an entirely unnecessary, and perhaps somewhat contrived, level of affection. The description fit Mrs. Weasley precisely, Harry realized, though he knew both the woman and her children would likely be offended should he ever characterize her in such a way in front of them. By contrast, his ideal of a mother was quickly being filled by Apolline Delacour. She was more what he imagined his mother to be. She was firm and unyielding when the situation demanded, but she was also willing to step back and allow her children to live their lives, while providing advice when asked. Harry could not say that he knew her well yet, but he already felt comfortable with her, which was for the best, he reflected, as one day she would be his mother. Or at least she would be his mother-in-law. Regardless of Harry's thoughts about Mother Weasley and the havoc her actions had caused to his equilibrium, it was only a few days before his feelings settled and he was able to put it behind him, though he did not forget. Other, more immediate, concerns intruded into his consciousness, which replaced the drama with the Weasleys. Malfoy's avoidance turned out to be a rather temporary respite, as after the Howler, he returned with a vengeance, though seemingly with a new target. Though he did not exclude Harry from his comments, he now took every opportunity to taunt Hermione, asking her how her campaign to become Harry's mistress was coming, how she was getting along with Mrs. Weasley, and anything else he could think of which would cast her in a negative light. Hermione counseled Harry to ignore the prat, and though Harry would have liked nothing more than to blast Malfoy where it hurt, he agreed that the ferret was not worth his time or effort. It helped that Malfoy did not dare to approach the same level of crudity for which Snape had reprimanded him. It seemed like those words had had a rather large effect on the Malfoy spawn. Or perhaps it was simply the fear of being called out by his head of house again. It turned out to be a good thing that Harry was ignoring him, as they discovered several times that Umbridge had been watching them as Malfoy had been spouting off, no doubt hoping for an opportunity to catch Harry responding to the prick's taunts and begin her task of proving him to be a troublemaker, which had thus far been stymied by his control over his temper. The final thing which had begun to dominate Harry's attention was the aforementioned defense professor in her class. The woman was a menace, he quickly decided, and she seemed intent upon goading Harry into a response, using whatever method she could. Harry, with his newfound maturity, not to mention the ever-present assistance of his closest friend, managed to resist her ever more blatant attempts. It was taxing on his temper, however, as he desperately wanted to put the woman in her place. More than a month into classes, it was very apparent that their original estimation of her class was spot on. They had learned almost nothing in that time and Harry doubted things would get better as long as she was at Hogwarts. With owls looming large at the end of the year, even Harry, who had always found defense to be easier than most, began to be worried about how he would manage to pass the tests without any practical experience. Ironically, however, the biggest drain on his temper was not the toad woman or the ferret, as may have been expected. That distinction began to manifest itself in that ridiculous suggestion Luna had made that evening at dinner, the idea to start up a defense club. Sure, he wanted to learn his defense material for owls that year, and he would have participated in such a club had it existed, but the thought of running it himself was not something he wanted to consider. Not only did he not consider himself qualified to teach a class to his peers, but with his determination to improve his overall performance, he was certain that taking on a responsibility such as Luna had suggested would affect his other subjects, all of which he was not as comfortable with as he was with defense. He felt it did not make sense to concentrate on a subject he was good at, to the expense of others which he felt required more effort. His friends, however, did not see it that way. It became a frequent topic of conversation, not only among the training group, but also among some of their other friends in Gryffindor House. It seemed like hardly an hour went by when someone would once again bring up the possibility of some sort of defense club. Then, inevitably, eyes would wander in his direction, comments would be made without any subtlety whatsoever, and Harry would find himself once again becoming annoyed with the topic. The worst, of course, were his friends, who took every opportunity to point out that no one could match him with respect to defense, and that they should really begin planning to start up the club. But though all of his friends got into it to a certain extent, the worst perpetrators were Fleur and Hermione. The latter especially, it seemed, was determined to see him lead this so-called club. It reached a boiling point on the second Monday in October. Admittedly, Harry had been in a bit of a foul mood the whole day. Potions had been potions, and though Snape had let up on Harry specifically, he was still a strict and exacting disciplinarian. His classes were always stressful and never any fun, in Harry's mind. History and divination were as they always were, but the worst was obviously defense. That day, Umbridge had been particularly blatant in her attempts to bait Harry, and leaving the class, he was almost coming to the conclusion that it would be worth it to provoke the toad for the simple reason that he would finally be able to tell her exactly what he thought of her. Not even Hermione's tutoring in runes, which he curiously found rather enjoyable and relaxing, was able to help Harry unwind that evening. It was, therefore, a stressed and fed-up Harry who was sitting with his friends in the Gryffindor common room after dinner, puzzling through a rune cluster which Hermione had given him to solve. After the fact, Harry could not even say what it was that set him off. In hindsight, it was often this way: the most innocuous comments could have the most negative impact upon a person, causing them to react in a manner which could not have been predicted. A person's state of mind simply had a way of affecting them to behave abnormally at times. This was such a time. "Hermione, will you just let it go already?" Harry snapped at Hermione when she once again broached the subject of the club. It was a tone Harry rarely used, especially with Hermione, and the suddenness of it clearly took her aback. "Harry, no, Hermione." Harry was practically yelling, and though he could see everyone in the common room stop to watch the spectacle, his frustration had boiled over and he was beyond caring who saw his tirade. "You have continued to harp on this, and you don't seem to get the picture. I don't want to lead any stupid club and I wish Luna had never come up with this harebrained idea at all. I'm sick of continually hearing about it from everyone. No one seems to respect my feelings in this matter. Now shut it. I don't want to hear about it again." Closing his textbook with a resounding crack, Harry stormed from the room, almost running over a firstie who was entering through the porthole with a friend. Harry dodged around her and, ignoring the look of curiosity she directed at him, he stalked away from the common room. The next half hour saw Harry wandering through the school aimlessly, thinking about the school year thus far, and the events of the past weeks. It had not taken long for his anger to cool and his control to reassert itself, and as a consequence, he soon felt ashamed for his outburst. He had never spoken to Hermione in such a way before, though they had certainly had disagreements and even spats, and he knew that she never expected it from him. She was due an apology, and he knew it would have to be made immediately. Regardless, he was unwilling to return to the common room so soon after losing his cool. His mind needed a little soothing, and some solitary time spent thinking was just what was required. It had been difficult at times, he decided, though there had certainly been bright spots. What he would not give for a year, just one, where he didn't have to deal with all the crazy happenings in his life. And yet, regardless of what he wanted, he found himself dealing with stupid and unqualified defense professors who would like nothing better than to discredit him for her stupid employer, along with greasy, grudge-bearing potions masters, though Snape had certainly been better since they had cleared the air, and the ever-present interference from Poncy, Faraday, bigoted gits with little manners and even fewer brains. As he had reflected before, it sometimes just did not pay to be Harry Potter. Harry had just about decided it was time to return to the common room, when he turned a corner in the hallway and saw Hermione and Fleur walking toward him, both wearing expressions of determination on their faces. "Come with us, Harry," Fleur instructed, and taking his hand in hers, she began pulling him along the corridor, with Hermione trailing behind. Harry avoided looking at his closest friend, not wanting to see the hurt on her face until he had to. "That one's empty," Hermione said, pointing to a door on their right. Glancing back at Hermione, completely forgetting his reluctance to look at her, Harry raised an eyebrow. Hermione merely smiled, holding up the Marauders map. They stepped into the empty classroom, and closed the door. Fleur applied privacy charms to the room, while Hermione grabbed 3 chairs and positioned them close together. She motioned to a chair and took one of the others. "Look, Hermione," Harry began, "I'm sorry I lost it back there. I shouldn't have yelled at you." Hermione smiled, and reached forward to pat Harry's knee. "It's all right, Harry. I shouldn't have kept on pushing you either." "It is not all right," Fleur interrupted with a clipped tone. She seated herself in the 3rd chair, and directed a pointed look at an abashed Harry. "This is exactly what we've spoken of. You have done well so far this year, but you still need to learn to control yourself better." Harry mumbled that he knew and he was trying, and after a brief, but intense look, Fleur appeared to accept Harry's apology. "We need to discuss this," she stated after a few moments. "You should not have spoken the way you did, Harry, but we have not handled this any better. We should have sat down from the beginning and talked about this, rather than pestering you about it." Harry looked up in shock. Fleur, I already said I don't want to do this. Why? Was her blunt query. Why are you so against it? Sputtering, Harry's ire began to return. They simply would not leave this alone. Maybe because I'm not qualified, Harry growled. Or maybe it's because I have enough on my plate with being a prefect, trying to do my best in all my classes, not to mention Quidditch. I don't understand why you two are so insistent about this. Sighing, Fleur reached out and grasped his hand once again, her thumb working circles on the back of it. It was clearly an attempt to calm him, and given her hands were soft, and her manner gentle and affectionate, Harry had to admit that it was working perfectly. Harry, we need to speak about this rationally. I don't think you've considered everything yet. What do you mean? What we mean, is that defense is not doing us any good, Harry, said Hermione. And the way things are going so far, we may have to put up with her for the rest of the year. So how is that my problem? Harry demanded. Why is it my responsibility to make up the slack for her incompetence? It isn't your responsibility, Harry, said Fleur. But what everyone has been saying is correct, you're the best in defense in the school. You are modest, which is a good trait, but you cannot deny the facts. And think about it, Harry, urged Hermione. We came to school thinking that we would need some way to put the things that Moody taught us to good use. This is the perfect way to do it, and to train others at the same time. You will learn more that way, too, Fleur added. Teaching others is a great way to learn yourself. Harry almost felt like he was watching a tennis match, the way the two girls were going at him. But though he felt once again like they were pressuring him, he was not getting angry. He was beginning to become tired of the whole thing. Was that their plan? Browbeat him until he finally gave in only to get them to stop. Once again Harry was shamed by his thoughts. They would not do that. They were both passionate in their beliefs and unwilling to give ground when they thought they were in the right, but they would never attempt to manipulate him in such a manner. Harry, what is it that really bothers you about this? Fleur asked gently. I've already told you, said Harry, combing his hand through his hair. Hermione's been after me since we came to Hogwarts to take my studies seriously, and I'm trying to do that. I'm comfortable with defense, it's my best subject. I think I should be spending more time working on other subjects which I'm not as comfortable with, rather than getting involved in a time-consuming defense club. Hermione and Fleur shared a look, and for a moment, Harry was almost amused. They had become so close in the last month that they almost seemed to exchange entire conversations in the space of one glance. Do you think it will be all that bad? Harry shrugged. I would think a lot of work goes into running a club like this. Who says you have to do it alone? That's not what I meant, Harry said with some exasperation. I am well aware that you were not intending me to do all the work on my own. That doesn't change the fact that running a club will be time-consuming and will pull our attention away from other things, like my other classes. I hardly think you have anything to worry about, soothed Hermione. You do well in your studies, Harry, and your increased dedication is only going to help. I don't think this will take up so much of your time that you'll have to neglect your other classes. Shaking his head, Harry returned Hermione's gaze. I still don't think I can juggle this many things and not have my schoolwork suffer. The girls once again exchanged a glance, before Hermione gently leaned forward and grasped the hand which was not already held by Fleur. Harry, why don't you tell us the real reason you don't want to do this? Sputtering, Harry glared at her, a look she returned with a placid, yet expectant, smile. I think I've already told you. No you haven't. All the things you've said are all reasons, but I don't think they are the real reason why you're so set against this. You've always shared things like this with me before, why can't you now? Harry was frustrated with her continual pushing, and so snapped, is it wrong to want to have a normal year for once? No, it isn't, Fleur soothed. But you should consider that, normal, is not a word which describes you, nor should it be something you aspire to be. What do you mean? Harry, you are not normal, said Hermione affectionately. You are a great Quidditch player and flyer, you are a prodigy in defense, and you are loyal, intelligent, brave and cunning, a true mix of the four houses. The fact that you are the only known survivor of the killing curse does not even begin to scratch the surface of who you are as a person. Feeling the heat rise to his cheeks, Harry looked away, embarrassed at the things they were saying about him. Harry did not consider himself to be all that, he was just Harry Potter, one of the guys. Others could have all the fame and fortune, he just wanted to be himself. Your relatives told you all your life that you were not normal, right? Fleur asked. When Harry indicated that she was correct, she continued, regardless of what your relatives told you, their brand of normal is not something you should aspire to. Think of it, would you really want to be like them if they are the ones who are normal? Harry had perhaps not thought of it in quite those terms, but he immediately understood that Fleur was correct and said as much. You are not normal, Harry, Fleur continued. You are a symbol of hope. You are a natural leader. You are the focus of a Dark Lord who considers you to be the greatest threat to his power. He must have some reason for believing that, even though we don't understand it. Perhaps you should begin to act like the exceptional person we all know you are. Normal people live in the world, exceptional people change the world. In truth, Harry had never thought of the matter in that fashion. He had never felt like a born leader, or any other sort of leader. He had always just wanted to be a normal teenager and worry about normal things, not have the weight of the world upon his shoulders. But the girls, possibly the two most important people in his life, were urging him to be more. Did he have it within him to be more? Did he even want to? With these two pushing him, he knew he at least had a shot. He had known ever since entering this world that there was much wrong with it, much which could be fixed. Starting up a defense club was a small step, but it could turn into so much more. They were right in that Voldemort needed to be opposed, and perhaps it was the younger generation which needed to do so. There was no better way to begin the task of readying them than to start this club. But regardless of his wants and desires, he knew that it was not likely, not with the damnable scar on his forehead, that he would ever be considered to be normal. Like it or not, he was a galvanizing figure, and others would follow him if he showed them the way. Perhaps Fleur was right and it was time to take a lead in taking the fight to Voldemort. Perhaps it was time to grow up. Can I think about it tonight? Harry asked, not wanting to make a snap decision. They smiled at him, assuring him that they did not have any intention of forcing him to do something he truly did not want to do. Harry, Hermione spoke up as they were getting up to leave, I should apologize to you as well. I know I get a little, she blushed and ducked her head, single-minded when I decide something. I shouldn't have badgered you about the club. Yeah, Hermione, you're a Gryffindor, Harry said with a smirk. Whatever you do, don't go badgering people. Otherwise, we'll all think you have become a Hufflepuff. Groans and playful smacks on the shoulder met Harry's poor attempt at a joke, but he grinned at Hermione before placing a hand on her shoulder. Seriously, Hermione, don't worry about it. I know you are passionate in your beliefs, and whatever happens, I should never snap at you like that. I think I should be asking for your forgiveness. But you already did, was Hermione's impish reply. And I think we should let it rest now, said Fleur. She stepped next to Harry, and soon her hand was comfortably ensconced within his own. Harry smiled at them both, indicating that he agreed with Fleur's statement, and the three ambled from the room and made their way back toward the Gryffindor common room. Harry, however, was still thinking about what had happened the past few hours, and he was beginning to wonder about his relationships with the two attractive girls with whom he was walking. Fleur was still somewhat of a mystery. They had made some progress, the little touches of affection, like their growing propensity to hold hands, were becoming more commonplace, and yet they were still very much becoming accustomed to the situation in which they found themselves and getting to know one another. She was a beautiful and brilliant young woman, and Harry was certain that he could come to love her very easily. He was not willing to push the issue however, being more than content to relax and allow their relationship to deepen without any artificial attempts which would just, in his opinion, make the process that much longer and more difficult. As for Hermione, well in her case, Harry was not certain any longer what he was to think. Hermione was his best friend, it was a subject which he had contemplated many times in the past. He did not know where he would be without Hermione. And that was part of the problem, he was now pledged to Fleur for the rest of his life, and he would not betray her. However, the thought of losing what he had with Hermione caused Harry to feel an almost physical pain. He did not think he could do without her in his life. But what would happen as they got older? Surely someday some lucky bloke would see Hermione for what she was, a truly exceptional young woman. The man would then sweep her off her feet and they would marry. The thought troubled Harry excessively. Why? What did he truly feel for his best friend? Was he in love with her? He was not certain of his feelings, but he did know that he would not betray Fleur, such a thing was unthinkable. As they arrived at the portrait hole, Harry decided to put those thoughts out of his mind. It was a topic to be considered another day. They stepped into the common room and took their former seats, once again pulling out their homework which had been interrupted by Harry's outburst. But as he worked on his homework, Harry could not help but notice Ron giving him dark looks as he worked on his own assignments. Knowing what his friend was likely about, Harry had to suppress a grin. It was quite the reversal for Ron to be angry with Harry for his treatment of Hermione. Mentally, Harry prepared himself for a confrontation, as Ron appeared as though he wanted to have it out. He did not have long to wait. They had retired to the dormitories early, the day having been long and difficult, and Harry found himself tired and ready to head to bed early. When he approached his bed after brushing his teeth and washing up, he was accosted by Ron, who wore a very determined expression on his face. "You were out of line tonight, mate," he stated without preamble. "I know, Ron," Harry replied. The best way of dealing with Ron in a situation like this, not that he had much experience in this exact set of circumstances, was to agree with him and allow him to get his opinion off his chest. Ron's anger could be impressive when provoked, but it usually ran its course fairly quickly, unless he was of a mind to hold a grudge. Harry did not think he was in such a mood at this point. "I've already apologized to Hermione, Ron, so you can leave off the big brother act." Ron cocked his head to the side, clearly taken aback, yet thoughtfully considering Harry's words. He shook his head after a moment. "All right then, but I hope you've worked it out." "We have." "Good, because I don't want you taking my place. I'm the one who makes her cry, and you're the one who sticks up for her." Thinking that Ron's joke was in poor taste, Harry gazed pointedly at his friend. All right, Ron conceded, his hands raised in surrender. "I know I've got some things to work on myself, and I've been trying, you know. But I've never seen you go at Hermione like that before, though if you'd done so, maybe I would have got my head out of my ass before now." "What do you mean?" asked a curious Harry. Ron sighed. "I guess I finally saw a bit of myself in the way you yelled at her," Ron admitted. "It's not easy seeing something like that about yourself, is it?" Harry stated, with some sympathy. "It isn't, mate, but now I've finally figured it out. I figure I can do better with her. She doesn't want to go out with me, but she's still my friend. I know I need to treat her better to keep her as a friend." Ron appeared as though he wanted to say something further, but he glanced around at the other three occupants of the room, and seemed to think better of it. He smiled hesitantly at Harry before saying good night and making his way to his bed. Harry lay down on his bed, his mind immediately working over the problem of the defense club. Fleur and Hermione had not convinced him yet of the benefit of his leading it, but though he would have liked to dispute its necessity, he could not. Clearly this was something which would be a benefit for not only him and his friends, but for anyone who was invited to attend as well. Though he was tired, Harry was a long time falling asleep that night, and by the time he did, he had almost reconciled himself to appeasing his two closest female friends, though perhaps appease was not really the right word, and agreeing to their request. First, however, there were a few things he wanted to make clear with them, and a few ground rules he thought would be necessary. The next morning found the trio up earlier than usual. Though it was unplanned, all three gravitated to the common room before most of the other house members were up and, deciding that there was no time like the present, they made their way toward the Great Hall for breakfast. Initially, when they sat down at the table, each of the three concentrated on their meal, and although Harry did not truly feel very hungry, he dutifully ate his breakfast. Thoughts of the proposed club and what he wanted to clarify with the girls rolled through his mind the entire time. To either side, he could see the girls eyeing him somewhat nervously. Clearly they were convinced that this plan was the answer to their dilemma, though their behavior over the past weeks had been as much a hint as their current demeanors. That thought of course sent Harry off on a tangent, thinking that perhaps he should have been paying a little more attention, rather than focusing so much on his concerns and worries. Hermione was, after all, very intelligent, and he had trusted her judgment in the past. If he had thought about it a little more, perhaps the previous evening's unpleasantness could have been avoided. There was obviously a lesson there, and one Harry was determined not to forget. At length, however, he decided that as amusing as their behavior was in their attempts to act nonchalant, it was not getting them anywhere. Class time was approaching, and Harry really wanted to get this sorted out and make a decision now. "All right," You too, he said, breaking the silence. I suppose we should talk about this idea of yours. The two young ladies acquiesced, and Harry continued. You know what I'm worried about. Have either of you thought how you wanted to do this? Hermione was the first to speak. Well, we don't have everything planned out. What? Harry demanded cheekily. Hermione Granger doesn't have everything planned out yet. You must be slipping, usually you have it all done in advance. Prat! Hermione exclaimed, followed with a swat. Harry just grinned at her impudently. His jest seemed to have the desired effect of breaking the tension somewhat. Hermione rolled her eyes and continued in a more normal tone of voice. Right. Well, Fleur and I figured that we could all share the planning and running of the club. We could create a basic plan of what we want to accomplish each week, Fleur spoke up. We begin each week by demonstrating the spells we are teaching, and then we split the attendees off into groups. Depending on how many we have to each meeting, we could have our friends who trained with Moody each take control over a group and be responsible for helping the students in their group learn the spells. Then the three of us could act sort of like roving instructors. We would go around the room helping out and giving additional demonstrations where required. And how much time would we need to prepare? Harry asked. That depends on what we want to teach, said Hermione. Harry smiled at her, hearing the tone of her voice and knowing that she was going into her lecture mode, which she so often did when she was explaining something. A lot of the spells we will need to teach we already know. For example, given what happened in the First War, we should likely teach the Patronus charm. With Voldemort on the loose again, I would be surprised if he didn't get the Dementors to side with him. You already know that spell, Harry, so there wouldn't be much preparation. Moody taught us more than how to cast spells, Harry noted. I presume you want to do more than that in the club too. The girls shared a glance. Ideally, that would be best, Hermione said, speaking up for both of them. Yes, part of the goal is to help people practice so they can pass their owls, but I think an equally important part is to train a group of students who will be able to defend themselves against the Death Eaters, and maybe even carry the fight back to them. Harry frowned at the implication. That's pretty dangerous, you know, he stated. You're talking about turning school children into a fighting force, some of them could get killed. That is true, Harry, Hermione admitted, but think about it, with Voldemort being back, we're all in danger already, and the danger will get worse the longer he is allowed to build his power. And some are in even more danger, Fleur added. What about Dean Thomas, who is a Muggleborn? Or the Pottles or Cho Chang, who are not originally from England? Voldemort will not look kindly on them either because he considers them mongrels. Harry had to admit they had a point. Reluctant as he was to form a fighting group which would inevitably put its members in danger, they already were, as Fleur had pointed out. At the very least, they would be helping others learn to defend themselves, which would only be of benefit for them, and the entire wizarding world. He was about to speak when Hermione nudged him, while throwing a significant glance at Fleur. Harry took it as he thought Hermione intended. Someone was approaching who they definitely did not want to overhear their current conversation. Mr. Potter, the cloying tones of his new personal nemesis interrupted them. Harry turned to see the hideously pink-clad defense professor standing nearby, while affixing the students with her normally false cheerful gaze. You and your friends are here early today, Mr. Potter, Umbridge trilled in her girlish voice. However, Harry did not miss the emphasis, nor did he miss the implication that Umbridge thought both of his closest friends to be lower than dirt. He would dearly have liked to respond and put the woman in her place, but the events of the previous day and his discussion with the two girls about the need to hold his temper made resisting the temptation that much easier. But that did not stop him from wanting to witness the payback which he would make certain the detestable woman eventually received. Yes, she would receive it, he promised himself. Her, and all others like her. Just wanted to get an early start on the day, Harry responded in a chipper and eager tone of voice which he had learned truly annoyed the Toad Woman. It was, after all, the only weapon in his arsenal against her, at present, and he had come to the point where he had begun to use it often, especially when he felt himself in danger of giving in and snapping at the woman. Umbridge sniffed with ill-concealed disdain. Very commendable of you, I am sure. Thank you, Professor, Harry continued in the same tone. I am trying my best. Umbridge did not say anything in response. Rather, she directed an expression of sweet approval, with which she attempted to cover the malice in her eyes, at Harry, and walked away toward the staff table, her nose held higher in the air than was her wont. Grinning at his friends, Harry motioned to the entrance. The three gathered their things and left the Great Hall to find a location more conducive to a private discussion. After all, it was somewhat silly of them to have been discussing this in the Great Hall in the first place. There were too many eyes to see and ears to hear. They made their way from the hall and through the school, eventually stopping in the same classroom in which they had had their discussion the evening before. They settled down to speak once Fleur had once again cast privacy spells. "What about Umbridge?" Harry asked without preamble. "What about her?" said Hermione. "Well, I assume you don't want her to know about this." It was a question and not a statement, but Hermione nodded her head in agreement anyway. "That means that we won't be telling any of the other professors either." "Plausible deniability, Harry," Hermione responded. "We don't want Umbridge to have any ammunition she could use to try to take over the school, so if our professors don't know what we're doing, then they can't be held responsible." Harry frowned. "But we can." "Perhaps," interjected Fleur. "But what could be done to us? Starting up a group like this is not against school rules, after all, and the only ones who may take exception are Fudge and Umbridge, and then only because they are paranoid that Dumbledore is trying to take over the ministry. If Dumbledore is able to state, even under Veritaserum, that he had no knowledge of what we were doing, then any suspicion is deflected off him, and onto us. The worst we would get is a slap on the wrist for failing to clear the club with one of the professors." It was well thought out, but it would have to be, considering it was Fleur and Hermione's brainchild. And it just may work. There were only a few other things he wanted to work out before he agreed to it. "You mentioned that we would act like instructors. What about our practice time?" "Why, Harry, have you forgotten we need to prepare?" asked Hermione impishly. "On the nights we run the club we would instruct, but we could have our own practice sessions with our friends on other nights. And besides, I think there would be plenty of practicing going on while instructing. We could even run some dueling tournaments," said Fleur with some excitement. "That would help us all know where we stand and where we need to improve." "Good idea," said Harry, "though I think some of the younger students might find themselves in over their heads." "So, have some mini-tournaments then," suggested Hermione. "Rank everyone based on how well they are doing, and have several smaller tournaments." It was a good idea, and a perfect way to put Moody's advice to work. "What about the location?" "That we haven't figured out yet," admitted Hermione. "We obviously need a place where we won't be interrupted or found out by Umbridge, but I'm not sure of where we could do it." "Well," began Harry slowly, "if nothing else, there's always the chamber." Hermione wrinkled her nose in distaste. "From what you've told me, Harry, it doesn't sound like a very good place to spend several hours." "No," Harry agreed, "but it's very secure. I doubt that Umbridge is a Parselmouth, so there's no way she'd be able to catch us." "True, but she could catch us going in or out of it. I think we should look for a better place." Harry shrugged his shoulders. As the only one of the three who had ever been down to the chamber, he was well aware of the fact that it was not truly suitable for their needs. Needless to say, the millennia of filth which had built up down there would not help matters either. They would need to find a better place, and he figured the first place to start looking was to ask Fred and George. If anyone knew of such a place, it would be the Gryffindor pranksters. "Have you two got a list together of who you want to invite? Does this mean you're going to do it?" "Looks like I don't have a choice," said Harry with a smirk. "You two will pester me until I agree, so I might as well save myself from being annoyed by just agreeing now." A glowing Fleur let out a little squeak and hugged Harry, pressing her lips against his cheek. What surprised Harry, however, is that Hermione mirrored Fleur's actions from Harry's right side, so Harry found to his astonishment that he had two soft pairs of lips attached to his cheeks. It did not last long. Hermione seemed to immediately realize what she was doing, and she blushed and pulled away. A quick glance at Fleur showed that she was not angry at Hermione's presumption. As a matter of fact, she appeared rather amused at the brunette's actions. Hermione did not say anything, but it was clear she was embarrassed, if her pink cheeks and nervous glances were any indication. "Well, it's not every day a guy gets key-ed on the cheeks by two pretty girls," Harry deadpanned. Hermione's blush deepened and she began stammering, presumably to apologize. Fleur cut her off, though, with a bit of well-placed humor to compliment what Harry had said. "We had better be careful," Hermione said in a dry tone of voice. Harry's going to get a swelled head with this kind of attention. Giggling in spite of her embarrassment, Hermione made a great show of gathering her things and rising. She looked to her two friends and with exaggerated casualness said, "Well, shall we head off to classes?" Harry shook his head and rose, assisting Fleur to her feet. He then wrapped his arms around both girls and ushered them from the room. "I think you're right, Hermione," he said. "I'm sure glad I have you two around to keep me grounded. You two are the best." Both girls beamed as they allowed him to lead them from the room. Sitting in the small breakfast nook, Sirius Black was enjoying his meal, his newspaper, and the new direction his life had taken. "These French certainly know how to eat breakfast," he thought as he savored his sweet treat. A chocolate-filled croissant was something one would rarely find in England as a breakfast food, and Sirius, who had been legendary at Hogwarts for his sweet tooth, took every opportunity now to indulge. He deserved it, he thought, considering the hell on earth in which he had been imprisoned for more than 12 years, not to mention the equally hellish slop that passed for food. He glanced around, noting the tastefully decorated and comfortable furnishings of the Delacour home, noting the difference between this affluent family dwelling and the dark and dirty hole in which he had been raised. The Delacours had insisted he treat the chateau as his home during the course of his sojourn in France, and he found that he was very happy and at ease here. It did not hurt that the Delacour house elves saw to his every need and fondly looked to him as a member of their human family. It was the perfect place to rest, recuperate, and get his life back in order, and one which he was happy to have at his disposal. And though he would not have thought that the solitude would suit him, due to his gregarious and social personality, he found that dealing with the demons in his mind often required quiet and an undisturbed location. And when he felt like it, he had made a few acquaintances in France, and the Delacours were just a short portkey journey away. Being friendly with someone of Jean Sebastian's influence in France certainly did have its perks. Jean Sebastian was well on the way to becoming a good friend and powerful ally, and Apolline was lovely and welcoming. It appeared that he had chosen well when he had made the decision to involve them in Harry's life. Sirius's recovery was for the most part going smoothly. Though he was still plagued at times with nightmares of his time in Azkaban, and at times he brooded over the unfairness of life, those times were becoming fewer and further in between. All in all, his therapist assured him that he was making tremendous progress. Chuckling, Sirius thought of the woman he saw twice weekly as his therapist. She was the one part of his recovery which was not proceeding according to plan. Audrey Street. Laurent was a tall, statuesque blonde, who was, unaccountably, still single, though she was older than Sirius by a few years. Naturally Sirius, as a self-proclaimed ladies' man, had immediately become infatuated with the beautiful woman, but thus far all his attempts at coming to know her intimately had failed. In fact, she seemed to take great satisfaction from shooting him down and reminding him at every opportunity that it was inappropriate for a mind healer to be seeing her patient in any capacity which was not professional. Ah well, Sirius reflected, it was more the fun of the chase than the catching of the prey, after all. For now, he was having fun honing his flirting abilities, which had rusted during his stay at Chateau Azkaban. Needless to say, Dementors were not exactly adept at the practice, and generally attempting to make the woman blush. Not that he was having that much success in that endeavor either. Soon he would be ready to return to England and build a new life with his godson, taking his rightful place in society, and once again defying Voldemort and spitting in his eye. He was determined that Lily and James would have their justice, and he would use every canute of the Black family fortune to see it done if necessary. His musings were cut short by the sight of an owl drifting in through an open window and landing on the table in front of him. Sirius promptly removed the parchment from the owl's leg, while Maddie popped in and placed a dish of water and a generous helping of owl treats in front of the bird. Since it did not appear to be eager to depart again, Sirius assumed the owl was waiting for a reply. He opened the letter, and though he was somewhat surprised at its contents, he was not at all displeased with it. In fact, a devilish grin slipped over Sirius's face, as he contemplated the possibility for a prank. As a marauder at heart, such an opportunity could not be allowed to slip away without taking it up. At his request, the house elf provided him with a quill and parchment, and Sirius set about drafting his reply. He could hardly wait. Things were looking up in Sirius Black's world. For the next few days, Harry, Hermione, and Fleur, along with the rest of their friends, who were quickly brought into the discussion, debated the composition of those who would be invited to join their proposed club. It was perhaps unsurprising that just about every Gryffindor of Harry's year and up were on the list, and a few from the younger years as well. However, though Gryffindors constituted most of the planned club members, there were a number of Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws who, after some debate, were considered trustworthy enough to receive invitations. The one task, in which they did not have any success, was in locating a suitable location for their meetings. Harry was insistent that they had to find a place which was almost foolproof in its defenses, and simply commandeering an unused classroom and placing protective charms on it was not good enough. In addition, the members had to be made aware of the location and times of the meetings. To offset this problem, Hermione and Fleur charmed a number coins with a protean charm to alert potential club members of the times of future meetings. Once they had a meeting place, they would rely on their members to spread the word to their friends, and ultimately to all those who were on the list for possible membership. However, they were completely at a standstill until a location could be determined. Through all of this, Fleur gave as much assistance as she was able, but for the most part she simply listened and absorbed what she could of what her friends were saying. She was the newcomer to the school, and as such, she could not give much advice on the other students, after all, and she was by far the least familiar with the castle. On the planning side, she, Hermione and Harry worked closely to come up with a list of activities for the club, once they were able to officially get it off the ground. Other than that, Fleur's days were spent with her friends and housemates, getting to know everyone, and learning what she could about the new school she found herself attending. A month had gone by and Fleur had quickly adjusted to the new school. It was different from Beauxbatons, but not necessarily in a bad way, the major difference, of course, being the house system, which did not exist in her old school. As a result, though the student body of Beauxbatons still had its share of cliques and rivalries, it was in no way comparable to the rivalries which existed at Hogwarts. It was almost incomprehensible, but true, it seemed that generally only the barest of relationships existed between members of the different houses. There were of course some exceptions, but Fleur came to understand that those exceptions often seemed to be between those friends who had known one another before coming to school. In general, the houses interacted on only the most rudimentary of levels, and when they did, it was almost always with a certain distrust and wariness. And heaven forbid a Gryffindor and a Slytherin actually speak to one another without resorting to threats and intimidation. Fleur quickly became aware of the fact that Luna being part of their group was somewhat of an oddity, as normally she would be expected to stick with others of her own house. The fact that very few in her own house seemed to tolerate the quirky girl, much less like her, added to the fact that she had been Ginny's childhood friend, seemed to make it easier for her to associate with mostly Gryffindors. However, she was an exception, rather than the rule. All in all, though, Fleur found herself content with her new home, and happy to be there. Here in Hogwarts, she felt that she had gained some true friends for the first time in her life, and possibly more importantly, acceptance. And, she was becoming closer to Harry and Hermione all the time. The one thing which was not going well was her time in defense class. She could not claim to have been singled out to the extent that Harry had, but she was well aware of the professor's opinion of her, from the way Umbridge ignored her whenever possible, to the barely concealed contempt which she was favored with whenever the woman did actually acknowledge her. The Friday after they had finally persuaded Harry to start the club, Fleur gathered her books and departed the defense classroom in the company of the other Gryffindors. Due to the size of the class and the number of students who had either not obtained the grades sufficient to continue on to Newt Defense, or had not continued with the subject, the entire 7th year was taught in one large class, which was scheduled for Wednesdays and Fridays. As such, she was also in class with some of the few acquaintances she had made the previous year, primarily with Ravenclaw House, with whom she and her Beauxbatons schoolmates had usually taken their meals. She had begun to walk from the room in the company of the Weasley twins when a voice calling her name prompted her to stop. "Hello, Fleur," Roger Davies said as she turned. She returned his greeting in a friendly manner, which was the mirror of his own. Roger was, quite honestly, an enigma to Fleur. To say that he had been an uninspiring date at the ball was a massive understatement. She had agreed to accompany him, in part, due to the fact that he had asked her to the ball. With every appearance of composure and confidence, and as the thought of spending the entire evening with a drooling sycophant had been unappealing, she had thought he would be a good choice. Sadly, she had been mistaken. Once he had been able to secure her as a date, it appeared the composure had deserted him, and the entire evening she had felt like she was drying herself off from the continual drool that even the small leak of her allure had engendered. Most of those in attendance had thought that she and Roger had left the ballroom late in the festivities for an intimate interlude in the gardens. Fleur had laughed long and hard when Harry had told her of the speculation. In reality, Fleur had become tired of his constant adulation, and her feet had become sore because of his continued inability to stay off her toes when dancing. She had left to return to the Beauxbatons' carriage, only to be followed by an amorous Roger. Fortunately, it had taken nothing more than a small burst of her allure to render him a gibbering idiot and allow her to make her escape, to nurse her toes and curse the unfairness of her life. This year, Roger appeared to have overcome his susceptibility to her allure, and he could always be counted on to stop to talk to her in the hallways, or to exchange a few words in class. She was certain he was a good sort of boy, but something about his manner seemed to suggest to her that he was still influenced by her far more than he ought. She therefore attempted to limit the times of contact, and exchange only the barest of pleasantries with him if at all possible. "I haven't seen you in a while," Roger commented as they continued to walk from the room. "Well, you know how it is," Fleur responded vaguely. Roger was on the list of those to invite to the defense club, but Fleur did not want to let the cat out of the bag too early. With schoolwork and everything that's going on with defense class, things have been a little hectic. "True. Seems crazy that it's already New Year, doesn't it?" Fleur smiled and agreed, and they walked on in silence. "Are you looking forward to your first trip to Hogsmeade?" continued Roger after a moment. "I am, anything to get out of this castle. I never thought a building this big could become so stifling, but I am looking forward to leaving it for a while." "Just wait until January," Roger replied with a smirk. "Scottish winters are not pleasant, you know." Fleur, having grown up in the south of France, shivered a little theatrically. "Don't remind me," she said, remembering the previous winter at Hogwarts. "So what are your plans for the Hogsmeade weekend?" he asked. Glancing sidelong at him, Fleur wondered what he was getting at. He had to know the group she associated with, not to mention her betrothal to Harry. Could she really have any other plans than to go to Hogsmeade with them? "Harry and Hermione have promised to show me around the village," she said. A flicker of something passed over his face, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared, and Fleur was unable to decipher it. "It's good to see they are taking care of you," was his only enigmatic reply. He then excused himself with a friendly goodbye, and strode off in the direction of his common room. Their interactions always seemed to be this way, short, desultory, and lacking in any substance whatsoever. What was he about? His little conversations which he initiated from time to time seemed innocuous enough, but Fleur could not help but wonder if he had some other objective in mind when they spoke. He would often make small talk as he had only moments ago, but he also avoided any conversation about Harry, or any of her other friends. She did not sense any sort of malice from him, but she also could not feel entirely comfortable with him either. Shrugging, Fleur put it from her mind. Aside from Roger and Luna, and a few other acquaintances she had made the previous year, Fleur had very little direct contact with anyone other than her own housemates. The atmosphere in the school was simply not conducive to creating lasting friendships with the members of other houses. If nothing else, the club they were planning would be good in the sense that it would at the very least promote some interaction between members of the disparate houses, and possibly a little cooperation at the same time. The school could only benefit from it. As for the other girls with whom she had not yet become acquainted, whether they regarded her in the same light as her Beauxbatons contemporaries had, or were just simply not interested due to the fact that she was not one of their own, she could not say. The one thing she could say with absolute certainty was that the Slytherins by and large viewed her as little more than an intelligent animal. In fact, some of the looks she received from certain members of that house, particularly the older boys, brought nightmarish stories of kidnapped Velas sold into Sayulbpri to her mind. Though the world was in general more civilized now, such traffic did still exist, a fact which accounted for some of her father's protectiveness toward her and Gabrielle. Some of those Slytherin boys, particularly Malfoy and his cronies, would be only too happy to use her and sell her, she thought. She was glad she had the protection of her friends, as the school would be a very nervous place without it. By the time the weekend rolled around, Harry was ready to leave the castle for a day in Hogsmeade. His studies had been going well, plans for their defense club were proceeding, with the obvious exception of where they were going to hold it, and all in all, regardless of the presence of Umbridge, Harry found himself more content in the school than he had ever felt before. But as much as he was enjoying school this year, aside from defense and potions, of course, it had not exactly been a relaxing year. The opportunity to escape from the castle for a few hours was welcome. The Gryffindor upper years had decided to go to the village as a group, though they would likely go their separate ways once they actually got there. A funny thing had happened in that the 5th years were largely friendly with the 7th years, unsurprising as Fleur, the twins, Angelina and Alicia were 7th years, but the 6th years, with the exception of Katie Bell, were not part of their clique. For Harry this was not a great loss as the 6th year group was very small, and other than Katie Bell, who of course he had known as part of the Quidditch team since arriving at Hogwarts, the only other 6th year with whom he was at all familiar was Cormac McLaggen. And since Harry was not especially enamored with arrogance as a character trait, he was quite willing to ignore the Ponce's very existence. After breakfast, Harry returned to his room to gather his winter clothing, before making his way back down to the common room where he waited for the others to return. A few moments later he was greeted by the sight of his fiancée descending the stairs. Fleur had dressed herself in a light blue jacket which was befitting of chill in the air, and though her jeans were fit snugly, they did not appear to be painted on like some he had seen in the Muggle world. She had on a pair of soft leather boots, and to complete the ensemble, her hair was pulled up in a French braid, covered by a white, woolen hat in the beret style. Harry was mesmerized, she was absolutely stunning. He walked over to her and bowed slightly, taking her hand and tenderly bestowing a key upon it. "Hello Fleur, you are looking absolutely beautiful this morning." Fleur giggled lightly at his gallantry. She leaned forward and keyed his cheek affectionately. "Thank you, Harry. You are not looking so bad yourself." "Smooth, loverboy," said a grinning Hermione as she descended the stairs behind Fleur. "Looks like there may be some hope for him after all," she commented to Fleur. "Oh, I think with the right guidance Harry will work out just fine," Fleur responded as she stepped to Harry's side and took his arm in her hand. "Perhaps I am hopeless," was Harry's pleasant reply. "But it doesn't take a genius to recognize beauty when it stares you in the face." This time Fleur actually did blush lightly, though it was evident in her fond smile that she was more than pleased with Harry's comments. Harry kept hold of Fleur's hand on his arm, and when the entire group had gathered, he switched to take her hand as they made their way down toward the entrance hall, laughing and joking with one another along the way. There, they met Luna, before they finally made their way out of the entrance and down toward the village. It was a fine October morning and the air was clear and crisp without being cold as it would become in later months. All in all, Harry felt it was a good day, with his closest friends at his side, and his beautiful fiancée walking next to him, hand ensconced in his, talking animatedly with his closest female friend. The sight of Hermione and Fleur getting along so well brought a smile to his face, and considering Hermione's apathetic attitude toward Fleur the previous year, it was a marvel that they were now such close friends. They shared everything, confidences, gossip, and as much as Hermione gossiped, and they were fiercely protective of one another, and of him. It was very satisfying, he decided, to have two such wonderful girls so concerned about him. He liked it very much, he decided. They had walked for several moments, the group fluidly shifting places and talking amongst themselves, though Harry kept his grip on Fleur's hand, and Hermione kept her place by Fleur's side. They had just left Hogwarts grounds when Harry found Ginny walking by his side. "Hey, Harry," Ginny said, with just a trace of a blush. "How's it going?" Harry smiled, indicating to her that all was well, and they walked for a few moments exchanging pleasantries of the sort which friends sometimes do. "Have you found a place for the defense club yet?" she asked, suddenly changing the topic. "Not yet," Harry admitted. "We've thought of a bunch of different possibilities, but nothing that will keep us safe from Umbridge." "Have you tried asking someone else?" said Ginny after a moment's consideration. "Like professors or such?" Harry asked. When she nodded, Harry replied, "We'd prefer not to involve the professors. They can truthfully say that they knew nothing of the club if it is ever discovered." "Keep it, Harry," she said. "I'm sure you'll figure something out. You can do anything you put your mind to." She then hurried forward to walk next to Luna, while Harry watched her with a bemused smile. Ginny appeared to be much more at ease around him lately, and though he was grateful for her newfound confidence, her tendency to shower him with praise, state her confidence in his abilities, or stare longingly at him at times prompted him to wish for a little less of her attention. She was obviously not truly over her crush of him, even though he was grateful for her attempts to act normally in his presence. She was a very nice girl, he had decided, and had the situation with Fleur been different, and his relationship with Hermione not been quite so close, he admitted, he might have been interested in Ginny. Putting the subject of Ginny from his mind for a moment, Harry glanced back at his two companions, only to find that Fleur was eyeing Ginny with a look which contained a small measure of animosity. He exchanged a look with Hermione on Fleur's other side, but Hermione merely smiled at him and shrugged. It only lasted a moment before Fleur glanced in his direction, smiled, and returned to her conversation with Hermione. Puzzled, Harry returned to his own thoughts. Though the older witch was not openly antagonistic, there were times where Harry got the distinctive impression that Fleur did not truly like Ginny. No, perhaps it was not that she did not like Ginny, it was more that Fleur had a tendency to watch Ginny, like she was watching a predator, wary of when it would finally make its move. Fleur must know of Ginny's crush, it was not precisely a secret, after all, and at times it was blatantly obvious. It was almost as though she felt it necessary to warn the younger girl away from her territory, and made no bones about the fact that Ginny was not allowed to show Harry any affection which was anything more than friendly. Her behavior was understandable, considering they were all but engaged, but strangely, it was only Ginny who was subjected to this scrutiny from Fleur. Not even Hermione. Harry had to turn his head to hide a sudden burst of embarrassment, and what he assumed was his flaming cheeks. He had thought over and over again about what had happened during the previous week, and he could still not make it out. Fleur keying him on the cheek was no big deal, she had done it on occasion since they had become betrothed and Harry had gotten used to her displays of affection. Hermione had also done it once or twice, he reflected, so that was not exactly out of the ordinary either. But both of them at the same time. And without Fleur getting all territorial and protective. That was what confused Harry. Whereas Ginny definitely received the cold shoulder from Fleur at times, though Harry had to allow that if Ginny was trying to flirt with him, her attempts were painfully awkward, even by Harry's standards. Hermione, whose shows of affection were transparent and obvious, was not subjected to the same treatment. It did not make sense. From all Harry knew of girls, and he was willing to admit he was somewhat clueless when it came to the fairer say, he would have thought that Hermione's action would have had Fleur's wand out in an instant. Moreover, Harry was convinced that if Ginny had done the same, a drawn wand and some harsh words would have been on the mild end of Fleur's reaction. But instead of any such reaction, Fleur had merely looked amused at Hermione's behavior. Amused. It was almost as though Fleur had expected it, and was happy it had finally occurred. Why were the rules different for two different girls? Again, Harry would have thought the roles would have been reversed. He had spent every free moment the past 4 years with Hermione, while Ginny had merely been Ron's younger sister. If anything, Hermione would seem to be the greater threat. Whatever was happening, Harry was determined to figure it out. It was no use asking them, he knew, they would only laugh and spout something about girls needing their secrets, if he did not somehow manage to offend them with his questions. No, he would have to simply keep a close eye on them and figure it out for himself. Pushing those thoughts to the back of his mind for the time being, Harry considered his fiancée, whose animated conversation with Hermione was continuing unabated. He was a lucky man, he decided, as he watched her. The morning sunlight streamed down through the Scottish morning, illuminating the pale gold of her hair, causing it to glow and sparkle. The chill in the air had pinked her cheeks and nose, heightening her already ethereal beauty, stopping the breath in his throat. Not even this morning as she had come down the stairs or her appearance at the ball had been as completely enchanting as the image she now presented. And it was not just her appearance, he decided. She was kind and considerate to all she knew, she was intelligent and competent, and she was highly personable and approachable, once you were able to penetrate the veneer of haughtiness she erected to protect herself. There was much to like. In fact, if he had known her this well last year, he could not imagine not becoming highly infatuated with her then. As a betrothed, well, he was not quite certain yet. Infatuation with a young woman he was coming to know was one thing, but in a marriage relationship, he did not think that infatuation was enough, it would wear off sooner or later. They had made significant strides in becoming friends, and for the time being that was enough for Harry. He figured the more romantic feelings would come naturally, the more time he spent with her. She was a wonderful person, and to a certain extent, he considered himself lucky that he had become her betrothed. Harry, a voice from slightly behind him broke him out of his reverie. Filing his thoughts away for later, Harry turned and noticed Ron regarding him somewhat nervously. "Hey Ron," Harry said cheerfully. "What's up? Can I talk to you alone for a few seconds?" Curious, Harry agreed and, suspecting by Ron's nervousness and demeanor that the conversation was to be private, he dropped back, creating some space between themselves and the rest of their friends. He was not so insensible, however, that he did not recognize the knowing glances exchanged by Ginny and Hermione. Clearly they had known something was up. The redhead walked by his side for several moments, apparently trying to work up his courage to say whatever he had in mind. Harry was content to allow him the space he needed. This was Ron's show. "Harry, I just wanted to talk to you for a moment," Ron finally began. "I think I owe you an apology for the way I've acted." "There's no need, Ron," Harry interrupted. "I thought we were past all that." "But we're not," Ron insisted. "Harry, I know you are generally quick to forgive people, and you're a good person for it. But sometimes apologies need to be made, not only to put the matter in the past, but also to allow the person apologizing to make amends." "Wow, Ron," said Harry with some amusement, "that's pretty deep for you." "Oi, there's no need to be insulting," cried Ron. The good-natured smile on his face, however, belied his protestation. "Okay then, Ron. Say what you need to say." "Thanks, Harry," Ron replied, before he became serious again. "I know I acted wrongly during the tournament last year, and I guess my only excuse is my jealousy. I've truly enjoyed being your friend, not to mention the adventures we've had, and I want you to know that I was never in it to get close to the boy who lived." "And I've never thought you were," Harry said. "That's just because you are a good person, Harry. I know I've not always given you reason to believe that. Thanks for your faith in me. A few things have happened, though, and they've opened my eyes." Harry regarded him curiously. "What are you talking about?" "Well, I was talking with Hermione, and she mentioned some things and got me thinking. Then, there is the fact that you are different now." "Different?" Harry asked, perplexed. "Yeah, you are a lot more confident and at ease with others. I guess I have to put it all down to the fact that you have a loving, supportive family now." Ron was quiet for several moments, thinking about what he wanted to say, and his silence allowed Harry to consider the matter himself. Was he all that changed since the Delacours had come into his life? The answer was obvious, and he knew immediately that Ron definitely had a point. He did feel more confident now that he had a family's support, and that confidence extended not only to his schoolwork and his determination to do better, but also to his interactions with others. He liked it, he decided instantly, and he liked the direction his life was now going, with the exception, of course, of the continual thorn in his side that was Voldemort. "I know that the Delacours support you far more than your relatives ever did, and I can see the good this has done you. I finally realized that though I was somewhat jealous of what you have at times been equally jealous of what I have. It kind of put things in perspective, you know." "I do, Ron," replied Harry. "I don't really have anything to be jealous over, so I've decided to try to see others the way they see themselves. Like walking in their shoes, I guess. That's why I wanted to apologize for my behavior last year and even to a certain extent this year." "And what about Hermione?" Harry asked. "Well, I'm not happy that she wouldn't go out with me, I won't lie about that," Ron said after taking in a shuddering breath. "But she has the right to choose, just the same as anyone else. I can still hope that she will change her mind, though," Ron said with a sudden grin. Harry laughed. "I guess you can at that. She's only 16, after all." "Exactly." Ron then got a sly look on his face, and he adopted a pose of manly nonchalance, while brushing his fingernails on his coat. "I figure I just have to give her some time to realize what she's been missing out on," he said pompously. "After all, a strapping, handsome lad like me, I'm betting she can't resist." Harry laughed at his friend's antics, joined a moment later by Ron. "Seriously, though, Hermione's a big girl and like I said, she has the right to choose. I'm not going to pine for her, I'd prefer to continue to be her friend." "Good," said Harry. "I accept your apology, Ron, and I thank you for it. To be honest, I've always felt your biggest problem is your tendency to react without thinking. I know, and I've been working on that. Brilliant. Then, as far as I'm concerned, there is nothing else to say. Why don't we catch up with everyone? Ron responded with a grin, and he quickened his pace until they had once again caught up with the group. Harry noticed a number of curious looks among those of their group who did not seem to be in the know about what had just happened, but when asked, Harry just told them, rather blandly, that it was guy talk and nothing serious. Stepping into Hogsmeade for the first time was almost like stepping back into the 18th century. It was a quaint little village of steep thatched roofs, and sharply canted eaves, with colorful signs of the different shops all the way up and down High Street, which was the main avenue running through the heart of the village. It was not large, perhaps housing less than 1,000 souls altogether. However, as Fleur understood it, Hogsmeade was somewhat of an alternative to the busier, and likely pricier, Diagon Alley, and as such, High Street was usually bustling during the day at any time of the year. Of course, the biggest days of the year were reserved for Hogsmeade weekends, in which the students of the nearby school would descend upon the village in droves, eager to spend their parents' hard-earned money. Fleur was enchanted immediately. The main shopping thoroughfare in Paris was similar to Diagon Alley, with a definite French flavor, of course, and though there were others scattered throughout France, none that Fleur had seen looked like they had appeared straight off the illustration on a Christmas card. The village was homey and welcoming, and Fleur immediately determined that she could spend several hours quite contentedly perusing the shops. Of course, wandering through the village would have to wait as, once they arrived, Hermione immediately dragged Fleur off to Tomes and Scrolls, the local bookstore. Fleur's amused glance back at Harry showed that he was not in the least surprised at his best friend's antics, and after he exchanged a few words with the rest of the group, he followed along behind them. Fleur was certainly not unwilling, though she was not the same level of bibliophile as Hermione. She was happy to expand her personal library, and was more than willing to put up with the eccentricity of the other girl. They spent some time in the bookstore, not that an outing with Hermione could have any other result, but that was not all. Harry and Hermione, with some help from their other friends, with whom they crossed paths several times, Ron and Neville in particular spent most of their time with the trio, showed her the highlights of the village. Their visits included Gladrag's Wizardwear, where Fleur was treated to the unlikely sight of several very smelly, screaming socks in the front window, Scrivenshafts, where Hermione purchased some extra quills, and Honeydukes, where they indulged in an assortment of the establishment's sweet and tasty treats. They even strolled down to the end of the street to gaze at the Shrieking Shack, Harry and Ron relating the events of their third year, and the confrontation with Sirius Black. The return journey toward the Three Broomsticks, which was where Harry had agreed they would all meet, led them past Zonko's, where they found Lee Jordan and the twins, perhaps somewhat unsurprisingly, given what Fleur knew of their general proclivities. The group stopped in the shop and exchanged a few laughing remarks with the twins before Fleur, who did not intend to buy anything, stepped from the shop to escape the press of eager students. Finding a bench across the street from the shop, she sat and watched as her friends laughed and talked. She had not been sitting long, enjoying the warmth of the afternoon sun, when she was joined by a smiling Roger Davies. "Hello, Fleur," he greeted her as he sat down on the bench. "How are you enjoying your first visit to Hogsmeade?" "Very interesting," said Fleur with a smile. "We don't really have anything like this in France. I feel like I've stepped through time to come here. It's pretty different." "All right," Roger said as he sat down beside her. "But then again, I suppose Hogwarts is a lot different from Beauxbatons." "In some ways," Fleur confirmed. "But essentially it's still just a school, and an old one with many traditions much as Hogwarts. So the transition has been easy for you." "I don't know about easy," was Fleur's response. "The language and the different culture have been a bit of a problem at times, but it has been a new experience for me and for the most part an enjoyable one. I told you that things weren't always easy for me at Beauxbatons. The best part of being at Hogwarts is finding acceptance with a group of friends." Roger paused a moment and shot a glance in the direction of the joke shop. Following his gaze, Fleur could see Harry and Hermione laughing with Ron through the shop window, looking like they had not a care in the world. A large part of that acceptance of which she had just spoken, she knew, was due to her connection with Harry and the fact that his friends had accepted her on his recommendation. However, she felt as though she was also liked for who she was, and this extended not only to Harry and his friends, but others as well, especially Angelina, Alicia, and Katie, all of whom treated her as though they had known her for years. It was a wonderful feeling to be part of the group. She returned her gaze to her companion, only to see him staring back at her with a look of intense concentration. "I'm glad you have found some acceptance here." "Thank you," she replied. "And how is it being on the arm of a celebrity?" Roger suddenly asked. Surprised, Fleur paused for a moment. Roger had always avoided the topic of Harry in their past conversations, so his sudden desire to discuss the state of her relationship with him was a complete departure from his earlier behavior. "It's not really like that," she finally said. "Harry is so unpretentious that he doesn't pay any attention to those things. He's happy just being Harry." "So you're happy with him?" Though Fleur was not certain she wanted to discuss the exact state of her relationship with Harry, Roger was no more than a casual acquaintance. After all, it was not something she felt she needed ignore either. "I suppose I am," she replied, deciding to be honest, yet vague. "He's a good person, any girl would be lucky, I think." "Well, I wish you the best," Roger said with what Fleur felt was a little forced jocularity. He stood and smiled. "Hopefully you can train him, he often appears at sea with you." Roger then laughed. "Most of the time he doesn't even look like he understands that he's engaged to you. He only holds your hand, and even then he looks like he doesn't know what to do with it. In fact, he seems to be much more comfortable with that Granger girl than anyone else." Roger smiled at her a final time and started walking up the street, Fleur looking on with some asperity. Why was he making those comments? It was not as if he actually knew Fleur, or Harry and Hermione for that matter, nor did he know of their relationship. Fleur was happy with where they were and the direction in which they were going, and trying to force a deeper bond before it developed naturally would not be healthy in her opinion. In particular, she found his comments about Hermione to be offensive. Their relationship predated Fleur's with Harry by years, and regardless of the state of their affection for one another or the exact state of their feelings, Fleur would never have dreamed of interfering with his friendship with her. If Roger thought he was upsetting her with comments about Harry and Hermione, he was in for a rude awakening if he ever learned that Fleur was pushing toward a closer relationship. Of course Fleur wished she could have him all to herself, but she had thought of this at some length and determined it was for the best. "Fleur," Harry's voice interrupted her thoughts. He held out his hand and helped to her feet, and she smiled at him. Harry seemed to be paying much more attention to her today. She knew that he was being influenced by her looks to a certain extent, but Fleur was convinced the deeper feelings would follow in time. She just had to be patient. "Was that Roger?" he asked. "It was," said Fleur. "He talks to me every so often." Harry smiled at her before leading her down the street toward the 3 broomsticks where they were supposed to meet the rest of the group. As they walked, Fleur chewed over Roger's words, wondering if he should mention them to Harry. At length she decided not to. Roger had not really said anything out of order, and telling Harry would serve no purpose. Roger might not mean anything by his comments, and Fleur preferred to simply wait and be wary of the other 7th year. Whatever his comments were directed toward, it really did not matter much. She and Harry were fine with their friendship and their feelings progressing the way they were. The pub was filled with Hogwarts students when they arrived, but they were immediately waved over to a few tables which had been moved together. The rest of their friends appeared to have been waiting for them only a short time. An order of butterbeers later and the group of friends were happily engaged in conversation, jokes, and friendly, bantering conversation. At one point, Ron leaned over and gestured across the pub. "Looks like Malfoy isn't having fun." Sure enough, across the way sat Malfoy with several other Slytherins. They appeared to be much quieter than the Gryffindor group, and Fleur could see Malfoy glancing from time to time over at their table, generally accompanied by his ever-present sneer. On his other side, Pansy Parkinson was speaking, presumably trying to gain his attention, but it was evident that she was not having much success the way Malfoy ignored her. "He's probably just mad that Snape won't let him say anything he wants in potions anymore." "And how long do you think that will last?" Harry shrugged. "Probably not as long as it should. But any respite is welcome." The conversation turned from that point, and soon they were speaking in low voices about the proposed defense club. And while Fleur felt that the particulars of the club had been decided upon, the troublesome prospect of where to hold the meetings was still a roadblock. Some of the group thought Harry to be overly cautious and somewhat bull-headed about his insistence on finding a location where Umbridge could not discover them, but he was adamant. Jean Sebastian and Dumbledore had impressed upon them the necessity of keeping their heads down and not giving her any reason to attempt to exert more control on the school than she already was, and Harry was determined to do exactly that. Fleur was happy that he was showing some forethought and caution, but on another level the further delay chafed. Something told her that this club and the training they would provide would be needed, and she felt it would be needed sooner rather than later. "Harry, have you thought of asking Sirius if he knows a good place for us to meet?" Hermione asked. "He's seen every location on the map, I would think," Harry replied with a frown. "I still think it's worth asking him," said Hermione. "He may have some ideas that we haven't considered before. I suppose I could always call him on the mirror." "Well, look at what we have here," a grating, cultured drawl interrupted their discussion. "It's Potty's band of mudbloods, misfits, and creatures. I really must speak with Madame Rosmerta about letting the riffraff in." Lazily, Harry put his bottle of butterbeer down on the table, and stared up at Malfoy, while leaning back in his chair and crossing his arms. "Ferret," he said in response, "those tired insults which always spew from that hole you call a mouth never change, do they? I guess all the inbreeding doesn't allow for any original thought." Malfoy's nostrils flared, and he glared contemptuously back at Harry. "You'd better watch yourself, Potty. Or perhaps no one has ever taught you how to behave in the presence of your betters." "If I was in the presence of my betters, maybe I would behave," snapped Harry. "Look, Ferret, I'm supposed to be relaxing on my day off, and I'd prefer not to have to take out the trash right now. Can we do this some other time?" Growling, Malfoy reflexively reached for his wand when a voice stopped him. "Mr. Malfoy, there will be no fighting in my establishment." Madame Rosmerta glided into view. "If you cannot leave my other customers alone, I will have to ask you to leave." With a sneer and a glare, Malfoy stomped from the room, followed by his cronies. Harry looked at the pub owner and raised his bottle in salute, a gesture which she returned with a smile, before she returned to the bar and a group of Hufflepuffs who had just entered. "Some of you Englishmen just never seem to learn," Fleur observed. It was amazing to her that Malfoy had been placed in the House of the Cunning. The boy had not the tiniest iota of subtlety in his entire body. You would think that he would eventually get the idea that Harry always gets the better of him. "Hey, don't blame Malfoy on us," one of the twins protested. "Malfoy's family originally came from France, you know," the other chimed in. "Well, why do you think they are no longer in France?" Fleur replied with a saucy grin. "We couldn't stand them there, so we shipped them here." General laughter met Fleur's statement, and the twins regarded her with some admiration. "I think we've been had, Gred." "Indeed, I believe you're right, Forge. She's good. And don't you forget it," Fleur added with a wink. That evening after returning from Hogsmeade, Harry retrieved his mirror and went to find an unused classroom with Hermione and Fleur. The common room was not precisely private enough for the conversation Harry wanted to have with his godfather, though most of the Gryffindors already knew about the proposed club. Harry almost felt himself becoming paranoid, he mused, as all this cloak and dagger stuff regarding the club was beginning to become somewhat of a habit. Better that than the alternative, he decided. He really did not want Umbridge to find out what they were doing. Sitting down, he unwrapped the mirror carefully, once again gingerly grasping the precious item with reverence. He was holding an artifact which his father had not only owned, but had a hand in creating. It was a relatively plain hand mirror, devoid of much in the way of decoration, yet containing a marvelous ability to contact someone over great distances. "Sirius Black," Harry intoned. They waited for several moments until the mirror suddenly lit up and Sirius appeared. "Hey, pup, I'm glad you finally remembered you can contact me on these." Harry smiled at the words of his happy-go-lucky godfather. He fancied that the man he knew was coming to resemble more closely the boy his father had once known. The treatment he was receiving was working wonders. "Hi Padfoot. What's up?" "I think I should be asking you that," replied Sirius with a smirk. "You're the one who called me. Ah, I see you have Hermione and Fleur with you. Well done. You're getting to be almost as smooth with the ladies as your old dogfather." The predictable rolling of eyes ensued, which, of course, fazed Sirius not in the slightest, and once greetings and the obligatory banter were exchanged, they got down to business. We're looking for a place to hold secret meetings, and we were wondering if you knew of anywhere in the castle where we won't be discovered. Sirius raised an eyebrow, while Hermione and Fleur giggled. A secret place, is it? I knew you were a fast worker, Harry, but this is amazing. Blushing, Harry glared into the mirror, prompting his godfather to burst out laughing. Don't get mad at me, you walked into that one. The girls' continued snickers told Harry that he had no support from that end, so he chose the path of least resistance. He ignored their childishness. If you could all be serious for a moment, don't say it. He barked when an even larger smirk appeared on Sirius's face. We have a problem that we'd like your help with. If you're just going to joke about it, maybe we should call Moony. That's fine, pup, Sirius said with a snicker. You've got my full attention. You say you need a secure location to hold some meeting. What do you need it for? When the three explained what was happening in the school, Sirius sat back for a few moments, apparently in deep thought. Umbridge is making a nuisance of herself, is she? He asked, mused out loud. I can see where you would be worried about your exams. Are you sure she'll last long? Though Harry thought the question was somewhat odd, Hermione answered almost immediately. Dumbledore says that we can't move against her until she gives us a good reason to do so. We just have to assume that she'll be here for the long haul. Maybe, I think you won't have to worry about her too much longer. She's the kind of person who cannot help but jam her foot into her mouth repeatedly. But I agree that your idea of a defense club is good, for more than just getting around your resident toad. Luckily for you, I, of the padded foot, do happen to know of a place which will suit your needs, Sirius continued with aplomb. In our 7th year, James and I discovered a room on the 7th floor which will give you anything you need. We wished we had discovered it earlier, or we would have had far fewer detentions, I can tell you. What do you mean, it will give you whatever you need? Asked Fleur. You have to walk in front of the entrance 3 times, thinking about what you need. The door then appears in the wall and you can go inside. To top it off, whatever you wished for, you will find in the room. So, say you needed a replica of the Gryffindor common room. Walk past the door 3 times, and presto, you get a replica of the common room. The three all shared looks with a common thought. This room that Sirius was telling them about sounded almost exactly like what they needed. And where on the 7th floor is this room? It's across from the painting of Barnabas the Barmy. You know, the one with the bloke trying to teach trolls to dance. At the blank looks from the teens, Sirius laughed. Don't worry, you can't miss it. Just go up the grand staircase and down the corridor and you will find it. The painting is interesting, to say the least. It sticks out like a sore thumb. That's great, thanks Sirius, Harry said, echoed by the girls in a chorus. No problem, Harry, replied Sirius. Now don't be using that room tonight for anything I wouldn't do. Sirius then stopped for a moment and contemplated, before a wicked grin once again appeared on his face. For that matter, don't do some of the things I would do, either. Rolling his eyes, and wondering if Sirius would ever grow up, Harry thanked Sirius, conveniently ignoring his godfather's admonition, before bidding him farewell and deactivating the mirror. Shall we go have a look? He inquired of his companions, noting the almost identical looks of eagerness on their faces. Their response was for each of them to grab one of his hands and to drag him from the room. They made their way out into the halls of the school and toward the grand staircase. At one point they saw Umbridge at a distance. The woman did nothing more than to stare at them with a haughty glare before she turned up her nose and stalked off in the opposite direction. Other than that, they made their way toward the 7th floor while meeting relatively few others. Proceeding down the corridor, they checked the paintings as they walked. When they finally found the right one, Harry reflected that Sirius had been right. It truly was almost impossible to miss. Looks like this is the place, Harry said unnecessarily. Do you want to do the honors? Hermione asked. Shrugging, Harry began pacing in front of the opposite wall, thinking that he needed a place to hold a defense club. After his 3rd pass, a tall and ornate door appeared. Exchanging a glance with his companions, Harry approached the door and pulled it open. Inside was a wide, vaulted space, complete with a dueling platform on the far side of the room, a row of training dummies along the right wall, several bookcases filled neatly with all manner of books, and a podium and several rows of neat chairs along the wall to their left. They hurried inside while taking care to note that there was no one else in the hallway when they did so. As the door closed behind them, Hermione turned to Harry and Fleur. "I'd like to test what Sirius told us about the door disappearing." At Harry's questing glance, she continued, "I'll go back outside and see if the door stays or disappears. Give me about a minute, as I'd like to try to get the door to show up if it does vanish. Then open the door again and let me in." Harry nodded his acceptance, and Hermione immediately stepped from the room. He waited for a few moments, before the door once again opened and Hermione stepped back into the room. "Sirius was right," she exclaimed, though her enthusiasm was blunted slightly. "When I left, the door disappeared, but when I tried to make it appear, it did and I was able to enter." "Well, what would happen if you tried to make a different room appear?" asked Fleur. With a contemplative look, Hermione once again stepped from the room. This time Fleur and Harry waited for over a minute before the door once again opened and Hermione entered. "I can't make another room appear," she informed them. "I tried to get the room to appear as a copy of the Three Broomsticks, but it wouldn't, so I imagined this room again and the door showed up." That's a bit of a limitation, isn't it?" Harry said with a frown. "I mean, if someone knows we're in here and knows in general what we're doing, they can get in." The three thought about the problem for a few moments, before Hermione spoke up. "Well, the room gives you whatever you want, right?" Harry and Fleur nodded. "Well then, what if you tell it not to allow anyone else? Or maybe you could tell it to not allow specific people, or people with specific intentions." Harry grinned and caught Hermione in a one-armed hug. She truly was brilliant. "I'll do the honors this time," he said. "You guys tell the room that you don't want me to find you. Give me about a minute, and then open the door for me again if I don't come in first." After they readily agreed, Harry stepped out into the corridor again, watching as the door once again vanished behind him. He gave it a few seconds, then began pacing in front of the door, asking for the room that Hermione and Fleur currently occupied. When that did not work, he tried to get the room to appear as a place to hold the defense club, but the door stubbornly refused to show itself. He continued to try, right up until the time the door opened. "It didn't work?" asked Hermione excitedly. "No, I couldn't get the door to open no matter what I did." The three looked at each other with wide grins. "Then whoever has the room controls it, and no one can get in unless that person allows it." "That's perfect," Harry said. "I wonder if you can change the room once you're already inside," mused Fleur. "Well, why don't we try?" asked Hermione. "Harry, you were the one who made the room appear, try getting a fireplace or something to appear as well." At her words, a fireplace appeared in one of the walls, crackling merrily with what appeared to be a fire already roaring in its grate. The teens approached and quickly verified that it was indeed a real fire, and that the wood appeared to have just started burning. A quick request from Harry and several large pieces of wood were neatly stacked in a pile next to the fireplace. They even tried to determine where the smoke from the fire went, but were unable to get close enough, due to the heat, to figure it out. Hermione postulated that the room transfigured the smoke, or simply vanished it. However it happened, the trio were quickly able to determine that the room was able to give them just about anything they needed, and that once someone was actually in the room, they could request something. In other words, the person who originally requested the room did not have to be the one to do so. "I'm guessing, though, we can't get food from the room?" Harry asked. "Assuming Gamp's law holds, that would seem to make sense," said Fleur. Hermione nodded her agreement. "Guess there is nothing left to do but to make our final preparations." Harry smiled and directed the two girls from the room. Now that they had a location, there was planning to be done. The journey back to the common room was uneventful, but Hermione was strangely silent, though Fleur was talkative enough for both girls. They were nearing the access to the common room when Hermione suddenly stopped and peered at Harry. "What is it, Hermione?" Harry asked. Harry," she stammered, flushing bright red. Harry regarded her with some amusement. Hermione was generally self-assured, and rarely did she have trouble speaking her mind, especially with him. "Yes, Hermione," he asked with an exaggerated, get-on-with-it motion. As he had intended, Hermione swatted him playfully in response to his teasing. "I was just wondering," she began, her smile fading away from her face, "you don't think Fleur and I were pushy about this defense club, do you?" Harry raised an eyebrow at her question. "It's a little bit late to be worrying about that, isn't it?" Hermione colored once again, and Harry, seeing she was serious, immediately sobered. Hermione, what brought this on now? It's just that you were so adamant. And then you suddenly gave in. Hermione trailed off, her voice and demeanor uncertain. Hermione's right, Fleur spoke up for the first time. We've talked about it and agreed that we did not handle the situation very well, especially when you told us repeatedly that you did not want to do it. Instead of pestering you about it, we should have sat down from the beginning and discussed it. We just don't want you to think we didn't care about your concerns or that we think we know better than you, Hermione added in a rush. Deciding it was better to honest, Harry gazed frankly at Hermione and responded, I was annoyed with you, Hermione. With you both, actually, he continued, looking at Fleur, who was watching him carefully. I'm sure that comes as no great shock to either of you. But you know me, he continued, once again focusing on his best friend. I can be just as stubborn as you are. If I really hadn't wanted to do this, I wouldn't have agreed to it, no matter what you said. Hermione looked relieved. Thanks, Harry. I just didn't want you to agree just to shut us up. Chuckling, Harry wrapped an arm around Hermione's shoulders. I know what I said, Hermione, but it was just a joke. I agreed to do it, because you were right, not because I didn't want to hear about it anymore. Then we should take it as a lesson, Fleur spoke up, reaching out to grasp Harry's free hand. We must make sure to talk everything out and come to an agreement, rather than allowing our disagreements to turn into arguments. Harry smiled and squeezed her hand, doing the same with Hermione. The issue now settled, they made their way back to the common room, and their friends. In the days leading up to the first Defense Club meeting, the trio took all of their friends to the room, showing them its amazing ability to give them anything they needed. Everyone agreed that the room was the perfect place to hold their meetings, and they went into action, making certain that everyone on the list was extended an invitation. It was Neville who figured out another rather important capability of the room which resolved another issue. The entrance to the room on the 7th floor was in the middle of a wide open, if generally unused, hallway. With the number of potential entrants into the Defense Club, there was a real chance of someone noticing students disappearing on the 7th floor and not reappearing for some time later, especially since some of those students, specifically Harry and those close to him, were under such close scrutiny, particularly from the resident toad. The best plan they had been able to devise was to have the students head up to the room in staggered groups, so as to minimize the image of a large gathering. Neville's idea resolved this problem rather neatly. Upon seeing the room and the amazing things it was able to provide, Neville suggested that perhaps it may also be able to provide an alternative access to the room. With some experimentation, they discovered that the room could be made to create a passageway to anywhere within the castle. Thus, they were able to make a passage appear in an unused, and more importantly, much less conspicuous, classroom, where the club members would first gather, then use the passageway to arrive in the room in time for the meeting. In fact, with Hermione's suggestion that it would be much better to spread the groups out and have them arrive from close to their own common rooms, they commanded the room to provide 3 separate entrances from rooms near to the 3 common rooms of the students involved: Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Hufflepuff, allowing each group to arrive without having to walk through the whole school to do so. The first club meeting was scheduled for Wednesday night, and each member of the trio was full of anticipation. Their planning had spanned some time, and they were glad to finally get underway. Harry was, it was true, feeling a little anxiety due to his continued concern about how he would fare when tasked to lead the club. However, all of the friends were excited as they saw the club as an opportunity to not only put the knowledge that Moody had taught them to the test, but they also considered it a chance to strike a blow against Voldemort and his minions. They would not be in any sort of a combat situation against them, but the club's very existence and purpose was almost akin to spitting in his eye. All their machinations finally came to fruition that Wednesday evening, and at promptly 7 in the evening Harry stood in the front of the group, considering those who had shown up for the meeting. In addition to the Gryffindor 5th and 7th years, and Katie, who it was sometimes difficult to remember was not a 7th year, considering how much time she spent with Angelina and Alicia, Ginny was of course there, as well as the Creevy brothers, and a few others. From Ravenclaw, Luna of course attended, as well as Cho Chang, Marietta Edgecombe, Padma Patil, Anthony Goldstein, Roger Davies, and a few others. Hufflepuff's members included Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Justin Finch Fletchley, with their entire 7th year's students attending as well. All in all, it was a good turnout. Eschewing the lectern, which was far more formal than he wanted the club to be, Harry stood in front of the group and began to speak. "All right everyone, let's get started." The chattering between the gathered members quieted and Harry soon found himself as the focus of the room. Glancing to Hermione, who stood at his side, he took courage from her smile and turned to address the group. "Thank you all for coming. We all know what defense is like this year, and those of us who have L's or newts are concerned that we will not learn enough to take our tests properly at the end of the year. That is why we are meeting today." "What about Umbridge?" Roger Davies asked. "With her continual talk about how the ministry doesn't want us casting dangerous spells, or taking a risk being here at all, won't she shut us down when she hears of your club?" Smirking, Harry answered, "That's why we intend to keep the existence of this group from her." "How?" asked Justin. "Take a look around you," said Harry, gesturing to the room. "All of you were led here through a passageway from locations near your common rooms, but can any of you say where we are?" A low murmur ran through the assembled, as many took a quick look around the room. It was obvious that the question of just where they were had been on the minds of many. "This is a wondrous room which will give us anything we want or need, and Umbridge will not be able to find us here. She won't even be able to follow you through the passages." Several quizzical looks appeared at Harry's declaration, but it was Padma Patil who voiced the obvious question. "What do you mean, Harry? After you enter your passage and close the door behind you, the door simply will not open for anyone trying to follow you. In fact, if you all look at the wall you came in through, can you even see the door you came through?" The surprise of the group was evident, as none of them had noticed that doors were indeed missing. Harry smiled at the group and decided that a further demonstration was required. "Basically, this room will give you almost anything you want. For example, I need a long table in the middle of the room." The murmuring reached much louder levels when the requested table suddenly appeared exactly where Harry had intended. What ensued was a basic information session on the room's capabilities, and why they felt that they were safe from Umbridge's interference, as long as they were careful. To say that the assembled students were impressed was an understatement. However, Harry refused to tell anyone where the entrance to the room was for security reasons. For now, if the club could only enter through the passages they requested from the room, no one in the room could divulge, intentionally or accidentally, the location of the room. Once the practical demonstration and explanation was complete, Harry began to speak of the club again. "Now, we've spoken of the room and the fact that defense is well below required standards this year. However, the other, potentially more important, reason for this club is to teach us all how to protect ourselves against the Death Eaters." The room was silent for a moment at Harry's pronouncement, and though Harry knew that no one in attendance was openly aligned with Voldemort, it did not take a genius to recognize that there was some skepticism over what had happened at the end of the previous year. However, the skeptics appeared as though they did not want to be the first one to comment about the alleged return of the Dark Wizard. "Perhaps we should talk about what happened last year," said Harry, knowing it was best to get this subject out of the way first. "I'm not sure you need to talk about that, Harry," said Hermione. Harry shook his head. "It's a legitimate concern, Hermione. There's been so much said in the Prophet and by the minister and others, and I understand that there is a lot of confusion over what happened the night of the third task." At the general murmur of agreement, Harry whipped out his wand and said, "I, Harry Potter, hereby swear on my magic that everything I have said about the night of the third task and the return of Voldemort is true." The flash of light sealing the oath mingled with the quick lumos he immediately cast, proving the veracity of his statement. Harry gazed out over the group, trying to catch each set of eyes with his own. "I have told the truth. Cedric was killed by a Death Eater, after which Voldemort was returned to a body through the use of a dark ritual." An almost collective flinch at the name of the Dark Wizard caused Harry to scowl. "Oh, for heaven's sake, don't be afraid of his name," he barked. "It's a made-up name because the Git didn't like the fact that his father was a Muggle. If you can't stomach the name Voldemort," again there were a few gasps and winces at the name, "then at least call him Tom, as that is his real name." The silence in the room was almost comical, and mostly induced by the knowledge that Harry actually claimed to know Voldemort's true identity, not to mention his open disdain for the man. "You know who he was?" a shocked Roger Davies finally managed. Holding his wand in front of him, Harry wrote out the name, Tom Marvolo Riddle, in the air, much the same as the apparition of the Dark Lord had done more than 2 years previous. He then flicked his wand and the words reformed themselves to spell, "I am Lord Voldemort." "The wanker that everyone is afraid of is actually a half-blood," said Harry, watching the reactions of the audience. Needless to say, most were completely riveted by the story of the most feared wizard of the century. He was born of a pureblood witch and a muggle who was ensnared by a love potion. His father left when his mother stopped giving him love potions, and his mother died soon after giving birth to him, leaving him in an orphanage. He was bullied in that orphanage and responded by becoming the bully. That is who the entire wizarding world has been afraid of all these years. "How do you know?" Cho Chang asked. Shrugging, Harry replied, "Dumbledore told me. He was the Transfiguration professor when Riddle attended school. He thought I should know who I was dealing with, since Riddle seems to be focusing on me." Harry watched as the assembled club members digested the information he had just imparted, smiling grimly. It was about time that the legend of Lord Voldemort be destroyed and replaced with nothing more than the simple truth, and these students would be the vanguard in spreading that truth. Harry just hoped that he was present when Malfoy first heard of it. He did not doubt that the arrogant git would cry and scream over the lies being told about his master. It would be rather amusing to watch. "So, are you trying to say that this Riddle guy is a charlatan?" demanded Anthony Goldstein. "Seems to me you are dismissing him rather lightly." "I am not saying that at all," denied Harry. "Voldemort was and is a powerful wizard, there is no denying that. I just want you to remember that he's a man, and nothing more. Being afraid to say his made-up name is just silly." "I agree with Harry." Neville spoke up in what Harry thought was a more confident voice than he had ever heard from the young man before. He watched Neville carefully and noted that he was almost visibly working up his courage. Not being able to say Voldemort, he spoke the word very credibly with only a hint of a tremor, only adds to his mystique. "We need to take that weapon away from him and make him more human, rather than the demon that most consider him to be." A soft rumble of agreement passed through the group, and this time Harry knew that he had scored a significant point. "Now, about the club," Harry continued when the talking began to die down. "We've told you that we're planning this to help us in our upcoming tests, as it's obvious that Umbridge's class is less than useless. The Ministry is purposely holding us back, because Fudge won't admit that Voldemort is back. If we don't do something about it, we run the risk of doing poorly on our defense owls and newts." A glare from one of the Ravenclaws caught his attention, and Harry gestured for her to speak. "You think the Ministry is intentionally keeping us from learning?" she demanded. "What rubbish are you speaking?" A quick glance around the room showed a wide range of expressions, ranging from disbelief to skepticism to absolute disgust. But though Harry's thoughts mirrored the disgust he saw on the faces of most of the Gryffindors, he forced his feelings down and regarded the girl placidly. He was saved, however, from responding by the voice of his newly betrothed. "I'm sorry, I don't believe I know you." "Marietta Edgecombe," the girl said. "Marietta," replied Fleur, her voice hard, "you cannot possibly think Minister Fudge has our best interests at heart. He has slandered Harry and Headmaster Dumbledore any way he can, and has not even taken the trouble to investigate Harry's claims. Does that sound like a benevolent protector to you?" Marietta flushed, but the majority of the room was nodding along with Fleur's statements, so she simply shook her head. "The fact of the matter is that Umbridge is not going to teach us anything, and I suspect that is by design and on orders from the minister. Whether anyone else at the ministry is in on this we don't know. What we do know is that we have to fend for ourselves if we are to learn anything this term." That seemed to mollify Marietta. She acknowledged her agreement, albeit in somewhat of a grudging manner, and the meeting continued with Harry once again taking up the narrative. "Okay then, we all know what's happening and what we want to accomplish. Let's talk specifics of what we are planning." Harry then proceeded to relate what the group had done over the summer and the instruction they had received from Moody. He went on to say that they had several books which truly taught 6th year defense, and that they would be pulling spells from those books, trying to pay specific attention to the spells they knew would be on their owl and newt exams. "Right," he said at last, once the explanations were complete. "Now, we all know we need to keep this from Umbridge. Hermione will explain how the membership in the club works." Hermione reached to a table by her side and showed the group a piece of parchment. "Everyone who wants to be a member of the club will be required to sign this parchment. By signing, you will agree that you will not betray our secrets to Umbridge, or to anyone who is not a member of the club. And what if someone breaks that promise? Asked Michael Corner. Let's just say the results would be unpleasant, not to mention quite long-lasting. Wide eyes and shifting feet met Hermione's declaration, and Harry could see that there were several students who seemed to be a little nervous about signing the parchment. Look everyone, there is really nothing to it. We want to learn, but we need to keep it from Umbridge so that she won't have any ammunition to use against us. If anyone has any problem with me or what I've said of Voldemort's return, you are more than welcome to leave. Though there were still several apprehensive and concerned faces, no one took him up on his offer. He glanced back at Fleur and Hermione and nodded. All right then, let's do this. The rest of October passed in a quiet manner. And though perhaps life at Hogwarts was never dull, nothing major happened until the month had almost turned to October. Hermione continued to watch Harry, noting the changes in her friend and the new sense of determination and application to not only his studies, but also simply the way he gave his all to everything with which he was involved. The old Harry had a tendency to slack off at times, the new Harry was much different. Hermione was pleased with the changes, knowing that much of what happened focused on him, and that much would also depend upon him. In this she was joined by Fleur, as it seemed the French witch had become almost as protective of Harry as was Hermione herself. Harry continued his progress in all of his classes, improving in almost all facets of his education. His level of dedication to his studies had improved significantly, and he was showing an intelligence that Hermione had often glimpsed before, but had never truly been able to see clearly. His explanation, once he had been induced to share, had caught Hermione somewhat off guard. The Dursleys never cared, he said with a shrug when asked. The confusion must have been evident on Hermione's face, because Harry sighed and elaborated on his statement. The first time I received my grades in primary school, I took them home to my aunt, thinking that I might finally get some acceptance from them. I was proud because I had received very good marks. Other than Aunt Petunia sniffing and saying that I must have cheated to get them, they were completely ignored. Uncle Vernon only grunted and signed them so I could take them back to school. They never scheduled any interviews with the teachers, nor even responded when a meeting was requested. So you didn't try? Asked Hermione sympathetically. Though a part of her was horrified at the thought that anyone would not try in school, especially someone as obviously intelligent as Harry, another part of her understood that it was another byproduct of his unhappy upbringing. Didn't seem like there was any point, said Harry with a shrug. I always understood the material, but I didn't make any effort to do any more, much the same as I have been since I came to Hogwarts. There was no motivation to be anything other than mediocre, so I didn't bother. Oh Harry, said Hermione, flinging her arms around him. So the Delacours helped change that. Harry returned her embrace for a moment, before he drew back, appearing pensive. Well, partially maybe. I also realized that my attitude was silly and that I was only hurting myself by coasting through school. Especially with Voldemort after me. The conversation helped Hermione understand Harry better than she ever had in the past, and though she regretted his previous lack of effort, she was encouraged by how well he was doing now. His new studious manner was even helping some of his friends, particularly Neville and Ron, who had never been exactly scholarly themselves. There were even times when Ron, Mr. Slacker himself, was found to already be engrossed in an assignment when Hermione sat down to her nightly studying sessions. She supposed it was only fair. Ron had influenced Harry early in their time at Hogwarts, now Harry was returning the favor. Potions particularly saw a change in not only Harry's attitude, but also his performance, though to be fair, that was also due in part to the improvement of Professor Snape's attitude toward him. It was still evident that the professor did not like him. Hermione suspected Snape would hold a grudge toward Harry until his dying day, but at least he was for the most part controlled and professional in class. Anything at all was an improvement, and Hermione could only hope that it would last. The first true training session of the Defense Club went well, with Harry largely going over most of the curriculum from their previous year, as well as mixing in some of the spells that they had learned in previous years. The reason for this was twofold. First, to allow everyone to once again get into the mindset and practice of actually casting defense spells, and also to rate the power and knowledge of the members of the club. The biggest problem that they experienced, however, was the problem of the disparate levels of competence and age existing in the club. Harry was a fifth year, as were many others in the club, while Fleur and her friends represented the higher levels of training as seventh years. However, there were also several students from younger years, including Ginny, Luna and Colin Creevy as fourth years, while Dennis Creevy was, of course, only a second year. It was tricky trying to design a course which would not only benefit everyone, but also refrain from overwhelming those who were at a disadvantage due to their younger age. As a result, while they had planned to cover many spells which were taught in the higher years of defense class, they also had planned to cover many spells which were not taught at all in Hogwarts. Some of these were spells which Moody had taught them, while others were gleaned from books recommended either by Moody or Sirius. And of course they planned to teach some dueling theory, in addition to the more underhanded fighting styles which Moody had run them through that summer. Malfoy continued to be a bother, as was his wont, but whereas he had largely focused on Harry in the past, Harry's friends had always been caught in his taunting largely by association. Ever since the Howler incident he seemed to focus more of his vitriol on Hermione, whether Harry was present or not. Of course Hermione just ignored him, knowing the petty boy's opinions were absolutely worthless. In fact, she even smugly alluded to the number of times she or Harry had chased him away in shame, including, with no small amount of glee, the time she had punched him in third year. He was not to be deterred, however, and though Harry continued to hold in his temper, Hermione could tell that Malfoy's taunts, or more specifically those directed at either Fleur or Hermione, were wearing on him. Another situation which appeared to be grating on his nerves was the continual baiting to which he was subjected in defense class. Umbridge was almost never overt, she appeared to have acquired a modicum of subtlety, or perhaps deviousness, but her snide comments and veiled innuendos were obvious to anyone who cared to hear, though she was careful to keep her comments to the times when she could not be observed by any of the other professors. Generally this meant that she confined her taunts to the classroom, or the corridors when she was certain they were alone. Regardless of Umbridge's behavior, however, they had avoided approaching Dumbledore about the matter. Not only did they know that he was aware of the situation, but they had already exchanged thoughts and plans for how to deal with her. Dumbledore was actively seeking a way to remove her from her position, but they were well aware that he felt they needed something concrete and unassailable, or they invited Fudge's further interference in the school. Through it all, Hermione was proud of Harry. He suffered all of her barbs in silence, ignoring her as much as possible and answering with bland comments when he could do nothing else. The woman started out by attacking his character, his insistence that Voldemort had returned, and when that failed to provoke a response, she moved on to comments about his betrothed and his closest friend. However, in the last week of October she began to move toward more insidious comments about his parents and his godfather particularly, all delivered in her sickeningly sweet and falsely angelic voice. Harry continued to remain stoic in the face of her words, though Hermione, as one who possessed 5 years of intimate knowledge of his character and personality, could tell that the edge of his temper was fraying. The walk to defense class 2 times a week had almost become a ritual of Harry psyching himself up for the inevitable barrage of the Toad Woman's snide commentary. When Harry's temper finally snapped, Hermione understood that it had only been a matter of time, unfortunately. Harry had improved his command of his temper significantly, but even the most even-tempered person could take only so much abuse. The final snapping of his patience had been spectacular, and would have been immensely satisfying, if it had not been so serious. It happened as defense class was nearing an end. Umbridge was expounding, somewhat ineffectually, as was her wont, on the merits and limitations of various shielding spells. Privately, having heard Auror Moody speak on the same subject, Hermione knew that Umbridge was mistaken in a few of the things she explained, but she decided it was not worth mentioning. She would, however, talk with Harry and make certain to address the subject in the next meeting of the Defense Club. Very well, class, I believe you are now very well educated in the subject of shield charms, Umbridge concluded, speaking in the self-congratulatory manner which indicated that she at least felt she was an effective teacher. What about the unforgivable curses? Blank looks met her seeming non sequitur. She huffed slightly, before explaining herself. Can a shield charm block an unforgivable? Silence met her question. As was common, no one really wanted to speak up in her class. not only not wishing to draw attention to themselves, but also because her class was so boring, minds tended to wander frequently. At length, Dean Thomas raised his hand. "It is well known that no shield is capable of stopping an unforgivable," he said, once she had indicated her permission to speak. "Very good, Mr. Thomas," she praised. "That is correct. No one has ever been able to develop a shield which will stop an unforgivable curse. So what do you do if someone casts one of those curses at you?" Remembering how much more effective Mad Eye had been, Hermione put her hand into the air, speaking when Umbridge called on her. "The best defense against an unforgivable is to not be there when it arrives," she said, mimicking Harry's answer from the summer. "Are you suggesting that you dodge?" "Yes," Hermione affirmed. "It is possible to levitate something in the path of the curse, and battle transfiguration is always a possibility, but that takes a lot of skill and the timing can be very tricky." To her side, Harry put up his hand, though the slightly mischievous expression on his face caused alarm bells to go off in Hermione's head. When Umbridge motioned for Harry to speak, he did so in such a guileless and innocent tone, that Hermione, who knew him very well after all, almost broke out into a fit of giggles. "But Professor Umbridge, didn't you tell us in our first class that we are safe? How can we be safe if people are casting unforgivables at us?" Though Umbridge was obviously vexed by his question, she could not find a way to attack him or refute his words which, though perhaps contained a slight air of insolence, were nothing but the absolute truth. "I believe we are speaking hypothetically, Mr. Potter," was her prim reply. "Well, in that case, speaking hypothetically," Harry emphasized the word, "given your other comments during our first class, I suspect that if someone casts an unforgivable at us, then we should wait for the Aurors to show up and take care of the matter. Is that not correct?" Umbridge's eyes were afire, such that they would be burning holes in Harry had she the power to do so. A quick glance at Harry told Hermione that he had not lost the poker face he had almost perfected for the class. Again, Hermione, who knew him better than anyone, could instantly tell that he was enjoying baiting the professor for once as payback for the many times where she had baited him. Of course, that was where it all fell apart. "If I recall correctly, Mr. Potter, you have a considerable amount of experience with the unforgivable curses." "If you count getting hit by them experience, then I suppose that I am an expert," said Harry in a dry tone of voice. "Yes, the boy who lived in all of that." "Indeed," Harry agreed. "I do have a complete set of them, but I really don't like to talk about it very much." "Really, Mr. Potter?" Now the woman was feigning ignorance. "I know about your defense professor from last year and his demonstration of the Imperious Curse, but I was unaware that you have ever been the recipient of the Cruciatus." Harry stared nonchalantly back at the woman. "As I have stated, my experiences with the unforgivables are well documented, Professor. I would prefer not to discuss them any further." "Of course," she soothed in her breathy voice. "But tell me, Mr. Potter, do you have as much experience casting the unforgivable curses, as you have being hit by them?" At once Harry's face became stony. "I am not certain what you are suggesting, Professor. You are the only one who survived your little adventure last year, are you not? You claim you were whisked away along with that other boy." "Cedric Diggory," Harry said in a tone which was very tight, and his voice was now less than friendly. "Yes, of course," Umbridge exclaimed, as though his words had jogged her memory. "The Diggory boy. Such a shame. My colleague Amos was devastated when his son was returned to him at the end of the tournament as a corpse. So sad." "Cedric Diggory was a loyal and true companion, Professor," said Harry between clenched teeth. "I suggest you speak of him with a little more respect." "Oh, I have all the respect in the world for the Diggorys, Mr. Potter, I assure you. It is strange though, don't you think? The two of you supposedly leave Hogwarts grounds, but only one of you return alive." By now, Harry was only holding on to his temper by the barest of margins, and even Hermione's hand on his shoulder was only calming him so much. Hermione tried desperately to think of some way to change the conversation, to interrupt the confrontation which was speeding forward inexorably like a freight train, but the words were being spoken at a furious pace, and the rest of the room appeared almost spellbound by the exchange. Helplessly, Hermione watched as Harry once again gritted his teeth and responded to the professor. "Yes, it is unfortunate that Cedric was murdered by a betrayer long thought to be dead, that much is not in question. Just what are you trying to insinuate, Professor?" "Oh, nothing, I assure you," said Umbridge. She appeared to be discussing no more than the latest fashions or the weather, given her continued simpering voice and angelic smile. "I merely feel that it is quite convenient that the only witness to young Cedric's death is a known liar. Tell me, was the prior incantato ever cast upon your wand that night?" "Are you suggesting—" "Of course not, Mr. Potter," Umbridge interrupted. "I was merely curious as to what you did to defend yourself during your tribulations. It must be difficult indeed to know that you are cursed in such a manner." "What do you mean?" was Harry's flat response. He was not mollified in the slightest that Umbridge had backpedaled on accusing him for Cedric's death. "Why, that people around you seem to die frequently." She began ticking off her fingers. "There were your parents, of course, and then Professor Quirrell seemed to die quite mysteriously in your first year. And then of course last year it was Cedric Diggory. It appears that you have quite a body count to your name." "You stupid cow," Harry bit out, his voice as cold as ice. "My parents were murdered by a foul madman, and you are not fit to even speak their names, let alone refer to them in any manner. He possessed Professor Quirrell in my first year, and died when he could not stand my mother's protection when he came in contact with me. And as for Cedric, he was murdered by the same traitor who betrayed my parents 14 years ago, during a ceremony which restored his disembodied master to life. If you had even the barest measure of common sense, you and that idiot minister of yours, you would have immediately put me under veritaserum to verify my story, and then investigated the matter for yourselves, rather than hiding your heads in the sand like ostriches." Far from being offended by Harry's tirade, Umbridge merely smiled at him, never once indicating anything other than gleeful triumph. "That will be a month's detention with me starting tomorrow after the Halloween feast, Mr. Potter. I knew that you could suppress your troublemaking ways for only so long, and I look forward to showing you the error of your ways." "Good luck," Harry snarled in response, but Umbridge had already turned away, completely unconcerned. She finally had him in detention. It was a slightly chagrined and subdued Harry who trudged through the hallways of Hogwarts with Hermione and Fleur at his side, on his way to the headmaster's office. The fact that he had had a blow-up with Umbridge that afternoon and that she had subsequently assigned him a month of detentions had already made its way through the school like wildfire. Malfoy was even more insufferable than ever, but Harry, for once, found that he could cheerfully ignore the taunts. The git did not have anything to say which was worth hearing. His friends had been highly supportive, knowing what he had had to put up with in defense class this year. Hermione and Fleur especially had been nothing but loyal and caring, but to a certain extent Harry could not help but feel that he had let them down. The gargoyle appeared to have been expecting them, as it moved aside as soon as they approached. Soon they were sitting in the office with the headmaster as his stern, yet amused eyes regarded them. "Am I to understand you have had a confrontation with the defense professor, Harry?" Dumbledore asked without preamble. Harry ducked his head, feeling sheepish once again at losing his temper. Another part of him, however, was still incensed at the vile words the woman had spewed at him. He had determined that no one was to be allowed to treat him or his friends in such a manner again, and the thought filled him with a new sense of determination. Raising his gaze, he forced himself to meet the headmaster's gaze without flinching. "Yes, I have, Professor. But I don't apologize for it." She had it coming. Pursing his lips, Dumbledore's gaze appeared to lose focus slightly as though he was considering something. "I dare say she did, Harry," Dumbledore replied after a moment. "In fact, I do not doubt that she has deserved it since long before she arrived at this school. But regardless of whether or not she deserved it, we will now need to handle the situation as it is. I believe that Jean Sebastian should be involved in this conversation." He abruptly rose and approached the fireplace. Grabbing a handful of flow powder, he called the ambassador's manner and spoke into the fire for a few moments. He then backed away from the fire, and a few moments later Fleur's father stepped through. Fleur rose to embrace her father, which he returned affectionately, before Jean Sebastian turned and greeted the rest of the occupants, shaking Harry's hand and slapping him on the back affectionately. Moments later they were all sitting in discussion of what had happened that afternoon in defense class began in earnest. Harry, mindful of his determination that Umbridge would not be allowed to get away with her machinations, held his head high as he recounted the events which had led to their impromptu conference. He desperately wished to lambaste the woman who was single-handedly ruining the school year for him, but he stuck to the facts, realizing that they, by themselves, were enough to completely damn the woman in the eyes of everyone in the room. When his narrative had come to a close, Harry watched as Jean-Sebastian leaned back in his chair to consider the matter, while Dumbledore's unfocused gaze indicated his own introspection. Once again Harry felt a hint of guilt for succumbing to her taunting and thereby creating this situation. And yet another part of him again quashed it. He had kept his temper for almost 2 months, in the face of the vile woman's vitriol. She was absolutely reprehensible, and could not be allowed to get away with whatever she wanted. "Well, Headmaster," said Jean-Sebastian after a moment of silence, "the ball appears to be in your court, as the Muggles would say. Given what has happened with this woman, I believe it is time to remove her from the school. I am only surprised that she has not been as cruel to Fleur as she has been to Harry." Dumbledore stroked his beard, apparently deep in thought. "I agree with you, Jean-Sebastian. However, rather than confronting her, I believe a little subtlety may be warranted in this situation." "What do you mean?" asked Jean-Sebastian. "It is not in question whether I could physically remove Madame Umbridge from the school. As headmaster and having control over it in the wards, I could banish her easily if I so chose. But we all know what the result of that action would be. And how much control over the school does Fudge possess?" "Not as much as he would like to believe," said Dumbledore with a smile. "He, of course, is the head of the ministry, and as such over all its departments, including education. The Department of Magical Education maintains responsibility for the school, and that department head would hold the ultimate responsibility. I believe the reason that Cornelius has not yet attempted to have me removed from Hogwarts is due to the fact that I still employ a considerable amount of political power, but also because he and the department head share a mutual animosity. Jonas Barons has been head of the Department of Magical Education for many years, long before Fudge came to power. He enjoys a high level of popularity and is good at his job, so Fudge has been unable to dismiss him. And you believe that the minister may finally be able to move against this department head, and also you?" "I am uncertain," said Dumbledore. "He may feel strong enough in his position to do so, or he may simply replace Umbridge with someone else. As I am certain the children already know, Madame Umbridge is not the most competent individual." Harry snorted at that statement. "I'm a 5th year, and I'm pretty positive that I could beat her easily in a duel." "I do not doubt you could, Mr. Potter," replied Dumbledore. "In fact, her performance in the subject when she attended this school was so abysmal, that it is a wonder she left this institution with an OWL at all. However, I was more speaking of her general abilities, and not only those of her position. Simply put, I don't believe that she is the type to think things through, and though she might have a plan going forward, I believe much of what she does is based on spur-of-the-moment impulses and actions which are at best ill thought out. I would not wish to have the minister remove her and insert someone far more competent or sinister. And as for the possibility of removing me, I could potentially fight it in the Wizengamot, and I believe that I would likely succeed. However, the condition of the Wizengamot is currently such that victory is by no means assured. Thus, I would prefer to have some airtight means to remove Umbridge from the school, which would then allow me to bring in someone of my own choice to fill the position." Jean-Sebastian regarded the headmaster with some speculation. "What is it that you propose, headmaster?" "Simply that we allow Harry to attend this detention with the defense professor." Jean-Sebastian was silent for several moments as he shrewdly eyed the headmaster. And though Harry himself was somewhat surprised at Dumbledore's words, he knew that the headmaster would not make such a suggestion without having some other motive as well, especially not after he had already done away with a detention handed out by the woman previously. This was a serious shift in strategy, and for him to suggest such a thing meant that he had a plan in mind. "Please continue. I must admit I am intrigued. We all know that Umbridge wants Harry in detention. But what we don't know is why." Harry had to agree. They had attempted to foil her plans to have him in detention, but they never really knew why it was so important to her to have him misstep. "This is an opportunity for us to find out why. And what of Umbridge? How far do you think she may go to prove her point, whatever it is?" "That's just it, Ambassador," said Dumbledore, with a twinkle in his eye. "I do not believe Harry would be in any overt danger. However, I suspect that given her methods thus far, such as detention for speaking in class, she is likely to go further than she ought, which could potentially give us more ammunition to see her removed from the school." Jean-Sebastian reflected on the matter for several moments before he spoke. I believe I see your point, Headmaster. Still, I am uneasy about exposing Harry. We are talking about essentially using him as bait. With all due respect, Harry spoke up, I've been in the firing line ever since I arrived at Hogwarts. I hardly think that a pudgy, pink toad is more dangerous than any of the other situations I've faced. An amused smirk came over Jean-Sebastian's face. I suppose you have at that, Harry. He turned his attention back to Dumbledore. What is your plan? We allow Harry to go to the detention with a monitoring charm on him, replied Dumbledore. You and I will listen in while Harry is in his detention and step in if Umbridge goes too far. Then based on whatever she tries, we can plan our next steps accordingly. Harry noticed that Jean-Sebastian's eyes never once left Dumbledore's face. He seemed to suspect something of which Dumbledore was not speaking, and Harry wondered what his guardian could possibly be thinking. His conjecture was confirmed by the next words out of the ambassador's mouth. Let us not beat around the bush, Headmaster. What do you suspect? Dumbledore sighed before he responded. I will not lie to you, any of you, he said, casting his glance around to each person in the room in turn. I firmly believe, given her behavior and the minister's displeasure with how the trial proceeded, that Madame Umbridge will make every attempt to cow you, Harry. Whether she believes that you are also the key to ruining my reputation I am not certain. However, I do not believe that she will merely have you write lines tonight, or anything so benign. I am certain she has something more in mind. She may also feel that provoking you to a reaction, which you have finally given her today, is a necessary step in whatever plans she has for this school. Now that she has managed to place you in detention, I believe that we shall see her next move very quickly. Finally, I suspect that she anticipates my interference in your detention, and likely has some plan in mind to counter me if I intervene. If I do nothing, she will likely assume that you either did not approach me to appeal, or more likely, she will believe that we feel there is nothing which can be done about this detention. In either case, she will be overconfident, leading her to be less careful than she should. We can use this against her. And if she doesn't do anything to incriminate herself. Dumbledore shrugged. Then at that point we consider the situation again and continue our attempts to remove her through other means. At the very least, if enough students come forward and complain about her class, that, together with her lack of the appropriate credentials which should be necessary to teach the class, may be enough to remove her. I believe this is your decision, Harry, said Jean-Sebastian at length. You are the one who will be with the woman, so your opinion is the most important. Harry felt a rush of gratitude. Very rarely in his life had anyone ever asked his opinion. It made the changes of the previous summer seem all the more real, to be treated more like an adult than an ignorant child. In truth, however, there was little decision to be made. Harry did not fear the woman. After all, to him she was much more of an irritant and a drag on his ability to learn what he needed than someone to be feared. And if this was their opportunity to rid the school of her, then he was all for it. I think we should do it, he said out loud, noting the shared looks of slight trepidation, mixed with pride at his courage, from the two young ladies. Dumbledore nodded. Very well. I believe that we should place the monitoring charm on you ahead of time so we avoid her suspicion. Perhaps we shouldn't meet in your office then, Headmaster, said Hermione. An excellent suggestion, Miss Granger. We shall arrange to meet a few hours in advance of the evening meal, which should help throw any spies she has watching you off the trail. I shall set up the charm, and tie it to a dictaquill to obtain a record of every word you exchange with her. The plan now determined, the group broke up soon after. Jean-Sebastian said his farewells in Dumbledore's office, not wishing to be seen at Hogwarts. The less information Umbridge possessed about their plans, the better. If she thought he had been contacted about the situation, she may be a trifle more circumspect the following day. And though Harry knew that he was the one she was targeting, he wanted the woman gone, and was willing to endure much to see it happen. The three friends soon left the office and made their way down toward the Great Hall, speaking quietly amongst themselves. Hermione and Fleur had both expressed their intention of being near the defense office the following evening to be available should they be needed, but also to show their support for him. Harry suspected their protectiveness was for nothing. He doubted the Toad Woman would try anything overt, but their care and concern was warmly accepted and appreciated by the young man. They were soon to find out that Dumbledore had been completely correct about his assumption that Umbridge would soon make her next move. Upon reaching the entrance to the Great Hall, they found a number of students milling around the doors, looking at the educational decrees, which had grown in number since they had first been enacted. Among the students stood both Ron and Neville, both of whom motioned the trio to join them as soon as they noticed their approach. "What's going on, Ron?" Harry asked as he walked up with Hermione and Fleur by his side. Ron said nothing, instead pointing at a new case hanging prominently to the right of the entrance. Inside the case was a new educational decree, which read as follows: Educational Decree No. 23. Dolores Jane Umbridge has been appointed to the post of Hogwarts High Inquisitor. The friends exchanged glances after reading the decree, but Harry shook his head at the group, motioning them to the Great Hall's entrance and the relative security the noise would provide. In silence the group sat next to their friends who were already there, including Luna. She had been eating most of her meals at the Gryffindor table. They served themselves from the heaping platters, as the conversation began in earnest. "Harry, we heard you got detention today," said one of the twins. "It was pretty spectacular," said Neville with a grin. "He didn't say anything I haven't wanted to say for the past 2 months." "So did you talk to Dumbledore?" asked the second twin. Harry glanced up at the head table, noting the smug grin on the insufferable Umbridge's face as she beamed down at him. Just managing to avoid rolling his eyes at the woman, Harry covered his response by raising his fork to his mouth. "It's handled. That's all I'm going to say." Most of the group nodded and accepted the answer with no comment. Harry was relieved that they had allowed the matter to drop. It was likely better that he kept the plan to himself, but regardless, the Great Hall, under the watchful eye of the Toad Woman, was no place to divulge it to his friends. "What is a High Inquisitor?" Fleur asked. Hermione glanced at her worriedly. "I'm not sure, but if Umbridge was appointed to it, it can't be good for us." A murmur of agreement rippled through the group, and most of the conversation ceased as they all attended to their meals. As it turned out, they were to find out exactly what a High Inquisitor was the following day. As it was a Tuesday, the 5th years started off with charms in the morning, followed by Transfiguration. The students had largely settled into their seats in the Transfiguration classroom when Umbridge entered the room, her perpetual silly smile affixed to her face. Professor McGonagall frowned at this unexpected intrusion into her classroom. "Professor Umbridge, as you can see I am teaching a class now. Whatever you are here concerning, it can wait until class is over." "You mistake my presence, Deputy Headmistress," Umbridge responded in her girlish voice. "I am here merely to observe, so you may continue your class as you normally would." McGonagall's expression became even more severe. "Observe? Whatever for?" The Toad Woman's simpering smile became even wider. "Perhaps you have not read the most recent educational decree, but I have been made the High Inquisitor over this school." "I did read it." McGonagall's impatience was truly beginning to show. "What of it? I think most of the school does not even know what the position is, let alone what it means." "Why, Professor," the girly woman laughed, "do you not remember my words at the opening feast? The standards of this school have sadly dropped, and it is my job to once again make it the glorious institution it once was. I had intended to simply observe and implement any suggestions slowly, but my observations, not to mention recent events," she smirked at Harry, "have dictated a more active approach. Everything must be inspected and either improved or rejected, and that includes anything from the curriculum to the professors." If looks could kill, Harry was certain that by this time, Umbridge would be a pink puddle oozing over the floor. However, the Transfiguration professor merely sniffed with some disdain before responding. "Very well, but if you must be in my class, you will sit quietly and not interrupt." "I have no intention of interrupting, my dear Minerva," said Umbridge affably. "However, I would suggest you modify your tone and choice of words before your superior." McGonagall's eyebrow rose at this statement, but she did not deign to respond to the woman's assertion. It appeared that Umbridge thought she had won the point, based on the smugness which returned to her features after the professor turned away. For those who knew the Transfiguration professor, however, it was obvious that she had simply dismissed Umbridge as not being worth her time and energy. "I guess we know now what a High Inquisitor is," Hermione whispered to Harry. Harry merely nodded, but the brief exchange did not escape Umbridge's notice. "I see you have the same set of whisperers in your class as I have in mine," she said brightly. Professor McGonagall turned and regarded Umbridge with an unreadable expression on her face, which was returned by the pink-clad woman. I believe they should be punished. Discipline is paramount, as you know. Though McGonagall appeared as though she would prefer just about anything else, she turned to Harry and Hermione. That will be 2 points each from Gryffindor, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger. In the future, please be certain to raise your hand if you have something to say. The renewed smug expression on Umbridge's face disappeared over the course of the class, as on several separate occasions, McGonagall found reasons to award both Harry and Hermione for correctly answered questions, and for being the first to correctly manage their transfigurations for the day. In all, by the time the class period had ended, their 2-point losses had been more than wiped away by the 10 points each of them had earned, leaving Harry feeling somewhat self-satisfied at the failure of the woman's machinations. He could not resist a smile at her as she gathered her paraphernalia and breezed out of the classroom with her nose held high. Late that afternoon, Harry met the headmaster in an unused classroom after his last class to allow the placement of the monitoring charm. The Halloween feast was much as it was in previous years, with Harry feeling a distinct lack of enthusiasm for the wizarding celebration. This was, after all, the anniversary of his parents' deaths, and it was not a day of celebration in his opinion. His friends were solicitous and kind, giving him their sympathies and support, but largely allowing him to eat his meal in silence. Unfortunately, it seemed to be a yearly tradition since returning to the wizarding world. Something always happened on Halloween. Umbridge's bright, cheery voice bid him enter as soon as he had arrived after the feast, and he stepped into the classroom, noting the gleeful expression of self-righteous smugness which adorned the defense professor's face. He longed to knock it from her in a rather permanent manner. Schooling himself to patience, he did nothing more than approach her desk and wait for her to speak. She did not speak for several moments, seemingly content to watch him, perhaps hoping he would squirm at the scrutiny. Harry, however, was not in the mood to indulge her. He merely stood patiently and waited for her to break the silence. "Do you know why you are here, Mr. Potter?" she asked at length. "Because you are an ignorant cow," he though viciously. "Presumably because I spoke out in class," he said out loud. "That is only a small measure of your transgressions, Mr. Potter. Yes, you spoke out in class when you should have held your tongue, but though you have controlled yourself to a certain extent since I have arrived in this school, I have witnessed several times where you almost burst out in a most improper manner. Due to your constant baiting." Regardless of his thoughts, Harry kept his countenance, knowing that losing his temper here would not help his case at all. The important thing was that the woman was a known quantity and her behavior had been atrocious. He would do everything in his power to ensure her timely and irrevocable departure from the castle. She continued after a moment, her expression clearly showing the fact that she had expected Harry to respond and was disappointed when he did not. "Beyond your more obvious faults, there is the matter of your insistence in stating that he who must not be named has returned. The ministry cannot countenance your continued attempts to sow discord and fear in stating such an impossibility. You know who has been gone these past 14 years, and shall not return. What do you say to that?" "I've already said everything I am going to say," responded Harry. "You can refuse to believe me, and you can deny me the use of the magical tools available to verify the truth. But that doesn't change anything. Your arrogance apparently knows no bounds, Mr. Potter." Harry smiled thinly at her. "A certain potions master of my acquaintance is constantly making that claim. I don't care about your opinion any more than I care about his. Perhaps Professor Snape sees more clearly than most. Or perhaps he's just a greasy git who holds a grudge against my father," retorted Harry. Umbridge peered at him through narrowed eyes. "You seem to think that the world owes you something, Mr. Potter, and that you are somehow above the rules set down for us all. My aim is to show you that you are not as great and untouchable as you like to think. For the good of our people, your constant lies must be stopped." "You cannot punish me for stating my beliefs," said Harry. "I can punish you for anything I want," snapped Umbridge. "I am the senior undersecretary to the Minister for Magic himself. I am also the High Inquisitor for this school. Your precious headmaster cannot stop me, nor can anyone else, as I have the full backing of the ministry in this matter." Harry did not deign to point out that not everyone at the ministry was as blind and stupid as she and Fudge had proven themselves to be. He felt that by this time he had antagonized her enough that if she was not already planning something which was beyond what she could get away with, perhaps he had provoked her into it. As such, he merely sneered in her direction. Well then, what punishment would have for me? A feral smile lit up her face. You shall write lines, Mr. Potter. Lines? Asked Harry with a raised brow. Is that all? Oh, I don't think you will act so glibly when I am finished with you. You shall write, I must not tell lies for the rest of the evening while you are with me. Perhaps repeating it several hundred times will imprint it into your memory, as well as, other place. Throwing her a look reserved for the petty, or the stupid, Harry sat down at a nearby desk and began rummaging through his pack for the required tools. Close your bag, Mr. Potter, you will not need anything there. Do you intend me to write lines with my finger? Snarked Harry. That will be another 2 weeks detention added to your punishment, Mr. Potter. Any further outbursts will result in even more punishment being levied out. At this rate, you may be in detention with me every night until Easter. As if, Harry grumbled under his breath. Umbridge, however, took no notice. You will use one of my special quills for this detention. Should I retrieve some ink from my pack, Professor? A gleam entered her eye and her smile became even more unpleasant. Oh, I think you will find that you do not need any ink. Just begin to write with that quill, there will be no more delays. Her gleeful expression told Harry that there was something he did not understand, or perhaps did not know, which was at play here. The woman had just announced that he was to use a quill without ink, after all, and had he not known of her sadistic streak, he would have thought that she was barmy at the very least. There was something else going on here, but whatever it was he had no time to ponder it. Remember, I must not tell lies will be your phrase for this evening. How about, I must not tell the truth? Asked Harry. That's what this situation is, you know. 2 more weeks detention. Umbridge squealed. I will break you of this pathological need to lie, Potter, if it's the last thing I do. Again, Harry forced himself not to point out that attempting to break a child was hardly proper behavior for any adult, especially one in a position of authority at a school. He doubted Umbridge knew anything of modern child protection laws or practices, nor would she care if she did know. Shaking his head, Harry grasped the quill in his hand and began to write, noting with some surprise the words which appeared on the page in bright red ink. It was so unexpected that the sharp pain in his hand took him completely by surprise, and by the time he registered it, the pain had receded. He glanced at the back of his hand and rubbed it, wondering where it had come from. Seeing no mark there, he glanced up at Umbridge, noting the wide smirk of triumph etched upon her features. Scowling, Harry turned his attention back to the paper, knowing that something was up. He took greater care in writing this time, watching the back of his hand for the source of the pain. Upon finishing the sentence, a perfect replica of his spidery script appeared on the back of his hand, accompanied by the sharp pain from earlier. It glowed red for a brief moment before once again fading, leaving his hand unblemished. What the hell is this? Harry demanded, rising to his feet with the belligerence born of hate for this stupid woman and the unknown manner in which she was causing him pain. I told you, it is one of my special quills, Umbridge cooed. Now, you may sit down and continue to write your lines. I will not, Harry exclaimed. I don't know what this is or what you are trying to pull here, but this isn't detention, it's torture. I won't allow you to get away with it. You have no choice, little boy, cried Umbridge. Another month's detention and a 50-point deduction from Gryffindor. Now sit back down and continue to write before I have you in detention for the rest of your time in Hogwarts. Scowling, Harry took his seat and picked up the offensive quill. He wrote the line a few more times, ignoring the pain in his hand as he did so. Each time he wrote, the lines appeared once again on the back of his hand, and by the time he had written the line a dozen more times, a faint pink outline had begun to form on the back of his hand. Gritting his teeth he continued to write, but he did not do so in silence. Why are you doing this? Surely the return of a Dark Lord is not a petty matter which can be swept under the rug. You are truly amazing, Mr. Potter. You have written those lines at least 20 times now, and still you continue to spout these foolish untruths. You know who is dead and shall not be returning. You must learn this if you are to make anything of your life. Your moment of fame is past, Mr. Potter. Be happy with what you have had. Harry shook his head. Your blindness astounds me. As your pathetic obtuseness astounds me, Mr. Potter, said Umbridge with a sneer. Harry looked up at her, and he could see the light of fanaticism which lit up her eyes. You are nothing but a jumped-up half-blood with delusions of importance. There is the bigotry I expect to see from an ignorant cow like you, Harry snapped. And while you consider me to be a self-important attention seeker, I know that you are a mediocre ch with delusions of adequacy. Umbridge's nostrils flared and she appeared on the edge of a retort, when the door to the classroom opened and a voice rang out. Harry, you will stop writing immediately. Jean Sebastian and Dumbledore had arrived. Apolline, I am leaving now, Jean Sebastian announced to his wife as he leaned down to key her cheek. Though perhaps it would have been expected for his wife to return his gesture of affection with one of her own, Apolline's expression never altered from the severe displeasure which had graced it since the day before. Jean Sebastian, you remember to tell that headmaster that I will not tolerate that cow to abuse any of our children any longer. Suppressing an amused chuckle, Jean Sebastian leaned down and at her again. Do not worry, my love. I believe that Dumbledore is right, Umbridge is stupid enough to hang herself. All we need to do is to allow her enough rope to do so. Scowling, Apolline stood and put her hands on her hips. I do not like this plan of Dumbledore's. Harry does not need to be used as bait after what his relatives put him through. At the first sign of trouble, you get him out from under that woman's thumb. Yes dear, Jean Sebastian dutifully repeated, before he bent down and at his youngest daughter who, though she did not perhaps understand exactly what was occurring, was at least aware that her idol was being threatened. Her expression of displeasure was almost the mirror image of her mother's, and Jean Sebastian was forced to once again stifle a laugh at the sight. Trying to spare himself another tongue lashing, Jean Sebastian quickly made his way from the sitting room, where his wife was checking the last of Gabrielle's schoolwork for the day, toward his study, and the flow which would take him to Hogwarts. To say that Apolline had been displeased the previous evening when he had returned to the manor with the story of what had happened with Harry was an understatement. And perhaps Umbridge and Fudge did not realize it, but in Apolline they had made an enemy of a witch who was as implacable in her resentments as she was strong-willed. Apolline would not stand for any foolishness, and having had to put up with the stigma of being labeled a creature, or vila hussy, all her life, she was, unsurprisingly, remarkably intolerant of any kind of bigotry. She had also come to be very protective of Harry in the brief time he had stayed with them before departing for Hogwarts. She was now as protective of him as she was of her own daughters. The fact that her temper had been simmering on a slow burn ever since reports of the hated woman's behavior had begun reaching them had not done anything to mitigate the explosion in the slightest. Arriving at his study, Jean Sebastian stepped in and, after taking a fortifying breath, stepped through the flow and entered the headmaster's office. The two men greeted each other and made small talk until the appointed time for Harry to arrive in Umbridge's classroom arrived. Dumbledore produced a small stone and waved his wand, and the two waited for several moments for Harry to arrive in the defense classroom. All at once they heard a knocking through the stone, to which Umbridge called permission to enter. The conversation began between the two and Jean Sebastian settled in to listen. The game was on. The pride Jean Sebastian felt at Harry's response to Umbridge's words, and the way he fearlessly provoked her, was the pride of a father for a son. Harry was truly an exceptional young man and Jean Sebastian was happy to assume the role of surrogate father in his life. Lines. Jean Sebastian was puzzled at the woman's statement. Lines were truly an innocuous sort of punishment which was not overly threatening in the slightest. Wait, Jean Sebastian, be patient, Dumbledore cautioned as the confrontation continued. Jean Sebastian glanced sidelong at the headmaster, wondering if he knew something he was not sharing. But Dumbledore paid him no mind, focused as he was on the conversation coming through from the defense classroom. When Harry made his comment about writing lines with his finger, Jean Sebastian began to get a rather uneasy sensation in the pit of his stomach. Surely she cannot mean to, he trailed off, listening in growing anger as he heard Harry yell at Umbridge. At that point it all became clear. Un plume de sang, he snarled, glaring at Dumbledore. A blood quill. Has she gone far enough for you now, headmaster? A smile of self-satisfaction appeared on the headmaster's face. Indeed, I believe this will be enough to damn her completely, ambassador. Shall we go and rescue your ward? Suspicion once again bloomed in Jean-Sebastian's mind, but he knew that now was not the time to have this conversation. He merely nodded his head shortly before following the headmaster from his office. A few short moments later they had arrived at the defense classroom. Jean-Sebastian took the lead and without preamble, he wrenched the door to the classroom open, forcing it to crash against the wall as he strode toward Harry and the hated Toad Woman. "Harry, you will stop writing immediately," he spat as he glared at Umbridge. Though startled, Umbridge regained her composure immediately. "Ambassador. Headmaster. What are you doing in my classroom? Witnessing you as you make a very big mistake, madam," Jean-Sebastian snarled. "Whatever do you mean, Ambassador?" The woman simpered. "I am merely disciplining this miscreant for his actions and words in my classroom. I assure you, it has nothing to do with you, nor does it warrant your interference. You will both leave this room now, or you will lose your position, headmaster, and you, ambassador, will be removed from your post." Stalking up to Harry, Jean-Sebastian held out his hand, snapping the blood quill as soon as it was in his possession. Umbridge's nostrils flared and she jumped up from her desk, wand in hand. "How dare you, ambassador!" she screamed. "That was my own personal property that you just destroyed. I will see you arrested for this." "Harry," the headmaster spoke up. "Please leave the room and return to your common room. As headmaster of Hogwarts, I hereby declare that your point deduction this evening is reversed, and all your detentions with Madame Umbridge are cancelled." "Yes, headmaster," Harry said, standing and gathering his bag. Jean-Sebastian was darkly amused to see that Harry favored Umbridge with a smirk before he sauntered from the room, whistling a jaunty tune. Umbridge's smirk was absolutely feral. "You have just made your final mistake, you old dotard. I will be speaking with the minister at first light, and I assure you that your tenure here at Hogwarts will end soon after." "Oh, I believe that you are quite mistaken, madam," said Dumbledore. His expression was implacable, and none of his habitual grandfatherly mien was detectable. Here stood the man who had defeated Grindelwald, and led the forces of the light against Voldemort. Jean-Sebastian had to admit to himself that the headmaster was more than a little intimidating at the moment. Forcing a student to write lines with a blood quill, madam. It is a little severe, even for you. Is it not? I may discipline the students in any manner that I feel necessary, headmaster. I am the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts, and you have no say in the matter." "You stupid woman," Jean-Sebastian growled. "I am not even a citizen of this country, and I know that a blood quill is a Class 3 restricted item. The mere possession of one by anyone other than the goblins or a solicitor merits a fine, let alone forcing a student to write lines with one." "I have permission from the minister himself," Umbridge said, waving them off. "The minister is irrelevant," Dumbledore snapped. "The law is the law and no one is above it. I believe you do not realize the severity of the situation, madam. You have not only brought such an item into a school, but you have also forced a student to write lines with it. Do you not realize that almost every member of the Wizengamot has some relative attending this school? What do you think their reactions will be when they hear that you may be using it on members of their families?" Once again Umbridge treated their remarks as though they were of no concern. "I am sure that the right families with students who obey the rules know that their children would never be subjected to such harsh penalties. Only the true troublemakers who are attempting to ruin this institution merit such punishment, for it is the only way to correct their misbehavior. You are insane if you believe that the Wizengamot will do anything but condemn you for this, regardless of what students are being punished." "Regardless, it does not matter," insisted Umbridge. "I may punish those who break the rules in whatever manner I deem fit. You have no authority to stop me." Dumbledore stood tall and proud and he stepped forward, causing Umbridge to shrink back in sudden fear. "I have all the authority I require, as Hogwarts herself considers me to be the headmaster of this school. And this does not even mention my mandate as chief warlock of the Wizengamot." His voice was icy and low and the woman's features became even paler than they already were. "The use of a blood quill is not punishment or discipline, it is torture. I will not allow it to continue. You will hand over whatever remaining blood quills you have in your possession immediately." "I certainly will not." "Yes you will," Dumbledore barked. "By the authority of the Wizengamot, I demand that you hand those vile instruments over this instant. If you do not, I will take them from you, and by Merlin I will then see you to the gates of Azkaban myself. Do not try my patience further, madam." Umbridge stumbled back once again, but this time she did not respond. She merely opened a drawer in her desk and pulled out a box, handing it to Dumbledore with shaking hands. Dumbledore opened the box and peered inside. Jean-Sebastian looked into it himself, noting the fact that it contained well over 24 of the quills. Dumbledore closed it once again, scowling at the woman. "It appears that Harry was not your only target, was he?" he snapped. Umbridge drew herself up as tall as she could with her diminutive frame. "The minister will hear of this, headmaster. I assure you that he will," Dumbledore said in response. "As will the Wizengamot, the prophet, and anyone else that I can think of. I suggest you pack your bags, madam, as your stay in this school will likely be of short duration." The woman's sneer was back in all its glory. "You have no authority to remove me, headmaster. I am here by the appointment of the minister himself. We shall see how long that lasts, madam." Jean-Sebastian glanced at the headmaster with some surprise. He had intended to have the woman removed that evening, and could not understand why Dumbledore would delay. She was clearly a danger to all the students, especially to the ones with whom Jean-Sebastian was most concerned. A quelling look met his unspoken query, however, and Jean-Sebastian let the matter go for the time being. Obviously Dumbledore had something else up his sleeve, and Jean-Sebastian stepped back and allowed him to dictate events. It was his school, after all. He would have an accounting, though, Jean-Sebastian thought grimly. "Your right to assign detentions is hereby revoked," Dumbledore continued. "Do not even try to do so, as I will know and I will throw you from the school myself should you attempt it." Umbridge's eyes narrowed and her mouth opened, but Dumbledore did not allow her to speak. "And also be aware that any points you assign or deduct will be reviewed as long as you are still at this school. I would suggest you avoid using the points system at all. And I will be instructing Fleur, Harry, and all of their friends that they are not to attend your class in the future," Jean-Sebastian snarled. "You will never teach any child for whom I am responsible again, that I assure you. And if you so much as look at them in the wrong manner, I will have the Aurors here to drag you off to a prison cell where you belong." "I would like to see you try, Ambassador," Umbridge shrilled in response. "Leave it, Dolores," Dumbledore stated. "You may not realize it, though how you could not is beyond me, but you have already lost. I will have you removed from this school as soon as may be, and you will not be returning." Turning his back on her, Dumbledore stalked from the room while Jean-Sebastian, with one final glare, turned to follow him. "Please explain to me why she is not on leaving this school at this very moment, headmaster," Jean-Sebastian demanded as they walked back toward the headmaster's office. "Of course, Jean-Sebastian, but please let us talk in my office." Though perhaps he would have preferred to demand an answer immediately, Jean-Sebastian inclined his head. He did not stop fuming as they walked through the hallways of Hogwarts. The protective instinct which he had always held toward his children, though perhaps not as visibly displayed as the one his wife possessed, was fully aroused, demanding to be appeased. In the office, the headmaster immediately sat behind his desk and steepled his fingertips, and Jean-Sebastian felt as though he was once again in school about to be scolded for some prank or misdeed. Scowling, and annoyed that the venerable man made him feel this way, Jean-Sebastian tried again. "Headmaster, would you like to explain why that woman is not on her way to a ministry-holding cell?" "Because, Jean-Sebastian, our position is much stronger if she is removed by Minister Fudge himself. And you and I will fan the flames of what is certain to be a scandal for the minister, ensuring that he has no choice but to do so." Jean-Sebastian frowned at the headmaster. "So this has become a political game." "It has been a political game ever since the minister decided to involve himself in the workings of this school, Ambassador. I must have full reign again to hire a defense professor who is qualified and, more importantly, one who is not controlled by the minister. To do that, my position must be as strong as possible, hence my desire to force the minister to sack Umbridge himself. It also carries the added benefit of removing her from her post as senior undersecretary." "You have a candidate in mind?" Jean-Sebastian asked, his curiosity aroused by Dumbledore's cryptic statements. "I do," Dumbledore confirmed. "However, my choice will not be available until the new year. I will have to come up with other arrangements until then, and having Fudge completely preoccupied with damage control will give me the space I will need to do so." It did, Jean-Sebastian had to admit, make a great deal of sense. The more primitive part of him, however, wanted blood that instant. Umbridge was a blight upon society no matter how competent or intelligent she was, or was not. As the case may be, and her instant removal from the government, as well as Hogwarts, was a very desirable outcome. But his children were protected in that they would not be attending any more of her classes, her blood quills were confiscated, and her teeth were essentially pulled. And if the woman was stupid enough to try anything in the halls of Hogwarts against his children, it would make the task of incarcerating her in Azkaban all that much easier. I suppose you are correct, Headmaster, he grudgingly admitted. But if she tries anything with my children, I can promise you I will not be held accountable for my actions. Leave the protection of the children to me, I assure you that I will not allow anything to happen to them. I need you to play your part as Harry's guardian and as the ambassador to England, not be involved with vengeful attacks against the Undersecretary. Jean-Sebastian nodded tightly before he moved to the other topic which had bothered him as they were listening to Harry and Umbridge. I was wondering about something else. You did not seem to be surprised that the Undersecretary possessed blood quills. Would you care to elaborate on that? Smiling, Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. It is amazing what one can glean with a little passive legilimency and an unguarded mind. You did know. Jean-Sebastian was implacable, and he was highly offended that Dumbledore had essentially used Harry as bait, regardless of the fact that Harry had insisted upon putting himself in the line of fire. Not that she had blood quills specifically, Dumbledore replied. Her mind is remarkably open, she has no skill in occlumency whatsoever. But even so, as you are well aware, passive legilimency only gives an indication of surface thoughts, and active legilimency is illegal, except under certain circumstances. I was able to discern that she wanted to make an example of Harry and try to cow him into holding his tongue about Voldemort. What exactly she meant to do I was not certain, but I did know it involved something I would not find acceptable. Unfortunately, the woman truly believes that she can get away with anything as long as she has the minister's backing, so I could not be certain exactly how far she meant to go. And what about her presence at this school? She has been enacting decrees to curb the freedom of the students, from what I understand. All part of her plan to take over the school. You may not have heard, but the minister made a decree yesterday making her the High Inquisitor of Hogwarts, giving her all sorts of powers to review professors' performances, change curriculum, among other things. It was all part of their plan to eventually take over the school and force my removal. And now? Jean-Sebastian asked, reflecting that if she had ever truly gotten control over the school, Harry and Fleur would have been pulled from the premises immediately. Now, I go back to the Wizengamot to inform them of her actions, while you go through your diplomatic channels to make an issue of her treatment of your ward. We shall also take the story to the Daily Prophet, the Quibbler, and every other public forum that we can manage. By the weekend the furor over this scandal will be so intense that Fudge will have no choice but to sack her. And perhaps take Fudge down in the process. Dumbledore stroked his beard for a moment before he shook his head. Although a desirable outcome, I suspect the minister will be able to wriggle his way out of this. He is far too politically savvy to allow himself to be snared in this scandal. At the very least, however, it will tarnish his image and weaken his position. Grimacing, Jean-Sebastian rose and shook the headmaster's hand. Unfortunately, I suspect you are correct. He stepped toward the flow, before he stopped and looked back at Dumbledore. I shall not wait until the morning to move on this. Excellent. She has finally given us a reason to remove her, Jean-Sebastian, let us make the most of it. Nodding, Jean-Sebastian entered the flow, not at all anticipating another tongue-lashing which he was certain he would receive from Apolline. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry was enjoying the full attention of his housemates as he told the story of the detention he had just served and the manner in which the headmaster arrived to put Umbridge in her place. The audience to which he was speaking would normally have made him somewhat annoyed or uneasy as he truly was not enamored of his fame. On this occasion, however, he was enjoying the attention immensely, not only for the opportunity it brought him to expose the fool woman for the idiot she was, but also because every student had had to suffer through her classes the same as he had, and deserved to savor her defeat. Revenge was sweet indeed. Fleur, however, was not impressed with the news of the punishment the woman had tried to mete out. That woman made you use une plume de sang. She shrieked as Harry neared the point where he had begun to write with the quill. At Harry's blank look, Fleur sighed with some exasperation and explained. A plume de sang, a blood quill, is a quill which magically writes using your blood instead of ink. The magic causes it to literally carve the written strokes into your hand, It can be quite painful if done many times in a row. Solicitors use them to sign legal documents, as do the goblins. Showing her the pink outline on his hand, Harry remarked, like this. An outraged cry escaped Fleur's throat as she grasped his hand and inspected it. How many times did she make you write these lines? She all but growled. I must have written them about 20 times or so, Harry said after thinking a moment. That, stupid, incensed, Fleur broke into a long diatribe in French, and if Harry was to guess, it sounded like her language was not fit for polite society. After a few moments she had calmed down enough to revert back to English. How dare she think she can get away with this? It's all right, Fleur, soothed Harry. I'm already away from her. Fleur favored him with a glare, but Harry could tell that she was not angry with him. It was George who spoke up to explain. Harry, I don't think you completely understand Fleur's outrage. Prolonged use of a blood quill over a short period of time can result in weakness and fatigue, Fred continued. It is sapping your blood, after all. Harry gazed back at them with some surprise. They are that dangerous. They can be, Fleur affirmed. They tap a certain amount of your blood when you use them, and if you use it enough, the blood loss can affect you. Add to that the fact that if you wrote the same line often enough you would eventually cut it into your skin. Without a healer or essence of Dittany handy, you would have a scar for the rest of your life. That I already knew, said Harry with a snort while rubbing his hand. I could already see the beginnings of the outline forming when your father walked in. I guess he wasn't happy, said Fleur somewhat slyly. Ripped her a new one, said Harry with a certain measure of smugness. Fleur, however, was confused. Ripped her a new what? Muffled laughter and snorts were heard all around the room. Fleur glared at those who could not keep their countenances, while Harry hastened to explain. It means that he berated her, Hermione supplied helpfully. What she said, Harry declared, pointing a thumb at Hermione. Good, said Fleur. I think we'll be rid of the stupid woman in no time. Even your minister will not be able to ignore this for long. I'd imagine that's what Dumbledore and your dad are talking about right now. At that moment, the portrait hole opened and Professor McGonagall walked into the Gryffindor common room. She stood surveying the suddenly quiet room, until her eyes lit upon Harry. She shook her head, presumably at the obvious fact that he was sharing exactly what had happened with Umbridge that evening with everyone. She approached Harry and after greeting the members of her house, made her intentions known without preamble. I understand your detention with Professor Umbridge tonight resulted in some rather unorthodox punishment. Harry agreed and she continued. When I heard, I thought I would come and survey the damage myself. May I? Wordlessly, Harry raised his hand to show the professor the marks left by Umbridge's quills, prompting a T.S. King sound from the Transfiguration professor. The stupid woman, McGonagall grumbled. I cannot imagine how she could possibly have thought that she'd have gotten away with this outrage. I think that rational thought isn't exactly her forte, Professor, said Harry dryly. A brief smile met his declaration, before McGonagall was all business once again. Your guardian has declared that you shall not attend another of Umbridge's classes, she told them. However, I believe we should make this incident a pointed reminder to Madame Umbridge. No one missed her refusal to refer to the woman as a professor, that the assault of one of our Gryffindors shall not be tolerated. I believe, therefore, that we should show our support by ensuring that none of you attend her classes. The approbation was unanimous, as cheers and whistles echoed throughout Gryffindor Tower. The House of the Lion all seemed to understand that a good push may have the hated professor removed from the school, and considering that attending her classes was a colossal waste of time, missing them was no sacrifice. Very well then, we shall see the madam's face tomorrow when no one from Gryffindor House's fourth year attends her class in the morning. I think we can come up with a special surprise for her too, said one of the twins with an evil smirk. A rousing send-off will be just the thing for morale, agreed his partner in crime, his expression mirroring his twins. McGonagall regarded the two pranksters with some amusement, before her expression turned stern. Officially, I cannot sanction such behavior. And officially, I never heard you discussing your plans. Don't get caught. With that, she turned and exited the tower, leaving a common room full of surprised students. McGonagall had always projected the image of a straight-laced and strict task mistress. She must truly despise Umbridge, a sentiment which was well understood by her house members. Soon the expressions of surprise turned to smirks. Life at Hogwarts was about to become very uncomfortable for one Dolores Jane Umbridge. Dumbledore and Jean Sebastian were indeed as good as their word when it came to exposing Dolores Umbridge's deeds at Hogwarts. Immediately after his meeting with the ambassador concluded, Dumbledore flowed the offices of the Daily Prophet and demanded to see the publishing editor of the paper. The man's displeasure from being pulled from an evening of relaxation at his home quickly gave way to astonishment and glee at the story which had fallen out of the sky into his lap. The fact that Umbridge herself was almost universally hated due to her strong-arm tactics and tendency to throw the minister's name around in order to get her way only served to sweeten the revenge to be exacted. Springing into action, the editor quickly had several staff reporters summoned with an eye toward breaking the initial story in the early edition of the next morning's paper. As was its wont, the headlines were sensational and provoked the desired reaction, proclaiming, "Hogwarts Professor Disciplines with Blood Quill," and "Boy Who Lived Forced to Write Lines in Own Blood." The very next day there were several more Daily Prophet reporters were seen poking around Hogsmeade, and though there was no one at the village who had any knowledge of the incident, the residents were not unwilling to speak of other matters, such as the behavior of Harry and his friends during Hogsmeade weekends, not to mention the few times the defense professor herself had appeared in the village. Of particular note was the brief incident at the Three Broomsticks between Harry and Malfoy, provided without hesitation by Madame Rosmerta. Needless to say, the perception of Harry and his temperament was only improved, while Malfoy was portrayed to be a bigoted bully. And if, during the course of that day, Harry and his friends had coincidentally been found walking near the edge of Hogwarts grounds and had been induced to make a brief statement, ironically during the time that afternoon when he and his fifth-year friends should have been in Umbridge's defense class, the matter was completely beyond the knowledge of his professors. As long as the reporters were not violating Hogwarts grounds, Harry was a citizen as well as a student, and his ability to speak for himself was not in question. Upon the article's first appearance in the wizarding paper the following morning, Dumbledore again went into action. Using his powers as chief warlock, he quickly called an emergency session of the Wizengamot, with the intent of discussing Umbridge's actions at Hogwarts. His estimation of the members' reactions was not far from the mark, as many Wizengamot members did indeed have younger family members attending Hogwarts, and Umbridge's hasty statement that she would never use a blood quill on members of the right families was received in a remarkably dim light by almost all who were not extreme bigots. It was the work of mere moments to have the members of the wizarding body support and pass a motion condemning her actions. In particular, Madame Bones and Madame Longbottom, both of whom had young wards attending Hogwarts in Harry's year, and both possessed of strong, no-nonsense personalities, became Dumbledore's staunchest allies in his effort to push Umbridge from her positions. It was easy to pass a further motion, demanding Umbridge's immediate termination, not only as Hogwarts High Inquisitor and Professor, but also from her position as Undersecretary. They argued that if her judgment was this questionable in a school full of children, then she had no business whatsoever working in a position which allowed her to influence government policy. The box of blood quills sitting on Dumbledore's desk in the Wizengamot chambers was a visible reminder of just what depths the woman was willing to descend to achieve her goals. At the school, the delivery of the morning paper sent the Great Hall into a chaotic riot of hushed conversations and astonished reaction. The reaction was largely in Harry's favor, as no student wished to have to put up with the woman's form of punishment. A certain blonde Ponce was not amused at seeing his name besmirched in print. Though he did, unsurprisingly, use the opportunity to heckle Harry, even then, his success was questionable at best, as Harry merely favored him with a smirk and an amused thumbs up, before he ignored the Ponce completely. Harry did oblige the masses and showed his hand, though the pink marks were now fading, to anyone who wished to see it. He considered some of the reactions over the top, especially those of many girls who had openly tittered about him over the years, now used the opportunity to fawn over him, even in the presence of his betrothed. Overall, however, Harry was generally pleased with the positive attention he was receiving for a change. It was certainly better than when he had been accused of being the heir of Slytherin, or a glory-seeking cheater who had used illicit means to be named a tournament champion. As for Umbridge, she did not take this setback to her plans well at all. She showed up for breakfast the next morning completely unconcerned with the events of the previous evening. She had thought to enjoy a leisurely breakfast, after which she would flow the minister and tell him of Dumbledore's latest misstep, certain he would see to the return of her blood quills, and perhaps even use the headmaster's actions as an excuse to remove him from the school. The morning had not turned out as she had expected, however, as the arrival of the paper brought her pleasant mood to an ignoble end. The sight of those offensive headlines enraged her, and the reactions of the students, she was the recipient of the disapproving glares of almost the entire hall within minutes, pushed her to the brink of apoplexy. She was the undersecretary to the Minister for Magic. How dare they attack her in this matter? Could they not see that she was merely trying to control a troublemaker and put an end to his lies and fear-mongering? She would see to it that they paid a harsh penalty for daring to oppose her. Unfortunately, it did not work out the way she had intended, as her arrival to the minister's office was met by the man himself, and he was clearly in no mood to be understanding. "You stupid witch!" Fudge roared. "How could you have been caught with such instruments in a school? And by Dumbledore himself. I am simply amazed that you were stupid enough to allow yourself to be caught red-handed using such an item on his favorite protege." The fact that she had used the blood quill did not bother the minister in the slightest. In other circumstances, it would have been a very effective tool in cowing the little troublemaker and enforcing discipline. However, the situation with Potter and their utter defeat during the lad's trial had called for a much more delicate approach. Clearly he had been a fool to think that this woman was capable of acting with anything approaching subtlety. But Minister Fudge, however, was in no mood to hear the woman's incessant whining and complaining. "I sent you to the school to enforce control and marginalize the headmaster and the boy who lived. Instead you have managed to bring the condemnation of our entire society down upon us, and you have strengthened the images of those we were trying to bring down. What were you thinking?" By now Fudge could easily recognize Umbridge's clenched hands and the wild fury in her eyes. She had never taken well to being contradicted, and this matter in which Potter and the headmaster had clearly gotten the best of her was obviously straining her patience. "You told me to use whatever means at my disposal to gain control of the situation, Minister," Umbridge shrilled. "I did not tell you to torture a young boy who after everything else is considered a hero," Fudge rejoined. "This situation required a soft touch and a deft hand, and yet instead, you used your typical dragon in an apothecary approach and mucked it up completely. You may not realize it, madam, but Dumbledore has called an emergency session of the Wizengamot which is to start in 10 minutes. I presume I do not need to inform you of the agenda for that meeting." Umbridge's eyes widened comically, before an expression of disbelief settled over her features. "He wouldn't dare." "Of course he would," snapped Fudge. "The man has been eating political rivals for breakfast since long before you were out of your nappies. You didn't really think he wouldn't jump all over this, did you?" "In that case, it is well that I am here," Umbridge said with a sniff of disdain. "I shall defend myself against his charges in person." "You shall do no such thing," Fudge bellowed. "You have messed this situation up enough already." "But Minister, enough. Given the mood in this building right now, I can't rule out the possibility of you not leaving that room unscathed. You will return to Hogwarts immediately, you will teach your classes, and you will not say one word out of line to any student. In the meantime, I will attempt to mitigate the damage you have caused." It appeared to Fudge that Umbridge meant to protest his decision. She glared at him with a harsh eye for several moments before she abruptly turned and entered the flow, screeching her destination in her high-pitched voice, though none of the cultivated sweetness was evident. Fudge settled in behind his desk and dropped his head into his hands. In truth, he did not see any way out of the predicament the woman had incited. It was apparent that the Wizengamot would demand Umbridge's immediate termination, and with the Prophet, the Hogwarts Board of Governors, and the outrage of society which he knew would be swift, it would take a miracle for him to be able to keep her at the school. In truth, the minister attended the Wizengamot session with little inclination to defend his undersecretary. Fudge was, at heart, a political animal, albeit a corrupt one. He could see the writing on the wall, and it was the work of a moment to determine that there was relatively little he could do to protect his employee. His calls for an investigation into the matter were ignored. Madame Bones emphasized the fact that the chief warlock himself had discovered the woman's actions red-handed, and his appeals for calm went unheeded. He left the session thoroughly beaten and plotting to ensure he kept his own position. The sacrifice of Umbridge was regrettable as she had been useful as an attack dog, but personally he would not regret the loss of the woman in the slightest. Back at Hogwarts, the expected explosion of fury was provoked and exceeded when the fourth-year Gryffindors did not show up for their morning defense class along with the Slytherins who did, grudgingly, attend. Perhaps it was not surprising when the woman stormed into the Transfiguration classroom moments after the period had begun. "Professor McGonagall," she squealed as she stormed into the room. "Why have your fourth years not shown up for class this morning?" The look with which McGonagall pierced the defense professor was akin to one which would be directed at a particularly annoying insect. "Can you not guess?" she responded with distaste. The answer clearly took Umbridge aback, and her mouth flapped uselessly for several moments. "I certainly cannot," Umbridge yelled after a few moments. "It is time for class. You will have your house in my classroom in 5 minutes, or I will see them all expelled. You really expect me to put my house members in danger again after your actions yesterday? Truly, Dolores, I knew you could be a little blind, but I did not know you could descend to this level of idiocy." The redness of Umbridge's face caused the students to worry that she was about to burst a blood vessel and keel over dead from rage. Not that her loss would have been mourned. On the contrary, a dead body in a classroom would have provided weeks of gossip, and the fact that it was Umbridge would likely have had the student body cheering rather than mourning. "I will see you lose your position for this, Professor," Umbridge hissed. "I am the High Inquisitor for this institution, and I will be respected." "Respect is earned, Dolores, not demanded," was McGonagall's implacable response. "I believe your actions yesterday have made respect impossible and your position as High Inquisitor non-existent. Now leave my classroom so that I may resume my instruction." Umbridge stormed from the room and immediately complained to the headmaster, who by this time had returned from the Wizengamot chambers. She was to receive no satisfaction from him either, however, as Dumbledore merely sat through her rant with an impassive expression on his face, not speaking until her fury had run its course. "I believe, Dolores," he said at length, "that your lack of Gryffindor students is your own doing. I suspect that many parents have already instructed their children to boycott your class, and can only assume that Gryffindor House is only declaring their united support for one of their own. I'll see them all expelled." Dumbledore leaned forward in his chair with a hard expression on his face. "If you believe for one moment that your petulant demands will be met with anything other than contempt, you are sadly mistaken, madam. As I stated previously, the situation is your own doing, and I suggest that you dismiss any thoughts of using this ridiculous, High Inquisitor, position you and the minister have cooked up, to get your own way. I will not allow it. And furthermore, I believe Gryffindor has the right of it in this matter," he continued over her protestations. "I am hereby canceling all defense classes until your situation has been resolved. I will make a further announcement at lunch today. You do not have any more classes before then, do you?" Umbridge was so shocked that she was unable to respond. Dumbledore would have felt pity for her were she not such a detestable woman. "Go back to your office, Dolores. I shall ensure that any students remaining in your classroom are dismissed." In fact, the students were already gone from the defense classroom by the time Umbridge had returned. In their place, the classroom had been turned into a swamp, containing insects, foliage, and brackish water, with 1 or 2 crocodiles to complete the image. Umbridge, in a state of utter fury, completely neglected to note that her classroom had been turned into a scene directly out of the Florida Everglades, and fell face first into the muck, having to be rescued by Professor Snape, who had been in the area removing his students from her classroom. Luckily for Umbridge, the crocodiles, though they were completely real, had been charmed to remove their aggression, though she did have a nasty shock when she came face to snout with one. "You really must take better care to keep your classroom clear of obstructions like this, Dolores," Snape drawled as he pulled her from the swamp. This was all the assistance he gave her, however, as he left her immediately after. Her robes were soiled and dripping on the floor of the corridor, while her hair was a muddy, plastered mess, sticking to her face as she gazed about in shock and confusion. In all, she resembled a mud wrestler more than a professor who had always been impeccably groomed. Regardless of the effort she expended, she could not remove the swamp from her classroom, and after a number of increasingly desperate attempts, she marched imperiously to her quarters, though the squelching of the mud in her shoes ruined her image of superiority, drawing the snickers of everyone who was fortunate enough to witness her difficulty. Matters did not improve for the defense professor at lunch, as moments after she had sat down to her meal, her immaculate pink robes, which had once again been restored to their dubious glory, disappeared and became an alternating black and white striped jumpsuit, which again resisted all of her attempts to dispel. And if that was not enough, her hair soon unraveled from its elaborate coif, changed to a dull gray, and fell down about her cheeks in limp, droopy clumps, while stubble appeared on her cheeks and chin. Soon the entire Great Hall was laughing of the picture she presented of a long-incarcerated cell block inmate. And if the Weasley twins laughed harder than the other students and shot each other thumbs up, no one took any notice. Her fury now reaching unprecedented levels, Umbridge shuffled from the Great Hall, the final gift from the prank appearing to be a severe case of arthritis, and was not seen again in the halls of Hogwarts that day, or for several days after. Many assumed she wished to avoid a repeat of her humiliation, while the reality was that she simply could not dispel the pranks and was forced to wait until they wore off. The next day calls for Umbridge's removal began to appear in the Daily Prophet, and the Quibbler ran a special edition to cover the scandal erupting on the minister and his undersecretary. The Quibbler's edition was especially noteworthy, as it contained an interview with Harry Potter himself, as well as a full account of exactly what had occurred in the defense professor's office that Halloween evening. And though it was known to only the few friends, Luna had written the articles herself and sent the transcripts of their discussions along to her father, who was happy to increase the circulation of his somewhat odd magazine by printing the statement of the boy who lived. The Minster found himself caught in a deluge of outraged Flo calls and howlers, the worst of which came from Molly Weasley. He was certain that the woman's voice had been heard as far as the Orkneys, and her language was neither pleasant nor acceptable. The furor continued into the weekend as Fudge, though he was quite resigned to sacrificing Umbridge for his own greater good, delayed in sacking her in order to distance himself from her actions and subsequent fall. He employed every political trick he knew during those days, telling reporters he was investigating the woman's actions, piously calling for calm while his inquiries ran their course, and calling in several favors to keep the Wizengamot from calling for his own removal. At length, however, he bowed to the inevitable, though in part it was Jean Sebastian's final intervention which brought about an end to the situation. Jean Sebastian had not been idle. Since leaving the headmaster's office, he had made his sentiments known through his diplomatic channels, putting more pressure on Fudge through his own diatribes against Umbridge, while involving the highest level of the French magical government in the matter as well. He had even used some of his ICW contacts to ensure that Umbridge's actions were known on the international stage as well. Though no meeting of the ICW was called, and no official resolution passed, the combined statements of several European ambassadors was invaluable in its influence. Fudge had finally been goaded into action, however, when Jean Sebastian showed up in his office. Walking into the minister's office on that Sunday afternoon, Jean Sebastian immediately noted the tired, almost haggard appearance of the British minister. The man appeared as though he had spent almost every waking moment in the office since the scandal with his undersecretary had broken, and he very likely had, considering the amount of effort he had had to expend in fending off the avalanche of accusation and condemnation which had befallen him. And still he had not removed the woman from her positions. Jean Sebastian had spent almost as much time as Fudge in the political world, and the reasons for Fudge's actions had not escaped his attention. This could not be allowed to go any further, however. "Minister," was Jean Sebastian's perfunctory greeting as he stepped into the office. A scowl adorned Fudge's face as he peered up at Jean Sebastian. "Ambassador, I am quite busy. If you would schedule an appointment with my assistant, I am sure I can spare a few moments for you sometime during the week." "I assure you, Minister, I will not take up much of your valuable time," Jean Sebastian responded with a look of distaste. "I believe it is in your best interests to hear what I have to say." Without an invitation, Jean Sebastian sat across from the minister, noting the sniff of disdain he received at his pronouncement. Considering the feeling was decidedly mutual, Jean Sebastian ignored the petty man and came right to the point. "Minister, I am concerned, not only over the actions of your undersecretary, but also for the fact that it is now 5 days after she used a blood quill to try to bully my ward, and yet she is a teacher at an institution of education." An exaggerated sigh preceded Fudge's response. "Ambassador, I understand your frustration and impatience. I will make the same reply to you which I have made to everyone else who has pressed me on this matter. The matter is being investigated, and I will take the appropriate steps once that investigation is complete." Jean-Sebastian leaned forward in his chair and affixed the minister with a stern and implacable stare. Let us not obfuscate here, minister. I am well aware of the reason for your delay. I will not allow it to continue any further. If Madame Umbridge is not removed from her teaching position at Hogwarts this very evening, I will have no choice to pull both my wards from Hogwarts and transfer them to Beauxbatons immediately. The minster's consternation was instantly evident as he blanched. But, why would you take Mr. Potter away now? He sputtered. He is very well taken care of at Hogwarts where he receives the best instruction available. Hogwarts is indeed a premier magical school, was Jean-Sebastian's sage response. However, Beauxbatons can also claim to be its equal in many ways. I will be blunt, the fact that your undersecretary has behaved in the manner in which she has me deeply troubled. In good conscience I cannot have my ward exposed to the potential of any continuation of the treatment he has been subjected to. The headmistress of Beauxbatons has assured me that Harry may begin his studies in France as early as tomorrow, and that everything, including language tutors and English instruction, can be provided to him. It is a very generous offer indeed, and one which I cannot turn down if Harry's potential safety is at stake. Fudge's continued stammering would have been amusing under other circumstances, but in this instance, Jean-Sebastian had not time or patience for the man. He would have his assurances now, or Harry would move to a new school. Very well, Fudge managed at last. I will attempt to hurry along the investigation and make a final determination of Madame Umbridge's status as soon as possible. Tonight, Minister, was Jean-Sebastian's steely reply. He stood and turned to leave, but paused at the door for one final warning. I am in earnest. Do not test my resolve. Knowing his hand had been forced and his tenure as minister would almost certainly end should Harry leave the country, Fudge's response was almost instantaneous, as he sacked Umbridge from all her positions. He was able to maintain his own hold on the minister's office by insisting that he had sent her to the school to improve its quality of education, making certain to note that he had never approved the use of a blood quill on any student, and that he had not even known she possessed them. The gist of his message was that Umbridge's actions were her own, without any reference to him, any consultation on his part, or with the knowledge and approval of any other member of the ministry. He did accept the criticism that as her superior he should have kept tighter rein on her actions in a showing of contrived remorse for the harm that it caused at the school. And though it galled him to do so, he even offered a ministry apology to Harry for Umbridge's treatment, and an assurance that the next defense professor would not behave in such a manner. And thus it was that Dolores Umbridge's time as Hogwarts defense professor met its rather ignoble end. Her things were packed and she was escorted by 2 Aurors and the headmaster personally to the entrance of the school, where the larger part of the student population had gathered to see her off, or at least they gathered to witness her removal, a circumstance which was widely anticipated. The stupid woman was not able to leave the school without a parting shot however, which came verbally the moment she espied Harry watching her with a rather smug expression plastered on his face. You think you've won, don't you, you disgusting little half-blood? I don't think I've won, Harry drawled, I know I've won. Do not become too complacent, Mr. Potter, Umbridge snarled, though the hardness of her voice, combined with her high-pitched nasal whine was more comical than threatening. I will have my revenge upon you, and all of your little friends. She sounds like the Wicked Witch of the West, doesn't she? Hermione said. I'll get you, my pretty, and your little dog too. She cackled in a credible impression of the classic movie villain, causing the hall to erupt in laughter, especially from the Muggle-born and half-blood students who recognized the reference. That is enough, Dolores, Dumbledore spoke up from behind Umbridge. Leave this school immediately and do not return. Though Umbridge directed a glare of pure loathing at the headmaster, she said nothing further as she walked out of the school to the laughter of the assembled crowd. As a parting shot, the Weasley twins had once again pranked her. Whereas from the front her pink robes looked as they ever did, when she turned her back, she appeared once again to be wearing the striped jumpsuit from earlier in the week. The laughter of the crowd did not endear them to her any further than they already were, but for once she held her tongue. Instead she stalked to the edge of the wards and apparated away. The final note to the saga of Umbridge's defense professor was that she did not spend time in Azkaban as a result of the affair. The penalty for the possession of a blood quill was indeed a fine, but the use of said instrument on a minor was not as clear-cut. In the end she was able to bargain with Fudge for his support in pushing for a lenient sentence. As a result, she was able to avoid prison time in favor of an increased fine. In return, Fudge was able to gain her pledge that she would remain silent about some of the questionable activities he had engaged in during the course of his administration. And though Dumbledore would rather have seen her in prison, he unfortunately did not have the support in the Wizengamot for a conviction which included prison time, as the Wizengamot was still influenced by those who believed in blood purity. As Umbridge was a pureblood, many members were reluctant to relegate her to Azkaban. So he wisely allowed the matter to drop, instead seeing to it that she was hit as hard financially as he could manage. In addition to the fine for the blood quills and their use, a further fine was levied for her comments and threats toward Harry as she was leaving the school. In the end, the fines and penalties were substantial. Though she was a pureblood, she was not from a wealthy family. The largest part of the gold she had been able to amass had come from her pay at the ministry, and her skimming of some of the monies Fudge had received for his support of various bills, mostly from Lucius Malfoy. The fines took a rather large bite out of her vault, though some of her losses were returned by the minister from his own vault, in a further attempt to buy her silence in the matter of his own activities. One might have believed that she would have revealed the minister's misdemeanors for spite and revenge alone, but his guarantee that she would be spared Azkaban, coupled with his assurance that she would join him there if she ratted him out, was enough to sway her. No rational person wished to face any possibility of a date with a Dementor, after all. A final conversation about the position of defense professor took place between Fudge and Dumbledore, but in that matter, Fudge found himself somewhat mollified, but again somewhat frustrated. "I have come to inform you of the identity of your new defense professor, headmaster," Fudge stated without preamble after he stepped from the flow. Dumbledore removed his glasses and massaged his temples wearily. It was beyond belief that the minister still believed that he could control Hogwarts after the spectacular failure of his first choice. Then again, Fudge had always been somewhat blind when he was focused upon his own goals. "Really, Cornelius, didn't Umbridge's failure teach you anything? What Dolores did was reprehensible, Dumbledore, but that is not the point. You require a new defense professor, and I have come to appoint one." "I assure you that is not necessary," Dumbledore responded. Shocked, Fudge glared at Dumbledore with suspicion evident in his manner. "What do you mean?" "Only that I have a replacement for defense already lined up, Minister." The suspicion in the minister's eyes increased. "Who?" "I am afraid that I cannot divulge that information at this time, Minister. Not until I have completed negotiating a contract with the candidate. So it's not completed yet," Fudge said, jumping on the admission as an opportunity to still have his own way. "No, it is not," was Dumbledore's patient response. "In fact, my candidate will not be able to assume his position until the new year. Until that time, I shall be taking over the position in the interim. I will only be required to cover the class until Christmas break anyway." "I'm afraid that is not good enough, Headmaster," Fudge crowed. "I will have to appoint a replacement if your candidate cannot begin immediately." Dumbledore slowly stood up and turned a menacing gaze on the minister. "Really, Minister, have you not suffered enough of a black eye already with this course of action? We both know that you have only held your position by the slimmest of margins. Are you willing to risk being ushered from your office over this? If I take your insistence on interfering with this school again to the Wizengamot, I may have enough votes to remove you." "Is that a threat, Dumbledore?" Fudge snarled. "It is merely an observation, Minister," Dumbledore responded. "I have a candidate lined up, and have a plan to cover the class until he is ready to assume his position. The needs of your ridiculous law have been met, and as such, you have no further reason to meddle in this school." Fudge chewed his lip in indecision. Either that or he was looking for a way to turn the situation back to his advantage. Dumbledore knew he had the minister, but he was not above throwing the man a bone to placate him. "If it helps, Cornelius, I assure you that I have no intention whatsoever of pushing for your position. I am quite busy dealing with the positions I already hold. Is my word enough to persuade you to leave me to run the school, or do you need me to swear an oath?" "Very well," the minister said at length. "Let me know who your candidate is as soon as you can. I will leave you to it." With a short bow, the minister retreated back through the flow, allowing Dumbledore to once again take his seat and begin to work through the paperwork that had built up the previous few days. Finally, perhaps, a little sanity could be returned to the school. The Sunday evening after Madame Umbridge was escorted from Hogwarts premises, Harry received a summons to the headmaster's office. Unlike the previous times he had been to see Dumbledore that year, the invitation was for him alone, and did not include Fleur and Hermione. When he queried them, they laughed at him and sent him on his way. "What, are you afraid of facing the big, bad headmaster on your own?" teased Hermione. "I'm sure it's fine, Harry," added Fleur. "You can tell us what he wants when you get back." It was therefore Harry alone who found himself seated in front of the headmaster's desk, feeling somewhat uncomfortable at the way the man was looking at him. He had never really felt uncomfortable with Dumbledore before, but the look he was being given now seemed to suggest that Dumbledore knew all of his secrets. Or at least whatever secrets he fancied he possessed. "I assume you are happy with the end result of Madame Umbridge's stay here, Harry." The headmaster began. "It would have been better if she'd never showed up at all," Harry groused. "But at least she's gone now and the minister won't meddle anymore." The headmaster had already made the announcement that he would take over defense for the rest of the year, and Harry found himself curious to see how Dumbledore would teach the subject. There was no disputing the man's expertise. His resume did include the defeat of the previous Dark Lord, after all, but Harry knew that he had been the Transfiguration professor when he had been a teacher. The experience in teaching one subject would undoubtedly be invaluable, but it was, in the end, a different subject. But he could hardly be any worse than most of the other defense professors that had held the position since Harry arrived at Hogwarts. "Yes, indeed," Dumbledore agreed pleasantly. "It has been too long since I have been in a classroom and I look forward to teaching once again, even if it is only for a short time." Harry murmured that he was looking forward to having Dumbledore as a teacher, before he fell silent, waiting for the headmaster to get to the point of his summons. "Now, Mr. Potter, I would appreciate it if you would tell me of this club which you and your friends have organized." Flabbergasted, Harry stared at the headmaster, wondering how the man had ever known of the club. They had taken every precaution not only to hide it from Umbridge, but from all the professors, and it seemed rather silly now to know Dumbledore had been onto them the whole time. "How did you know about the club?" Harry asked. He then colored at the thought he had spoken so disrespectfully. "I'm sorry, Professor, It is nothing, Harry," Dumbledore assured him with a smile. "But let's just say that though it is impossible for me to know everything which goes on at this school, I at least try to keep east of major events. Though it is not well known what you are doing, I would class such an activity as a significant event. Can I assume that you began it as a means to combat your lack of instruction offered by Madame Umbridge's class?" "Yes, sir," Harry responded. "Auror Moody told us that we needed to practice what he taught us, and we decided it would be a good time to teach others about it too." "Very prudent, Harry," approved Dumbledore. "The question is, what do you intend to do with it now that Madame Umbridge has been removed from the defense professorship?" That question had not really occurred to Harry yet, as he had simply been happy to be rid of the woman. "I don't know, sir," he said. "I suppose now that we will get a proper professor, we don't really need the club any longer." "You don't?" asked the headmaster. "You think we do, sir? I should think that your opinion on the matter would be much more important than mine. You and your friends saw a need and you moved to fill that need, which shows initiative and organization, but now that you will be receiving better instruction, hopefully. Anyway," Dumbledore stated with a self-deprecating chuckle, "it does not necessarily follow that the club is no longer necessary." "You think we should continue it?" Dumbledore sighed and leaned forward, resting his arms on his desk as he directed an intent look at Harry. "You know that dark times are approaching, Harry," he stated. "In fact, with the return of Voldemort last June, one could truthfully say that dark times are already upon us. The truth of the matter is that the education you receive at Hogwarts is valuable, but will be insufficient to see you through what is to come. I agreed to have Alistair teach you because I felt it would benefit you and help you improve and become better able to defend yourself. I see this club as a continuation of that effort, Harry, and I cannot commend your foresight in organizing it enough." "I wasn't exactly my doing, sir," Harry replied bashfully. "Hermione and Fleur had to talk me into it. I wasn't exactly keen on the idea at the beginning. And that is why they are such good friends and influences on you. It is said that behind every great man is a great woman, or I dare say even two, urging him on the path to greatness. Listen to their counsel. Their feelings for you, their desire to see you succeed is such that they will never lead you wrong, should you choose to allow them to inspire you. Yes, sir, was Harry's automatic response. Good. Now, as for the composition of this club, I understand that it is primarily made up of upper years. There are a few younger ones, but most are at least 4th year and higher. Excellent, said Dumbledore. That is about the time when one is capable of learning to truly defend oneself, not to mention having the power available to do so. Please tell me who you have invited to join your club. Harry obliged, telling the headmaster of those they invited to join the club, the location they were using, as well as the methods they were using to get them to the meeting room undetected, though he supposed that was not truly necessary any longer. It sounds like you have everything under control, Dumbledore finally responded with some approval. I have noticed that you have rather pointedly left out Slytherin House from your club. I'm not exactly friendly with anyone from Slytherin, Harry replied defensively. Besides, I wouldn't want to teach Malfoy how to beat me. I suppose you wouldn't at that, said Dumbledore. I do understand your reasoning in this matter, Harry, but I would caution you against painting the entire house with the same brush. Not all of Slytherin House is affiliated with the Death Eaters, nor is everyone in Gryffindor House noble and true. Peter Pettigrew proves that point, does he not? He does, sir. Besides, even Mr. Malfoy may someday regret his behavior and change his ways. Second chances should always be available for those who are truly penitent. Harry could hardly believe his ears. Was Dumbledore truly suggesting that Draco Malfoy would ever be anything but a cold, bigoted, ferrety little git, whose lifelong ambition was the destruction of any he considered inferior? The man was wise, but Harry could not ever see such a thing happening. With all due respect, sir, he responded cautiously, the only time Malfoy wants a second chance is when his hex misses you the first time. With a sigh, Dumbledore removed his half-moon glass and rubbed his temples. Unfortunately, I fear you are correct. Mr. Malfoy seems to eagerly embrace his father's teachings, and shows no inclination to see reason. I am not suggesting you unilaterally forgive and accept Mr. Malfoy and those of his circle, Dumbledore said, putting his glasses back on and regarding Harry in a very serious manner. I dare say he has made life uncomfortable for you and your friends since you have arrived at Hogwarts, and that the situation between you is such that there is little to be done to close the gap. All I suggest is that you keep an open mind about others and remember that sometimes things are not as they seem. I understand, sir. Very well then. I am now officially sanctioning your club, and giving you full rights to hold your meetings without all the secrecy which was necessary when Madame Umbridge was resident in this school. You will, of course, require a staff sponsor, whether or not they attend your meetings. Had you given any thought to whom you would ask to be your sponsor? We hadn't really, sir, Harry responded slowly. Our goal was to keep it from everyone on the staff so that if we were discovered they couldn't use it against you. But I have heard that Professor Flitwick was a well-known duelist. He was indeed. I will leave it to you to approach him. I only ask that you do so before your next meeting. Harry agreed, and after a few more minutes of conversation with the headmaster, he left to return to the common room. The news that Dumbledore had been aware of their activities prompted initial shock, but soon a sense of reality settled over the trio. As Hermione pointed out, there were several ways in which he could have kept tabs on them, and he had a reason to do so with Umbridge wreaking havoc in the school. At the very least he could have assigned a house elf to watch them, or merely questioned the portraits who, though they may not have been able to give him specifics, would have at least seen enough to allow him to make some educated guesses. There was a sense of excitement in the school at the news that the headmaster would be taking over defense professor duties. The fact that he had bested Grindelwald to end the Dark Lord's reign of terror was a matter of known, recent history, and it was well known that he was the only wizard whom Voldemort feared. However, none of the younger generation had ever had the opportunity to see the man in action, so there was understandably some curiosity about his exact abilities. The one change which was necessitated by Dumbledore taking over defense, however, was that due to time constraints and his duties as headmaster, among other things, he was not able to teach the schedule as it currently existed. Therefore, each year was combined into one large class, and instead of the class meeting twice a week, one of the classes was extended, and the other cancelled. For the fifth-year students, as their defense class was scheduled for Monday and Wednesday afternoons, the new schedule dictated that their Monday class was extended by an hour, and their Wednesday class was cancelled. This made their Mondays even busier than before, as defense would now abut directly onto the dinner hour, but it made their Wednesdays lighter by comparison, allowing them more time to prepare for the meeting of the defense club. And though these changes meant that they would now be required to share defense class with all the fifth years, including Malfoy and the other Slytherins, overall Harry and his Gryffindor year mates were happy with the changes, and eager to receive instruction from such a famed wizard. The day after Umbridge's departure, all of the fifth years of Hogwarts filed into their new classroom. As the official defense classroom was not large enough to hold their numbers, they had been directed to another room which was closer to the Great Hall. The new room had the advantage of being much larger than the old room, and once the house elves had transferred desks, blackboards, and other paraphernalia from the defense classroom, it appeared as welcoming as the traditional defense classroom, only larger. They had just situated themselves in their seats, when Malfoy and his cronies sauntered into the classroom and took seats behind and a little to the side of Harry and his friends. "Hey Scarface, I bet you're crying in relief that the big bad defense professor is gone," he snarked. "The creature's daddy had to come and chase her away from you, didn't he?" "I guess I'm starting to take some lessons from you, Ferret," Harry retorted. "You taught me through your excellent example of hiding behind daddy's robes every time the going gets rough. Now let's have enough of that and be civil, shall we not?" Interrupted Dumbledore as he strode into the room. He stopped and peered at the two antagonists, Harry abashed, Malfoy defiant. "I understand there is no love lost between you two, but in class you may suspend your rivalry and act like young men should be expected to act. That will be 3 points from you, Mr. Malfoy, for provoking a confrontation, and an additional 5 points for your insult to Miss Delacour. Mr. Potter, that will also be 3 points from you for your own insults." Draco sputtered in indignation. "Why does he only get 3 points? I believe I already told you why, Mr. Malfoy," Dumbledore stated pointedly. Had Mr. Potter fired the first shot, his would have been the greater penalty. Malfoy appeared as though he wanted to protest further, but he was again interrupted by the headmaster. "Do you wish to earn further point deductions, Mr. Malfoy?" Malfoy's mouth snapped shut and he stared sulkily back at the headmaster. Satisfied, Dumbledore turned away and made his way toward the front of the class. Harry, smirking at his nemesis, mouthed, "When my father hears," at Malfoy, gleefully noting the redness of the boy's rage. He then pointedly ignored the Ponce, attending the headmaster who had turned to face the class. "Welcome to defense class," said Dumbledore, sweeping the class with his gaze. "I am happy to be with you all today. It has been many years since I taught, and I must admit that I have been looking forward to it immensely." He began to pace in front of them, his brows furrowed in thought. "I understand that your defense experience this year has been somewhat lacking, especially in the realm of practical application. We have already lost 2 months of study, and my schedule will not allow for me to take all the classes as they were originally scheduled. You will therefore be working at a much quicker pace, and much of the practice of the things you learn will need to be on your own time. I believe, however, that you are all capable of learning what you will need to know." Stopping, Dumbledore once again ran his gaze over the class. "Before we begin, however, I believe we should be clear on exactly what we are learning. Can anyone tell me what exactly constitutes the dark arts?" The headmaster motioned to Hermione with a kindly smile when he saw her hand in the air. "The dark arts refers to any magic which is mainly used to cause harm," Hermione stated in a clear voice. "An excellent textbook description, Miss Granger, take 2 points for Gryffindor." He faced the class and raised an eyebrow. "Does anyone have any issue with Miss Granger's definition?" "What about will and intent, Professor?" asked Susan Bones. "Cannot any spell which is intended to cause harm be considered to be a dark spell?" "Interesting question, Miss Bones," Dumbledore said with a smile of approval. "Let us discuss it, shall we? Can anyone name a spell which can be used for harm?" "The Cutting Curse," said Terry Boot. "Excellent, Mr. Boot. Now, in what way can the Cutting Curse be used for harm?" "Well, you could behead your enemy in a duel with it." Dumbledore chuckled. "In some more extreme cases, yes you could, though it would take a highly powerful Cutting Curse to do that much damage. What else can you do with a Cutting Curse? Does it have any good uses? You can use it to cut off the stalk of a plant, or to slice an orange in half, said Padma Patil. Very good, Miss Patil. He looked around the class before continuing. We have a single spell which can be used for both good and ill intents. Therefore, in this case it is clearly shown that though the spell can perhaps be used to harm, it was not necessarily intended to be a dark spell. The will and intent of the caster is specifically needed to determine whether the spell is used in a dark manner. The class digested this as Dumbledore paused for a moment. Harry, his defense professors having largely been ineffective or incompetent his entire time at Hogwarts, was enjoying the philosophical discussion immensely. Even in Remus's class they had done a lot of practical work, and learned about dark creatures, but a discussion about the nature of dark magic had never been part of the curriculum. Are all spells like this one? Does the intent of the caster always determine whether the spell is used in a dark manner, or are there spells, potions, wards, acts, etc., which are harmful by nature? There are spells that by their nature are purely dark, Harry said, once Dumbledore indicated that he should speak. The unforgivables, by their very nature, are dark spells and have no light applications. Spoken like a true coward, Draco scoffed from behind. Dumbledore raised his eyebrow and regarded the Malfoy scion. You have a different opinion, Mr. Malfoy. Puffing himself up in his self-importance, Draco stated pompously, my father told me that there is no light or dark. There is merely power and those with the right and ability to exercise that power. And who decides who has that right, Mr. Malfoy? Those with the right know it, Malfoy responded with a shrug. There are those who are superior by their very existence as heirs of many generations of magical ability. Those who are so chosen have no need to justify their actions, for they work for the betterment of the wizarding world and the prevention of its tainting by those of a lesser station. Shaking his head, Dumbledore regarded Draco severely. For Harry, though he had always known of what Malfoy believed, he had never heard the blonde state his beliefs with such clarity and in such a public forum. This was a dangerous person, just as his father and his father's master were dangerous. Regardless of Dumbledore's desire, and it was a noble desire, to redeem people such as Malfoy, Harry knew there was little chance he would ever change. His father's teachings were far too ingrained in him for there to ever be room for any kind of competing viewpoint. I am unsurprised your father has taught such things, given what I have seen of his behavior, responded Dumbledore, a slight hint of sadness entering his voice. But regardless of what you have been told, there is a distinct delineation between the dark arts and other magic. Not all magic can have a benevolent application. For example, let us speak of the killing curse. For most of those in this room, casting a killing curse at me would do next to nothing. Can anyone tell me why? At his signal, Ron spoke up. The killing curse takes a lot of power to cast properly. Very good, Mr. Weasley. Your answer is correct, but only part of the answer. Can anyone tell me what else is necessary to properly cast the killing curse? The killing curse is also powered by hate, Professor, Harry stated when Dumbledore motioned to him. Exactly, Mr. Potter, take 2 more points for Gryffindor. Dumbledore fell silent and surveyed the class once again. Yes, the killing curse requires a significant level of power to cast, but it is also fueled by the caster's hate. You could state the incantation and summon the necessary power, but if you have not summoned the hatred necessary to truly cast the spell, it would have little effect. Given that, is there any practical application for the curse? For example, could you perform a mercy killing for a terminally ill patient? Not unless you hated that person, said Daphne Greengrass. Exactly, stated Dumbledore. Beyond the ethical concerns of performing a mercy killing, the killing curse is not useful in such circumstances, as you would have to power the curse with hate. But Professor, Harry said, I know that the killing curse requires hatred, but not everyone is killed by someone who hates them. Death Eaters don't necessarily even know everyone they kill. Very interesting point, Mr. Potter, approved Dumbledore. Can anyone shed any light on this seeming contradiction? The class was silent for several moments as the students ruminated on the question. Harry felt he likely knew the answer to the riddle, but decided he would let someone else speak. It was several moments before Padma Patil raised her hand somewhat tentatively, speaking when Dumbledore motioned to her. I think that the hate does not need to be specifically directed at someone to be effective. Death Eaters, for example, hate those with what they consider to be lesser bloodlines in general. Thus, when they cast that specific spell, their hatred is more general in nature than specific. Very good, Miss Pottle. Take 2 points for Ravenclaw. Dumbledore surveyed the room for several moments before he began speaking again. Miss Pottle has indeed hit upon the crux of the issue. The hatred need not be directed at a person for the curse to be effective, though it may very well be. Hatred is something which the human race in general seems to possess in abundance, and that hatred may be harnessed in order to allow a person to kill another. You will do well to remember that a killing curse may potentially come from an unexpected quarter. The caster does not have to hate you in order to kill you with it. In the example we were discussing, though your hate may allow you to cast the spell, a healer does not work in that fashion. The healer would more likely feel compassion than hatred. Though perhaps it is technically possible for a healer to use the curse to euthanize a patient, his oaths as a healer would prevent him from actually doing so. Thus, there is no practical application for using the curse, other than to kill an enemy whom you hate. I trust that for most of us in this room, evoking the necessary level of hatred would be impossible. There is indeed a branch of magic called the dark arts, and regardless of what you have been told, here Dumbledore did glance at a visibly dismissive Malfoy, there are no good applications for this magic. Dark arts include the 3 unforgivables, a few other curses, certain potions which are meant only to harm, and different rituals and other magics which are specifically intended to cause harm, or which cause harm in the process of completing them. Make no mistake about it, if you perform a ritual which benefits you, but which harms someone else, the magic is dark in nature. He stopped for a moment and watched the class, clearly allowing them to digest the information he had just imparted to them. Harry glanced around as surreptitiously as he could, and though Malfoy was nonchalant and unconcerned, most of the rest of the class looked thoughtful. Even some of the Slytherins, who he would have expected to be as dark as Malfoy, appeared to be as thoughtful as the rest of the class. The information caused a whole new tangent in Harry's thoughts. He had never truly had a lot of congress with the Slytherins, and he had as a result painted them largely with the same brush as Malfoy. There almost certainly was something to what the headmaster had told him the previous day. Now, some of you may be wondering why I'm telling you this, Dumbledore continued. There are several reasons. The first is because we have not been able to keep a defense professor for more than a year at a time. I'm not certain exactly what your professors have taught you. The second reason is that despite what our minister is saying, our Mr. Potter did indeed witness the rebirth of the Dark Lord last year. Harry blushed at the sudden scrutiny under which he found himself, as a rumble of noise broke out over the classroom. Surely everyone knew the story by now, but he had never truly told the tales of his adventures in such a public forum. Therefore, I want everyone to be aware of the seriousness of the situation. Dumbledore's voice once again cut through the discussion. Everyone here knows that Voldemort's Death Eaters have a propensity toward heavy usage of the dark arts. The winces at the wizard's name caused Dumbledore to pause for a moment, before he continued in a slightly admonishing tone. The fear to use a contrived name merely grants Voldemort a power to which he has no claim. It is only a name, not even the one with which he was born, and none of us should fear to say it. Now, to continue, I wish for everyone at this school to understand what we are dealing with when we oppose the dark arts. What you should all take from this discussion is that the dark arts can and will be used against you, if a Death Eater ever gets the opportunity. You must know the dark arts to be able to defend yourself and your loved ones, whether you are able to strike back or not. The ability to defend until you are able to flee may keep you alive one day. Now, I believe we should begin as we have much to cover. It was readily apparent that the headmaster was not only a powerful wizard, but he also possessed a deep understanding of the dark arts, and extensive knowledge on how to combat them. Furthermore, he proved himself a gifted teacher as he patiently taught the students, showing a knack for demonstration, explanation, and coaxing the best out of every student in the room. Harry was amazed. If this man had been the defense teacher throughout his time at the school, he was not certain how anyone could have avoided becoming gifted in the subject. All in all, it was an enjoyable time, and far more illuminating than Harry had ever experienced before in defense class. The only problem was that it was not destined to last. As headmaster, he could hardly be expected to have the time to continue to teach the class indefinitely. Besides, he had already announced that the new defense professor would be arriving after winter holidays. Until then, they would just have to make the most of the opportunity to learn from one of the great leaders of their time. The class continued apace, and before Harry knew it, they were nearing the end of the allotted time. For the last half of the class, Dumbledore had been pairing the members of the class off for some practice in dueling, and had even had several pairs face off in practice duels in front of the class where he could observe them directly. He pointed out to the class the things that each duelist had done wrong, and which had been done right, attempting to get them to learn through practical experience. He scanned the room, and his eyes rested on Harry and Hermione, and he smiled at the two of them. "Miss Granger, I have been watching you and Mr. Potter for some time now. Perhaps you could both come up here and demonstrate your abilities for the rest of the class." Harry exchanged a look with Hermione. He was not reluctant to do as the headmaster had asked, except for the idea of being on display yet again. However, Fleur's words that he should strive to be exceptional filtered back to his mind at that moment, and he decided that showing an example to everyone else was a good place to start. "A mudblood and a teacher's pet," a scoffing voice said softly behind him. Harry was not about to deign to respond to the ferret. His opinion meant nothing after all, but the words had been spoken too loudly. It was clear that the headmaster had heard him speak. "Would you like to speak up, Mr. Malfoy?" Dumbledore said, staring at the blonde. Malfoy colored slightly, but whether or not one was correct in attacking his credibility and capabilities, a lack of audacity was apparently not one of his traits. "I said that you favor them," Malfoy responded. "It's obvious the way you fawn over Potter, and Granger is not much better. It's really quite sickening, neither is anything special. I was not aware that I had treated anyone in this class different than anyone else," responded Dumbledore with more than a hint of steel in his voice. "In fact, I distinctly remember Mr. Potter and Miss Granger instinctively grasping today's lesson with little help from me. I have only exchanged a few words with them the entire class." His face turning slightly red, Malfoy's expression became tight, and he refused to respond to the headmaster. "Surely you must have some other reason for your words, Mr. Malfoy. Shall you not share them? Or perhaps you would prefer to be paired up with Mr. Potter or Miss Granger for our last practice duel of the day?" Malfoy sneered. "I was taught by my father. I have no doubt that I would be able to beat either of them with little trouble. There is no way that either of them could match up with me." "In that case, you will be given a chance to back up your words," Dumbledore stated. He regarded Harry and Hermione for a moment, and Harry was hoping that Dumbledore would pick him. He would love a chance to take the prick down a peg or two. And best of all, he would not get into trouble for it. At length, however, Dumbledore smiled at Hermione, and motioned her forward. "Miss Granger, I believe you would be perfect for this little demonstration, if you will oblige the class." "The mudblood," Malfoy scoffed. "At least Potter might stand a chance. With her it will be over before it has even begun." "That will be 5 points for the use of that disgusting word, Mr. Malfoy," Dumbledore said harshly. "Do not repeat it again, as the next time I hear it from your mouth will cost you a week's detention." Malfoy glared at the headmaster, but somewhat out of character, he chose to remain silent. Instead, he grasped his wand tightly in his right hand and strode into the middle of the classroom, turning his baleful glare on Hermione. Of course, Hermione was hardly fazed by his display of bravado. She had faced him down many times before. It was well known, to all but Malfoy and his cronies, that the boy was 10 parts bluster to 1 part competence. Regardless of Malfoy's misplaced confidence, Harry did not expect this practice duel to last more than a few moments, and had no doubt that Hermione would defeat him. The two combatants faced off against one another with Dumbledore taking his position as referee between them. "Remember, no questionable curses," he said as he looked pointedly at Malfoy. "Your goal is to disable so your opponent is no longer able to continue." He looked across at each combatant, confirming their acceptance of the rules, before he stepped back and cast a large shield charm which surrounded Hermione and Malfoy, and protected the rest of the students observing the match. After a moment, sparks issued from his wand, signaling the start of the match. "Bombarda!" Malfoy yelled, immediately going on the offensive. If he had expected the match to end quickly in his favor, he was to be disappointed as Hermione merely shifted gracefully to one side, avoiding the hex. In quick succession, she had cast a shield charm over herself before she shouted, "Stupefy!" in response to Malfoy's bludgeoning hex. Hastily, Malfoy cast a shield charm and responded with a quick, "Defendo." Once again, Hermione stepped to the side, while her wand moved fluidly. "Expelliarmus!" Stupefy. Stupefy. Petrificus totalis. The hexes rolled off her tongue in quick succession, causing Malfoy to work his wand desperately in an attempt to deflect or shield them all. The first he managed to dodge, while the two stunning hexes impacted on his shield. The body bind curse, however, blew through the remains of Malfoy's shield, and hit him in the chest. Immediately, Malfoy's arms and legs snapped together and he toppled to the floor, losing his grip on his wand which rolled away from him. The look on the boy's face was almost comical. He was enraged at being defeated by a mere mudblood, though he also displayed equal parts shame and an almost malevolent, murderous anger. Catcalls and whistles sounded as Dumbledore lowered the shield and congratulated Hermione, all of which she accepted with a bow and a smile. Not once did she even glance in Malfoy's direction, though Harry himself would undoubtedly have taunted the boy with the ease of his defeat. Stepping over to the prone blonde, Dumbledore's quick finite ended his confinement. The boy immediately jumped to his feet, his fists clenched with rage as he glared belligerently at Hermione. The girl in question paid him little notice, however, she merely peered at him disinterestedly. Her friends, however, were not taking any chances. Harry stepped forward almost in concert with Ron and Neville to flank her, each directing a glare at the Malfoy scion. "Did you have something you wished to say, Mr. Malfoy?" Dumbledore inquired. But though his expression was placid, genial, almost, his voice was hard and demanded attention. Malfoy scowled once again before he stalked over to pick up his wand and, retrieving it, returned to stand next to his friends, who perhaps appeared more stunned than they had a right to be. "Now, can anyone tell me exactly what went wrong for Mr. Malfoy and, conversely, what Miss Granger did right?" "Malfoy was overconfident," said Harry with a contemptuous glance at his nemesis. He assumed that he was better than Hermione and believed he would win easily. "Not that the Ponce would have beaten her anyway," said Ron in a stage whisper. Suppressed snorts and giggles broke out all over the room, prompting an even deeper scowl to appear on Malfoy's face. Though he betrayed no outward response to Ron's comment, Dumbledore's eyes appeared to twinkle even more than was their wont. "That will be 2 points. From Gryffindor, Mr. Weasley," he stated. "It is not very kind to taunt one who has been bested by a superior opponent." Harry, who was watching the Git's response, noted the flaring of his nostrils and the narrowing of his eyes as he was clearly affronted at hearing Hermione be referred to as superior to him. He kept his temper this time, however, merely glaring balefully at Hermione, Harry, and Dumbledore alternately. "But in essence, Mr. Potter is correct. Mr. Malfoy did not take Miss Granger seriously, and paid the price in the end. Now, can anyone point out anything that Miss Granger did correctly which allowed her to win the match?" It was far too short for that, Harry thought with some sarcasm. And indeed, it seemed as though the others in the class were having some difficulty coming up with something that Hermione had done correctly, other than to put the arrogant Ponce in his place. Her spells were cast quickly. Susan Bones ventured hesitantly. "Very good, Miss Bones," answered Dumbledore. Once Miss Granger dodged the first spell and shielded herself, she immediately went on the offensive and cast several spells in succession. It is very difficult to attack someone else if you are consistently trying to defend against the other person's attack. "Let this be a lesson to you all," he continued, his manner serious and stern. "You should never take an enemy lightly, whether that enemy is the most powerful wizard alive or the greenest first year in the school. Furthermore, I am aware that part of Mr. Malfoy's mistake was to consider Miss Granger inferior simply due to their respective backgrounds." By now, Dumbledore was gazing directly at Malfoy, his tone and mien that of the most accomplished wizard of the age. Malfoy did not respond, however, he contented himself with glaring back at the headmaster with defiance written all over his face. "Let me be rightly understood," said Dumbledore in a commanding tone of voice, "your background, specifically who your parents were, and how long magic has been in your family is irrelevant. Some of the most powerful and capable wizards and witches I have ever known were Muggle-born, and conversely, I have known some extremely capable purebloods. All any of you should worry about are your own studies and your own abilities. In the future, I expect everyone in this, and every other, class to show the proper respect to everyone else who attends. Do not underestimate your opponents or fall into the trap of believing you are better because of your background. In the end, we are all human, regardless of whom our parents were." The class broke up very quickly after that. The conversation about what had just happened was animated. Harry, along with his other friends and year mates, crowded around Hermione, congratulating her for defeating the arrogant pureblood. Malfoy stormed from the room in a rage, pulling his cronies along behind him. A few of the other Slytherins who were not normally considered a part of his clique stood watching the events with some calculation evident on their faces. Harry ignored them for the most part. He was excessively proud of Hermione for the way she had handled herself in the duel. "Good show, Hermione," said Ron, enthusiastically catching her up in a hug. "Thank you, Ronald," replied Hermione, once he had stepped away. "He's not exactly a challenge," third year proved that. That of course garnered some attention, and Hermione was forced to recount the events of that year, where she bloodied Malfoy's nose, which in turn prompted more conversation and laughter. It was not untrue to say that by the time the rest of the fifth years had made their way from the classroom that whatever credibility or dignity Malfoy still possessed was in tatters. Harry doubted that anyone would ever see the arrogant Ponce as anything other than a whiny little pureblood who rode on the coattails of his bully of a father. The exit from the classroom kept the pureblood Ponce at the forefront of everyone's mind, as he had appeared to have waited there in ambush to confront the Gryffindors as they exited the room. Once Hermione had stepped into the hallway, he placed himself directly in her path and glared aggressively at her, waving a finger in her direction. "You filthy little mudblood," he hissed. "You will pay for raising your wand to me, you disgusting little whore. Like I paid after I knocked you on your ass in third year." Hermione asked with disdain. "You've always held a higher opinion of yourself than your abilities ever warranted. You will not speak to me." Malfoy snapped, his wand held out in a threatening manner. "You come from a stock of muggles and other filth, and are not even worthy to speak the name Malfoy." Almost as one, the Gryffindors jumped to action, their wands held in their hands, pointed at the Slytherins who had taken position behind their leader. Harry held his wand pointed at Draco's face, and glared at the blonde with pure loathing. "Go ahead, ferret," he snarled. "Give me a reason to pay you back for all the misery you have caused since I've come to Hogwarts." By this time, the remaining Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, many of whom were members of the Defense Club, had taken flanking positions to support the Gryffindors. The Slytherins, of whom only Pansy, Millicent, Crabbe and Goyle were supporting the Malfoy heir, were decidedly outnumbered, and some were looking uneasily at the array of wands pointed in their direction. Malfoy, however, was focused solely on Hermione, murder evident in his eyes. "You're nothing but a jumped-up half-blood, Potty," Malfoy sneered. "You and the mudblood here. That will be enough." Dumbledore's voice boomed as he exited the defense classroom, a worried Padma Patil at his heels. "All wands will be lowered immediately." Almost as one, wands fell to the users' sides, as the headmaster's voice commanded respect and obedience. Wands are tools used for the focusing of one's magic, and should never be raised in anger in the hallways of a school, Dumbledore stated, while moving between the antagonists. "For each student who had their wand out, that will be a point deduction. Do not ever let me see such a scene in the hallways of Hogwarts again." Though there were some groans and muffled protests, no one spoke out loud, and Harry could not but admit that it was a fair punishment, regardless of who started the fight, or for what reason, belligerence or protection. Their wands were out. Dumbledore's attention was immediately on the Malfoy heir. "Mr. Malfoy, not 15 minutes after I reprimanded you for using that vile insult and told you the consequences of its use, I hear you saying it once again. That will be a 15-point deduction, and a week's detention with Mr. Filch. I advise you to avoid repeating it in the future, as the punishment will be much more severe." The only response to the headmaster's words was a tightening of the Slytherin's lips, and his continued belligerent glare. Apparently Dumbledore took his lack of response as all the acknowledgement he needed. After his words to Harry the previous day about his concern about Malfoy's ability to change, it was apparently the best he could expect. Now, Dumbledore's voice was quieter and more reasonable. "You are all dismissed. But you shall all remember that the school is no place for a pitched battle. If this behavior continues, suspensions and expulsions may result." As soon as he was able, Malfoy turned on his heel and stalked away, his friends following close behind. Harry exchanged glances with his friends and turned to walk toward the Great Hall and dinner. They had not gone 2 steps before the headmaster's voice interrupted, asking Harry to stay behind. "Mr. Potter, Dumbledore began after the rest of the 5th years had filed away. I understand you were protecting your friend and that Mr. Malfoy was the instigator, but I must ask you to exercise a little more restraint. The things that you are learning in defense class, and that you are teaching in your club, are worthy and necessary for you to defend yourself, but equally important is the lesson of knowing when to use your knowledge, and when to avoid a fight. Harry nodded. I understand, Headmaster. But if Malfoy presses and starts something, we will finish it. And he will not like the result. Sighing, the headmaster nodded and steered Harry toward the great hall with a grandfatherly pat on his shoulders. I understand, Harry. I do perceive the path which Mr. Malfoy treads, as I told you during our discussion yesterday. You and your friends have done an admirable job in keeping your tempers and not escalating this rivalry any more than it already is. I must ask for your patience as much as possible. Mr. Malfoy was intensely irate today, and I fear I must share the blame for the situation. I had meant merely to illustrate and teach a lesson, and I fear that the enmity has only deepened. It would have anyway, was Harry's response. Malfoy has been nothing but trouble from the first time I met him on the train. We won't start anything with him or with his friends, but we won't sit back and allow him to bully us either. Understandable. I appreciate your continued restraint, and request that you let me, or one of the other professors know if the situation deteriorates any further. I will leave you to dinner with your friends. I fear that there are matters which demand my attention. Harry watched Dumbledore walk away, reflecting that his words showed much wisdom. Instinctively, however, he knew that no one would ever be able to reach Malfoy. He would end up a Death Eater, and as such, if Harry had his way, he would end up dead, or in Azkaban. No other fate would do, otherwise he would continue to be a menace and a danger. No one would be allowed to hurt any of Harry's friends. He would not allow it. Fleur left her class that afternoon with no knowledge of what was happening in and after defense, but with problems of her own. Upon leaving her last class of the day, she returned to the common room in the company of her 7th-year friends. Knowing that defense would run late that day, she decided to do a little research for an upcoming charms project before meeting Harry for dinner. The library was quiet, as usual, and given that it was the hour before dinner, it was fairly lightly populated, most of the students apparently choosing to use the time for leisure, rather than study. Fleur knew that later in the evening, the room would most likely be busier as students got down to the business of studying and preparing for the year-end exams. Shrugging her shoulders slightly, Fleur made her way through the library, and after finding 2 books which she had specifically wished to investigate, she made her way to the table which Hermione always used when she was in the library, and began flipping through the books, looking for the pertinent information she required. It was understandable why Hermione preferred this particular table, Fleur mused as she scanned the books. It was out of the way and quiet, even by the library's standards, and it was also close to a wide variety of subjects and advanced spell books. It was also quite close to the restricted section, should one have a pass for that area of the library, and very convenient. Another benefit to that particular table was the fact that it was quite large and many friends could sit there and study together quite easily. Trust the bookish Hermione to find such a treasure. Having only sat at the table for a few moments, Fleur was surprised when she heard the sudden creaking of one of the chairs. She looked up, startled, to see Roger grinning at her. "Hello, Roger," greeted Fleur. She plastered a weak smile on her face and tried to hide the distinct lack of enthusiasm she felt at his presence. How successfully, she was not entirely certain. Appearing to take no notice at her rather lukewarm greeting, Roger's smile became even larger. "Hey, Fleur, fancy meeting you here. I just thought I'd do a bit of research before dinner," Fleur replied. She hoped he would take the hint and leave, or at the very least sit quietly while she searched through the books for the information she needed. It was not to be, however, as Roger appeared to be keen to engage her in conversation, more, even, than normal. "So what are you working on?" "I just wanted to find a little more information for our charms assignment," was Fleur's response as she once again looked down into the book. "Right, the charms assignment," replied Roger with a knowing smile. "How is it coming, by the way?" Fleur sighed and closed the book, thinking to herself that it would be coming along much better if a certain young man of her acquaintance would leave her alone. "Still planning and researching, but I think it's coming together." "How is yours?" A look of studied nonchalance fell over Roger's face. "I'm getting there. But I was wondering if you wanted to combine our projects, work on it together. Frowning slightly, Fleur wondered what his purpose for this suggestion was. After all, Professor Flitwick had specifically stated that it was to be an individual project. And as it was to count against the grading of her newts at the end of the year, Fleur was not exactly willing to chance having her grade lowered because she did not follow the professor's instructions. I don't think that would be a good idea, Roger, she stated as gently as she could. You heard Professor Flitwick, this is supposed to be an individual effort. Though she thought she detected a flash of something resembling annoyance in his expression, Roger masked it well. He just smiled and moved his chair closer to hers, while reaching out to take her hand in one of his own. I'm not suggesting we cheat, he said while stroking the back of her hand. I'm just saying we should work on it together. You know, to come up with ideas, check each other's work, support each other, two heads are better than one, you know. Shocked, Fleur pulled her hand from his grasp and glared at him. That's rather inappropriate, Roger. There's nothing inappropriate about it, Roger replied, reaching out to take her hand again. He bestowed a key upon its back, and once again shuffled his seat a little closer to her. To be honest, the studying time is just a fringe benefit. I'd like us to get closer again like we did last year. Maybe we could pick up where we left off. He bent his head, apparently intending to key her, when Fleur stood and once again ripped her hand from his grasp. Roger, this is completely inappropriate behavior. I would ask you to stop. Why? Roger asked, standing and facing her with a half-smile on his face. Why should it be inappropriate for two people who have feelings for one another to show their affection? I think you are overstating my feelings, responded Fleur rather forcefully. No such feelings exist, and even if they did, it appears to have escaped your attention that I am now betrothed. At this, Roger's face twisted into an ugly sneer. Betrothed to a boy with delusions of grandeur, someone who is undeservedly held up on a pedestal and lauded, though he has really done nothing to deserve it. Stunned by the vitriol in Roger's voice, Fleur gazed back at him with some astonishment. Roger had never given her any indication in the past that he disliked Harry, or that he felt the way his words suggested. It appears to me that you don't know Harry, Fleur said with a shake of her head. He is not as you said, and he would be the first to brush off the fame of surviving the killing curse as something he had no control over. That doesn't matter, said Roger, once again stepping toward her with his hand extended. Fleur instinctively moved back out of his immediate reach, not wishing to give him any leverage to use against her. Come, Fleur, we had it good last year. I know you felt it too. Why shouldn't we have a little fun and romance together while we're young? There's nothing tying you down now. I'm betrothed. Fleur snapped. That ties me down. But Potter is always with that Granger girl, Roger wheedled. Who knows what he's getting up to with her all the time, why shouldn't you have the same opportunity? I trust Harry and Hermione, was Fleur's response. Besides, I think you are grossly exaggerating any relationship you and I might have had. We had one date at the Yule Ball, which I did not find enjoyable in the slightest. Even if Harry had not entered my life, I certainly would not be pining for you. Once again Roger's face twisted in a sneer, which reminded Fleur very much of a similar expression she had often seen on the face of a certain pureblood bigot. You owe me, Fleur, he said while jabbing a finger at her pointedly. I know it was going so well when we left the Yule Ball, but then you had to trick me with your Vila powers and leave me alone in the garden. I owe you nothing, snapped Fleur. Whatever you saw between us was nothing more than your overactive imagination. I'm happy with Harry. I'm sorry, but you were never in the picture. In that case, I hope you're happy with the little fame monger, Roger spat. He's just the right type for someone like you. Roger laughed unpleasantly. He wanders around with you and that other girl in a daze, and even when he holds your hand he doesn't seem to know what to do with it. Enjoy your time with your little puppy, I think soon enough you'll regret your decision. With that, Roger stalked from the library, leaving a bewildered Fleur struggling to understand what had just happened. Was it all because of jealousy, or what had happened between them after the ball, or was it something else which was fueling Roger's resentment? He had never given any indication of these feelings before, and the accusations he had hurled concerning Harry were worrisome, though Fleur knew that she should not give them any credence in the slightest. Though she was comfortable with Harry, a part of her had been a little concerned with the slowness at which their relationship had been developing. Perhaps it was time to push their relationship a little. Fleur had no answers. Unfortunately, she knew they were both exploring their new status as best they could. His accusations regarding Harry she dismissed as nothing more than jealousy. She knew Harry, and she knew that he was not as Roger had stated. Harry was a good person, and she knew she would never need to worry about Harry trying his best to make her happy. They just needed to find their way together. Having calmed slightly due to her thoughts, Fleur gathered her things together and returned the books to their places on the shelves. She would talk to Harry sometime in the near future about their relationship. Together they would figure it out. That evening, at dinner came an announcement which was unexpected, though it was certainly welcome to many of those listening, especially the young women attending the school. Harry and his friends had just arrived in the Great Hall, and were lounging at the house table discussing the events of an immediately following defense class, not to mention directing sly smirks at the still enraged Malfoy scion. A single glance at the tosser's ruddy complexion and implacable glare showed clearly that he still had not managed to contain his anger. To the surprise of the assembled students, Dumbledore stood from his spot at the head table and motioned for silence. "I hope you have all enjoyed your classes today," he began when the noise had quieted. "We have had some trying times at Hogwarts recently, and I hope that things will now improve. I wish everyone to know that I will do my best to ensure that you will all have the knowledge you require when the next defense professor finally arrives in January. Until then, I truly relish the opportunity to teach. As you all know, I have not spent much time in a classroom in many years, and I find myself once again enjoying the experience. But enough of my rambling," he continued with a benevolent smile. "The true reason for my boring you with my overly wordy lecture is to inform everyone that we have decided to introduce a new tradition to our yearly activities at Hogwarts." Murmurs broke out as the students began to speculate on what this new tradition could possibly be. Harry and his friends merely exchanged glances and turned their attention back to the headmaster, who was watching the students with some affection evident on his countenance. The man was at heart an educator, who truly seemed to enjoy his time with the students. "We have decided that since the Yule Ball last year was such a success, we will make it a tradition every year at Hogwarts." At Dumbledore's words, the hall once again burst into noisy murmurs as the students absorbed this news. Looking around, Harry noticed that most of his classmates seemed to be excited about the idea, ready and eager for a night of dancing, listening to music and, most importantly, impressing those of the other say. He would also have to have been blind to have missed the speculative glances which were directed at him from all over the hall, though most of those glances turned sour as they turned to the radiant Bee-One sitting by his side. Fleur seemed to be taking the announcement with a certain amount of eagerness. No doubt she was happy to put the memories of the last Yule Ball to rest in favor of some more pleasant memories with her betrothed. She shot a glance at Harry, her eyebrows raised in question, to which he responded with a smirk and a nod. The expression of smugness which came over her face at their little exchange caused the other girls' faces to turn even sourer, but Harry did not care. He would not need to worry about his date and put off asking someone until the last second this time. No, this time he would attend with the most beautiful girl in the school on his arm. In fact, now that he thought of it, a ghost of an idea began to form in his mind. As with last year's ball, Dumbledore continued, interrupting his thoughts, this ball, and all future balls, will be open to 4th years and up. Those in 1st, 2nd and 3rd years will have their own party in another part of the castle, though they may attend the Yule Ball if they are asked by someone who is old enough to attend. This ball will be held on the final Friday of the year, and you will return to your homes the day after on the express. Please remember that there will be a Hogsmeade weekend the week before the ball, so if there is any finery which needs to be procured, that will be the day to do so. Dumbledore smiled with some amusement at the students before he clapped his hands together once and gestured to the tables. Now, I believe I have kept you from your dinner for quite long enough. The volume in the hall once again rose as the headmaster took his seat and the students began eating their dinner and talking all at once. The discussion around Harry's place was animated, with the girls generally being excited at the prospect of another dance, while the boys were of mixed emotions. Ron particularly seemed to be reacting in much the same manner as he had the previous year, though Harry did notice him sneak a few looks in Hermione's direction. If Hermione had accepted his request to date, he would have had a date already, but as that had not happened, he was clearly a little put out that she had rejected him. Ron had made a lot of progress, but he seemed as though he had still not completely come to terms with the reality of the situation. Knowing that his own feelings on the occasion were in marked contrast to what Ron was feeling and not wishing to give the touchy redhead a reason to be jealous, Harry avoided looking at his friend, instead concentrating on another one of his friends. Since the announcement of the ball, Neville had sat with the rest of the group without adding much to the conversation. Neville's expression was pensive and thoughtful, but his frequent glances at the Ravenclaw table were both telling and somewhat amusing. It appeared as though the past few months, which had pointed toward a budding romance between the shy Gryffindor and a certain ethereal Ravenclaw, were about to be proved as fact rather than speculation. Smiling to himself, Harry took his attention away from his friend. He hoped Neville was able to gather the courage necessary to ask Luna to the ball, but he had himself to think of at that moment. It was time to make a splash. Plotting, Harry waited until he, and his target, had finished their dinner. As the time neared for them to return to the common room for the evening, he abruptly stood and turned to face Fleur. In an extravagant manner he knelt on one knee and gathered Fleur's hand in his own and, noting her slightly surprised but amused smile, he returned it with a grin of his own before he spoke. "Miss Delacour, as the most beautiful girl in the room and as my fair betrothed, I would be honored if you would deign to accompany me to the Yule Ball." Harry extended his wand and with a flourish, conjured a yellow rose with a red highlights at the end of the petals, remembering a magazine of his aunt's which had listed the meanings of various flowers. "Please accept this rose as a token of my esteem and my joy that we have been brought together." Fleur blushed slightly and reached out to accept the rose. Bringing it close to her face, she inhaled the scent deeply, before favoring him with a dazzling smile. "I would love to attend the ball with you, kind sir. I thank you for choosing me out of all the girls you could have favored with your attention." "No, my dear," Harry continued in an exaggeratedly gallant manner. "With such radiance before me, I could never even conceive of taking anyone else to the ball. I will appear as nothing more than a poor country cousin next to your brilliance." Smirking, Fleur leaned toward Hermione, who was gazing at Harry in shock, as though she did not know him. "He's definitely a keeper, Hermione," she said with a little laugh. "I'm glad you trained him so well." "I certainly didn't teach him that," Hermione murmured in response. "I am sure you will acquit yourself quite well indeed, Mr. Potter," said Fleur, turning her attention back to Harry. "I await the ball with breathless anticipation." Bowing, Harry keyed Fleur's hand before he stood and pulled her to her feet, all to the thunderous applause which burst over the great hall. Smirking, Harry turned and bowed slightly in all directions, noting the cheering, and the now softened faces of many of the girls who had previously been glaring at Fleur. There was nothing like a hint of romance to soften the demeanor of any girl. In passing, he also noted the disdainful sneer etched on the still furious face of one Pontefract. Harry made it a special point to flip a jaunty salute in Malfoy's direction, gleefully noting the haughty glare he received in response, before he took Fleur's hand and placed it on his arm, and guided her from the room. Hermione, who had joined them and was walking at Harry's other side, frowned and peered at Harry. "Who are you and what have you done with Harry Potter?" Smirking, Harry shrugged once. "It seemed like the thing to do at the time," he said blandly. "I've spent every moment of my existence in the magical world wishing I wasn't famous. I figure there's nothing I can do about it, so I may as well use it to my advantage." His answer appeared to bring Hermione up short, but after a moment she nodded and grinned at Fleur. "There, Fleur. You see, he's growing up all by himself." Laughing, Fleur grasped Harry's arm a little tighter. "He'll do just fine, Hermione." She directed a pointed look at Hermione, which in response the brunette flushed a little. But before Harry could give some thought as to what was passing between the two girls, he heard a voice calling for them to wait. Harry stopped and turned to see a young, redhead girl approaching. Susan Bones gazed at him with a certain admiration, before she laughed and addressed him. "Smooth, Potter, really smooth. You could have had just about any girl in the hall falling at your feet had you asked them instead of Fleur." "Well, what can I say?" Harry asked with a smirk. "Some of us have it, and others." He stopped suddenly as his two companions, acting in concert, smacked him in the back of his head, prompting a delighted laugh from Susan. "Methinks someone has an exaggerated opinion of his own charm," Hermione said to Fleur. "Perhaps," responded Fleur with a grin at Harry, who was now rubbing the back of his head and grumbling. I can take his charm as long as he directs it at me. What can we do for you, Susan? Harry asked, deciding it was best to simply ignore his friend's banter. Can I have a minute of your time? Susan Bones asked, suddenly appearing nervous. Though he did not know Susan well at all, Harry knew her to be a bright and pleasant sort of girl. She had red hair, though more of an orange color, unlike the Weasley family's fiery locks, blue eyes, and was of average stature, and though she was perhaps a trifle too pleasantly plump for Harry's tastes, she was not unattractive. Moreover, the way she had handled herself in defense class with Umbridge, not to mention the few times he had seen her in the defense club, told him that she was competent. In addition, though they had never talked much, she had always appeared to him to be a rather friendly person. Sure, Susan, what would you like? Susan glanced around the hall and gestured toward an empty anteroom. Can we step inside that room for a moment? Intrigued, Harry motioned for her to lead the way. They trooped into the room and stopped as Susan turned to face them. Now that Harry had a chance to stop and look, his earlier impression of her nervousness was confirmed in the way she was wringing her hands and peering at them uncertainly. It was something he had never seen from her before. Harry, she began, the slight quaver in her voice reinforcing his observations. I have someone I'd like to introduce to you. Someone who is interested in joining the club, she finished in a rush. At Harry's raised eyebrow, she scowled and fixed him with a determined glare. Well, you did say that we were welcome to pass the word to those we considered trustworthy. And besides, I figured that with Umbridge gone that secrecy was not really much of an issue anymore. That's true, I guess, Harry admitted. Who is it? Susan's indignation faded and once again a slight sense of nervousness appeared to settle over her. Well, she's a friend of mine, her family and mine have been friends for years. She said that she has some other friends and housemates who are also interested in attending. And who is it? Harry asked, becoming somewhat suspicious of her. She would not have acted this way if she intended to simply introduce someone she thought would be good for the club. It must be someone she was afraid he would reject. Appearing to come to a decision, Susan squared her shoulders and declared resolutely, Daphne Greengrass. Surprised, Harry's eyebrow once again rose at the girl's statement. Of course he knew who Daphne was. The year groups at Hogwarts were small enough that it was easy to remember everyone's name. His shock was more due to the fact that it was difficult to believe that anyone would invite a Slytherin to the club, knowing in general what that house stood for, and to a large extent, who they stood for. Harry was about to respond in such a manner, when a snippet from his conversation with the headmaster the previous evening entered his mind. I would caution you against painting the entire house with the same brush. Mulling it over in his mind, Harry wondered about the headmaster's statement, and his own prejudices against the House of the Snake. Had his early experiences with Malfoy jaded him against the entire house? Were they all like Malfoy and his father? Could he trust any of them to watch his back and oppose Voldemort? The obvious answer to his questions was, of course, that yes, he had allowed Malfoy to prejudice him against Slytherin whether his bias was warranted or not. All throughout his first 4 years and part of the 5th, the pureblood Ponce had gone out of his way to proclaim how superior he was, and how inferior he considered others to be, and Harry, not truly having much to do with any of Malfoy's housemates, had subconsciously painted them all with the same brush. Was there some good to be found in Slytherin House? Of the answer to that question he was not certain. He did not have enough experience with them to come to any conclusion, after all, but perhaps for the first time, he considered the question without resorting to the biases of the past. As Dumbledore had so astutely noted, not all Gryffindors were noble and good. It stood to reason that not all Slytherins could be dark, bigoted supporters of Voldemort either. With this new outlook in mind, Harry focused his attention back on Susan. Do you trust Daphne? As I said, she's been a friend for a long time. In fact, with my aunt being so busy at the DMLE, I often will stay several weeks with the Greengrasses during the summer. Daphne's mum and my mum were best friends at Hogwarts. And you mentioned some others, Harry prompted. Do you know who they are, or how many? Are we to be overrun by Slytherin students eager to improve their defense skills? Susan ignored Harry's feeble attempts at humor, perhaps wisely, Harry reflected in a rueful manner. I would imagine that her little sister Astoria and her friend Tracy Davis would be involved, but other than them, I don't know who else she has in mind, if anyone. I think we should meet them first, said Hermione. Slytherin House doesn't exactly have a sterling reputation, and I think that we should get some indication from them why they want to be involved." An indignant expression appeared on Susan's face, but her words were neatly preempted by a conciliatory flirt. "We don't want to imply your friends aren't trustworthy, Susan. We just want to meet them for ourselves. Slytherin in general has not been kind to Harry, nor have they been welcoming to Hermione or me. Besides, what do you think the reaction would be to a bunch of Slytherins suddenly walking in on our meeting?" Grudgingly Susan allowed both Hermione and Fleur's points in a tight nod. "So, when did you want to meet them?" "Tomorrow after dinner," Harry suggested. "Wednesday is our next meeting. We could talk to them, and if they check out, we could introduce them to everyone then." "Thanks, Harry," Susan said, clearly relieved that the discussion had gone so well. After a few more moments in which they arranged a time and place to meet the Slytherins the next day, she exited the room. Harry exchanged glances with his two female companions. "Well, what do you think?" Grimacing, Hermione said, "While all my experience with Slytherin says that they can't be trusted, I must admit I don't really know Daphne and Tracy. They've always seemed to be pretty aloof in the past, but that could just be because we don't know them. Or it could be because of the whole House of the Ambitious and Cunning thing," Harry retorted sourly. "There isn't much we can do but wait and see," Fleur interjected. "For what it's worth, I think you made the right choice. The only thing you can do now is talk to them and see what they have to say." Deep in thought, Harry nodded his assent before leading the girls from the room. While he knew that speaking with Daphne's group was the right thing to do, a part of him wished that he could just go on believing that all Slytherins were evil and leave it at that. That outlook was, at the very least, much less complicated. Daphne Greengrass was a pretty young woman with a wealth of lustrous black hair and startling deep blue eyes. She was of average height and possessed a slim build, and she carried herself with confidence and poise. And as she sat in the empty classroom gazing at Harry, he wondered what type of person she truly was. To Harry, she had always seemed quiet and uncommunicative, though he had to admit that he had, at times, witnessed her in moments when she had been open and even engaging with her friends. Her quiet persona was possibly due to the fact that she was guarded in dealings with those she did not know, or it could be because her reticence was simply due to shyness. Harry was not certain. Her frank gaze at that moment, however, seemed to suggest that she was not shy of him. Instead, her gaze was confident and assured. By contrast, her friend Tracy Davis was dumpy and plain, her face framed by limp, mousy brown hair which was gathered haphazardly into a messy ponytail, though several strands had escaped their confinement. Tracy, Harry knew, was garrulous and outgoing, if her loud peals of laughter and constantly chatty demeanor he had observed was to be believed. Of the others in the room, Harry knew even less. Blaise Zabini was of African descent, and was a tall, broad-shouldered boy in Harry's year, with short-cropped black hair. His taciturnity was legendary, to the extent that not even those of his own house knew much about him. He was considered to be an antisocial loner, who was disparaged by Malfoy and his crew almost as much as they disparaged Harry himself. Whether this had ever bothered the boy was completely unknown. He had the most impenetrable poker face Harry had ever seen on another person. The final three were even more of an enigma. Astoria Greengrass was a younger copy of her older sister, the only major difference between the two being her much lighter shade of ice blue eyes. Nigel Johnson was a seventh year who Harry had only noticed a few times in passing, while Greta White was a fourth year, pretty and blonde, but with a sneering, superior expression of which Malfoy would almost have been envious. The six sat at various desks around the empty classroom, holding themselves aloof from the three Gryffindors and one Hufflepuff, but Harry had to suppress a smile at the thought of the proud and haughty Slytherins appearing before him like some supplicant pilgrims. Slytherins, by their very nature, never did something without there being some benefit for themselves, their families, or their house. Harry was intrigued to discover exactly what these six felt they could gain. Susan handled the introduction of Daphne to the three Gryffindors, who then proceeded to introduce the others. Once the formalities had been concluded, they got down to business. "We understand that you have started a defense club and would like to inquire about joining," Daphne said without preamble. It seemed that she had been appointed spokesman for the group. "We have," Harry confirmed simply. "Then how does one go about joining?" demanded Tracy. "It's an invitation-only club," said Harry. In response, I would inquire why you would want to join a defense club run by a bunch of hot-headed Gryffindors. The fact that we want to learn more about defense isn't enough," asked Daphne. "In a world where Voldemort is on the loose and certain members of Slytherin House openly support him, it is most certainly not enough." At the winces the use of the Dark Lord's name produced, Harry scowled. "Look, if you are to join our group, you will need to learn not to flinch every time someone mentions the name Voldemort. It's just a stupid name he made up because he doesn't like his Muggle name. Ask Fleur if you want to know what it means. I know enough French to translate it, thank you very much," said Daphne somewhat primly. Then a contemplative expression stole over her face and she regarded him openly. "You still claim that the Dark Lord has returned to you?" "It's the truth." Harry shrugged. "Why would I claim anything else? I swore an oath on my magic at the first meeting of the club, so if you don't believe me, ask anyone who was there." The members of Slytherin House all shared a look before they turned their attention back to Harry. "In that case, it seems like we have all the more reason to learn how to defend ourselves." At Harry's skeptical expression, Daphne threw her hands up in the air. "Honestly, Potter, I know you've had problems with certain members of our house, but not everyone in Slytherin is named Malfoy, and not all of us stand for what he stands for. Not all Slytherins are slimy Death Eater wannabes. So you're not in Malfoy's camp. Do we look like we're in Malfoy's camp?" demanded Tracy. "Think back, Potter, have you ever seen anyone here associating with Malfoy? Have any of us ever given you the grief that he gives you?" "You haven't," Harry admitted. "In fact, I hardly know any of you." "Then give us a chance," said Blaise, speaking for the first time. As a matter of fact, Harry could not say definitively that he had ever even heard the other boy's voice before now, he was that enigmatic. Turning, Harry raised his eyebrows at the three girls. Fleur and Hermione said nothing, but Susan huffed in some impatience. "I can certainly vouch for Daphne and Astoria, Harry. The others I don't know well, but I'm sure Daphne would not have brought them here if she didn't trust them." "Really, it's their word that we have to take into account," Hermione said. She then turned to look at Harry. "What do you think? I'm inclined to allow them to participate," said Harry, eyeing the Slytherins, thinking once again about Dumbledore's words. "If we start imagining everyone to be aligned with Voldemort, we'll end up paranoid, jumping at every shadow which crosses our paths." "But we do have to be careful," cautioned Fleur. "Agreed," said Harry evenly. "But I'm not going down that path. Would it help if we were to swear an oath?" asked Daphne in a dry tone of voice. "I hardly think that is required," responded Hermione. She was regarding the other girl with an appraising eye, though Harry was uncertain whether it was because she knew something of Daphne, or something else. "I think your word will suffice for the time being. You will have to sign a register, which prevents you from betraying the club, though admittedly with Umbridge gone it's not as big an issue as it used to be." "What happens if we do betray the club?" Daphne asked. Watching her body language and the casual way in which she asked the question, Harry suspected that her question was based on nothing more than curiosity. Still, it would do to be watchful of these Slytherins for a time. He did not really know or trust them as of yet. "Let's just say that it would be unpleasant," said Hermione without any further explanation. Up to this point, Hermione had been very evasive when questioned about what exactly she had done to the register, not even sharing it with her closest friends. "Then how was I able to talk to Daphne about it?" asked Susan. She appeared somewhat perplexed. "I based the ward on intent and actual harm," Hermione admitted slowly, clearly not wishing still to give up much information. "I won't share exactly what I did with it, as I don't want someone to come up with a way to circumvent it, but in a very basic sense, since you were not intending to cause the club any harm, the consequences were not activated. That's not all of it, but it does explain your ability to talk about it." "That's a fairly complicated and advanced ward scheme," said Daphne. She appeared a little skeptical. "That's our Hermione," Harry said with a look of pride at his closest friend. "She isn't just book-learned, you know," he said in a teasing manner. "Harry," Hermione scolded, embarrassed. Harry merely gazed back at her, projecting an air of amused impudence. The Slytherins appeared to accept this without further comment, though Daphne continued to peer at Hermione with some skepticism evident on her features. If Harry were to be completely honest with himself, he felt a little affronted on behalf of his friend. It seemed a typical sort of Slytherin reaction to assume themselves superior to Muggleborns, and everyone else, for that matter. Hermione was an extremely knowledgeable and even gifted witch. It was time that others started recognizing that fact, rather than this stupid blood nonsense which was pushed, and even passively accepted, by so many. "We will sign your register," Daphne stated after meeting the gaze of the rest of her housemates. "As I said, none of us are part of Malfoy's group, and we want to learn to defend ourselves. Will this not cause difficulties in your house?" Harry asked. Daphne snorted and several of the others either rolled their eyes or appeared to brush the question off with little or no concern. However, once again Daphne acted as the spokesman for the group. "Malfoy, and perhaps certain others, will undoubtedly make a stink about it once it becomes known. We're not really concerned about that. Only certain others," was Harry's skeptical response. "You are thinking like a Gryffindor, Potter," Tracy stated bluntly. "No doubt the House of the Lion enjoys a certain amount of house unity. Slytherin is the house of the cunning and, more importantly, the ambitious. Unity is all well and good, but ambition does not foster trust and unity very well. It is difficult enough to realize your ambitions, trusting someone else can easily see you stabbed in the back." "What Tracy is trying to say," interjected Daphne once again, "is that Slytherin, as a house, tends to be more everyone for themselves. About the only thing that unifies Slytherin at all is Quidditch and the House Cup, and even then it's only superficial." It was all very well and good for them to say that. They knew their house and their housemates better than Harry did, after all. But he could not help but think that they were downplaying the issue. Dumbledore's admonishments aside, Slytherin was a house essentially for the purebloods and their very ideals fostered bigotry. Any fraternizing with the enemy, in this case Gryffindor and what Gryffindor House stood for, would surely bring the more conservative element of Slytherin out of the woodwork with a vengeance. "Oh honestly, Potter," Daphne snapped in irritation, "why do you care about a bunch of Slytherins anyway? We told you it won't be a problem, shouldn't that be enough?" "I care because I'm leading the club," Harry rejoined. "I don't teach anyone to become a target, I teach them so that hopefully they will be less of an enticing target, not to mention the effect I hope it will have on everyone's L's and Newts." Daphne's face softened and she smiled ruefully. "I suppose I'm just not used to your, Gryffindor caring. Whatever," Tracy said with a grunt. "The fact of the matter is that any one of us here can take care of Malfoy right now without any further instruction, and the bunch of us together can hold off him and his cronies. Malfoy has a much higher opinion of his own capabilities than he truly possesses." As defense class today demonstrated, Daphne interjected with a grin at Hermione. "Nice work, by the way. It was good to see the Prince of Slytherin taken down a notch and exposed for being the blowhard he is." Harry grinned at his friend. It's not the first time Hermione has taken him down, but it is probably the first time he's been shown up so thoroughly in front of the entire class. "You'll have to tell us about it some time," Daphne said. "For now, all you have to be concerned with is the fact that we can defend ourselves when it comes to Malfoy and his gang. No one else in Slytherin will care enough to confront us over it. In fact," she continued with a smirk, "the more cunning will likely congratulate us for getting closer to you. They'll likely think we're using you and playing both sides." "And are you?" Daphne affected an innocent expression. "I can't tell you that now, can I? It would not be very cunning of me if I revealed my plans and motivations." Harry decided right then and there that he liked Daphne. She was obviously intelligent, seemed sincere, and she had an understated sense of humor which he found infectious. He was almost persuaded, there was just one more thing which needed to be said. "Very well then," he said, and when he continued, he tried to project a very serious and implacable air. "But one thing you must all understand. I don't know exactly what your feelings are or what your beliefs are regarding this blood purity nonsense, but there is no room for that in the defense club." If he had expected any of the Slytherins to take offense, or even react at all, to his words he was disappointed. The 6 of them simply sat and watched him, expressionless, waiting for him to complete his instructions. "Everyone in the club is equal," Harry continued, "and if you feel like you are better than Fleur or Hermione because of their ancestry, then I suggest you either bury those feelings deep or don't bother to join. As Hermione demonstrated in defense class, she is the equal of anyone in any house, no matter what their blood status is." Hermione appeared to be somewhat embarrassed at Harry's praise, but that did not stop him. He would not put up with anything which would cause either of his two companions any discomfort. Really, Potter, Daphne finally responded with a certain sense of exasperation, do you think we would really be here if we bought into all that pureblood stuff? I don't know, Harry responded with a smirk. You're Slytherins after all, you may simply be in this to get close to me. Daphne and Tracy exchanged a glance and laughed. Touché, Potter, touché, Tracy said. The Slytherins in general appeared to be somewhat amused at Harry's ability to throw the words of one of their own back at her. Perhaps he had gained a modicum of respect from these snakes. If it will help, none of us here put any stock in blood purity, Greta White spoke up for the first time. Besides swearing an oath, I'm not sure what else we can do to assure you of our sincerity. Though his original opinion of her as a haughty girl was not appeased in the slightest as a result of her tone of voice, she at least appeared to be sincere. Harry could do nothing more than nod in response. Your word will do. I just wanted that fact understood before we go any further, and would prefer not to have to kick anyone out of the club if I can help it. Understandable, Daphne murmured. Their impromptu meeting broke up soon after, with the Slytherins promising to arrive early to the club meeting on Wednesday in order to sign the register. Harry left the classroom pondering what had just occurred, not to mention the change in his attitude toward certain Slytherins. The next club meeting would undoubtedly prove to be interesting. No doubt, displeasure at their presence would come from several quarters. As requested, the 6 Slytherins arrived about a half hour before the club meeting was scheduled to begin. The signing of the register was accomplished in a moment, and though Harry would perhaps have expected members of the House of the Ambitious to want a detailed explanation, or at least attempt through guile to discover some idea of what the consequences for betraying the club consisted, the Slytherins said nothing. They merely signed their names to the register and turned their attention to Harry, clearly expecting him to instruct them on what they could expect next. Taking the lead, Harry used the time remaining before the meeting trying to determine exactly what level these new entrants were at, so the trio could properly determine where they fit in with the club. What he had expected from them as a group he certainly could not have said. The only Slytherins he had ever witnessed performing any actual magic were Malfoy and his group, as he had never made a habit of watching any Slytherins in any of his classes. Malfoy had been exposed as much more talk than competence, his bookend bodyguards were downright stupid, while Parkinson was certainly no threat herself. The only one who seemed to have any level of real skill to back up his threats was not, and Harry did not know enough about him to truly judge. Thus, his examples of Slytherin competence were not exactly sterling. By contrast, these particular Slytherins appeared to be able to back whatever boasts they chose to make with their wands. Daphne and Tracy handled themselves with an understated confidence, and cast whatever spells Harry requested with no hesitation, and while finesse was perhaps not Blaise Zabini's strong point, he more than made up for that lack with brute strength. Nigel was quick and efficient with his casting, and while Greta and Astoria, the younger members, were perhaps not as polished or knowledgeable as their older companions, they appeared to understand the material at their level as well as could be expected. It was obvious that in terms of sheer skill and competence, the Slytherins would fit into the club quite nicely. It would remain to be seen whether or not they would fit in socially. When the clock was nearing 7, Harry asked the Slytherins to have a seat as they awaited the arrival of the rest of the club. They did what they were asked without protest, likely expecting that protests to their inclusion would come from certain quarters. Harry had told them he would handle any objections, and that they should keep their peace until they were asked to speak. He hoped he had imparted the need to adhere to his request with enough urgency. Nothing they said would gain them acceptance, he felt. He would have to vouch for them. After that it would be up to them to prove themselves to the other members. As the club began to filter in, Harry and his companions searched for reactions to the newcomers. They found surprise aplenty, though most showed no more than that. It was nearing 7 when Professors Flitwick and Dumbledore entered the room. "Did you know that the headmaster would be here, Harry?" Fleur asked quietly. Harry shook his head. "He didn't mention anything to me. He obviously wants to see what we're doing," said Hermione. By that time the two professors had made their way through the rows of chairs, and approached with smiles upon their faces. "Harry," the headmaster greeted jovially, "I hope you don't mind my attending. I thought I'd come and see how your club works." "Of course, headmaster," Harry responded, though in truth he was not at all enthusiastic about Dumbledore's presence. It was not every day that one had the school headmaster, who also happened to be teaching defense at present, sit in to see how well you were doing teaching others. I must admit to being curious myself, Flitwick chimed in. The excitable little charms professor had eagerly accepted Harry's request to become the staff sponsor for the club, and had even agreed to assist in the instruction of dueling practices. We hope we do not disappoint, said Hermione, though her easy smile belied any sense of nervousness her words may have engendered. Nonsense, was Flitwick's jovial response. I have every confidence in Mr. Potter's skill, and your ability to plan properly with the help of Miss Delacour here. This last he said with a smile toward Fleur, who returned in as easy a manner as Hermione had. Yes, well, I think we should sit back and observe for the time being, Dumbledore interjected. He smiled and nodded at Harry and his friends before he and Flitwick chose a pair of chairs off to the side of where the club members were sitting. During the brief conversation with the two professors, the final stragglers had arrived. The expressions on the faces of the students were a mixture of surprise that the headmaster had joined them, and suspicion at the presence of the Slytherins. Unsurprisingly, and perhaps surprisingly, the most marked disapproving reactions were from Ron, whose disdain for all things Slytherin was almost legendary, and Roger Davies, though both of them immediately noted the presence of two members of the staff and wisely kept their own counsel. Harry had expected Ron to object to the presence of the members of the House of the Snake, though he thought that Ron was open-minded enough to grudgingly accept it, once their reasons had been made known. Roger, though, was an enigma. His first reaction to seeing the Slytherins was surprise, which had soon turned to suspicion and, unless Harry misread him entirely, fury at their presence. Even after he sat down, he engaged in directing surreptitious glares. Though he was discreet enough about it that Harry suspected no one else in the room noticed. What concerned Harry even more were the looks of equal disgust Roger directed at him when he thought Harry was not looking. The Ravenclaw had been doing the same thing for the past several days, though Harry could not think of anything he had done recently which would account for Roger's behavior. Roger had never precisely been friendly in the past, but he had certainly never been this antagonistic. Perhaps the matter had something to do with Fleur, though if that was the case, Harry would have thought Roger's behavior would have begun back in September when Harry had arrived at the school already betrothed to Fleur, and not more than 2 months later. The fact that Fleur had confirmed that there had been absolutely nothing between them the previous year seemed to disprove that theory. Whatever the cause, apparently the boy who lived had somehow managed to offend the Ravenclaw head boy. Whatever it was, Harry decided he would not worry about it. If Roger decided to make something of it, Harry would deal with it at that time. Shaking himself from his thoughts, Harry noted that the entire club had arrived, and after sharing a glance with his two companions, stood to begin the meeting. Let's get started, everyone, Harry said, as the room quieted. Today we'll be practicing some more dueling techniques, as well as the defensive spell for this week. But before we begin, I'm sure that all of you have noticed the additions of several new faces to our group. Motioning to the two professors, he continued, First, I'd like to welcome Headmaster Dumbledore, who will be observing tonight, as well as our staff sponsor, Professor Flitwick. The two faculty members nodded to the polite applause which erupted in response to the introduction, while Harry grinned at them. Given the pleasure that defense class was this week, I'm looking forward to the headmaster lending his expertise. And though some of you may not know it, Professor Flitwick was a professional dueling champion. I'm sure we will all benefit from their assistance. In addition, Harry continued, as the club members took in this intelligence, we also have some new members. Please join us all in welcoming Daphne Greengrass, Astoria Greengrass, Tracy Davis, Blaise Zabini, Greta White, and Nigel Johnson to our ranks. A half-hearted round of applause met Harry's statement, prompting a sardonic smirk to appear on Daphne's face. It was an expression which was mirrored on most of the Slytherin party's faces, though Harry could not help but feel that such an obvious level of sarcasm would do nothing to help ensure their acceptance into the club. I thought this club was to be kept a secret, Potter, said Roger with a disdainful sniff. It seems that little restriction has gone by the wayside rather quickly. If you want to blame anyone, blame me, Susan spoke up with a glare for the head boy. I was the one who spoke to Daphne and invited her, our family has been friends for years. Roger snorted. Family friends or not, I was under the assumption that we were not to speak with anyone regarding the club, or there would be consequences. Did your precautions not work? The protections on the parchment work fine, said Hermione. We had always intended for the members to be able to speak to others of the club who they trusted. Well, Slytherins don't exactly have a sterling reputation for trustworthiness, said Justin Finch-Fletchley. It was unsurprising that a Hufflepuff would be the one to bring up the issues of trust and loyalty. They were, however, all good questions, though perhaps not the most tactfully stated. A few days prior Harry would have had exactly the same things to say. In response to the presence of any member of the House of the Snake. Though perhaps the objections of the club could be overcome, their new members would have to prove themselves by their actions and words over a longer period of time. That really doesn't matter, Hermione was saying in response to Justin's charge. Susan considered Daphne to be trustworthy, and thus the protections were not brought into play. Seems to be a pretty poor way of setting up your security, Roger said with a slight sneer. Harry gazed at the head boy, wondering what he was about. His disapproval and deep scowl were such that Harry thought he may have been more vocal in his dissatisfaction. It was possible he was moderating his statements in view of the fact that the headmaster was in the room, but Harry could not be certain. Regardless of what some members believe, Harry instructed with a pointed glance at Roger, it has always been our intention to allow the club to spread to a certain extent by word of mouth. The only thing we asked was for the members to be careful in whom they were placing their trust. And I would not have said a thing if Umbridge had still been in the school, Susan broke in. I still trust Daphne, but with the way Umbridge was courting Malfoy and his group, I wouldn't have taken the chance that they might have found out something. Shouldn't we allow the Slytherins to have their say? Asked Fleur. All eyes turned to the group in silver and green sitting to the side of the room, but to their credit, none of them even batted an eyelash. I can only tell everyone what we told Potter when we met with him, was Daphne's simple reply. That Slytherins by nature are ambitious and cunning is undeniable. But not all of us are part of Malfoy's little club. We are here to learn more about how to defend ourselves and our families. None of us have any ties to Death Eaters, pureblood supremacists, or any other unsavory group. You met with them and interviewed them, Harry? Asked Ron. Though Harry would have liked to know where his best friend was going with this question, Ron's face was schooled into a credible poker face. We did, just a couple of nights ago. And you were satisfied with their reasons and their sincerity. We were, Harry confirmed. They also signed the register, which is no small gesture of trust and responsibility on their part. Ron's gaze turned to the Slytherins and after a moment he seemed to come to a decision. He turned back to Harry and said, if you think they're trustworthy, then that's good enough for me. More than one jaw dropped in response to Ron's surprising statement, to which Ron merely arched an eyebrow at the company. What? He demanded with a sardonic smirk. Yeah, I know you all expected me to fly off the handle here, but I trust Harry. If he says the Slytherins are trustworthy, I'll accept them until they prove otherwise. The rest of this talk is pointless, let's get down to business here. Very good, Mr. Weasley, the headmaster, apparently forgotten by most of the room, said in response to Ron's statement. Let this be a lesson to you all, never judge someone on so little information as to what house they belong. Always reserve your judgment and use your own observation to determine whether you can trust someone. You may get a nasty shock if you do otherwise. With that, all opposition appeared to melt away. No one, not even the head boy, who still appeared to be unhappy at the Slytherins' presence, was about to argue with the most famous wizard of his day. The club did get down to business shortly after, though this time, with Dumbledore and Flitwick assisting, the instruction was often passed from Harry and his friends to the older and more experienced teachers. Flitwick was a master of using one's strengths and limiting one's weaknesses, while Dumbledore was such an amazing fount of knowledge and experience, that the time passed by swiftly, and Harry felt like the evening had truly been a success. It is about time you arrived. Peevish, impatient, demanding. It is unlike Harry to be so petulant, so arrogant and imperious in his demands. Harry. Is it truly Harry? The question has no meaning. He is. Location likewise has no meaning. The room is large, but poorly lit, with flaming lamps at intervals along the wall, which sputters and smokes, filling the air with a miasma and adding to the feeling of the abyss, a hell on earth. The chair is high-backed, situated in such a way as to give the appearance of a throne. But such details are extraneous. More impression than reality. A murmur or two of conversation undulates in the distance, though indistinct, nothing more than the distant crash of waves upon a shore. The denizens of this place know the consequences of interrupting their lord and master. Lord, master. The thought is shaken off almost as soon as it appears. It too is unimportant, irrelevant. The blonde figure of a Death Eater quickly approaches from the entrance to the room. His face is craggy and worn, and his hair tied back in a loose ponytail. Again, his appearance is fuzzy and almost indistinct. Unimportant. The answers he hopefully possesses are not inconsequential. I apologize, my lord, the figure says, making his obeisance. I was detained by Amelia Bones on a matter of DMLE business. He spears the man with a sharp gaze. Anything about which I should be concerned. Or budgets, my lord, the other says with a snort. With fudge and control, the flailing in the ore department has not let up. Madame Bones is trying to make the most of her limited means, but her success is middling at best. Satisfaction. Contentment. All is as it should be. Very well, then, he says with a negligent wave of his hand. I sincerely hope you have some news for me. The blond man shakes his head with some regret. Unfortunately, my lord, the news I bring is not good. Settling back in his chair, he eyes his underling with some exasperation. The temptation is there, it was always there, to give the man a taste of the fate of all those who fail. Pain, suffering, humiliation. Still, it is likely not his fault, after all. He was sent to procure a specific piece of information, and if the information is not to his benefit, it is hardly the man's fault. Object lessons are all well and good, but it is also necessary that there be some reason for dispensing them. For now it is better to listen and wait. Punishment can be administered later, should it be warranted. What have you discovered? The Hall of Prophecy is virtually undefended, my lord. Unfortunately it does not need to be, as the prophecy globes are all protected by a series of protections which render them untouchable by any but the subject of the prophecy contained therein. And what is the nature of these protections? The Death Eater spreads his arms open in supplication. I am sorry, my lord, but I am unsure. The unspeakable with whom I was speaking would not elaborate, and I felt it wise not to press. Undoubtedly, he murmurs, knowing it was only the truth. The importance of his spies in the ministry was not to be underestimated, regardless of how critical he now feels obtaining the entire prophecy is. It will not do to have his servant discovered amongst them. What can you tell me? Only what I have said before, the subject of the prophecy is the only one who may safely remove the orb. Anyone else who attempts to do so will be driven insane by the enchantments. The one with the power to defeat the Dark Lord. Technically, the Dark Lord has been mentioned in the fragment of which he is aware. Did that then mean that he is able to remove the orb himself, or is the subject the only one with the right to do so? Calm, patience, prudence. This matter will take more study. More planning. It will not do to rush in without due consideration and activate the magic protecting the orbs. Careful deliberation will be required. If I may, my lord, the Death Eater continues, breaking his thoughts, you have a servant in Azkaban who would likely be able to tell you more of what you seek. That matter does not concern you, he says. You had best focus on the tasks I have entrusted to you. I do not wish for your cover at the ministry to be compromised. Of course, my lord, responds the Death Eater. I think we must proceed under the assumption that I cannot touch the orb, he muses, half to himself. And if I cannot, then the only one who can is. Harry jolted awake. Confused, he peered around, seeing the still sleeping forms of his dorm mates huddled under their blankets. A glance toward the window revealed blackness of the Scotland night. It could not be later than perhaps 2 in the morning. Groaning, Harry pulled himself upright, and slumped on the bed with his face buried in his hands. What a perfectly dreadful night. Sleep had been a long time coming, his rest had been fitful, and the appearance of the Dark Lord in his dreams had been the final indignity. What was Tom Riddle up to now? This word of a prophecy, protections which would drive a man insane, and a clearly plotting Dark Lord was discomfiting. If only Harry could have stayed asleep a little longer, perhaps he would have been able to hear what Voldemort was planning. It was frustrating. Sighing, Harry looked around at the others before he once again hunkered down into his bed. The headmaster would need to know about this new development, obviously, but given the time, Harry would attempt to sleep again. Surely it was not critical enough to wake Dumbledore in the middle of the night. Though his mind would have worked over the problem for some time to come, Harry's fatigue was enough that he soon slipped into the blissful embrace of sleep. And if his sleep was still somewhat fitful and restless, at least it was not invaded by Dark Lords and their minions. The next morning, Harry left Gryffindor Tower before any of his friends had awakened. The fact that it was a Saturday meant that most students would be sleeping in that day, though likely not too late. It was a Hogsmeade day, after all. And though Harry was not precisely avoiding everyone else, he knew that his generally tired demeanor would raise questions, and he wanted to discuss the dream with Dumbledore before deciding whether it should be shared with his friends. Besides, some time with the headmaster would help him wake up and appear more like his normal self. Knowing the man's habits to a certain extent, Harry found him in the Great Hall at breakfast and, after grabbing a few bites to eat, Harry approached him and requested a few moments of his time. It was not long after before Harry was seated in the head's office across the desk from his mentor, explaining what had happened the night before. As the explanation wound down, Dumbledore leaned back in his chair and steepled his fingers together, deep in thought. Harry thought he detected a glimmer of understanding on Dumbledore's face as he was explaining his experience, but whatever it had been was gone in an instant, replaced by the expression of contemplation. "What does it mean, sir?" Harry asked after enduring a few moments of silence. Dumbledore started and peered at him. Harry had the distinct impression that the man had forgotten all about his presence. He smiled in his congenial manner, obviously trying to help Harry feel at ease. "The Hall of Prophecy, you say? And Voldemort was asking for information about one of the prophecies." "Yes, but he seemed to think that one of the prophecies was about him too," Harry responded. "If it was about him, wouldn't he be able to remove it?" "No, Harry," replied the headmaster, "though that is a very good question. Just because one is mentioned in a prophecy does not make the prophecy about them. If the prophecy the Dark Lord is interested in is specifically about someone else, and only mentions Voldemort, then he will not be able to remove it. He did think that he had to be cautious about it. He thought he would have to study it more before taking any action. He seemed to think that there was someone else who could remove it, but I woke up before I could find out who it was." Leaning forward, Dumbledore rested his elbows on his desk and he gazed at Harry, who felt more than a little uncomfortable at having the professor's attention on him with such intensity. "Harry, the Dark Lord may have information about a specific prophecy, but you must not think about it. It is good that you brought this information to me, as I may make some attempt to find out what he is searching for, and if necessary, prevent him from doing so. I must warn you," Dumbledore continued sternly, "not to take anything you hear through your connection to the Dark Lord at face value. If he is aware of the fact that you visited him in your dreams, he may try to trick you, hoping that you would act rashly. He can use this to hurt you, Harry, and it is not something you can take lightly. You must not respond to him in any way, or give him any reason to suspect that you are hearing his thoughts. And above all, you must not be goaded into falling into a trap. Do you understand?" "Yes, sir," Harry responded automatically. "Good." Dumbledore once again leaned back and his eyes lost their focus in his concentration. "Remember that you are still young, and though you are very mature, that there are things about the world which you still do not know. Please approach me with any questions you may have, and I will do my best to answer them." Once again Dumbledore's eyes focused on Harry, causing him to feel a little uncomfortable. "For now, I believe this is something about which you do not need to concern yourself. Let me handle it." "I understand," was Harry's reply. There was nothing he could do about it, after all, and he trusted the headmaster. Dumbledore would not lead him astray. "I do have one more question for you. Is this the first such occurrence of seeing Voldemort in your dreams?" Harry ducked his head in embarrassment. "No, sir." But Dumbledore's countenance was not so stern as Harry would have thought. "I understand it can be difficult, Harry. You want to be responsible for your own life and feel like you have some control. I was not unlike you as a young man. However, as we are dealing with the Dark Lord and his minions, I would ask you to trust me and tell me of any other instances where you overhear what he is thinking. Not only can this help us gain critical information, but as I stated, I am concerned that Voldemort may try to use this seeming connection for his own purposes. It doesn't happen very often," Harry was quick to say. "Only on occasion, and often when he is really angry or happy." "That may very well be," replied Dumbledore. "But he may become aware of you and seek to use it for his own gain. Now," Dumbledore continued in a kindly voice, "why don't you tell me about these other experiences? The next hour was spent in earnest conversation with Harry, speaking of the times he had seen Voldemort in his dreams, and Dumbledore offering advice and guidance to the young man. He particularly focused on the dream Harry had had the previous year, and the figures who had appeared in that dream, though he made no comments about what any of it meant. The experience was somewhat draining for Harry, and by the time he was finished he felt even more tired, though somewhat relieved at having unburdened himself to a sympathetic ear. At the end of it, Dumbledore dismissed him, admonishing him to enjoy his day in Hogsmeade with his friends. But he once again encouraged Harry to come to him whenever he had any similar experiences in the future. "Remember, Harry, to always come to see me if you find Voldemort in your dreams. It may be that at some point we will be required to act in order to close this link between you and Voldemort. Let me think about it for a time." "I understand, sir," Harry dutifully replied before he stood and exited the office. The frustrating thing about Dumbledore was that he played his cards very close to the vest, Harry mused. It was not that he was second-guessing the headmaster. Dumbledore had fought the good fight for longer than Harry had been alive, and Harry knew the man deserved his respect. It was more that he wished that he would be considered more of an adult, and worthy to be trusted as such. Sighing, Harry wandered through the hallways of the school for some time, thinking on his dream and the discussion with the headmaster. He did not return to the common room until quite a bit later, and when he did, he brushed off all questions about where he had been or what he had been doing. He needed to sort things out in his own mind before he was ready to talk about anything which had occurred. Instead, he insisted that the friends leave for Hogsmeade immediately, all the easier to avoid questions he did not want to answer. In another part of the country, Jean-Sébastien Delacour sat in the study of the ambassador's mansion, scowling at everything and nothing all at once. The previous week had not been a good one, regardless of the fact that that blasted woman was now gone from Hogwarts, never to return. The situation in England, though Voldemort had as yet made no overt moves against the government, continued to deteriorate, completely due to the fact that the Death Eaters, he was certain, were preparing for an all-out conflict, while the minister continued to do nothing. The thought of Fudge in particular caused the ambassador to clench his hands into fists of rage. To Fudge, Voldemort was dead and gone, never to return. The Dark Lord had been proven to be dead most conclusively, the man averred. He would not return, and the stories told by Dumbledore and Potter were nothing more than scare tactics designed to destabilize the government and consolidate more power into their own hands. The fact that one of the two wizards he accused of making a play for power was only 15 years of age did not faze the man in the slightest. His paranoia was beyond belief. The worst part of it was that he would not even do anything based on the possibility that Harry was telling the truth. No investigations were being conducted, though in truth Jean-Sébastien suspected that Madame Bones was keeping her eyes open. Given what he knew of her, the ore budget had not been increased, and there was a sense of complacency about the man which Jean-Sébastien found infuriating. With this much of a head start, it would be very difficult to defeat Voldemort and his forces without much hardship, pain and death. And it was this environment that particularly worried him, especially when it came to the safety of his family. He would much prefer that Apolline and Gabrielle had stayed in France at the castle where it was safer, but though he had raised the possibility of their return with Apolline a number of times since their arrival, she stubbornly refused to see reason and insisted that she would not run from the danger to which her husband and eldest daughter would continue to be exposed. She even offered to send Gabrielle back, but refused to leave herself. Of Fleur, Jean-Sébastien was only mildly concerned. Fleur was an adult, and a very competent witch in her own right, and she had Harry and rest of his friends to back her up, not to mention being behind the most impressive set of wards in the country at Hogwarts. And though the mansion appeared to be secure, and well protected with a number of highly trained aurors assigned to their protection detail, Jean-Sébastien worried that it would not be enough should Voldemort decide that the Delacours had become a serious threat to his plans. The fireplace in Jean-Sébastien's study flared, and Dumbledore's face appeared in the green flames. "Ah, Jean-Sébastien, may I step through?" Thinking uncharitably that Dumbledore only wanted to speak when he had bad news, Jean-Sébastien gave his consent, and waited until the aged headmaster stepped through. "There has been a development," Dumbledore stated without preamble when he arrived in the study. Jean-Sébastien wearily waved his guest to a chair, before sitting down himself and massaging his temples. Can I assume that this news of yours is not something I would wish to hear? A chuckle met his cynical and somewhat petulant statement, prompting Jean-Sebastian to glare at the headmaster. This negativity is most unbecoming, Jean-Sebastian, Dumbledore admonished. Surely the situation is not that dire yet. You try talking some sense into Fudge, Jean-Sebastian growled in response. His willful obtuseness and his inability to see reason is amazing and infuriating all at once. But you forget, Jean-Sebastian, said an amused Dumbledore, I have been dealing with the man virtually the entire time I've been Chief Warlock. I assure you that I am very familiar with the minister's quirks. However, that is not why I am here today, Dumbledore continued in a more solemn and serious tone. Harry came to me this morning with a matter of some concern. I believe you should know of it. Proceeding from there, Dumbledore laid out the entirety of his conversation with Harry, concisely and without embellishment. And though Jean-Sebastian felt a little sick at the thought of having such an insane despot roaming around in Harry's head, he concentrated on what Dumbledore had to say. Harry, no doubt, was very used to the Dark Lord's interference in his life, and though Harry was, by Dumbledore's account, worried about the insight he had gained this morning, he was likely much more accepting of the situation than Jean-Sebastian could be at the moment. So, he's after the prophecy. I believe he is, confirmed Dumbledore. It was inevitable that he eventually would turn his attention to it. By now, he must have realized that he does not have the prophecy in its entirety, and I believe that we can his less than aggressive actions since his return to that lack of knowledge. His failure to kill Harry at the end of the third task must have made him more cautious. Sitting back in his chair, Jean-Sebastian directed a long look at the headmaster, wondering what the man knew but was not sharing at this time. Yes, the thought of the Dark Lord seeking the missing part of the prophecy was troubling, but at the moment, Jean-Sebastian was much more concerned about the fact that Harry had been able to witness him in his dreams at all. It was this aspect which he focused on. Why was Harry able to see Voldemort at all? Jean-Sebastian asked. That is the more troublesome development in my mind. I am uncertain, replied Dumbledore, frowning. It appears as though Harry has some sort of connection, for want of a better term, with the Dark Lord. He has always had strong reactions when in proximity to Voldemort, though until this morning I was unaware of the fact that he has seen Voldemort in his dreams. The silver lining in all of this is that Voldemort does not seem to suspect that this connection exists. Jean-Sebastian scowled. That's hardly a silver lining. He could become aware of it at any time. Perhaps. If Harry does nothing to betray himself and does not go trying to exploit the connection while he is awake, the Dark Lord should remain oblivious and the situation should remain as it is. Do you think he should be taught occlumency to close the link? Asked Jean-Sebastian after a moment's thought. Dumbledore pursed his lips and his eyes unfocused for a moment. Not at this time, he answered at length. For now Voldemort does not seem to be aware of it, and if Harry were to learn occlumency, he may sense a block he was not aware existed. Occlumency training may become necessary, but for now I suggest we leave it be. And what of the globe? Is it safe? For the time being, the globes are protected. Voldemort's source was correct in that the globes are protected by extensive enchantments which will prevent him from simply removing them. So Voldemort cannot touch them. In a word, no, said Dumbledore. It is not enough for a person to simply be mentioned in the prophecy. The prophecy has to be about them, or they will not be able to remove it. In the future I cannot say. It is possible that Voldemort may find some way to circumvent the protections. However, I do not believe we need to concern ourselves with that eventuality for some months. It would take him a great deal of time to do so, and it's not as though he can move about freely in the ministry. Absorbing all that Dumbledore had said, Jean-Sebastian considered the situation and the fact that Harry was beginning to be pulled ever tighter into the Dark Lord's web. Events were building toward a confrontation, and knowing what he did about the prophecy and Harry's ultimate fate in the coming struggle, Jean-Sebastian was becoming convinced that they would need to prepare for that showdown. Beyond that, Jean-Sebastian had begun to experience a steadily growing feeling that Harry should have been told exactly what was happening in his life. He deserved to know. Headmaster, Jean-Sebastian began slowly and deliberately, I think that with this most recent development that Harry needs to be told of the prophecy. Leaning back in his chair, Dumbledore scratched his beard in some thought. I believe that it is still too early to worry Harry with this knowledge, Jean-Sebastian. Harry is still young, too young to carry the burden of the entire world upon his shoulders. I think you may be putting a little too much stock in this prophecy, Albus. While I would have, at one time, tended to agree with you, I firmly believe in the accuracy of true prophecy. I would like to give Harry a little more time to mature and grow before sharing this information with him. Jean Sebastian was silent for several moments, thinking of all that Dumbledore had said. It was a substantial burden for a young man, but Jean Sebastian also knew in his heart that to keep it from Harry was not only unfair, but perhaps even dangerous. He was uncertain from where this feeling originated, but he was certain it was the truth. Dumbledore, I understand you have Harry's best interests at heart, Jean Sebastian spoke in a very soft tone of voice. But I believe he needs to know. He is mature and competent, and he deserves to know the truth of why this insane wizard has fixated upon him. During the summer, I promised Harry and my daughter that I would not withhold any information from them, and immediately after I broke my word when you told me of the prophecy. I cannot in good conscience delay much longer. I suppose you cannot, Dumbledore responded with a sigh. However, I would urge you to keep silent a little longer. We shall choose the best time to tell Harry everything. I don't want to burden him any more than is needed. Very well, said Jean Sebastian. But we cannot wait long. Very soon we will have to tell him, and if you do not, then I will. With this statement, their conversation was over. Dumbledore bid Jean Sebastian farewell and left to return to Hogwarts, leaving Jean Sebastian alone with his thoughts. With this new knowledge, they could not be any lighter than they had been before Dumbledore's arrival. For Harry, the next week could not pass swiftly enough. Though the dream of Voldemort and the information it imparted left him somewhat out of sorts for several days, a new and exciting diversion soon took over and all Harry's attention was focused toward this new goal. The next Saturday was to be Gryffindor's first Quidditch match of the year, and as it was to be against Slytherin, it heightened his sense of expectation and excitement. And this did not even touch on the fact that Fleur was a part of the team, though she would likely not play at all. Slytherin was their most difficult opponent, after all, and Angelina would wish to field their best team with the best chance of winning. To be honest, Harry was nowhere near the Quidditch freak that many assumed him to be, certainly nothing next to Ron, who often could not be turned from the subject. It was more the excitement, the roar of the crowd, and above all, the ability to fly, which Harry loved more than anything else. Still, the competition was welcome, and the ability to rub the little pureblood's face in the fact that he had never managed to catch the snitch against Harry was not unwelcome either. Win or lose, Malfoy did not have the talent to beat him to the snitch, unless the golden ball appeared right under his nose. And even then it might be a close thing. Harry chuckled a little under his breath at his own hubris and confidence, knowing that it was not exactly an attractive character trait, while also understanding that in this case, it was entirely the truth. As with many other things, Malfoy's talents as a seeker were grossly exaggerated in his own mind. Harry had the superior broom and the superior skills, he was supremely confident in his ability to beat the blonde Ponce. Glancing around the table, Harry gauged that no one had been paying attention to his introspection, nor his sudden quiet laughter. The library was quiet on a Friday night, with only a few tables occupied, mostly by seventh years, focused as they were on their newts at the end of the year. Hermione's table was crowded as all the friends had settled in for a bit of late evening study, and though their ages and personalities were disparate, Harry felt the heady feeling of camaraderie which had not always been present in his life, even since he had come to Hogwarts. Ron and Hermione were, of course, mainstays. Their friendship had endured through all of their adventures, not to mention the discord sown by Harry's inclusion in the tournament the previous year. And Fleur, though new to Harry's circle, and admittedly only present because of the enactment of the betrothal, had quickly become an integral part of Harry's life and well-being. Neville had always been there, though somewhat separate. Now he was an insider to their group, and a welcome one at that. Still shy and somewhat awkward at times, Neville had nonetheless grown in many ways, and Harry valued his calm and rational demeanor. And though both Luna and Ginny were a year younger than everyone else at the table, they were no less valued as friends. Luna's spacey personality and tendency to talk about fantastical creatures was now looked on as a personal quirk, rather than an overt oddity, and Ginny, while Harry did still catch her peering at him longingly at times, was now comfortable in his company, and her sense of fun and sunny personality were appreciated. The final three at the table, Harry reflected, were very recent additions, though quickly becoming an integral part of the group. Susan Bones, though not intimate with the rest of the circle, had always been known to be friendly and open, and her abilities and knowledge, not to mention her Hufflepuff loyalty, were now accepted by all of Harry's friends. The other two, though, were so unlikely, that a few weeks ago, Harry would have laughed if told they would even be sitting at the same table without a frigid drop in temperature as a result. The 6 Slytherin entries into the club had fit in from an ability standpoint, but had, for the most part, continued to be aloof from the rest of the club. The exception, however, was the 2 fifth-year girls, who had gravitated towards Harry's circle in defiance of any expectation, or any protestations by the rest of their house, if any such existed. Harry's original impression of the 2 girls appeared to have been spot on. Tracy Davis was rather chatty once she felt at ease with the company, and Daphne, though certainly much more reserved, was friendly and outgoing. They were still very much in the formative stages of their inclusion in the group, and their friendship with the group members, a few weeks, after all, did not a lifelong friend make. But they were certainly making progress, and their friendliness and their competence at once made them welcome members of their little clique. The reaction of Harry's friends to their presence was varied. Fleur still held them at arm's length to a certain extent, likely in part because she did not know them, and in part because of her knowledge of many British purebloods' opinions of her. Neville seemed to take their presence in stride, and while Hermione was at times as cautious of them as Fleur was, she seemed to have found somewhat of a kindred spirit in Daphne. Daphne was in all the same elective courses as Hermione, and had even begun to take part in Harry's ongoing tutoring sessions in ancient runes, much to Harry's surprise. But perhaps the most astonishing response of any of his friends was Ron. Ron had spent the first few study sessions with the Slytherins grumbling at their inclusion, though he had enough tact to try to hide it. Tracy responded in kind, distrusting him and his well-known abhorrence of Slytherins, and generally refusing to talk to him. Daphne simply ignored him. Within a week, however, Harry was amused to find out that Ron's grumbling had largely stopped, and his attention toward the black-haired Slytherin had begun to become noticeable. Ron, never really subtle about much of anything, appeared to be captivated by the young woman, who was very attractive, and though Daphne had certainly noticed it herself, she had never called him on it, or given any reaction to his admiration whatsoever. She merely changed her treatment of him to mirror how she treated everyone else, that of an acquaintance becoming a closer friend, once the evidence of his obvious disdain had disappeared. It was an unlikely circle of friends to be certain, but Harry was beginning to value each and every one of them. Having this many people in his group of friends was an alien concept to Harry, as he had never had any friends as a child, due, of course, to Dudley's influence, and had spent most of his time since coming to Hogwarts with only 2 close friends. He found that he was truly enjoying the experience. And though some would say that Daphne and Tracy were still too new to truly trust, Harry felt that he could do so. His senses told him they were trustworthy, and he simply had a hunch that they were true friends. It was a heady feeling. Harry. The sound of an exasperated voice startled him out of his introspection, and he turned his head, noticing Hermione's stern expression. What? A few muffled giggles sounded from around the table, and more than one set of eyes rolled in response to his obvious inattention. "You'll never get his head out of the clouds," Neville said with a snigger. "At least not until after the Quidditch match tomorrow." "That's the way it should be," said Ron with a grin. "We want our Star Seeker to concentrate on the match, you know. And come to think of it," he continued with a sly glance at the 2 Slytherins, "it will be much worse tomorrow after Gryffindor paced Slytherin." "Oi, hey!" The 2 Slytherins protested at almost exactly the same time. "Come on," Ron scoffed. "You don't think Malfoy will actually catch the snitch tomorrow, do you? I'll have you know that our chasers and beaters are well able to overcome such a disappointment at Seeker," was Daphne's prim response. "And besides," Tracy continued with a smirk and a sly glance at Ron, "I've heard that Gryffindor's keeper makes Malfoy look positively competent." "Oi!" It was Ron's turn to protest. The 2 Slytherin girls just grinned at Ron, though to Harry it was not much of a laughing matter. Ron was capable as a keeper, but sometimes suffered from confidence issues. Even though this discussion was not intended to be one of malice, he sensed, he was still worried that Ron would take it to heart and lose his confidence for the upcoming match. "Nah," Neville came to the rescue. "Malfoy takes bragging without being able to back his words up to a new art level. We've got nothing to worry about. Ron appeared to be taking it all in stride. With Neville's declaration, he leaned back in his chair and put his arms behind his head, smirking at the Slytherins all the while. Too right, mate. And besides, with the Ponce at Seeker, and because your house has a less than stellar shot at winning, and now that you have Gryffindor friends, maybe you should switch allegiance and cheer for Gryffindor. That will be the day, said Tracy with a snort. Cheer for Gryffindor. I'm happy cheering for my own house team, regardless of blonde and brainless, thank you. But you'd have so much better chance of being happy with the outcome, said Harry, getting in on the teasing. That's beside the point, said Daphne. House unity may not go much further than Quidditch, but that, at least, is sacrosanct. Can you imagine the outcry in the Slytherin dungeons if we openly cheered for Gryffindor? It would almost be as though the Holyhead Harpies' entire fan base suddenly defected and start cheering for the Chudley Cannons. Hey, what's wrong with the Cannons? Ron protested. Other than the fact that they've never won anything. Daphne retuned incredulously. Nothing is wrong with Chudley, said Tracy with a straight face, though the twitching at the sides of her mouth almost gave her away. We're trying to illustrate a point here. The club is nothing. Even a hint of us cheering for Gryffindor would give Malfoy all he needed to go after us, and have the backing of the house. Suit yourself, said a mollified Ron with a shrug and an evil grin. Don't say we didn't warn you. The banter ratcheted up and the friends began discussing which house truly had the best team was this year. Hufflepuff, having lost Cedric Diggory the previous year, was not expected to do well at all, but that did not prevent Susan from getting into the discussion, while Luna, the only Ravenclaw, was not really interested in Quidditch. Given the rest of the table was comprised of Gryffindors, with Daphne and Tracy being the only Slytherins, the Gryffindors shamelessly used their numbers to claim that theirs was the best team. Partaking in the conversation only peripherally, Harry sat back to watch his friends as they teased each other back and forth. This friendship and being part of a group definitely had its benefits, he decided. It was what he would have had he not grown up with the Dursleys. Hopefully, the friendships he had formed here would last for a lifetime. By the time the weekend rolled by, the Gryffindor team felt fully prepared and ready to take on their arch-rivals, confident in their ability to not only win the game, but that a win would almost certainly vault them onto the fast track to secure the Quidditch and House Cups that year. Slytherin had always been the main competition. The two houses together had won more than 3/4 of the Quidditch Cups since the inception of the Quidditch Cup more than 5 centuries earlier. This year would likely be no different, though Ravenclaw would certainly be no pushover. Unfortunately, though, the assessment of the Hufflepuff team the previous evening was likely spot on. Cedric had given them a chance to win with his play at Seeker, but without his steadying presence, Hufflepuff would likely find itself completely overmatched. As Harry sat in the locker room before the match, he only half listened to Angelina's pregame pep talk. The strategy was simple enough, and as his job was to catch the snitch, a lot of what was said really did not pertain to him. Normally, part of the strategy would be for the beaters to distract the opposing Seeker in addition to their normal activities against the other team's chasers, in an attempt to ensure your own Seeker was the first to spot the snitch. In this game the decision had been for the beaters to ignore Malfoy altogether, and concentrate instead on the opposing chasers, partially to help Ron as much as possible, and partially because they did not truly see Malfoy as a threat. It was not uncommon to utilize such a strategy when the opposing Seeker was not particularly skilled, but Harry could only chuckle at the thought of how Malfoy would act if he knew of their game plan. Instead of the game, Harry considered the Malfoy heir. Draco seemed to have been on a slow burn ever since the day of Dumbledore's first defense class. Surprisingly, he had said very little directly to Harry or any of his friends since then, but on his looks alone the boy could almost be charged with murder. He had gone from being more of a nuisance than a true enemy, to being a dangerous enemy, regardless of what Harry thought of his capabilities. He would bear careful watching. Harry, a voice from his side hissed. Pay attention. Glancing at his betrothed, Harry winked at her. Don't worry, Fleur, I know the game plan. Maybe so, but you really should pay attention to what the captain is saying. Smiling, Harry shook his head slightly, and focused back on Angelina who was wrapping up her remarks. She had apparently noticed the quiet exchange between the two, but other than a frown, she said nothing to them directly. Soon, the Gryffindor team filed from the room and, mounting their brooms, soared out into the stadium to the roar of 3/4 of the crowd. Slytherin, with all their bully tactics and braggadocio, was not well liked, even by Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff. Generally the three houses cheered for each other when playing Slytherin, leaving the Snakes outnumbered, not that they particularly cared. "And here comes the Gryffindor team," the voice of Lee Jordan rang out over the stadium. Led by the lovely Angelina Johnson, Gryffindor has to be considered the favorite for the Quidditch Cup this year. The entire team, with the exception of Ron Weasley, the new keeper, having been together for 4 years. Or it would have been 4 years, had the faculty not broken our hearts and cancelled Quidditch last year. "Jordan, if you don't mind," a muffled Professor McGonagall's voice broke into the 7th year's comments. "Of course, Professor." Harry grinned. It was far from the most outrageous statement Lee had ever made during a Quidditch match. It was a perfect day for Quidditch. The sun shone in the sky, illuminating the brightly colored stands and warming the air to the point where the Scotland afternoon was merely chilly, rather than the bone-chilling frigid temperatures in which Harry had played in the past. The warmth of the day also seemed to be an omen, though Harry almost laughed at his own fanciful turn of mind. Why the bright and sunny weather should favor Gryffindor any more than Slytherin was debatable. Soaring to a point high above the pitch, Harry watched as the two teams took their positions on their own ends of the pitch. Across from Harry, Malfoy also took his position, his eyes drilling holes in Harry's armor, as usual. Harry merely smiled insolently at him, and peered about the stadium, plotting his strategy for finding the elusive golden ball. A moment later, Madame Hooch began the match, and Harry watched as the Gryffindor chasers immediately gained control of the quaffle. And the game is underway. Johnson controls the quaffle, passes to Spinnet, back to Johnson, over to Bell, who swoops in and scores. The roar of the crowd echoed out over the stadium, and Harry, caught up in the emotion, pumped his fist in response to the quick Gryffindor tally. A movement out of the corner of his eye prompted Harry to bank sharply to the right on instinct, as Malfoy swooped through the space Harry had just occupied. Harry was then forced to dodge an incoming bludger, hammered in his direction by one of Malfoy's beefy bodyguards. Though the Gryffindor beaters were going to ignore Malfoy, it obviously did not mean that Harry would receive the same treatment from the Slytherin beaters. Harry soared in a wide arc, and turned to face Malfoy, who once again charged him, an expression of grim determination mixed with loathing adorning his face. Harry directed an insolent leer at the Slytherin seeker. If that was the way Malfoy wanted to play it, Harry would certainly oblige him. Thus began a game of cat and mouse between the two seekers. Malfoy appeared to put very little effort into finding the snitch, instead seeming intent upon knocking Harry from his broom. Between Malfoy and the beaters, Harry was kept very busy avoiding their attacks, though he devoted as much time as he could to find the snitch. In between his opponent's attacks, Harry also led Malfoy on a merry chase, feinting and diving, and taking a few runs at the Slytherin himself. Through all of this, Malfoy continued in his tactics, his determination never slipping. While Malfoy and Harry, with the assistance of the Slytherin beaters, continued to play their game, the Gryffindor chasers continued to perform as a well-oiled machine, quickly racking the score up on their less experienced opponents. Harry was able to get a general sense of how the game was proceeding, though the specifics continued to elude him. Periodically, phrases would come to him as Lee continued to call the game. "Warrington is hit by a glancing blow. That will leave a mark." And Weasley led in another one, which perhaps he should have stopped. Johnson passes to Spinnet. Husey passes to Warrington, who, oh, that's got to smart. Weasley gets Warrington with a bludger again. And Weasley makes a nice toe save. If only he'd make a few more. Perhaps the Gryffindors should sub, if only to get the lovely Miss Delacour into the game. Jordan. An hour into the game, Harry had a brief respite, and took the opportunity to look at the scoreboard. Gryffindor was leading Slytherin 120-90, and Harry still had no glimpse whatsoever of the snitch. "What, are you scared, Potter?" Malfoy yelled as he passed close by Harry in another attempt to knock him from his broom. "In your dreams, Malfoy," Harry yelled back. The two circled about one another warily for several moments before Harry, feigning excitement, suddenly dove toward the pitch with Malfoy following close behind. Pouring more speed into his firebolt, Harry surged toward the ground, pulling up at the last moment, almost brushing the ground with his boots. Malfoy, unfortunately, was not quite so lucky, as his panicked attempts to stop resulted in his catching a boot on the turf, throwing his broom sideways. He managed to gain control again before crashing into the ground, and once he righted himself, he once again chased after Harry, a positively poisonous expression on his face. Harry grinned in response to the cheer which erupted over the stands at the sight of the famous Wronski feint, though Harry knew that Hermione was probably almost pulling her hair out over the sight. She had always been a little nervous when he pulled his aerial acrobatics and stunts. Harry's personal game of avoidance with Malfoy continued, though the blonde was obviously a little more careful in pursuing Harry, a situation which met Harry's wholehearted approval. In the meantime, the score continued to mount below until it was 260 to 190 with Gryffindor steadily pulling away. "Hey Malfoy," Harry jibed, swooping out of range of another of Malfoy's attacks. "You'd better hurry and catch the snitch. Your team will be too far behind if this keeps up." Merely snarling in response, Malfoy once again shot at Harry, which Harry avoided deftly, while charging away from the Slytherin and looking down on the pitch below. "Fine," he yelled at a pursuing Malfoy. "I thought I'd give you a chance, since you don't have one on your own. I guess I'll just have to catch it myself." The Malfoy scion, though, did not give any indication he had heard Harry's words, and Harry reflected that given the speed and the noise of the wind in his ears, that it was entirely possible that he had not. Their confrontation continued for several more minutes, Harry continuing to dodge Malfoy's attacks and random bludgers, before Harry saw a hint of gold from below. He was careful not to react overtly, and instead dodged another pass by Malfoy and made for the area above the Slytherin keeper. There, hovering behind Bletchley, the Slytherin keeper, was the prized golden ball. Harry immediately went into action. He turned abruptly and charged Malfoy, who dodged a little raggedly, and then Harry soared high into the air, prompting Malfoy to follow. When he had climbed high enough, he changed tack and sped into a dive toward the pitch. As he had intended, Malfoy, obviously remembering his near miss with the ground, was much more cautious in following. Dimly Harry heard the roar of the crowd as he approached the Slytherin posts, prompting a startled look from Bletchley. Harry ignored him. He roared by, missing the keeper by mere inches, as he reached out and snatched the snitch in his hand, raising it aloft in triumph. The packed stands erupted into even greater cheers as the game ended, and Harry, smirking at a clearly enraged Malfoy, opened his mouth to taunt at the blonde. Pawns. Wham! Harry nearly pitched off of his broom, righting himself after a moment while keeping hold on the snitch. "Harry!" Angelina soared up to him, an expression of concern etched on her face. "Are you all right?" Looking around, Harry spotted the bludger which had struck him in the back, and the dark look of glee which adorned Goyle's face. "It was Goyle," Angelina said unnecessarily. "He hit the bludger at you as soon as he saw you had the snitch." Harry shrugged and tested his back. It appeared no damage had been done. "Don't worry about it. We won." The Gryffindor team took a victory lap around the stadium, before they landed in front of the Gryffindor stands where their housemates were waiting. Hugs and congratulations were freely flowing when trouble of a most familiar sort approached from behind. "Hey Scarhead, you got lucky again, didn't you?" "I guess I must be really lucky, bad faith," Harry shot back. "I seem to have that luck every time I play you." Malfoy's face turned almost red with rage. "You're a bit cocky for a jumped-up half-blood. And you're cocky for someone who has never caught the snitch against me." "Maybe we should just leave," said Fleur, nervously looking at the students who had drawn closer to the confrontation. "In fact," Harry continued, grinning at Fleur, "I figure you must enjoy losing. What is this now? A 4-year losing streak to Gryffindor, and you've lost to me 3 times in a row. Your tally would be 4 if we had played Quidditch last year. Too bad, you could have had another loss to me on your resume." In a rage, Malfoy whipped out his wand. "Locomotor Mortis," he screamed, following that up with a stinging hex aimed at Harry's face. Harry dodged the incoming curses, and pulled his own wand, but was stopped by the arrival of the headmaster, who had already disarmed Malfoy. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded. In a moment the story of what had happened had come out, prompting Dumbledore to fix both antagonists with a stern glare. "I believe I have spoken to you both before about this rivalry of yours. It is getting out of control. If you cannot behave with decorum, I would ask you both to avoid the other from this time forward. If you cannot do that, then perhaps detention for you both would help you see the error of your ways." Neither spoke. Harry tried to appear a little shameful, though he could not, in truth, say that he espoused any such feelings, while Malfoy had adopted that smug self-important smirk for which he was so famous. Now, I will deduct 10 points from you each. In addition, Mr. Malfoy, you shall have 2 more nights' detention due to your starting a fight and casting hexes at another student. If you do not wish to be suspended, I suggest you leave your wand in your pocket from this time forward. Sneering, Malfoy turned and walked away without any further comment. Harry did not give the boy a second thought. They had won the match, setting themselves up for the rest of the year. Tonight, Gryffindor Tower would no doubt be in a celebratory mood and Harry just wanted to savor the win. Let's get you cleaned up and head back to the tower, Fleur said, directing him toward the changing rooms. Are you offering to help? Was Harry's cheeky reply. Fleur's smile turned sultry. If you want. The beet red color which bloomed on Harry's face prompted laughter from the assembled Gryffindors, and Harry, now thoroughly embarrassed, made his way from the pitch, his image of the conquering hero completely destroyed by Fleur's comeback. He couldn't help but imagine, though, his mind turned completely from the completed Quidditch match, just what Fleur was offering, though she was not truly serious, he sensed. She was a very beautiful woman after all. Embarrassed all over again, Harry firmly pushed those thoughts away, though his mind did betray him a little as he watched his betrothed out of the corner of his eye. She was, he reflected, very pleasant to watch. The days after the Quidditch match were not good ones for the Slytherin Quidditch team, and more specifically for a certain Ponce. Owning bragging rights for the annual Gryffindor-Slytherin Quidditch match was always welcome, and Harry made certain to let Malfoy know who won the match as often as possible. That he never said or insinuated anything overtly did nothing to assuage the blonde's anger. The sly smirks and knowing glances alone ensured that he wore a permanent scowl. In this, of course, Harry was joined by Ron, the Weasley twins, Lee Jordan, the 3 Gryffindor chasers, and just about every other male, or female, in Gryffindor with any interest whatsoever in Quidditch. Hermione and Fleur were not impressed as such with his theatrics, but Harry was undeterred and unconcerned. Yes, his behavior was smug and could not be deemed as sportsmanlike, nor was it a particularly likable character trait, but Harry knew that Malfoy and the Slytherin team would have been so much worse if it had been they who had won the match. And Malfoy deserved it. Oh, did he deserve it? The end of the Quidditch match refocused Harry's attentions back to the leadership of the Defense Club, and more specifically, how to cater to the different competence levels of its members. One could not teach 7th years in the same manner in which 4th years and younger were taught, after all. Even more, it was often very difficult to determine exactly at what level each of the club members was, and he was wary of not insulting anyone by assuming they were less competent than they actually were. He was grumbling about this fact the night after the Quidditch match when Fleur made a suggestion, more to stop his whining, he thought, than for any real concern over the problem. Hermione and Fleur had both told him repeatedly that he was overthinking the issue and that things were progressing well. Why don't you have a tournament? Surprised, Harry gazed at Fleur, wondering to what, exactly, she was referring. Fleur rolled her eyes and turned her full attention on her betrothed. Harry, you keep complaining about the various levels of everyone in the club and how you don't really have a chance to observe everyone while they are all practicing at the same time. If you hold a tournament, not only will you be able to watch everyone in action, and in a simulated combat situation, but the results should tell you something about how everyone is doing. That's a good idea, Hermione enthused. There are some drawbacks, but it would certainly help. It might, Harry conceded. But how would we handle it? The logistics are a little difficult to pull off. It's not like it's a professional tournament, Ron chimed in. Ron's right, Harry, said Hermione. You could do a rough ranking based on what we've seen in the club meetings so far, and then create a tournament tree, and go from there. I think everyone would be excited about it too. We'd have to separate out the younger years, Harry mused. It wouldn't be fair for Astoria Greengrass, for example, to have to duel Lee Jordan. I'll ask you to leave my sister out of this, Potter, Daphne chimed in with a severe glare, which was compromised immediately by the wink she directed at him. Harry just waved her off. Then hold 2 separate tournaments, one for the younger years, and one for the older, said Fleur. You could separate them at 4th year, 1st through 4th and 5th through 7th. It did seem like a good idea, and to the amusement of everyone at the table, Harry dove right into it. With the assistance of Hermione's ever-present store of parchment and quills, he immediately set to work drawing up a list of rough rankings of everyone in the club, followed by a rough tournament tree. The difficulty, of course, was coming up with a fair and equitable method of scheduling the matches. Fortunately, however, and through a strange quirk of fate, they ended up with almost exactly the right number of participants to run a tournament. There were 8 fourth years and under, which made for a perfectly proportional tree, and 34 fifth years and up, which gave them 2 extra. Of course, as Harry was planning on refereeing and not participating, he did not count himself, and Fleur also offered to remove herself so she could assist him in judging the skill levels of the participants. This left them with the perfect number. The rankings were, unsurprisingly, dominated to a large extent with the 7th years, who were all ranked in the top 10, while the 5th years largely rounded out the lower tiers. Of course there was some variance, and in certain instances lower years ranked above their higher year classmates, but that was the general trend. Of course his friends pitched in to assist, though Harry had the final word in the rankings, which generated no little amount of comment from the group of friends. "Harry, why did you rank me lower than Fred?" George, Harry assumed, protested at one point. "He's got it right, Gred," Fred responded. "Everyone knows I'm the talented one. You're the inventive one." Fred tapped his finger against his lips for a moment in thought, before saying, "Of course, I'm pretty inventive too, so I guess that makes me the dominant twin." "So says you," said George with a roll of his eyes. "I'm well known as being gifted, incredibly handsome, not to mention devastatingly dapper." "I think someone's got a bit of a swelled head," Hermione said in a stage whisper. Fleur giggled by her side, while George grumped at having his heroic image ruined. The rest of the group laughed at the interplay. "What I don't understand, Harry," Hermione spoke up, "is why you've got Cormac and Alice Tollipin ranked so low." Alice was a 6th year from Ravenclaw House, and a friend of Cho and Marietta. Harry snorted with some scorn. "Cormac is a braggart who has a higher opinion of himself than anyone has a right to. As for Alice, sometimes I wonder if she even knows which end of her wand is which." This, of course, earned him a smack from Hermione. "That's not very nice. But he does have a point," said Fleur. "Cormac is all words and no action, and while Alice is very nice girl, she seems to have a little difficulty picking up the spells at times." "What I'm not sure about is why you ranked me lower than Hermione," Ron said. Harry turned and regarded his friend. Ron was to a certain extent joking, he thought. But at some level, he was also still somewhat insecure. "These are just rough rankings, Ron," Harry replied. "I think you and Hermione are actually very close, but I ranked her higher because she knows lots of hexes." "But what about my skill at strategy?" Ron said, his voice almost approaching a whine. "Ron, an ability to play chess doesn't really have a lot to do with real-world strategy," said Fred. Ron appeared perplexed. "What do you mean?" "Honestly, Ron," his brother replied again, "each of the pieces in chess has rigidly defined moves, and you can't make it do anything else. Real people and real battle situations are not like that. Your skill in chess will not be all that useful in a duel," added George. "You have to rely on your instincts, spell knowledge, ability to cast, among other things, not on knowing which way a piece might move on a chessboard." Looking thoughtful, Ron nodded. Harry knew that Ron was aware of this. He was also sometimes a little too impressed with his prowess at the board game. A little humility for anyone was a good thing, he decided. That Wednesday, the club gathered together in the room of requirement as usual, but more than a few looks were directed at the large dueling platform which Harry had placed in the center of the room. There were no comments, however, the participants merely sat in their chairs as usual, and waited for the club to start. It was a quirk of the room, perhaps, or maybe just how it had been designed, but the room was a little overeager to give its occupants what they wanted. As a result, Harry had to specifically narrow the request to include only himself, and to further limit the room's changes to oral requests for the course of the evening. Otherwise, the platform might disappear, to be replaced with who knew what, and likely at a most inopportune time. When Professor Flitwick arrived, Harry was reminded exactly how excitable the little professor truly was. Upon hearing of their plan to have a tournament that week, he immediately launched into some stories about his time as a professional dueler, and began dispensing advice, not only with respect to how to gain the upper hand on an opponent, but also how to referee a match properly. You must give clear instructions from the beginning, Mr. Potter, he had enthusiastically advised. The rules must be clearly understood if you want to stay in control of the combatants. And be decisive in your decisions as a judge of the match, it is the only way the duelers will respect you. Otherwise, they will argue your decisions until you are ready to hex them to get them to stop. Now, as the half-goblin professor stepped into the room and smiled at them, Harry could only be amused. His respect for the professor's knowledge and skill, however, was unquestioned. Professor Flitwick was a font of information, and very passionate about his instruction, in more ways than one. At the appointed time, Harry stood and surveyed the group, noting the looks of curiosity etched on the faces of the assembled, minus those of his immediate group, of course, who knew what was happening that night, not to mention the slight sneer and unfriendly frown which Roger Davies had customarily sent in his direction the past few weeks. Ignoring the suddenly cold Ravenclaw, Harry addressed the club. "Welcome to everyone. Tonight we have a special activity planned." Harry turned and pointed at the platform. "Tonight, we will have a dueling tournament. Trying to remind everyone of your prowess in the Tri-Wizard last year, are you?" Roger spoke disdainfully. Harry ignored him. "This will give us a chance to see everyone in action and tailor our future meetings for everyone's benefit." Hermione. At Harry's gesture, Hermione stood and waved her wand. On the far wall a large poster board appeared with a pair of tournament trees marked on its surface. "We've divided the group into 2 different tournaments," she explained, using her best lecturing voice, one for the 4th years and under, and one with 5th through 7th years. "We've roughly estimated everyone's ranking and created the tree accordingly." Harry once again took over the explanation. "As for tournament rules, we will continue on with the same rules we had in 2nd year." There was more than one grimace from the older students at the reminder of the hapless Professor Lockhart, and his ill-fated dueling club. Harry explained further, "The 2 combatants will continue until one is unable to continue, either by being magically confined, or knocked unconscious. However, only disabling hexes are allowed, no disfiguring or otherwise injuring curses allowed. Remember, this is a test only. Why didn't you tell us about this last week?" Ernie Macmillan demanded. "Because we only had the idea over the weekend," Fleur responded for Harry. "Besides," Harry added, "the lack of preparation makes it a better test of everyone's ability. This way, you have to wing it." Several thoughtful faces appeared in the group at Harry's words, and he smiled with satisfaction. It appeared that everyone, if not precisely looking forward to their duels, was at least coming around to the idea that they would be useful to measure their ability. Indicating that the club members should find their names on the board, Harry gave them several moments to look over the tournament board. The room was filled with exclamations of where everyone was seated, or those who voiced concern about who they were facing in the first round. Speculation also ran rampant, many students speaking of their opinion of how a certain match would end up, or how quickly a person would be defeated, among other things. The speculation, however, was interrupted when a loud voice rang out over the room. "Why isn't your name on the board, Potter?" A quick glance at Roger revealed a glare, not to mention a certain self-righteous arrogance, a combination with which Harry was rightly becoming annoyed. Roger appeared more like Malfoy than ever at that moment. But Harry, who was decidedly not intimidated by Malfoy, would not be intimidated by Davies either, regardless of whatever his recent problem was. "Because I lead the club," Harry replied, never taking his eyes from the head boy. "I'll be watching and taking notes on how everyone does. I can use that to help plan future club meetings. And I'll be helping him," added Fleur from his side. He noted her intent stare at the Ravenclaw, and wondered abruptly what was going with Roger. Though Roger had never been precisely friendly, being from a different house and year, Harry had never really had much to do with the other boy at all. Harry had never really had a problem with Roger before. His antipathy had only begun in the past week or 2. But what was his problem? Nothing had happened between them of which Harry was aware, and the only person in Harry's group who really knew him was Fleur. Had something had happened between them? Still, that was a matter for another time. Harry trusted Fleur and he knew her, she would never betray him by carrying on with Roger. And there was no reason for Roger to be angry at Harry if Fleur had dallied with him. There must be something else happening of which Harry was not aware. "I think you just don't want to compete because you know you'll look bad," said the Ravenclaw contemptuously. "You'd show everyone here that you're not what your legend says you are." What's your problem, Roger? Asked Harry. To the best of my knowledge, we've never had any kind of disagreement or trouble with one another. Why are you suddenly so hostile? Could it be because Fleur is with me now? Roger's eyes flashed dangerously, but he merely snorted scornfully. I just think you ought to put your reputation where your mouth is. Show your adoring fans just what you're made of. If you're not going to be involved yourself, then this tournament is a farce and I won't have anything to do with it. A burst of murmurs sounded throughout the chamber as the head boy faced off against the leader of the defense club, but Harry ignored it. Professor Flitwick appeared to want to say something at that moment, but when Harry looked at him, he closed his mouth and watched the proceedings closely. Harry was the leader of the club and it was important for him to handle this challenge in his own way. Apparently the professor understood that. The look the charms professor directed at Davies, however, hinted at the fact that there was undoubtedly a very pointed conversation in Davies' very near future. Harry turned his head to gaze at his betrothed, who was herself regarding Davies as though he was a very small and annoying insect. She turned to Harry and reading his question answered, I can take Roger's place in the tournament. What good would that do? Scoffed the head boy, but not without a smoldering look at the villa. His frank stare solved a few puzzles in Harry's mind. The boy was obviously either unhappy that he had been supplanted in Fleur's life, or was unhappy that he had not been given further consideration, and he now held it against Harry. I'm confident in your competence, Fleur. I want Mr. Boy who lived here to live up to his own reputation. I'll tell you what, Roger, said Harry, since you'd prefer not to participate in the tournament, I'll let you out of it. Fleur can slide into your place instead. She was my choice for first seed anyway. A number of disbelieving murmurs caught Harry's attention, along with several audible, but she wasn't very good in the tournament, type statements which made Harry's blood boil. He was not about to let this sort of talk continue. Fleur is one of the most talented and competent witches I have ever had the good fortune to know, he snapped, glaring at those who were questioning his betrothed. She did very well in the first task, using her abilities to their best advantage. For those of you who do not understand Vila, she was at a severe disadvantage in the second task as it was underwater. Vila have a natural affinity to fire, which was obviously suppressed in the lake. And in the third task she was attacked by another champion who was under the Imperius. I challenge any of you to do better. It's all right, Harry, Fleur soothed him. I am not offended. Harry gazed in her beautiful blue eyes and flashed her a crooked grin. You don't have to be, I'll be offended in your place. It did not take a genius to note the pleasure in Fleur's eyes at Harry's staunch defense of her. He turned his attention back to the club. In any case, you'll be able to see her in action tonight. I'd lay better than even odds that she'll win the tournament. The members of the summer training group all nodded. They had seen Fleur in action and knew of what she was capable. The rest of the group did not appear to be entirely convinced, but no one said anything further, assuming that Harry would not speak so confidently if he was not certain of what he was saying. While this is all very touching, it doesn't address my concern. Turning back to Roger, Harry regarded him for several moments, identifying the scowl on Roger's face which appeared to be directed at Fleur's hand, which was now resting upon Harry's arm, very familiarly. Very slowly and deliberately, Harry removed the Vila witch's hand from his arm and took it in his own, interlacing his fingers with hers, while favoring her with an affectionate smile. Harry had never been a tactile person. The only touches he had received from his relatives growing up had been a cuff when he had been too slow, or Dudley and his gang beating him up. A touch from a beautiful girl, however, was so much different. Roger, apparently, got the point, as his scowl deepened and he glared at Fleur in an almost accusatory way. There was definitely a conversation with Fleur in the offing, given what he was seeing of Roger's displeasure. Fleur can take your place in the tournament, leaving you free to take me on, said Harry. We'll run through the tournaments as they now stand. Then, if you're up to it, you and I can duel at the end. You'll have the chance to make me put my reputation where my mouth is. Roger's smile grew almost feral. You're on, little man. Nothing further was said. Harry nodded tightly at Roger and turned to the rest of the group. Now, let's get this started. We'll have the smaller tournament for the younger group first, then we'll switch to the older years. But Harry, said Parvati Patil, we haven't had a chance to practice or anything. What have you been doing attending the club? Harry asked. The whole point of having you here is to prepare you for encounters in the real world. If a Death Eater attacks you, I doubt he'll stand aside while you come up with a plan of attack. This is similar. You must improvise. I'd prefer not to embarrass myself, Ernie Macmillan grumbled. Don't think of it that way, Harry admonished. Yes, this is a tournament. Yes, there will be a winner, and half of you will lose your only match. But we're not here to try to embarrass anyone. Look on this as a learning experience instead. Sage advice, Mr. Potter, interjected Professor Flitwick. He had approached as Harry was dealing with Davies and the other club members, and was now watching the interaction very carefully. All of you should remember what Mr. Potter says. I believe he is uniquely qualified to give this instruction, if half of the rumors of his adventures since arriving at Hogwarts are true. Here he stopped and winked at a red-faced Harry. And I can tell you that they are not embellished all that much indeed. I for one think that this idea of a tournament is splendid and will be a good test which will show you where you are and how you need to apply yourself to improve. Remember to try your best, but do not be discouraged if you do not win. I myself had to practice for hours every day to gain my skill. It will be no different for any of you. With that, all protestations ceased and the attention turned toward the dueling platform. The main event was about to begin. As there were only 8 members of the DA who were 4th year and younger, there would only be 7 total matches to determine a champion. Therefore, the first tournament was over very quickly. As the younger members were only in 2nd year, Astoria Greengrass being the lone 3rd year in the club, they were quickly dispatched by the much more knowledgeable 4th years, as Harry had expected. And with fewer participants, and a much greater confidence in how they stacked up, things went more or less as Harry had expected them to. The only true surprise, if it could be called that, was when Colin Creevey defeated Romilda Vane, who Harry had reversed in their rankings when he drew up the tree. Other than that, he was unsurprised when Ginny defeated Colin in one semifinal, while Luna defeated Greta White in the other, and then Ginny defeated Luna to become the champion of the lower years. Ginny was very handy with her wand, after all, and even her brothers were wary of her infamous bat bogey hex, not to mention her fiery temper and tendency to hex first and ask questions later. After the young redhead had wrapped up her match by putting Luna in a body bind, the group cheered, which she accepted as gracefully as she was able, though her red face did almost match her hair. Harry could not miss the looks she was directing at him, and though he was not about to consider her as anything other than a little sister, even if he was not already tied to Fleur, he was more than willing to let her know how skillfully she had performed. Joining her on the platform, Harry handed her a simple trophy he had had Dobby purchase for him earlier in the week. Hermione had already magically added her name to a plaque on the front of the trophy. Our winner, he shouted, raising Ginny's hand in the manner he had seen done on the television, and especially in the home videos of Dudley's boxing matches. The members of the defense club cheered in response. Good job, Ginny. Raising her hand and waving at the rest of the club, Ginny accepted their congratulations, and she and Harry stepped down from the platform. The second tournament was about to start. With the older years, Harry was not nearly as confident with his rankings as he had been with the younger students. Not only were there 4 times as many students to rank, but the mix of years, more than half were 5th years, made it difficult at times to judge between different club members. As soon as the board had been revealed, he was unsurprised to hear some grumbling due to the placement of some of the members. Cormac had been vocal about the fact that he should be ranked above most of the other 6th years, though he was in fact seated below several 5th years, including Hermione and Ron, though Alice Tollipin, who Harry had noted was not especially skilled with her wand, appeared to accept her ranking with little comment. Once they started, Harry concentrated on refereeing the matches and looking for the tendencies and skills they had talked about when they had begun planning. Immediately in the first match, Fleur had given a sign of what Harry had confidently proclaimed, by dispatching Lavender Brown very quickly. Of course Lavender, who had always seemed to be much more interested in makeup and boys than her wand, was not the most dangerous of opponents. Regardless, she accepted her defeat with some grace and thanked Fleur for showing her a few things, which Fleur graciously reciprocated with some advice and an admonishment to work hard to improve herself. In the very next match, Harry's words about Cormac were proven to be prophetic, as he was bounced from the tournament by Michael Corner, who Harry felt was definitely one of the best of the 5th years. Of course the arrogant prick was less than gracious in his defeat, claiming to all who would listen, no one in other words, that he had gone lightly on Michael, and that he would not even be touched if they were to have a rematch. Hermione and Ron both survived their first matches, Hermione by taking out Zacharias Smith, while Ron defeated Padma Patil. For the rest of the matches, those Harry expected to win did, though Marietta's victory over Terry Boot was a near thing, and Daphne's defeat of Susan was also by the narrowest of margins. In all, the 7th years all advanced to the second round, as did most of the 6th years, with the exception of the aforementioned Cormac McLagan, who took to pouting on the sidelines with an injured expression of petulance on his face, and Alice, who took her defeat much more philosophically. It was the second round, however, which generated the greatest surprise of the evening. All of the remaining 7th years advanced as expected, except for Lee Jordan, who was taken down in stunning fashion by Hermione. As her stunner knocked the affable 7th year from the platform, a shocked silence descended over the room, and then the club erupted into cheers. Embarrassed, Hermione accepted the acclaim and left the platform to be pulled into a jubilant hug by Fleur. Lee, who rose to his feet groggily after being enervated, acknowledged, somewhat ruefully, that he had taken it easy on Hermione, who he saw as a bit of a younger sister. He would not hear anything of any suggestion that Hermione had won the match due to anything other than her own skill, congratulating her warmly, and promising her that he would not go so easy on her the next time. There was almost another upset in the last match of the second round, though it would not have been as shocking as Hermione's triumph. Blaise Zabini, who Harry had pegged as having a lot of raw power but not a lot of finesse, was almost able to use his power to defeat Katie Bell. It was only through the girl's excellent tactics and her ability to draw the Slytherin into a trap which had enabled her to prevail. Thus, at the end of the second round, there were 6 7th years still standing, as well as Katie representing the 6th years, and Hermione as the lone 5th year still alive. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.